It does look like a fifth grade science project. I mean, it's that bad. And people defend it like you're assaulting, saying something about their mother, and it's not as if a paper mache, uh, elementary school project is, should be taken like a criticism of an elementary school project like that should be taken personally. Somebody put that together. It's a total self-evident lie. All you have to do is, really deal with your cog dis and look at it. And
yeah. Now
these Globers are so stupid that if NASA told them that the moon was made out of cheese, they'd probably believe it.
Oh, it's kind of at that level. But
sorry, Jim,
again,
didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
It's okay.
They'd be like, yeah, it sounds ridiculous, but I have no reason to doubt NASA. So, I mean, if they say it is, I mean, I wouldn't eat it or anything, but they say it's cheese, so it's cheese.
Yeah. Right. I mean, that LEM would have to be airtight, yeah? So the question was posed, would you go underwater with it? Would you go underwater in that thing? Yeah? It's supposed to be airtight.
Yeah, and the astronauts said they could just put their finger through the wall.
That's right. It was so thin.
They went to the moon with that?
Yeah. They said they couldn't pressurize it to Earth's pressure. They had to run it below pressure, they said, because it was so thin. Yeah? That would be Bill Wood, NASA rocket engineer. Bill Wood. He said that in an interview.
Yeah, well, Bill Wood knows they didn't go.
Yeah, he said it. He said even the rocket couldn't have gone to space because when you look at the exhaust plume, the color looked like kerosene, he said. Just by looking at the exhaust plume, when the rocket took off, he knew they're not going to the moon. He knew anyway, but...
Oh, so this was an engineer that was interviewed, and he claims that they did not go.
Yeah, he knows they never went. He knows they never went. It's not only him. Bill Kaysing, Rocketdyne. He worked for Rocketdyne. He knew they never went. He wrote a book called "We Never Went to the Moon" by Bill Kaysing. Yeah, and Bill was interviewed.
That's true. No one went to the moon.
Yeah. I
don't know what to make of these astronauts. Like, I think there was a Polish or a Russian astronaut who, in an interview, said that no, I must admit we've never been to space. For us who know that's a fact. Well, we say yeah, that's true. But was he just being silly when he said that, or was he really trying to tell everybody that what he knew?
Yeah, I would like to have known who that was.
Yeah, there was a so-called astronaut interviewed, and so the interviewer said, "What, did you go to the moon?" And he said, "I didn't know you were." Or I'm sorry, did you go to space? And he says, "I didn't know. Yeah. I didn't know I was going to be asked this question, and I can tell you, no, we didn't. We did not go to space." He said that with a straight face. It didn't look like he was saying it ironically, or didn't look like he was being funny. No. But you can't know a person's motives.
No, was that a Russian? A Russian astronaut.
He's the first and last Polish astronaut, Herman Miroslav.
Oh, Polish.
And after the fact, he was asked about it again, and people claim that he said it was a joke. But we don't know if this was in the moment, just being honest, and then after the fact, he got approached by someone. So all of this is just appealed to some guy, and so it's not a very valid point per se.
Yeah, that's my feeling on it. I mean, whether he meant it or not, it is true that they did not go to space. So
yeah, and he probably was trying to let it out, I think. But he was approached by someone with a gun.
Yeah, well, it cannot be used as evidence, of course.
No.
It's not good evidence. It's just circumstantial. It's
yeah. I think the good evidence is the LEM itself, and then you have the upper portion of the LEM, which returned and docked with the Lunar Command Module, the Ascent Module. When it took off, there was no exhaust plume coming out the bottom, which you would need, because they used Aerozine 50 and some other oxygen fuel, and when they come into contact, they spontaneously combust. No such exhaust plume coming out. And Bill Casing said, "No way was I looking at a lunar landing," he said. And
yeah, but that's because combustion we know is impossible in a vacuum. So there you go.
Well, which is
That's
another
right.
huge
That's right.
proof against space travel. They use combustion engines in those jets or the rockets, don't they?
Well, yeah, but they wouldn't combust in. What would they be pushing off of in a vacuum?
Well, that's what I mean. If they claim to use combustion engines, then
yeah.
That's it. I'd like to know. They're going to have to go back and get that fossilized astronaut who took the footage of the lunar lander leaving.
Yeah, the Ascent Module. Yeah, the Ascent Module ascending up. Yeah, because the camera panned up perfectly right.
Yeah, they left somebody behind.
Yeah, the cameraman. You're right.
So yeah, I found out about the moon landing after That sounds like we did it the opposite direction.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, so I'd gone the opposite way, and it didn't take me any time to realize, any time at all.
Yeah, so it sounds like sounds like you kind of came into the whole conspiracy, government is lying kind of world after Flat Earth was a thing, where I think most of us already were into conspiracy and knew that the government was a bunch of liars well before Flat Earth became like a big thing again.
Remember when the Flat Earth was a big thing? I remember.
Yeah, I remember.
Anyway, yeah, so like... Yeah, I mean,
well, I found out that about the New York event in it would have been around 2006 or 7.
I knew that shit was fucked up the day it happened, and I was a kid.
Yeah,
right.
So did I. I mean, I wasn't a kid though, but like while it was actually happening, I
was like, "What?"
Yeah, no, I mean, I knew I was like 19 years old, like, and I did pretty good in school. I understood physics, and when I watched the first building fall, right away I was like, something's wrong here. And when the second one did the same thing, I said out loud in the break room at work while we were all watching it happen, I was like, it was still falling, and I yelled out, I was like, this can't happen, and the guy next to me was like, no. The guy next to me goes, no, it is happening. And I'm like, you don't fucking understand. Like, I just left it there, but I'm like, you don't fucking get it. This can't happen. It's not that it's
like.
Yeah. You see? Yeah. That was your reflex action. That was, wasn't it? Yeah. To what you were seeing.
Yeah. I said it in the 10 seconds that it was falling. So yeah, it was pretty reflexive.
Same as me, and I was about fucking 5 or 6 years old. All right.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah. Well, it's on the order of the moon landing or traveling in space or any of these things. Like it's the same thing. Like if you put the pieces together, it's really obvious that a building doesn't go down in free fall because of some office fires. Building 7, is an example of that.
It was just the whole pancake collapse thing, going straight down. Like it right away, it was just obvious to me that with asymmetrical damage, it should fall asymmetrically. It should have toppled over, if anything. Like
that's what I said.
What's up?
Yeah, that's correct. Yep.
Yeah. How comes it went straight down? That's what I thought. How comes it went straight down?
Well,
Why
they
didn't
could
it
say
top
that they
them
had a
over?
redundancy system where basically if something was to happen to it, that it would automatically. I personally think
Oh,
buildings are big enough to take out.
Yeah, they could have claimed that. Yeah, that
Listen, wait
it
there,
was
wait there.
built into
Listen, you
self-destruct.
fucking conspiracy theorist motherfuckers, right? Listen to me here right now. Right? It had self-destruct capabilities. It's a building that is tall enough that it could wipe out the whole of New York. If not, they would all go down like dominoes, brother. Know what I mean? They'd be like knocking that one and that one be knocking that one, right? Like knocking off your bird.
Do you know what they said? Do you know what they said? Do you know what they said of the Twin
Can
Towers?
I finish your thought, pretty penny? All right.
Sorry.
You're going to flatten all of New York because you ain't got self-destruct. It had self-destruct. Simple. They should have said that in the news, though. They never did, and they've never said they had it.
Oh, that explains then how they demolished Building 7 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6 all on the same day.
It was a controlled demolition, bro. Yeah.
Does that mean that somebody hit the self-destruct button on accident or on purpose?
No, they did it after the plane hit the building, obviously, because they knew it was going to be asymmetrical damage, which meant the domino issue, right?
Well, they were
Lou was
protecting
speaking
the
about.
rest of New York, is what you're right.
There were no planes.
They were doing it to save people.
That's
Yeah,
they
I mean-
save people by bringing them down. That's
Yeah,
what
they
happened.
blew up the buildings to save people.
That's what that I'm picking up what you're laying down. I think I agree with you.
Yeah.
But it was clearly obvious that it was controlled demolition when you hear, can you clear the area now? The building will be coming down soon. And then you hear someone say, what, the building's coming down? Yes, it'll be coming down soon. Can you clear the area, please?
See, I told you.
And
I was right.
Giuliani, and that's when I gave the decision to pull.
Yeah.
The same
We called
goes
that.
with
Larry
more people in the
Silverstein.
Middle East who needed saving as well.
Mm-hmm.
Or it wasn't Giuliani, it was the Silverstein. Silverstein, yeah.
Silverstein, yeah, right. And then what they
I
said of the
remember.
Twin Towers, what they said on Twitter was that they were the best buildings ever built, strongest. They could, they would survive 7 aeroplanes hit, no problem. They don't build them like that anymore, is what they say. Such was the design. Architect was Japanese, and the Americans built it. Someone built very good, the Twin Towers. And they don't build them like that anymore, they said. So, yeah, they had to be demolished in a controlled demolition. That would be the only way. But I could never understand.
That's a lot of roboting there, Jen.
Lou,
I thought
can you
Japan
check
was.
out
I
admin
thought
mods?
Japan was supposed to have some of the
Lou.
best internet in the world.
Lou, can you look in admin mods a second, buddy?
For a year.
Security issue.
Wasn't it a B-24 Liberator bomber flew into the Empire State Building, so it didn't come down? So I guess that 1932 concrete is stronger than 1970 steel.
It was the superheated jet fuel that brought these ones down.
Even though the jet fuel only burns at like 1,200 degrees. And yeah, no. Aluminum melts at like 2,200 or something, and the other steels are higher melting rate.
Yeah. That's about right, yeah.
Yo, guys, off topic. Did you guys hear about Texas?
What happened?
What happened? What do you mean?
Yes.
No face typing.
Texas governor.
Next week, 100% open, no mask.
Woohoo! No face typing.
Oh.
I think it's time to move to Texas, maybe.
No, you guys can stay where you're at. That's fine.
No,
There are states where there are plenty of states out there where it's mandated, but you still don't have to follow it because they don't enforce it.
yeah, that's true.
Well,
Next,
that's how it goes in Nebraska.
Arizona's like that too, I think. So
here's my conspiratorial theory, right? It's going to give them a week to get everyone bitching about Texas not having a mask. And then shit goes down again somewhere or some other way.
Could have to be a false
Very
flag or something.
strain goes wild.
A lot of
Yeah,
people
they're
want to
very-
get back to their lives. I don't know, but you look
Oh.
around here and on the West Coast, man, everyone's wearing a mask. Ugh.
Is Texas flat enough for you?
It's in the top 10.
I go out during the day. A friendly reminder to people: 2 face masks now. Joe Biden says so. Joe Mama.
All right. Well, Florida's the flattest state, if you're really curious.
Florida.
Florida, that's right. Yeah.
I
Yeah,
thought it was
I think-
Kansas. I thought it was Kansas.
No,
that said,
Kansas is in the
that
top
they
10.
measured it and it was flatter than a pancake, literally.
Yeah, that's just cherry picking quotes.
Florida's a lot
actually
of
the
water,
flattest.
though. There's a lot of swamps and things in Florida, so all that water level would make it more. I could see that.
Cape Canaveral as well, you know, where they launched the rockets from. You know? Could have a dead level there.
Actually, that flatter than a pancake thing wasn't a quote. It was a whole study that they'd done. I think you could pull it up from like 1996.
Yeah, it's not hard to find.
Yeah, it's true.
I think the average elevation compared to sea level is like 3 feet in Florida. It's like really, 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 really low.
Yeah, I just saw that study today. There was like a maximum difference in elevation of something like 3.5 centimeters.
Where was this?
No, 3.5 millimeters in Florida. The water level.
Yeah, it's something ridiculously like absolutely flat from one edge to the other.
Right. So that's basically the water curling up on the edges or something like that. I mean, that's just not like 3.5 millimeters. That's nothing.
I don't know. All I know is that the Earth is flat and everything else is just garbage.
Yep.
Yep.
And all those flat areas seem to be adding up.
Yeah, I'd like to do a test as soon as I can, whether that's through a telescope or a camera or something. I'd like to get out there on the water and shoot some footage. Do my part.
Are you new to the server?
Yeah, I've been here. I just got verified last night.
Oh, sweet. Golden Lemur. Okay, yeah, man. There's an area where a lot of the regulars, I think it's called Learning Curve, they just post a lot of stuff that they, collect themselves. It's another area a little bit lower than this one. Should have access to it.
Yeah, I'll check it out. I think I might have seen that learning curve. I'll put it up there once I get it.
Yeah, if you got anything, just post it. I'm sure you'll make friends.
Yep. The more evidence, the better.
Did you say you're in California?
No, in Washington.
Oh yeah, really? I used to live up there.
Yeah. But I've been a Pacific Northwest guy my whole life. Lived in Alaska for.
That's ridiculous. You got that fucking cup there,
Say that again.
I said that's right there, lassie. You have that cup there, A cup of drink. Nothing too expensive or spicy like that. Lou, can you check that out, mate, or not? Like,
I looked at it. It doesn't really
What does
mean
it
that
mean?
much to me.
that's what I thought. Yeah. I put another one in there, another picture of it. I'm looking good though, ain't
Nah,
I?
you're drawing extra
Yeah.
attention to something that's a non-issue.
No, well, I don't know what it means. That's all, buddy. I've not seen that before. Well, no one fucking knows what I'm talking about, mate. Bloody hell. You give people too much credit, mate. Ow.
How did this guy get mod without playing Call of Duty?
It's a good
I know,
question.
right? What the hell? Hey, I was gonna bring up something crap Bill was talking about.
What do you mean?
Who, me?
Yeah, Craig was talking about the hotel. See, remember the whole Project for a New America, PMAC was talking about, they needed like a new Pearl Harbor-like event. So they wouldn't just tell people that, you know, they brought it down, right, on themselves, on their own citizens' heads, you know, to save everybody else, right? They wanted it to be like as much shock and awe as possible to the American people, right? They wanted to consent to ferment consent for, you know, bloodthirstiness.
Yeah, exactly. Like, if the planes just hit the buildings and we took them down, how are you going to warrant 2 wars? Or as McCain was pushing, an endless war against terrorism, a 100-year war. How are you going to push that if we took the buildings out ourselves?
Yeah, McCain, wasn't he a prisoner of war? So, you know, we got a prisoner of war saying that, you know, we should cause as much chaos as possible. We should probably listen to that guy. He ain't scared to children to believe.
It's funny how little that comes up, but I remember so much just him over and over and over again in the media talking about 100-year war, like against this, like against an unnamed enemy. You know, he was talking to. And everybody's like, yeah, let's go to war for 100 years.
Fuck yeah. Right, we've got a new member, Blaminto, but I'm pretty sure I didn't know that name, so I don't feel like he's... I don't know, it's weird. That's why I didn't know what you're on about, Grace.
So...
I recognise him. So, Blaminto, are you there? Sorry to interrupt, guys, but...
Yeah, I'm here.
What's up, bud? You know,
yeah, I'm
thought
cool.
I said hello. Just been VC verified, that was
home, listening.
Alright. You don't have to speak, obviously. I don't know if you're a Glober or what, but yeah.
I'm definitely a Glober.
Huh?
I'm definitely not a Glober.
That's what I thought. I swear I've seen you here loads of times.
Too loud. Some people sleeping next door.
What?
I said I can't speak too loud because I have some people sleeping.
Oh, I'm sorry.
okay.
You're just
No
going to have to speak up. I still can't hear you.
I said I can't talk too loud because I have some people sleeping next door.
Don't listen to him, Lamento. He's a fucking prick.
He's joking with you, bro. Lunatic. He's a lunatic.
Lamento, you're an old member, aren't you? You've been here for ages. What happened, bro?
What do you mean? What happened?
Is this the first time you've been here?
No, I've been here like soon gonna be a year. I think.
That's what I just said. You've been here for ages, haven't you? How come you've just been VC verified? That's why I thought it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're a flat earther, aren't you? Yeah, you're a flat earther.
Yeah,
aren't you?
like 5 years now.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying. What were your roles before? What happened to your account?
I don't know, to be honest. I think India blocked me. Yeah, no, India put me in a prison. You know, like when you. No. Thing is, I even didn't say the word. Thing was, I had a bad Wi-Fi at my work, and I need to go in and out. You know, and I was disconnecting and connecting, and he thought I was trolling, but I didn't.
Oh, you're just a refugee. All right, we'll take care of you.
Yeah, that's why I lost my role.
Yeah, but I thought you were like literally like someone who had like literally. I thought you were like a gold member and everything.
Well, they may have stripped him.
Bothered.
They may have stripped him just because they weren't sure. It happens sometimes.
What to like? I'm pretty sure he's at least a silver member.
I don't remember this name at all. So
I don't either.
Yeah.
What, mate? He has been sat in this live stream all day, every day for fucking about a year, mate, at least. No lie.
Sometimes I listen in YouTube as well. Fake YouTube. I don't use YouTube normal.
Mate, this guy's been around for time, guys.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just waiting for some Globers, some professors to come in, you know, to listen. That they can put on a table any, you know, like real proof, you know, of curvature or motion. NASA
Exactly.
is full of shit, you know. How can you trust, you know, anything?
Damn straight, bro. Just like good old times a year ago.
You know, and in recent months, I kind of, you know, start talk about it more at work, you know. Before it was like, you know, I don't really want to talk with people about this, but, you know, by listening you guys, I have like more something to say, you know, and do a little debate with somebody. And at the end, they understand that that's just a belief. It's their religion. They can't verify anything.
You're not too worried about talking next to the person who's asleep anymore, I see. They woke up. Did you wake them up? Don't worry if you did. It's
I'm
cool.
trying,
That's
you
just
know,
black.
but you know, some people will never go away from that group. So
I'm kind of.
whatever you want.
I'm more kind of curious why Crack Villain was adding an N where there's no N. You were calling him Bluminto?
Bluminto. Mate, I know Bluminto. I've known him for like a year. Fam.
Oh, Mito.
No, that's
there was
his
an N
name.
there. I thought I heard you saying an N in there.
No, M and N are like just close together, I think. Aren't they?
Well, wouldn't it be Blumito? More like an E.
Blumito.
Blumito. Do you remember Blumito though?
I remember.
Do you remember Blumito?
I remember.
Well, what does that?
I remember.
Hey, Blumito. I mean, what does that mean?
That's my nickname from childhood, you know. Like
Yeah,
how
no,
everybody
what does it
called me
mean?
in school.
What does it mean though in English?
It's kind of, I don't know really. It's my surname is Blums, B-L-U-M-S.
Oh, what does that
You know,
mean?
when I was a child at school, yeah.
Well, Ito means there's kid, right? So
I don't know what it means. I think it's something
Nino.
Swedish.
Yeah, like in Spanish, like if you add ito to the end of a word, it's like young, like the young version. So like if your name is Miguel, a young Miguel would be Miguelito.
Miguelito, yeah. So what you said? You had a nickname when you were a kid, like Blums. So what does that mean? You know,
and at the school, you know, everybody.
What is it?
For some reason, call me Blumito.
Well, what does that mean though?
He doesn't know.
Actually, I don't know what it means. It doesn't.
Well, I'm gonna have to look it up.
Just Blums. I never checked actually myself. Really, what is meaning? Where it's coming from?
What if everyone's been calling you a cunt for years?
Maybe yeah.
It's like it's a joke on you.
Yeah, it's little cunt, little cunt. That's you're a little cunt, aren't you?
For generations.
What a little cunt, you. Huh?
What this? What?
No, that's hilarious.
I'm looking this shit up right now.
Is that like Pepita Gina? Or what is that?
There's Matrix 4.
I mean, I've been building cabinets for years, and there's the hinges that we use for the doors that are Blum BLUM hinges, but that's not the thing.
Well, yeah, so it's just a smaller version of one of those then, Helio. You don't have to look it up.
Bloom means
small
flower.
hinge.
Means a flower. It means a flower.
Bloom, yeah. In English, yeah, it's like a bloom, blooming. But
Yiddish.
I think it's English.
What language do you speak?
Russian, Latvian.
Okay. I'm looking it up too. Everybody's looking it up.
Wait, man, he's Russian, but he has a Spanish sounding name. That's kind of strange. That's okay. It's okay. Because I mean, a lot of languages.
We'll look it up in Russian. Let's see. Origin. Middle High German, flower. No, we're not talking.
If he
German.
was Russian and it was Russian, I think he would know what it means, but he doesn't.
Well,
so I'm going to go ahead and
no,
say it in
no.
Spanish.
Where's
I
Vlad?
know Russian and
Vlad?
Latvian, but that word doesn't have any meanings. I don't know really.
Well, we've got a
Latvian is my
resident
native
Russian.
language.
Vlad.
Russian, I
The
know.
resident Russian is here. What is going on?
We really got nothing to talk about here.
Listen,
so.
you know Blamitto. You know Blamitto, don't you, Vlad?
Yeah, I know. This guy is okay.
Of course, it's the Russian's going to remember, see?
Привет, Влад, как дела?
Нормально, как у тебя?
Заебись, чиллаут после работы.
Alright,
Слушай,
yeah,
что
stop
здесь
that.
происходит?
The fuck did you just call me?
Yeah, Vlad, what does his fucking name mean, bro? He's obfuscating.
His name doesn't mean shit to me.
Exactly. Told you.
That's what I said. It's not. I don't know really what my surname means.
We're
Well,
just
how-
making
how
sure
did you-
you're not in the fucking KGB or some shit, right?
Now y'all making me think it's a Russian cult thing.
How did you come up with the tag? I'm just curious.
With the letter BLUMITO. Just type it in.
I typed it in Google, and the first thing I come up with is somebody's Facebook page.
Blumito something.
Bloom.
Yeah.
Bloom. Yeah. And there's not much to see there.
Alright, don't dox him.
I doubt it's that. I mean, this looks like a chick, so I don't think it's him.
Misgender him as well. Nice one. Great. I want a CI role. Confidential informant. I don't think you do want that as a role, CI.
The corn roll or the one Royal said?
I want a CI role as well.
Oh.
Yeah, we'll make it in a bit. $5 donated to
What,
you.
you guys are gonna make a CI roll?
Yeah, not confidential informant for C.
I
Hmm.
was just I was just suggesting a corn roll. I've asked for it for months. Ohio and Michigan people or anyone from the Midwest, Indiana. Sure, why not?
Can we spell it with a K? Can we spell it with a K and a backwards
No,
R?
we're going to use the emoji.
The emoji corn.
Pretty accurate.
I found some amazing genealogy facts about.
Wait there 1 second. See, I feel like we can make it happen since Jin got his way and he got his Japanese nationalist role.
Oh,
Lower
no.
Saxon.
I haven't got no Japanese nationality.
I was listening
I'm
to
still
that
British,
shit earlier.
mate.
That's still funny though, man. It was funny though, man, when he said that. That was funny. It's just like, hey, man, you said that. I mean, but you lived there for 20 years. I mean, you kind of have to defend where you live, bro. I mean,
Sounds like it's it says bordered by the Lower Saxony was for the Bloom Saxon dukedom, Middle Ages, many Saxons.
Japan is way lower Saxon.
Feudal Simpson. The Bloom was first found in Lower Saxony, where the name emerged in medieval times as one of the notable families of the Hanover region. From 13th century, the surname was identified with great social and economic evolution, which made this territory a landmark contributor to development of the nation. From 14th century, the name was associated with a patrician family. Look that up because Gutenberg was part of a patrician family too. I digress.
I hope you're happy. You just kicked something important out of all of our heads when you
They
told us.
They possessed estates in Kallenberg and Minden region, but I don't know if they connect with his family. But anyway,
which name was that, Sonny? Which name was that?
Bloom.
Whatever. Okay, cool.
Blooms, BLUMS. You can try to search something in Swedish or Libyan.
Yeah, and like I said, I use a lot of products from a company called Bloom, so I'm sure it has something to do with that.
I'm pretty sure it has nothing to do with that, or what Sonny said.
Does the name?
Yep.
Does the name
it does.
Satoshi mean?
Shit. I mean, where do you think? Do you think
Does
of
the name Satoshi Nakamura mean anything to you?
What Bitcoin?
Bitcoin.
Bitcoin. Well done. Well done. Bitcoin. There you go.
What, that is Bitcoin, or is that the name of someone involved in Bitcoin?
That was the pseudonym for the person who supposedly invented Bitcoin.
Yeah, Satoshi the Japanese. So be careful, yeah. It might fail.
How does Hiro? Was it
Shima
Is it not
mean anything to you?
Does Hiro Nakamoto mean anything to you, or is it Yakamoto?
What about Sari and
Hirohito. Yeah.
I'm thinking of the guy that was in charge of the Metal Gear series.
What about the young guy?
Kojima?
Yeah.
Oh, Hiro Kojima. That's what it was. Yeah.
Hiro Fukushima.
Hiro
It's like
Kojima.
that
Yeah.
that Japanese nationalist role is
Yeah.
literally like a lot of Japanese language.
Didn't Konami like demote him to janitor or something because he didn't want more sequels, and Konami was like, "This is our cash cow."
No,
You
he
can't say
quit.
no."
He quit after Metal Gear Solid 4. He stopped. Yeah.
I thought it was demoted to janitor or something. I guess my friend lied to me.
No, he just quit. He said he said he thought that the Metal Gear series was finished and he didn't want Metal Gear to go any farther, and he quit. Like, now that doesn't mean that they couldn't continue on. It's just it won't be the same thing because he was the one who was in charge of, you know, all of the like Metal Gears before, so it won't be anything. It won't have the same feel, the same style if they ever do anything with it.
It will. It's code, bro. It's code. It's simple code.
No, you gotta understand. If you've ever played the games, you would know what I mean.
I have played the game. I've played all of them.
Yeah, he was kind of weird. Like there's a lot of things that he did that nobody else would ever do.
Dude, I remember playing that in school. I didn't sleep for like 3 or 4 days in a row. Like, it took me a while to figure out how to beat Psycho Mantis. So however long it took me to, I don't remember exactly, but I didn't sleep for days.
Hey, Jin, what does Domo Gato Mr. Roboto mean?
It's Domo Origato, Mr. Roboto.
Domo
hello,
Actually,
or whatever. It's hello. How are you, Mr. Robot?
It doesn't mean that. It means thank you very much, Mr.
Oh, that's what it is? I thought it was hello, how are you?
Yeah, where did you get that? I knew that.
Thank you very much, Mr. Robot. Okay,
Thank you very much, oh Mr. That's why they
Thank
say
you very
it.
much. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
you remember Domo Origato, Mr. Roboto. Thank you very much, oh Mr.
Yeah. Domo arigato, please.
And what is
pronunciation?
Arigato.
Arigato.
Domo Arigato.
What is konnichiwa?
That's it. Perfect.
Hello, isn't it?
No, konnichiwa. Is it? I don't know. I was wrong
I
last
thought
time.
that's
so.
Mandarin for hello.
It's Mandarin, huh?
Nah, it's ni hao from for.
Hey,
Hi.
Jen's the expert on this, so let's confer to him.
Ni hao. Ni hao. Mandarin for hello. Ni hao. Chinese.
Japanese.
So
Mandarin.
what is konnichiwa then?
It's like hi, hello, good morning, or something like that.
Konnichiwa. Hello, and good afternoon. Hello, and good afternoon. Good morning is Ohio.
How
Like
do you
your
say?
state, Ohio.
How do you say we eat shark in Japanese?
Ware.
Oh my God!
Actually, I think it was dolphin.
Tabinidis.
We're still in the
We
start.
don't eat shark, is what I just said.
Ohio gozaimasu.
Didn't ask you that.
Ohio gozaimasu.
Ohio
Hey, Jen,
gozaimasu.
Gozaimasu.
don't ever watch the code, bro. Don't ever watch the code.
How do you say, oh no, there goes Tokyo, go Godzilla in Japanese?
No. Don't say it. Do not.
Why would that guy be singing a song about thanking a robot? Thank you very much, Mr. Roboto. For what?
Kind of weird.
You guys don't know what Mr. Roboto did?
Well, that could be
He
part of the
single-handedly stopped
predictive
all Japanese
programming
people eating
because
sharks.
they're introducing robots into the lives of the Japanese.
You were just roboting and you said robot.
That's
interesting.
crazy, isn't it? I mean, he was talking about robots in Japan and he was roboting. So.
I thought the song was about Nintendo's Rob the Robot. I don't know if you guys ever played with Rob. I had the privilege.
Or maybe it has to do with Mr.
Nintendo.
Robotnik, who is always trying to kill Tails and Sonic.
Yeah, and Sonic, yeah. Yeah, sure.
Oh, wait, I have a guess. Maybe he's saying,
Okay,
thank
from
you very
Japan.
much, Mr. Roboto, for showing me that the Earth is flat.
Aha. Must have been talking to, what's his name? They could blinded me with Science Guy. What was that musician's name?
Can't remember.
Are you eating toast?
Yes.
Kumura.
The guy that wrote the Flat Earth album back in like the 90s or something.
I can hear your toast.
You hear his toes?
Wow. No, my toast. This is a good mic, I tell you what.
No, Lou's got a power.
You sound really good.
Nihongo ga.
Doi Tachi Muste.
Iyaku wari desu, Jin-sama.
That's it. You're kicked from the server. It's in the rules page that you must speak English. Both of you are gone.
全員クジラはあんまり食べないよ。クジラ。あんまり。
Hey, Jin.
Jin, can you speak Japanese?
Yes,
Wait.
he's a native.
Guys,
He's native
there's a,
Japanese. That explains your new role.
Well,
then.
not
Okay, that
native,
makes sense.
actually. I'm sorry. He moved there. Oops, sorry. I did not sleep well.
I was wondering why he had that role. I was like, what? How do you get that role?
Oops.
we got a new person, you guys.
Oh.
Obliviousness, are you there?
I'm here, man. Hello. Hey, guys.
Welcome.
Hi there.
Thanks.
Okay.
What's your opinion on the topic so far, or what do you remember anything from your life experience on this topic?
Well, my father is a flat earther, which is probably one of the reasons that I'm not. So I guess I am in
really
in small supply here. Yeah, actually. Well, he's a conspiracy theorist on a lot of subjects.
It's not conspiracy, mate.
Well, what do you okay, how about okay, so he's one. Do you but are you what side are you, like, undecided, or what's your take if you personally?
I'm not undecided. I would say I'm definitely a globe earther. However, I'm
Okay.
open to arguments, and I think there's a lot of fishy stuff in the world still, even though I'm probably pretty conservative in my beliefs. I still am suspicious of government and stuff.
One last question before Crack Villain can take it away. But so besides the shape, you think it's a globe, you said, but what about do you think the Earth is not moving, or do you think it is moving?
I think it is moving, even though
Okay.
we can't feel it.
Okay, no, it's fine. Okay, yeah, okay, Crack Villain, you go ahead.
Oh yeah, so you say your dad's a flat earther, is that right?
Yeah, correct.
That's really cool, man. How is that? That's sort of the opposite of what we see. I genuinely am interested. This is the opposite of what we usually hear. But it's usually going to be the son, the newer generation that have looked into the information. So your dad just hogs the PC and things like that.
Well, yes.
No. Really? Okay.
No.
How
Well,
did that come about?
he spends a lot of time online, arguably more than me.
Right. Okay, sweet. Do you feel that he comes to this decision? Do you feel like he just watched some videos and was convinced, and you feel like he doesn't really have much reasoning for it, or is he able to explain his ideas to you quite concisely and well?
Now, the first part you said there is actually pretty precise, I'd say. I feel like he's had a YouTube binge, and then I feel like he gets his opinion because he doesn't want to be a sheep. He doesn't want to go with the flow. And he thinks that everybody who thinks the globe is everyone who thinks it's a globe is a sheep is what he thinks.
Okay, so I'm going to say something. So not everyone is great at arguing this ideal, but it makes sense to lots, right? Unfortunately.
Totally.
So it does sometimes come across that way, like sort of a position from ignorance, for instance, right? But this isn't always the case. You could just understand this on a fundamental level, right? That it is enough for him to be verified, but you might not be able to make it consumable for you. That it is palatable to be committed to any sort of form of knowledge, right? So obviously what we would usually sort of do with someone who's trying to get a base layer, right? So I know Zodiac just asked you a few questions, right? Pretty simple questions. I don't know if I usually want to do this, but all right. So what I would ask you first, I'll try and do this as quickly as I possibly can, is have you ever actually known or heard of any historic or modern time measurement of curvature itself? It's fine if you haven't, right? We can move through this shit really quickly anyway.
Measurement of curvature. What do you mean, like as in decisive proof that the Earth is round, essentially?
Yeah, proof of curvature in terms of direct measurement of curvature. This is about the shape of the Earth, right? So yeah, some form of evidence or proof or anything that you sort of have to hand or to mind. It's fine if you don't have any. That's not to say there isn't any.
Yeah, and keep in mind, like we're looking for, like he said, a direct measurement, not looking at stars and assuming things.
Yeah, I see. No, I don't have any evidence at all.
Okay, sweet. So we'll just move forward. So for axial rotation, obviously the Earth, if a heliocentric model, it necessitates an axial rotation with a speed obviously at the equator of 1,039 miles per hour, right? So have you got any way of measure? Have you found anyone that's measured either axial rotation or detected any form of motion?
Nope.
In the past? Nope. Okay, so the third one we'll go to is gas pressure adjacent to a near perfect vacuum of 10 to the negative 17 torr, right? So us existed next to space, a vacuum. How have you got an example or a demonstration that could show gas pressure? So pressure being denoted as the pressing against the walls of a container, i.e. the gases, right? That's how we define gas pressure itself. We have gas here. 14.7 psi at the Earth, where we are stood, basically, right? Have you got any demonstration that could provide gas pressure without a container? Because obviously in the heliocentric model it is an open system.
I don't think so.
Right. So this is just the baseline that we go off, is just to simply state. So like obviously your dad's position would be the same as this. This is why we would say it's sort of a little bit weird for you to potentially to believe basically in the heliocentric model, because at this point we have just established essentially that you don't know these things as a verifiable truth. It's just that you sort of trust and believe that the authorities that told you these things have done the things I just asked of you. So it's more of a belief, right? And so that would be the position that he's coming from, is that you might see it from his position, he's being ignorant. He sees the same view, right? That it's from a place of ignorance. It's a place of misplaced trust that someone had done said measurements, right? But I would say, what would you say if I said to you there have been no measurements of either of those things or demonstration?
I would say that I have never looked into it personally, and I would like to do that first before completely excluding any evidence, obviously. But I'm not too invested in this, and I'm no science guy, really. I wouldn't consider myself more than averagely intelligent. But the fact is that I feel like he thinks that I am ignorant and not,
Well, so you're both. If he's arguing from a place of ignorance from your perspective, I feel like.
Well, I don't think he's ignorant. I don't think he's ignorant at all. I just, I don't know. I want to be approved in a way, I guess.
So what I was saying, it's not that you're ignorant, but what your dad would definitely be right about is that you don't have anything to verify what you personally believe in, right? So it's not concrete in any way, shape, or form for yourself.
Yeah. Well, I guess
when you're saying you're trusting in basically authoritative bodies that they have evidence, right, of certain things.
No, I don't think that's a trustworthy source at all. My main argument is that I don't think that the flat Earth model, as far as I know, there isn't one, or it's not complete. Yeah. But then my rational thinking, I guess, is that it's more plausible that a model that actually works physically, in my opinion, is something that's like, I guess, more rational to believe in.
If it doesn't comport with reality, is in if there is no curvature, if there is no axial rotation, if there are elements of this heliocentric model I could point out to you that definitely do not work, right? And it doesn't comport with reality. And also that the Earth itself, okay, in the paradigm of it being a flat level plane, geocentric in nature, non-moving, right? Is that if it's true, certain parts about your model, right? The model, in fact, that you just spoke about there, it would be that there are elements of it that we can 100% definitely disprove. I understand that people want a replacement. I've noticed this a lot. People feel they must have some form of replacement in order for them to move forward from where they were last. Replacement, though, unfortunately, falsification is independent of replacement, or should I say falsification is completely independent, right? So replacement, sorry. Okay, I'm too tired for that fucking phrase right now. But the point is we don't have to replace something to falsify it. We can falsify something and not have to put an equal energy sort of replacement in there for you, right? Because that thing is still not true, right? So the model.
I'll give an example of that. In other words, if I'm being tried for, say, a murder, and I prove myself to be innocent, I don't have to give you a replacement for who's guilty.
Fair argument, yeah.
Yeah. So, like I say, your dad, you might think your dad's saying you're ignorant, right? But what it is really is that you actually are kind of ignorant. Only, not that you're an ignorant person or anything like that. It's just that you haven't personally verified probably the elements in which of the heliocentric model. That if you were to look more into the heliocentric model, you'd probably start to understand where it comes from. And that would probably be the part where he thinks that you're coming from an ignorant point of view, if you were to still assert said model before you'd actually looked at the different varying factors of said model, right? Yeah, I'd probably, and I'll hand this off to somebody else if somebody wants to sort of take him somewhere. Anyone fine with me.
Yeah. Well, the only thing with my father is that all his arguments are very simple. I feel.
Yeah.
Like I feel all the things that you brought up here and asked me, those are legit questions that I do not have an answer to.
Of course, this is why I prefaced what I said with your father probably has no way of expressing what he probably knows is verifiable, but unfortunately he hasn't got the means to do so. Some of us are talented orators. We're talented at framing out logical arguments. At the same time as showing what fallacies are, we have the ability to do this. It's probably a good idea for your dad to come here himself and listen for a little bit and understand these things himself also, because he's probably going to build himself a lot of burden of proof in areas he probably doesn't even need to. Because the simple fact is if the Earth is curving nowhere, what is it? Flat. If there is no axial rotation, what is it? Geocentric, probably non-moving. If the Earth itself has gas pressure, we cannot demonstrate gas pressure without a container. So the second law of thermodynamics violation, right? That entropy literally dictates higher to lower pressure movement with zero work involved or any extra energy input, right? So these are natural laws that cannot be violated, have never been violated. And these natural laws, if your dad understood them, he would be able to bring them up, right? And then that would comport with reality. Whereas the heliocentric model with a gas pressure gradient cannot be created without a gas pressure system that is able to be. It has to be contained to have the gas pressure, so you can't have the gradient, right? You can't have a moon orbiting around at the top layer of the atmosphere with ratio to gravity, ratio to distance and proximity to the upper layer of the gases, orbiting around as an entropy aiding machine as it wants to pull those gases into this privation of space itself. There are so many different factors about this model that are wrong. What we see with our eyes, the physical necessitations of a ball of the size they tell us it is, we essentially see way too far based on the spherical trigonometry formulas, right? So there are many parts that do not comport with reality. A model is all well and good if it works in a theoretical mathematical sense, but that isn't reality. And if reality isn't matching the model is bunk. The model is just a model. That is it. You know?
But just to shoot something in, did you say that the moon would pull the gases around Earth, the atmosphere?
Was true, yeah. If gravity
like
was
they would pull it out from Earth. Is that what you said?
Yeah, if gravity was a force that pulled. But then I understand that NASA actually moved the moon itself into the upper echelon of the atmosphere about 2 years ago, probably for this reason, because it would inhibit the hydrostatic state of gases up at the upper layer of the atmosphere, right?
But wouldn't the gases just be kept on to Earth because of Earth's superior gravity, rotational pull?
Well, no, because you have two forms of gravity at the same time, and that's what I said. The moon itself has less gravitational force, right?
Mm-hmm.
But in proximity to. So proximity is important, right?
Yeah, sure.
So from distance to proximity, so the moon is literally skating upon touching the top layer of the atmosphere, as per 2 years ago. So in proximity to its 1/5 the gravitational force of the Earth, it's like 23 times stronger than the force of the gravity in proximity. You see what I mean? So that's what's important.
Yes, but I'm still firmly believing that the moon is too far away. There's actually a great distance between the Earth and the moon, much larger than.
I'm not saying there isn't. I'm saying that the people that tell you there's an atmosphere, the people that tell you you're on a globe, are the people that are telling you the amount of force, the gravitational force of said moon is. Remember, the same moon actually does move the tides in your model as well, from a much further distance to those same gas molecules. Okay, right?
Yes, that's because water is more affected by gravity than air.
I know, but I'm saying those same gas molecules that are apparently being kept on Earth, okay, by a gravity, a force of gravity that is less than in relation to proximity, meaning distance to.
Yeah, it's less. I agree.
Top layer of the atmosphere. It is the force of the gravity from the Earth, right? Because the vector of the gravitational force of the vector is further away.
Yeah.
Also, it's 1/5.
Yeah, I agree.
The distance is less. The distance is 1/5 the force, but the distance is more than 1/5 the way. Do you see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, I see. So, it's like why is the water being pulled if the gases are being pulled? That's what you're saying, right?
At the same time,
in a simple way.
But obviously, the water, if you were to use the old and busted Einsteinian, would be the water has more mass for it to be affected by said gravity vector. But it's not that. It's just that if we state that gravity can affect said gases, that would mean a stronger force of gravity that is closer to the said gases based on proximity and based on the calculations therein. It would mean that those would be affected as it orbited around, which would aid entropy, which would essentially mean it would create a leak, a higher to lower pressure. Push outward, right? It would literally aid it, and we wouldn't be able to have a static equilibrious state with gases. Is my point.
Well, yeah, I see what you mean, but I still then believe that the distance to the moon is so great that the distance from water to the outmost edge of our atmosphere is such a small fraction in comparison that distance wouldn't have much to say.
It's not to do with the distance, buddy. The gases are literally touching. The moon, right?
By that reasoning, bro, what about all the atmosphere in between the moon and the ocean?
I'm sorry, I didn't catch what you said there.
There's gases touching the moon.
How do we know that? Why are there gases touching the moon?
I'm saying, listen, this is the
What about all the gas in between? NASA says the moon is in our atmosphere.
Okay, I've never heard that before, but all right.
As of 2 years ago, mate. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the latest, the new hotness. Mm-hmm.
Dude, I love hearing your flaccid acceptance that the moon is now in our atmosphere. that is now the consensus. You're like, oh, okay. Like that's exactly what they expect from the people who buy their stories. Like your
Well, I don't wanna-
response is no, I'm not to
I just don't want to
degrade you or
neglect
anything
anything
like
you
that.
guys are saying before I read up on it myself.
Absolutely, but I'm highlighting so that in retrospect you can look back and see how readily accepting you are of this new narrative.
I'll get you a link.
You're roboting really hard, bro.
And by the way, that narrative was brought on by our community because we kept hammering on the fact that you can't just have pressure next to a low pressure; they will equalize. Okay, and when we started pushing that,
The obvious.
literally like a quarter later, NASA's like, "Oh yeah, by the way, the moon is now in our atmosphere." So that'll just and so then everyone started coming to our debates with this whole gradient argument. It doesn't work, but it's enough to keep people at bay, right?
So
Sorry to interrupt. I'll go ahead and let
That's
you.
fine.
take over
If
again.
someone else wants to take it further on and maybe show him how this model itself, the heliocentric model, and how the Earth, the reality that we see on Earth, doesn't comport with the model in terms of the numbers. You know what I mean? In terms of the numbers, no battle model. It was worse than usual. So
that was obvious too. And somebody already posted a link for the atmosphere extension by NASA. So,
oh, cool.
One guy says he can hear me type, and the other guy says I'm roboting my ass off. Which is it, man? Make up my mind for me, guys. Hold up. Well, I just. Which
Come on,
is
Mike.
more,
You know
the
it's both.
cumulative weight by.
Come on, bro. It's both.
Come on, this is
Sorry,
Oh, God.
Zodiac still here, or
Why
is it one of the
try?
things with the black
So,
swan
which
or
is heavier, the cumulative weight of the pressure of the atmosphere, or the cumulative weight of the pressure of the ocean? Which is heavier? What do you believe? Which has more mass, atmosphere or ocean? And we already determined the ocean is further from the moon than the atmosphere.
You're asking me what has the most mass?
That was the question. Yes.
I have
So you understood it.
no clue at all.
The atmosphere.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
It does. There's said to be billions of tons of water in the atmosphere at all times, suspended in the gaseous state, not to mention multiple gas. So which would have a greater pull? Remember, in your model, mass attracts mass, right?
Mm-hmm.
So both masses, not just the gravity of the moon, but both masses would be included in the equation.
Well, I guess the atmosphere is stretched out over a much larger area than the water. The water is compact. while
Not true. 73% of the Earth's surface is water, so it's not really true.
Yes, but surface is not the same as atmosphere.
It's a greater distance. I know, but it's also a greater distance away. So you go through the fog to pull the lesser from a greater distance. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I suppose it does. Because the water is more dense.
How so? Can you build the logical bridge for me? Because it doesn't make still logical to me.
Because even though the atmosphere has more mass in total,
and is more readily available.
Yeah, it's closer to the
by
moon.
by proximity. Yep, more readily available.
Still, like there isn't water up in the atmosphere. There's water particles, sure, but they're too spread out to be confined into a solid, which would be more dense.
They still have collectively a greater mass.
Yes, but collectively, it doesn't have to be on the same side as the moon. It's in total.
Well, it's said that the moon pulls even the water on the opposite side of the Earth. It doesn't make any sense, dude. It seems that you have a remedial understanding of all three things involved.
I'm sorry,
remedial.
I don't know what that means.
Oh.
Elementary.
Rudimentary. Is that what you said?
No.
Rudimentary.
What was the first word you said?
Rudimentary has to do with the construct. Remedial is understanding.
Remedial. Okay, sorry. English is my second language. I guess I'm always learning.
What's your first language?
Norwegian, so it's pretty far off.
Yeah, cool, bro. I'm Norwegian as well, but I just don't speak it. We've got Drace here. He's Icelandic. Yeah, Battlemod. This guy's dad's actually a flat earther, and he sort of said that his dad isn't able to argue these points, so he's trying to come to an understanding here.
I'm curious to hear what you guys have to say. I think.
So it'd be good to take someone to take him through the Black Swan if someone wants to do that. I ain't trying to just steal the whole fucking show, guys. Come on.
I mean, it is getting pretty late for me here. It's almost 3 a.m. and I have to get up at 10. I don't want to have to sit down for an extensive period of time. Not saying that I wouldn't, but I would rather just keep it light argumenting.
The Black Swan can be done.
Only take 5 minutes.
Then sure, somebody indulge me.
Yeah, Jin's not going to do it because he's roboting badly.
Okay.
Someone got the meme. Can someone put the good Black Swan meme up?
I'll put it up for you. It's up there with the
thank you.
Video.
So while we're waiting, this video is filmed. This still that you see, are you on the live stream voice text there, sir?
I'm in the lobby.
Do you see hashtag live stream voice text just above the live stream here in the voice channel? Do you see that?
Oh yeah. I didn't realize that was a channel. Yep.
So click on that and then go down to 53 minutes after the hour. And tell me when you're there, where you see the 2 oil rigs and a little statement above them. Do you see that?
Yep.
Okay, so this is a logical statement. If P, then Q, not Q, therefore not P. So here's what the statement is. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than... Could someone not repeat? Who's got their mic open? Okay, let me do that part over. If the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles P, then every horizon distance measurement must be no more than 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet Q. This would be the geometric horizon of Earth. So in other words, Earth curved. So now you see the image there of the 2 oil rigs. Can you see where the horizon is, where the apparent junction between the sea and the sky? If, for instance, is it before the 2 oil rigs, between the 2 oil rigs, or after the 2 oil rigs?
A bit hard to tell. But I'd say it's definitely after the closest one, or at least the one that appears to be closest. And probably behind the second one as well, just by a little fingernail.
So it's behind the second oil rig, correct?
Yeah, behind both, I'd say.
Right. Okay, so we did... This still is taken from a video. We have the video. You can see the entire camera setup. The gentleman is 1 foot above the water. So he's facing down to the water. He just angles the camera up, swings it up, rotates it up to the horizon, and zooms in, right? He is 1 foot off the water. The distance to the geometric horizon, which should be the geometric sphere edge, can be no further than 1.22 miles. So I have a question for you. How could the horizon be more than 10 times further than what the geometric radius requires?
What is the geometric horizon?
Based on a 3,959 mile radius, the math to figure out the distance to the geometric horizon is that equation that you saw, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if you want, you can actually look that up. Just you could Google it. Anything, a formula for distance to the horizon. You'll come up with the same thing. It's based on that radius. Okay, so that means there's a certain amount of drop over distance that is required in the ball model. What this image here falsifies the sphere completely. And if you look at the video, which I think has already been put in the voice text, if not, I'll put it in there. When the gentleman is angling the camera up from the facing down the water and then just angles it up, you can see the islands behind both of these oil rigs, easily see it 30 miles away. Now, in the image with the oil rigs, the horizon is easily 10 miles. Would you say that's fair? Because the platform habitat is 9.4 miles. The horizon is still a little bit beyond that. Would you say that's
it's probably more than 10?
Right. So we could just say 10, just to be conservative, right? So at 10 miles distance, this distance measurement to the horizon would make the radius of the ball 264,000 miles.
Instead of 3,959.
Exactly. And not to mention those islands I was talking about that you can clearly see in the video at 30 miles, that would make the radius of Earth more than 2 million miles.
Okay, yeah, I think I understand. So in order for this to work on a globe model, he wouldn't be able to see as far, correct?
Exactly.
So yeah. So the fact that he can see the horizon behind the platform that's the furthest back, it should really be that the horizon is closer and that the oil platform is in the background, right?
It should actually be before both rigs.
Both of them, technically.
Mm-hmm. So see, with this, we've this is called the black swan because you only need one black swan to prove that all swans are not white. So this falsifies the radius claim because with the sphere Earth requiring a physical curvature edge at a precise distance that is easy to calculate, we can go out and look ourselves and find that things like lasers are hitting their targets more than 20 miles away, 25 miles away. And this has been done over and over and over again. So it's not a ball.
Yeah, it's an excellent argument.
That's the end of the argument, yeah. And there's more, there's more that people here have been looking into this for up to 7-8 years even, and have found no actual proof has been provided from any source now. Think about that. From any source, no one has provided any measurement of curvature that has never been measured. Same thing with detection of axial rotation. You do not sense any rotation. Your ears, your inner ear called the vestibular system, has cilia, canticilium in there, and endolymph with as a liquid. These are very precise instruments.
Yeah. That's how we maintain our balance, right?
Exactly. So that's how you know when you're laying down, you're horizontal. You know every angle in between and every motion that you're making while you're awake. So we're supposed to be spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator, right? Let me just put this in perspective for you. I've done the math on this myself several times. What this comes up with is your surface of your Earth is supposed to be moving at 488 meters per second.
That's insanely fast.
And
I would think that you would feel the motion, right? That's like your argument here.
You would definitely feel it. There's no way you would not feel it. So in order for them to provide any evidence that the actual Earth's surface is rotating, they would have to show something that actually measured this physical moving body, You see what I'm saying? Or they would have to show medical or scientific certified proof that something is affecting the ear to not do its job. And no one has provided any of that either.
Well, I would say that my opinion is that since the Earth is spinning, the gravitational pull that is created pulls the liquid in our ears downwards, sort of nullifying the spin. Either way, if you're in a plane and you're rotating in a plane, then you still don't feel the movement.
Here's the thing. Hold up.
Listen, dude. 1 second. So
I was just about to finish my point about the ear, and you're interrupting me. So the vestibular system, if you change directions, if you're in a certain direction or vector of motion, all you have to do is change your body's orientation. That's a different place of the ear. You get
Wait,
that?
I didn't understand what you meant.
It's like a gyroscope. So if you moved your body 90 degrees to any vector of motion, you're going to feel that motion in a 90-degree difference in the kinecilium of your inner ear.
Yeah, like if you dive from into water, and you feel the difference when you're like angling yourself 90 degrees downwards. Like, is that what you mean? For instance.
Yeah, just think you're on a merry-go-round and you're just facing one way.
Oh, okay, yeah, I see what you mean.
If you change to 90 degrees to the left, you're going to feel that. You're going to definitely feel that motion in a different place in your inner ear. You would definitely sense that motion. Okay, that's all I wanted to say.
I'm not interrupting you to take you off the point anyway, Sonny. You have to realise that.
I know, but I was kind of...
saying things that, I know, but it's just the way... There's a reason why I was saying it, so it doesn't get forgotten. So, what you said, buddy, was that there would be a vector of down on the inner ear, right, on the liquid itself, right, from the gravity, okay? Forcing outward from the spin, outwardly, okay? And there'd be an equilibrious state, so you would be ineffectual from feeling the motion, right?
Sorry, say that again.
Basically, it would be ineffectual, the spin, because there would be an equilibrious state between the gravitation and the centrifugal force, right?
Well, yeah, I suppose.
Right. Okay, so...
well, I guess that really doesn't make sense, because if you were then to scale a mountain, then those forces would be different.
Well, listen,
no, I'm disputing my own argument here, because it doesn't really make sense.
Of course, because let me explain to you why it doesn't. And it does make sense if, right? But there is two reasons why it can't make sense. It could make sense if the Earth, when you're rotating around, like Sonny said, you're always accelerating essentially as you change in angle, because it is a globe, right? And it has a tilt. And that tilt, if it does tilt from 23 to 24.5, right? It's always slowly doing that motion as well. Not just that we're going around in an angle as well, okay? So we have a tangential speed. It's always changing because we're always changing angle. There's always a slight slow tilt of the axis. Very slight, but it's still angle changes. So that would be differential motion on the ear. So centrifugal force would just be outward, vector inward. So we've got vectors that are differential towards that as well. So there would be different outward, sort of diagonal outward, right? So not just up and down. You know, we would have different vectors that would affect the liquids. Again, if it was a 50-50% equilibrium and we didn't have what I just spoke about then with the angles and the constant acceleration based on angle change, we would have to have a 50% equilibrium with centrifugal and gravity for it to be equilibrious. How much is centrifugal force in this equation? What's the percentage?
I don't know.
3%.
Yeah, so that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Like my argument of gravity, I guess. Well,
there's one more thing.
Can I just shoot in something first?
It takes me like 20 seconds.
Okay, go.
All right, with the plane, you might be thinking about like linear momentum, but actually, like since it's a curving, moving, well, let's just say curving surface underneath like an airplane, like you described. Like, so you're moving in the airplane and you're like, okay, maybe that's what the Earth is like. But actually, you would have to be flying around the ball. So you have to take into account that angle change as well that no one feels or experiences.
Yes, because the plane's in a conservation of motion in your model, tidal lock almost, right, with the Earth itself, with a slight drift based on what some people say and others say.
Well, I still think that the Earth is moving ridiculously fast, but compared to its size, I don't think that our ears are able to notice that difference, because the difference in how we shift is so minor.
It's not okay. So should we add extra vectors? So that,
No. Listen, if we take different, if we take the numbers down,
the ones that are there. I mean, the ones that are already there that we're not talking about, right?
Okay, sure.
So,
I mean, I'm not good at vectors at all. I'm not good at math.
No, that's fine. I'm saying that vectors just, but it'd be easy. This is easy to conceptualize. So we're not just spinning at the equator, are we? We're also rotating around the sun. Okay, the sun is also, while we're rotating around it, in its
yeah, sure. We're rotating as we're shooting in a
and then
in
the
a direction.
whole system is shooting in a million miles an hour in a whole nother direction, while doing all of these different things.
Mm-hmm.
This does equate to, at any one given time, us potentially moving within the millions and millions of miles per hour range. This is very fast. It doesn't matter the ratio of size either. Ratio of size would be neither here nor there. The speed that you experience, I'm telling you right now, so I put you on a drum, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that drum essentially is spinning at 1039 in the middle where you're sat, right? You are doing 1039 miles an hour. It doesn't matter how big or small the drum is, right? You're still doing that speed.
Well, yeah, but if
all day to rotate around, you're still going to be experiencing a speed of 1,000 miles per hour, which would potentially put you in a G-force, which would actually potentially
kill
knock you out. Yeah, or
kill you probably. Your brain or your blood will just leave your brain.
1,000 wouldn't kill you, because we can do like Mark 3 in a plane, or Mark 2 in a plane. You can take about 47 before you start to disintegrate.
You'd pass out at least.
Yeah, you pass out from about 6 if you're not really well trained men in G suits can do about 9, right, at a max. I've seen people do 12, but so you see the problem. The speed is the speed, bud. Like it really doesn't matter. Speed, that's the one thing with speed. It's not relative. Do you see what I mean? You can't say, well, because this thing's big, therefore speed is less. Nope, don't work that way. It never will work that way. Speed is speed.
Also, normally the heliocentrics like to exclude things and look at only one tiny aspect and then say, okay, we equate this to going straight in something else, but at a constant speed. But because they keep saying, there's no acceleration, but there is acceleration when you get closer to the sun and then further away from the sun. That would have an acceleration effect. Rotating into another motion and out of that motion would have an acceleration effect. If you're on a sphere that's rotating, moving from the top of the sphere to the equator would have an acceleration effect, because you're accelerating, because the sphere accelerates in velocity the further you go closer to the equator.
Yeah, so, I agree.
So there's a bunch of acceleration effects that should be noticeable and detectable, but are not. And this used to be one of the strongest points for Flat Earth until the globe was just taught to everybody in school because NASA proved it. And most of the old Flat Earth books, you don't see this anywhere, but there are a lot of Flat Earth books in libraries and stuff. But you don't find most of this unless you really dig for it. It's not like the teachers are going to teach you that this was highly contentious and that some of the greatest minds in history talked about this.
I still think that. Well, yeah, it's a good argument actually. I never thought about that, but yeah, the speed would be different if you're on the North Pole or if you're by the equator.
Your,
Still,
argument previous to that was the spin would counteract it with gravity. So then you have gravity pulling in, and then the rotation, the centrifugal force, like kind of throwing you off in this perfect balance where you have, lakes that have pristine mirrors on them. And
as I said earlier, it doesn't make sense.
While those exact lakes are being interfered by the other motions we're not even talking about that are thousands upon thousands of times faster in elliptical orbits that are interacting with each other. So you're speeding up, slowing down, or in the middle of a turn, and we experience none of it, can measure none of it. Like, this is the story.
You stepped on a really good point with specular reflection, or that like mirrors, if they were curved, would show the curve. But we don't see that when we look at large lakes or anything that like gives us a big mirror on the ground. We just don't see that.
What do you mean? Like, what should we see in them? If we say, for argument's sake, that the Earth is a globe,
they'd be vaporized. The surface of the Earth would be scraped into dirt.
Why is that?
Because the vacuum is space.
He's asking about the reflection on the water, though. If it was a globe,
there wouldn't be anybody. There wouldn't be any.
I posted it now. You can see the way that curved surfaces and flat surfaces reflect light is different. So we would see a difference, but what we see is what we see on a flat surface, but not on a curved surface.
Yeah, but the water is flat.
Actually, I have an example. Actually, have you ever been in a funhouse mirror, like mirror house?
Like a mirror maze.
Yeah, like you see if you have a mirror and you bend it, you see what happens to the image. It gets distorted, it gets stretched.
Like if you look at yourself in a spoon, that's shiny.
Yeah. Right. So if you look at an image, and we've done this to the pixel count, in fact, actually, because obviously people would say it's so big that potentially it could appear to be a mirror, and the amount of stress upon the image and how much it's comporting to a spherical shape would make it almost homogeneous and all this sort of. But we've done pixel counts on this.
That is what I would say. Yes, what you just said, that it's so big. Yeah.
But we've done a pixel count on it. There is no distortion. Only wave distortion when there are waves, like slight wave distortion, which would be an ebbing and flowing, not a homogeneous curve of a pixel fluctuating in or out.
I still think in that case that the size is just too big to see, even if you're counting pixels.
Keep in mind the black swan. So one of the formulas is 1.2 times the square root of the Earth's height, but the other one is the one that gives you 8 inches per mile squared. So would that be? It wouldn't be too big. I mean, because if you take into account how big the lake is, and
if you do the math, then it shouldn't be completely straight, is what you're saying.
Exactly.
Yeah. Also, just look at the picture I posted at 14 minutes past the hour. The sunlight would show that the curve as soon as like, yeah, you can't see the light all the way to the horizon. If it's curved, it would bounce off due to the curve.
Wait. Oh yeah, I see your picture. So at the top there, the light would have a light bounce right at the edge, correct?
Right at the moment the curve started at all.
While on a flat surface, okay, yeah, like it would shine upwards towards our vision, in a way. Okay. Well, on the picture, in the pictures, no, wait a minute, yeah. I guess my argument there would be that the sun is so far away that you get the same effect. Like from our vision, it looks as if the horizon is straight.
You wouldn't have the same effect. See how that light is shining all the way across the water to your feet?
Yeah.
On a sunset, you would never see that on a spherical surface.
Especially if the sun was very far away, because the light rays are completely parallel.
I would say then that that's because of how the atmosphere bends the sunlight, because it works as a lens, and when the sun goes down,
Very well said. Yep, you're correct.
it bends. It would bend the light upward slightly, so you would technically see the sun after it's dipped below the horizon. But again, yeah, I see your point with how the light would, like, if you watch the sunrise, the sunset, the light should be moving where the light is hitting should be moving away from you, I guess, until it then dips below the horizon.
Atmosphere bends light?
Yeah, like a lens.
Do you know that atmosphere is a contradiction in terms?
Nope.
Atmo means air. Air is a gas. Sphere is a shape. Gases have no inherent shape.
No, but gas, like any matter, can be bent by gravity.
Bruh, bent by gravity. What? Hold on 1 second before we get to gravity, Sunshine. Atmosphere is a contradiction in terms. Atmo means air. Air is gas. Sphere, shape. Gases have no inherent shape. So you have to prove that gases have inherent shape. You ready to do that?
Why are you speaking to me in such a condescending manner?
Because you red herring fallacied away with your fairy tale gravity that I'm going to destruct in 5 seconds or so after we're done with this.
Okay, I have no interest in having hostile conversations. I'm literally here just to learn about your perspective.
Well, stop making baseless assertion fallacies. So, atmosphere, stay on topic. Show the atmosphere bending light.
Show. I mean, it's hard for me to show it.
You claimed it. You got to demonstrate it.
Well, why is that certainly relevant in this discussion?
Why? Because you made the claim that the atmosphere, which is a contradiction in terms, bends light. Did you say that or not?
I did, but like the guys discussing for the flat Earth have made plenty of claims, which I haven't instantly.
I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about you.
Okay. Well, I'm talking about them.
Yeah. So you're going to divert away. That's another red herring fallacy, irrelevant diversion away from your claim.
Yeah, but
well, my belief is
God to because he wasn't here debating at all. He really is trying to understand things from our perspective. He's being very receptive. That was all.
That's fine. But he made a claim, so I called him on it.
Well, in a fucking rude manner. I mean, sure. We're discussing different things, but do we have to be enemies?
Oblivious.
Don't worry about the way
Oblivious.
Don't worry about that.
Just relax, Oblivious. It's going to be all right. Just hang in there.
Yeah,
just support your claim.
Okay. Well, I think that the atmosphere is bended around the globe because gravity pulls the air particles towards the globe. That's what I believe.
So gases have shape.
Gases have no inherent shape, but when they're in such a large, when there's such a large quantity, then sure.
Then it has shape.
Well, yeah, I guess the atmosphere has shape.
Citation, please.
Why?
Because that's baseless. Because I'm calling it. I'm saying that's essentially horse shit. So I'm going to need citation supporting your claim.
As to why the atmosphere is curved and goes around the Earth.
Yeah, as gases bend, they have shape. That's what I need citation for.
Okay, well, I don't have that.
Well, then you can't make that claim.
Why?
Because
you can't support it. That's why.
Okay, so I can't make a claim if I can't support it.
Exactly.
Irrefutable proof, right?
You got it. Unless you have support, you got it. Yes. Yeah. Conduct your life that way, you won't go wrong.
Fine, then I state that it's my belief.
All right. This isn't a belief server.
No, but I don't have any way to prove it, so how else would you classify it?
As a baseless assertion fallacy.
Very well.
All right. Let's move to your gravity. You mentioned gravity. I'm sorry. Am I stepping on anyone's toes? Because you made another claim with gravity.
No, not at all.
Which type of gravity are you talking about?
I'm just kidding.
I didn't know that there were several types.
There's 2 types. As a matter of fact, you in live
What are
stream?
those?
Voice text?
Yeah, in the
Are you
live
in
stream
live
chat.
stream voice text?
Yeah, yeah, I'm here.
Can somebody put him there?
He's already there.
He's already there. At 21 minutes after the hour from NASA, there are two versions of gravity, Newton and Einstein. We good?
Okay, yeah. Would you
which one
just
are you
like give
talking-
me a brief explanation?
Which one are you? You claimed it. You explain it.
I didn't claim that there were two versions of gravity. I've never heard of that before.
No,
I was just
you
asking
claimed
if you could tell
gravity.
me.
You
Yeah,
claim
sure.
gravity, so you needed to know which one you're talking about. You got 50-50 chance.
I have no idea. As I said, this is the first time I'm hearing of this.
So you made a claim that the atmosphere is bent, or the atmosphere takes shape and it bends light due to gravity. But you contradicted just basic gas law, number one. Number two, you don't know what gravity is.
I guess not.
So both of those claims are baseless assertions.
Yep.
Prosecution rests, Your Honor.
Right,
I mean, I've come in here and literally just jumped in, done no research, and I'm trying to answer to the best of my ability.
It's fine. Listen. He's a great teacher, right? Do you understand the points he elucidated to you? Remember when we first started this conversation, and this conversation's gone fucking brilliant. Do you understand how well you've held yourself in this conversation? Right?
I have no clue because I'm getting burned here.
Your dad should be pretty proud of you, to be honest, because you've been respectful throughout. You've fucking waited your turn every time. You know, you just had QE come at you and you didn't fucking spin out too much, mate. Most people spiral when that guy talks.
I can imagine.
Yeah, because they don't know how to take it. But what he says on the face value of it is true, right? So, like, for instance, with gravity, right? He's talking about mass attracting mass versus the warping and bending of space-time. Einsteinian gravity versus Newtonian, right?
Mm-hmm.
So the point is do you remember when you were saying your dad thinks you might come from a point of ignorance? Dad's flat earther, right? He's not able to explain these ideas the way we are, right? So realistically, all that this has been elucidated to you is, remember, we've gone through axial rotation. Remember when you said the model, the heliocentric model, it works. There is not one way of verifying that gravity even exists, that the effect itself able to do any of the things it apparently does. We don't have a water conforming to a ball in any way, shape, or form. We don't have any measurements of curvature, axial rotation. We don't have an explanation as to why the vestibular system would be able to work on a ball. We don't have anything that would comport to this model actually being correct. Remember, I said it doesn't comport to reality. This model, the model's bunk, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I've heard that before. That there's no way to prove gravity, essentially.
Of course, and they admit this. You know, this isn't controversial, and it's not just that as well. So we have other ways of explaining how work entirely anyway that are measurable and demonstrable. Okay, and essentially the point is this, my friend, is that the model, if you line up already what you've just been told, that model doesn't comport with reality. It really doesn't. So falsification is independent of replacement. Remember, yeah, we might not be able to replace every element, but the heliocentric model, as it were, is done. You know, radius values, how they were derived originally, those very same methodologies. Now, if you were to try and derive a radius through them, you would come up with a different value every time based on atmospheric refraction, because the geometric horizon, as we know it, doesn't exist anymore. It's an apparent position that's always refracted by light, and you understand that light is refracted, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we're not able to observe horizontal lines that are geometric in nature to derive geometry from. Should we have even been testing for radius values in the first place to said horizon? Because that would just be essentially, to be honest, it would sort of be presupposing already that it's there, because you're trying to find geometric radius values on a that you actually appears to be flat and presents itself as flat. You understand the point, right?
Yeah, I do.
There are fallacies after fallacies wrapped up in this stuff, right? Remember the Black Swan, right? What we have to assert here is that those oil rigs, right, are behind the curve being pulled up to your eye, right? At the same time, and no refraction explains it, at the same time, the horizon is being pushed 10 times further back. So we have a form of refraction here that pulls things up at the same time as pushes things back, all in the same field of view. And we have this applied to two different habitat Hill House, Platform Hill House, whatever it's called. We have it applied to two different things quite equally in a homogeneous shape. We also have heat distortion. The heat distortion, if is refracted from something behind said curve, guess what that is? That then would mean that that light in and of itself would have to have come over the curve, adhered to the radius, at the same time as shook left to right as it did this path, at the same time as the same light field of view having to push the horizon 10 times further back. Do you understand? So the issue here is that we don't see this model. This model is completely fucked. It's gone.
Yeah, I see your point. And so far, to me, the most compelling is the Black Swan.
Guess who come up with that argument? Guess who come up with that argument? The guy who just spoke to you. Like, guess who come up with that argument?
Oh yeah, go.
That guy you spoke to a second ago.
The very soft person I talked to.
Yeah, the teddy bear.
Teddy bear. Yeah.
I posted a video from Dr. John D, who is a PhD in spectrophotometry, and he has been doing tests as well and confirmed everything as well.
Well,
so here's the thing, Oblivious. I know we talked a lot, and you've been very cordial through the whole thing, even through QE coming in. I know that's kind of shocking, but you mentioned before that you think that it's just because the Earth is so large that you wouldn't be able to detect any of these things like curvature. Is that pretty much where you're coming from?
Yeah, I guess. Well,
Okay.
I would argue that I've seen curvature myself, but then you guys probably have a counter for that. What would that be?
Okay. Well, the reason I brought this up, and I won't take long, I promise. Right at 27 minutes after the hour in the voice text, there's a curve calculator, right? We talked about this before. I don't know if you can see it, but you talked about it being too large. Think about this. According to the globe math, the size they gave us, 5 miles, there should be 16 feet of drop in 5 miles.
Yeah, I see the calculation. Yeah.
Do you live near any large body of water, near a beach, ocean, anything like that?
Yeah.
Okay.
I do.
So are you able to go to the beach and stand there on the beach, like with your feet almost in the water with a pair of binoculars and look 5 miles down the beach with your binoculars?
Well, it's like a fjord, and I can't watch. I'll look all the way out to the water, but yeah, I guess I could look 5. Well, you said 5 miles.
5 miles across? Can you look 5 miles across, 5 or 6 miles across a fjord somewhere?
Yeah, I reckon.
Across the water. So if you can do that, and you can zoom into the actual water line. Now, probably even in the fjords, there's probably small waves lapping up on the shores, correct? Or are they larger waves?
No, small waves.
Small waves. So they're like 1-2 foot, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you can look 5 miles across with your binoculars and zoom in and see those 1 and 2 foot waves 5 miles away, that's it. There should be 16 feet of drop. You would never see the waves under any circumstances. It would be impossible.
I don't follow. Like, you wouldn't see the waves out by the horizon. So you're saying?
I'm saying if you're looking across to a shoreline.
Okay, yeah.
And you're zooming in 5 miles away to a shoreline, 5 miles distance.
You wouldn't see the waves crashing at the beach.
You could never see that. You could never, ever see that.
Yeah,
Because-
and I agree with that claim, but I guess I'd have to go look for myself.
Yeah, and so think about that. So 5 miles is 16 feet. 20 miles is like 300 feet. 10 miles is 66. No, I'm sorry. 10 miles is 66 feet. And then 40 miles is nearly 1,000 feet of drop. So a lighthouse at 40 miles away, they're seeing up to 100 or more miles away from lighthouses. They're seen at long distances out at sea. So for one at 40 miles, which is quite common for lighthouses to be seen at 40 miles, should be 1,000 foot of drop.
Yeah, which does not correlate with the lighthouse's height.
Yep. So what I want to leave you with is all the water that's on this flat and stationary Earth we live on. All the water is horizontal on the top. For 71% of Earth's surface is water.
Yeah, I love that point, Sonny. But he asked about. He thought he saw a curve at some point. So I posted in Neil Hostile Witness Tyson, 1 minutes after the hour, where he talks about the Baumgartner jump, which is one of the highest jumps or one of the highest altitudes a man can go to. And
yeah. I remember that.
To him, it's flat.
So do you then explain the curvature in the footage to being fish lens cameras?
Most of the high altitude balloons that have very pronounced curve, generally you can see at 10 seconds into the video when it's just going off, it's still curved there. So those are fish eyes. There's also barrel distortion that can happen when it moves a lot. So there are some distortions, but you wouldn't be able to see even the curve according to Neil deGrasse Tyson. So.
Oh, like if you sound up a balloon, you wouldn't be able to see the curve. Is that what he said?
No, he said that Baumgartner could not see the curve at that height he was at, which is higher than any commercial airplane. So how did you see the curve and where?
128,000 feet.
Mm-hmm.
No curve.
That's the height he got
That's
to.
the height that Felix Baumgartner jumped from. Yes.
Okay.
I mean, it does get deeper than that. I mean,
well, the time I saw the curvature was near Malaga in Spain, just like all the way south. I've heard that if you go to the tip on a good day, you can look to Africa, but I've never done that. But I was up there, up in the hills, looking out over the ocean. So it's not at ocean level; it's pretty high up, and I still remember to this day seeing a clear curvature in the water.
Yeah, I can explain that because I've had many people report this to me, and I thought I had seen the curve as well when I was younger. This can be explained with wishful seeing, and this is the same effect that a hypnotist will use to make you see whatever the fuck he wants.
So like placebo, is that what you're meaning?
Yeah, if you believe something hard enough, your brain will visually edit what you see.
Well, it was the first time that I noticed ever seeing a curvature on Earth. I never had that thought before. I'd never had the thought that the Earth was flat before. So it was then and now, I guess, believer that the Earth is round or a sphere.
Yeah, you should try to look for it again now that you have at least an open mind to that it could maybe not be, because when I was convinced it was there, in my memory I was curved, but when I try to look for it again, it was not curved. And that's why generally when people tell us they see a curve, we ask, do you have a picture of it or something like that? Because the picture will generally show, no, there was no curve there. It was all in their head.
Yeah, I understand.
You can't see curve from the ISS.
Thank you.
Wait, who said that?
I did.
You can't see curve from the ISS, but don't you guys think that?
I got Spain many times to play football in Spain, and I never ever saw curvature at all.
What he's saying is according to mainstream.
What's going on here?
I don't know.
Junior roboting.
The ISS is not high enough to see any Earth curve, so
it's not high.
At 35 minutes after the hour, this is from Paul Larson, planetarium director here. He says, let's say we are at elevation of the ISS. They're about 250 miles above the Earth. If we calculate the horizon line for the ISS, it's about 1,400 miles. If you're sitting at that point looking 360 degrees, what would the horizon look like? It would look flat.
That's curious.
So he's a planetarium director for Rochester Public Schools. He said he's prepared to challenge a growing number of people who think the Earth's flat because he's a scientist. So that's what he says. He gives the presentation right here and shows you how and why. Just FYI.
So then everything from the ISS must be fake then.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes, sir.
Everything from the ISS, no, because the ISS, or what you think the ISS isn't there, because that would mean they would be floating around in Narnia. It's a second law of thermodynamics violation.
Oh, how so?
Well, they're said to be at 10 to the negative 6 to 10 to the negative 8 torr. That's considered high vacuum, if I'm not mistaken. You can't have that next to gas pressure without a physical barrier.
Where is there not a barrier?
Where is there not a barrier?
Where is there a barrier?
Isn't there? Aren't they in supposedly in a space station?
No. He's talking about the atmosphere.
Oh, okay, I see. Okay, yeah, I understand. Yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't mean to. Oh, no, go on.
No, I'm saying they just can't be there. So anything associated with or claimed with what they call the vacuum of space is thereby debunked by the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, it does make sense.
Yep. All right, that's it.
I've watched Mythbusters and they decompress something out of metal to show the pressure from the atmosphere, and it just crumbled. It was just
Thanks,
squished.
Smith. Thanks, Smith.
I put in there from the ISS.
I didn't hear the last sentence there.
Did you have you seen the gifs I put in here from the ISS? 37 minutes after the hour. One
take a look.
ESA and one from NASA.
Oh yeah, where it looks like he's grabbing a harness. Yeah, I saw that earlier today. I don't know, 30 minutes ago.
Look at her hair as well, because that hair is not in 0G. That's obvious. If you look at videos from parabolic drops or vomit comets, and look at girls, especially with long hair, that it flows. This is not in 0G, and you can tell.
Well, she could wear hairspray. I'd say it could be as easily debunked as that. But yeah, I agree. It does look unnatural. But I didn't mean. I wanted to bring up something else, not to shift the conversation. So just anybody interrupt me. But I've heard an argument where the amount of space agencies in the world and the amount of people involved with said space agencies would all have to essentially be hoax organizations. And the question here is, how could that large of amount of people keep a secret as the secret of the flat Earth between them? With why would USA and Russia work together to keep that a secret?
Not everyone in the Enron scam knew it was a scam, and Russia and America have different groups that cross borders. It doesn't.
I have one word that will explain this: compartmentalization of a military-industrial complex. Oh, did he leave?
I'm here. Sorry.
If you find it hard to,
I wanted to get into.
I can show an example.
Well, it's not really. I mean, because people, how could all these people lie? Blah 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 blah. Well, if you think about them going to supposedly Mars, right? What is everyone looking at? They're looking at telemetry data, right? They're not actually witnessing it, right? That's essentially what they're looking at all the time, data, and they just believe in it. That's all.
But who's everyone?
Everyone in the room that's looking at the screens, and not everyone in there can even interpret said data.
No. What he means by everyone.
What I mean by everyone, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Every space agency in the world.
You're saying the whole space agency? Why would the secretary be in on it? At the front desk in.
Yeah, I understand your argument that only the ones at top could be in on the secret and then manipulate everybody else working for them. to believe the lie. That's what you're saying, right?
Even the subcontractors. You might be talking within NASA at tops 2 or 3 people. Even the subcontractors wouldn't know, would they? They wouldn't care. Neither are the workers, because they're not going up on those rockets, right? They're just making parts that they're contracted to make, right? They're not in on the lie. They're making a product. And if that company, let's say it's Lockheed Martin, they don't have to be in on it. The Lockheed Martin CEO and chairman, they don't have to be in on it. They're getting contracts. As long as they're getting paid and the stockholders are happy, they don't even have to be in on it. They're just making product. It's all profit. Because where's NASA getting their money from?
The government? Tax money?
Tax
I'm
money.
not sure.
Yeah, it's all pure. It's all. They're all green.
From you.
Yep.
Well,
all of
him,
us. Yep.
Yeah, technically not me, I guess. But I totally see your point. I just think that a lot of people would see through that. I'm not sure though, but
okay, wait. Let me give.
I guess some people probably are whistleblowers and have come out and said so.
It's
But
probable that a lot of people would see through it, except it's something that's so ingrained in people from the time that you're a baby.
yeah, it is very taboo to talk about it.
Can I just
Not
say
only
this?
that,
People
it's
have
just-
saw for it. People have saw for it. Who are we? Who is David Beverly Sr.? I know 2 people who worked at NASA who call this out. They're flat earthers. They say it's all bullshit. They say it's departmentalized. They say it's compartmentalized. We're saying it. There are people that are whistleblowing on it. This is the point.
Yeah, there are.
I hate
a
this
lot.
line. I hate this line because it's like, well, but people would say something. There literally are people saying shit all the fucking time, every day,
Yeah,
all the time.
The public sponsored news is not, of course not going to show you that.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, media is biased to say the least.
I mean, for some reason, this topic is serious enough to have to be spoken about in congressional meetings about censoring flat Earth, right? Now, if it was just some silly notion, why are they talking about censoring it? Right?
Sorry, I was responding to a message. Can you repeat that last part? Sorry.
What would be the purpose of censoring something as a silly notion as flat Earth? That you would have to speak about it in congressional meetings, that you have to censor it and put little tabs on videos on YouTube to tell people that flat Earth is nonsensical. What would be the purpose in that if everyone just knew that we lived on a magical spinning ball? What would be the purpose in that? Right?
It's probably one of the best arguments I've heard all night. Very good argument.
I mean, look it up. Look up a flat Earth video.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Why would they? People should technically be able to just know. So why would they need to let everybody know?
Self-evident, right?
Mm-hmm.
You should experience this at some point in your life, but you don't. All you've experienced all your life is a flat stationary plane. The only time you've ever experienced the globe is on television, in a classroom, in a toy model globe, and in movies.
Yeah,
that's not your reality at all.
Yeah, Universal were already asserting the idea to you that we lived on a globe and we would have orbits way before we could ever orbit, right? In terms of rocket stuff, if you look at Universal Studios, like actual,
they've had that globe symbol since like the 1920s.
1920s, 1919, in fact, and you have the plane, the little biplane going around it, and then updated each year as a new model, all the way up to the Spitfire, for instance, right? Going around the globe in an animation, and the globe, to be honest, actually looks just as good as Blue Marble, if you ask me. Some of them look very good. This is why your dad actually gets probably frustrated. It's not that you're ignorant; it's that actually there's no need for you to be ignorant whatsoever, because you understand all of this shit fundamentally more than he does, probably. But that's probably what your dad would get frustrated with, like, as a flat earther. Your dad's a flat earther, right? And you could probably understand all of this shit and explain it better than he could. So that would probably be, if there's any disconnect on this topic between you, that would probably be where your dad's disconnect. So he's probably like, fucking like, fuck's sake, you're not ignorant, but you have no reason to be ignorant on any of this because you can understand it fundamentally. better than he probably could. Right.
He sounds really intelligent to me, so I could understand that his dad could be frustrated with him not wanting to look at it.
That's not true. I have been trying to look at it on my own. Not a lot, but more than he's looked. I still end up having looked into it more than he has, and that's what also frustrates me. That he hasn't delved nearly as deep into it as you guys have. He's just found like a simple picture. He's like, oh, when you stand on Earth. Yeah, sorry, go on.
It's not easy. I mean, like we said, like these guys have been in Congress figuring out how to censor everything that's going against the mainstream narrative, not just Flat Earth, but especially Flat Earth. So where can one go to act? I mean, why haven't you heard any of these arguments before you got here versus the strawman you probably have heard? Arguments that are easily defeatable versus the things that we're saying now.
Yeah.
Good point.
What? Yeah. Why don't people ever hear these arguments until they get here with us guys?
I think it's probably because you have to delve into some really deep YouTube channel or web page that's suppressed by 50 pages on Google.
What's the first instinct you got when you heard about Flat Earth? What's the first thing that you thought of?
When I heard about Flat Earth,
yeah,
I thought the first thing I thought was, do people really still believe this? That's why
they're retarded.
Exactly.
That's what I thought. These people are retarded.
First thing I thought. Almost everybody thinks. Almost all. I'm not going to speak for every Flat Earther, but I know a whole lot. That's the first thing they thought. Like, what? That's a thing? What? That's crazy, right? Until you start looking for the globe, and you realize, wait a minute, that there is no globe. There's no curvature. There's no axial rotation. There's no gravity. There's no vacuum of space. None of it's real. Right? All of it goes against everything that you've experienced in your life. Right? So the only thing you have to do is change the way you're thinking. The only thing you have to do is change the way you think about your reality. Just start today. Go outside and accept the world the way it presents itself to you. Start there. Right?
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah, man.
And your father, looking at a picture and coming to the understanding and realization that the Earth is a flat plane, is he wrong? Is he showing intellect? Is he showing understanding? So he's correct, isn't he? So he's not wrong, is he?
Well, I still think that question is up for debate.
So obliviousness. So I'd like to ask just one question. So what is your confidence level right now in the globe being a real thing at this point?
It's definitely less than when I entered. That's for sure.
From 1 to 10, or like a percentage wise, what would you
percentage of what I'm in favor of? Well, currently I feel like I've only seen one side, and I've seen some very solid evidence for one side. Definitely, this had way more depth than I thought, and you guys are way more intelligent than my prejudice would, than what I thought before entering here. But I still feel like I would have to read myself up on the other side of the case before I make an unbiased.
That's exactly what we want you to do.
That's what we want you to. Yeah, that's exactly what we want. That's why we're here. We want you to do that.
Yeah.
If I'm being honest, I would say I'm still. Yeah, go on.
Well, I'm saying we've only sort of shown you like 2%, obviously, as well, right?
Yeah.
So if it's a ratio of 2% doubt, let's say your doubt is up by 6%, and we've shown you like 2%, I'm happy with that, you know what I mean, sort of thing.
Yeah, I see what you mean. Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to give an estimate. I'm still believing that the Earth is a globe, even though I've seen some very compelling evidence that I cannot, that I don't have any rational explanation to yet. But
so here's what I would say. Here's what I would suggest. Take that Earth curve calculator and go out yourself and test what we've told you. You can do this yourself. Go look out at a distance, like I said, with the binoculars and see if you can see the shoreline. See if you can see a boat all the way at the other side of the lake or wherever you're at. If you can see that boat and zoom. See, the thing is, if you can zoom into something, that indicates a flat planar surface. On a sphere, you could never zoom back into something once it went over the horizon.
Yeah, I've heard that. That's one of the arguments my father used when I asked him, okay, what if a boat travels over the horizon and it disappears? And they said, well, you take a binocular. If you zoom in, the GIF that somebody posted right now at 51 minutes past, he said that you would just zoom in, and that evidence was too simple for me. Because, well, in my head, that doesn't make any sense. Why would you see less when you're zoomed out?
You know why? Because that's the story we were all told when we were kids, right? That, we see a ship go over the curvature, disappearing bottom up, and for that reason, we live on a globe, right? Mm-hmm. Well, if that could be replicated on a flat plane, would that prove that we live on a globe?
No.
Well, there you go.
Welcome to Flat Earth.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
it's definitely. It's definitely been learnful and interesting to have this discussion with all of you.
Please come back as well.
Yeah,
but I would love you to fucking bring your dad at some point. That would be pretty cool,
bro. I would not, to be honest. He's never gonna change his opinion either way. So.
But you know what? The thing about families and Flat Earth is he might realize that, like, we and our family members, we're like the least. They're like the least capable. We're the least capable person of changing the people closest to us.
Yep.
Changing their minds. So he probably just knows this. It's
and to be honest, I don't know your pops at all, but it's possible that he might be looking for people to share ideas with, because this opens your mind up to a lot of things, and there might be things he might be trying to express to you, but he can't. So
because he doesn't have the knowledge. Mm-hmm.
Exactly. So if you were to bring him here, as you've seen,
he's gonna learn.
He's gonna learn something.
Bro, just go with your dad and have some activity with your father and try to prove the globe with him or something. Just go out with him and test a few things with him or something.
So fucking cool to do, mate. If I could do that with my dad, mate.
Dude, if I was able to do it with my dad, I'll be so happy.
I've never had any proper dad-son time either. Well, we've never had a good relationship. I'd say a mediocre one.
Crazy.
Every time I've been with him 2-on-2, he's always wanted to talk about these things, and I totally get him because, well, he doesn't really have anybody else to talk to, and it's very frowned upon in society. So I always let him, go off and talk about whatever he wants.
Do it as a secondary thing. Go out there and have. I'm not telling you what to do, but if you can go out there and maybe test these things as a secondary thing, do that, and just have a father or son activity. That's it.
And
it's a good suggestion.
Yeah. I'll say one thing as well, buddy. So with your dad, I understand, and I'm understanding this. Your dad probably believes in way too many conspiracy theories. That'd be another good reason why to get him in here, so we can sort of
so
we can
give him a better verificational model overall, so that we can slap his wrist a little bit back, so that he doesn't actually buy into every fucking thing.
I would actually very much like that. Yeah,
that's a good
because he does believe in a lot of stuff.
Excellent point.
There's that as well, mate. We aren't complete conspiracy theorists in here, right? We don't believe in every little fucking. We are. Most people come in here conspiracy theorists, and they end up becoming less and less conspiratorial as time goes on. Why? Because we want to verify shit for fucking certain.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you all seem like sensible people.
We like empiricism, and we apply that the way we apply it to Earth. Most of us try to apply that to everything. Right.
Yeah. To the point where people's partners are like, "Can you just stop saying an fallacy in an argument, please?"
Why do you have to be so concise and shit? Yeah, so we kind of live in the realm of the irrefutable. See, that's what I'm into. The irrefutable. There's irrefutable facts we spoke of you with. These positive claims that the globe makes. You know, the curvature, the rotation, in the existence of space as a vacuum next to a gas pressure system without a container. See, what we've discovered is we put those things to the test and they have failed. Like, not just a little bit failed, but failed miserably. That's why we're all still here. If there was one shred of irrefutable proof for me that the Earth was a globe, I wouldn't be here. But there's been none. And for me, it's 4 years. You know, 4-year anniversary this month since I discovered flat Earth. But that's after like 30 years of studying the lie in the first place. I learned all about the lies and the money and the law and the social kind of things. Like, I learned all about it really early on. So it was like the last shoe to drop for me. So
yeah, I agree that it is irrefutable evidence, but I would also say that for me personally, it's only irrefutable because I don't have the knowledge to come with other claims. I can say things that I perceive as reality, but then QE will just attack my argument and annihilate whatever I'm saying because I can't back it up.
Yeah, that's the way he is with all of us. It's not just you, bro.
Won't be just him.
Yeah, I can imagine. But yeah,
the same way as Globers. You don't
he's
care.
worse. He's worse with us.
Well, yeah, I would still like to to look at the other side of the coin here, and I don't know, talk to people who believe in the globe and what they have to say.
Well, here, even better than that, bro. If you can do this for yourself and do those like simple observations that I spoke to you about, go look with the binoculars, or if you have a good camera, go out with a camera and see if you can you could look 15 miles down the coastline if you have a P900 or something like that. Zoom in, zoom back and forth. Go check it out yourself and see how the horizon is not like they told you. That curvature they told you, it doesn't exist. But you have
don't look to men. Don't look to men to explain the heliocentric model to you.
Sure,
you can read it in books. You can read it in books because you're just going to get an interpretation. It's like going to a Catholic priest for a Protestant reading of the Bible. Not a good idea.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, do you want? It's like, okay, all of us were taught the same thing, right? So, do you want somebody to give you a better explanation? Like,
I want to hear the counter argument.
Here you go.
Dude,
Here's
the counter argument is already there.
Here's some counter arguments. There's the Numpty playlist right there. Just listen to some of that.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Actually,
That's a good idea.
Those are some PhDs, some fellows that have letters after their name that have been certified by the state as apparently knowledgeable in these matters. I would say they're certifiable, but that's neither here nor there.
But yeah, this could also be a really good bonding thing for you and your dad, because once you are on the same page, you can start laughing at the same things, and you can go more in depth with him. So it could be a really enjoyable, fun thing for you guys to share.
Yeah, that's very true.
Mm-hmm.
Just do me a favor.
Get a little gay.
Just do me a favor, bro, and hold on to the intellectual honesty. You're gonna need that.
Yeah, because you were demonstrating honesty here with us tonight, and it is very much appreciated. So welcome to the server.
Thank you.
Come back.
Refreshing.
Yeah, it is. It's amazing. So there's lots of information down below. I don't know if you've seen the categories of information we have. That we have speculation rooms, but there's information. There's like introductory type videos down to observations, all kinds of things. Long distance observations, photography, lasers,
and we
beginner references like Canahu infrared long distance observations, the Challenger hoax circuit, like you go on and on and on. So feel free to like go in there and look at all of that stuff.
Yeah, I will. I haven't had time to browse the Discord. I've been busy here.
Yeah, and also just in to top it off, a lot of us have our own channels here too, which is a good resource because it is being censored so much, bro. I can't even tell you in 4 years how many channels they've deleted. But some of us have great resources on our channels of older videos, and I don't know how they're still on there, but they are. So I'll put a link to my channel.
They delete YouTube channels that are focusing on flat Earth content.
Yes.
All the time.
Seems weird when they're not deleting content that's related to religion.
Yeah, and what about things that are anti-flat Earth? They're not taking. There's only more and more of those.
Well, if they deleted all the religious channels, there would be no heliocentric model. So, at 1 minute after the hour, I posted my website in here. So, proofs of the creator, flat Earth proofs, right? You could just sit down and go through them one by one. If you wish.
Yeah, I'll take a look, definitely.
Hey, is there any way you can get your dad to come talk to us?
He doesn't have Discord. I'm pretty sure he doesn't even know what Discord is.
Well, hey, just take your phone over to his house and talk to us with him.
Yeah, he lives like 8 hours away. But yeah, I guess. I'll talk to him about this, definitely. I think he... well, my main motivator being here that you could separate the conspiracy theories that don't have that much irrefutable proof behind them, because he does believe in a lot of stuff.
Yeah, once you've fallen down all those different rabbit holes and find out they're just pissed on breadcrumbs, as it's been termed, yeah, you start learning. I don't fall for anything anymore. I like to stick with the empirical, provable, falsifiable, repeatable.
Makes sense.
Wouldn't it be something if your flat Earth father also believes that aliens from Nibiru are actually reptilian leaders on this?
God, yeah, that would be untrue.
Or somehow Mormon?
He does believe that.
I mean, yeah, you never know who you're gonna meet.
Do you guys believe in that?
No.
I'd love to see a flat Earth Mormon.
Absolutely not.
Okay, I don't want to derail the conversation, but very briefly, what are your guys' opinions on vaccines? Because he does not believe in them.
We don't talk about it on the live stream.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't talk about it. Yeah.
Okay, got it.
Thank you. Come again.
I'll tell you this. Nah, fuck that. I'll tell you this. I came up in the 90s, right? Born 1989, but came up in the 90s. So I got a couple of vaccines when I was younger. I turned out fine. However, I was never told that I had to take a vaccine every year, like the flu vaccine. So I tend to stick away from things that don't seem to actually have an effect.
Yeah, I agree with that. Same here, actually. No, he just said that. Oh, sorry.
I don't know one person who died of COVID. Vaccines have been rolled out in my country for COVID.
Nope.
Literally a couple of weeks ago. And I already know one person who's in hospital about to die. From
the vaccine.
Let's really not get too far into this.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay, moving right back to the flat Earth, yo.
Yeah, sorry to bring that up.
on the flat Earth.
No, I understand why why you asked it, but yeah, like
It's
everyone
done now.
said, I mean, the channels are getting shut down for.
Yeah, well, okay, just to finish it off, he thinks that some vaccines make people atheist. And I was like, okay, that seems stupid to me. And then,
Wait, your dad said that?
My dad said that because he's very, very.
This actually comes from a video that was released or got leaked on YouTube from the Pentagon. So it's called FunVax, and there's a whole presentation about how they do gene modification for this supposed vaccine, which a vaccine isn't genetic.
All right, so yeah, we're not going to.
Yeah, we're moving on. So you go watch Witsit. Witsit points this out really well on one of his. He talked about the same exact thing. So go watch Witsit.
Yeah.
Gets it.
Okay, but yes, no. Do you guys believe that?
Why would I trust the same people that are perpetrating the lie of the globe? Why would I trust the same people just because they're in a different segment of the control grid? Why would I trust them?
I would say I don't put them just in a whole blanket like all vaccines are bad or all vaccines are good, right? Like there's
that's
May
reasonable.
I interject for a moment? May I interject?
It's too nuanced for a yes.
Yeah, I'd say you should recognize the fact you have to ask whether or not we believe in them because there's no science to really make it a fact.
Well, may I interject for a moment? The idea that any medical contrivance of man could possibly disassociate said man with God is a type of blasphemy if you really think about it.
We're not good. What?
It doesn't mean that
they already did that with the globe. Sorry, Mike. I mean, they already did that with evolution and all this. I mean, I personally no.
Well, we're just covering two topics that aren't scientific in the scientific live stream. That's my only thought.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's a good thought. That's a good thought. I'm just trying to say, like, if your dad is afraid of what any type of medical treatment might do to anyone's connection to God, just tell him God is more powerful than the doctors, so he ain't got anything to worry about.
Yeah, I guess I could say that, but he'd probably just say, well, humans have free will, and, not falling into temptations is a trial to see if humans will deserve to go to heaven or not, and the devil's people are on earth trying to, like, he probably thinks that it's the devil's work, it's like the global leaders unifying, they're going to take over the world, and then Jesus is going to come back, and he believes all that. And
well, yeah, he might believe all that, but if he really does believe it, then he must necessarily concede that it's not his business to worry about what those people are doing. His
he
business
thinks it is
to he's got to attend to his own soul. That's the only thing he's got to do. And if that means that he has to never work again, or if that means he has to fucking die on a pyre, like, that's between him and God. What I'm saying is, if he truly believes...
How old is your dad anyway? How old is he?
He's like 40... how old is he now? 47? 45? 47? Pretty young.
Wow, that's young.
Guess my age.
23.
That's younger.
I'm 21, so pretty close. 16, 17, excuse me.
Young.
Yeah, I'm 23. No, 21, sorry.
Super young.
Holy shit. Powers.
Yeah, probably younger than the majority.
I was pretty close. 17, I said.
I'm 27, so we're pretty close.
Yeah,
At 21, I was sailing 6,000 miles on a 50-foot ketch to Martinique from California.
Wow. Sounds like you have some life experiences that are worthy of some interesting stories.
Sonny's worried that they won't let him back out in the earth before the lockdown's over, before he dies.
No, I'm...
Yeah, so anyways, he believes a lot of stuff about vaccines, and he always tries to, like, pry it onto the family. He's always tried to convert me into Christianity, of course. But I've always said that that's just not what I believe in. I don't believe in anything in particular.
Well, here's one thing. See, we did talk about gas pressure, right?
Mm-hmm.
So maybe if you understood the repercussions of us having a pressurized system that requires a container, that means you live in a stationary plane of existence that has been enclosed. It's sealed up. That's the only way. That means something an intelligence had to create it.
Yeah, and that I think
no way around it. There's no way around it.
I think if I come to the conclusion that I think the Earth is flat, then I would definitely start questioning my take on religion and creation as a whole.
Would it help you if I destroyed evolution as well for you at some point?
Oh yeah, I'm actually very interested in that because he also doesn't believe in evolution.
I'd also like to point out there's a lot of a lot of us here, maybe even the majority of the flat earthers, like everybody believes in God, but not everybody believes in religion. I think most of us are not for like we're against man-made, like religion as a control mechanism and stuff like that.
Dogma is bad.
There has to be a creator. There needs to be.
Check this out, and all that's true. But let me, because this might give you maybe some perspective. I don't know, but I cracked open the Quran here because I have one in the house for some reason now, right?
It's a good book.
And there's a preface by Dr. Zakir Naik, President, Islamic Research Foundation. And so what I think is very interesting is right here on this page, it says, many people have a misconception that a new religion named Islam was founded and formulated about 1400 years ago by Prophet Muhammad. However, Muslims believe that Islam is not the name of some unique religion presented for the first time by Prophet Muhammad. Rather, he was Allah's final messenger sent to humanity to revive the same genuine faith that had been conveyed by all of his previous prophets. The Quran states that Islam, the complete submission of humanity before its unique creator, keyword, is the only faith and the way of life that God has ever revealed to humanity. Noah, Abraham, Isaac, David, Solomon, Moses, and Jesus, all of them prophets, peace be on them all, who appeared at different times and places, propagated the same faith, and conveyed the same message of Tawheed, God's oneness, Risahat, I'm not all that, Risahalat, prophethood, and Akira, the hereafter. These prophets did not found different religions that were then named after them. Rather, each of them only reiterated the message and faith of their predecessors. So it seems to me that this book, along with many other books, along with the Bible, is simply stating that there is a creator. It's not that they're different. They all believe in a creator. So
yeah, I could believe that. That definitely they stem from the same thing, but then through the years they've grown into completely different religions, but based on the same
free will.
Guys,
free will.
I love this discussion. I think you guys all have valuable things to say, but I think we should really stick to the topic of the server.
Yeah, that's a good point. We do have a spiritual part of the server too, that we have discussions like this. There's a biblical section that we go to sometimes.
Before we head off this subject, I would like to correct a misnomer. He said religion. What's the definition of religion?
Are you asking me at this point?
Yes.
I don't know what the definition of religion is.
It's belief without evidence.
It's not the definition.
Yeah. Essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, essentially it is. The subject is irrelevant. Whether it's, it could be green-eyed pixie dust. If you believe it without evidence, that's religious. That's why it's always juxtaposed with quote-unquote science, right? Because science is supposedly empirical, whereas religion, you believe it on quote-unquote faith, right? Faith. So there's a couple terms right there that are problematic. You see, the heliocentric model is religious because they believe it without evidence. See, on my channel or on my website that I gave you the link to, I show scientific evidence of a creator. So that's not a religion by definition. So be careful when you float terms like faith or religion, because they've said religion about 650 billion times over, let's say, the past 3 centuries, and everyone thinks they know what it is, but they don't. Be careful with that term religion. That's it.
Yeah, I totally see your point of the definition.
Yeah. So I could say for myself, I don't consider myself religion. I was never in favor. I was rebellious from an early age, most of my life. And I rebelled against any kind of man-made religion, but I consider myself a spiritual being. having this human experience, and that I believe there is a creator. So I consider, I don't know what you would call that. I don't adhere to any kind of scriptural doctrines, whether it be from the churches, if I don't see it with my own eyes, or whether it came from the schools as far as the heliocentric version of reality goes. So, yeah. I would say a lot of people in here don't consider themselves religious. Like, we're not religious people. We're very spiritual people, though. I would say that.
Yeah, I definitely see the argument. I never thought about the actual definition of religion, but I see if you can prove it, then by definition it's not a religion anymore. Although I'd argue the major population would still call Christianity, for example, or believing in a god, a religion.
Yep.
But I'm wiser now.
Yep. The power of suggestion and repeating things over and over and over again, right? They don't think about it anymore. Well, the people who started that knew what they were doing. You just keep on saying things over and over and over again, right? Through generation and generation, and people come to believe it, right? Without thinking about it. Because mainly people are lazy. But once you get technical about it, you see what they did. They switched up their terms. They reversed it, right? What's religion is actually their pseudoscience, and what actual science is up against it. So they inverted them.
Hey, Quantum, who's the father of the Big Bang Theory?
Abby Georges Lemaitre.
Georgie boy.
Georgie boy, yeah.
Georgie.
He's a Jesuit Catholic priest. He's the father of modern. He's the father of modern cosmology, not just Big Bang.
Yep.
Yeah.
In fact, it wasn't him. It's not Hubble's law. It's Lemaitre's law. I don't know why they put
Hubble in there.
Yeah, because Lemaitre came up with that 3 years before Hubble did. Documented.
It's the same as the fucking Hydra Collider. The Hydra Collider is just another versionary pursuit of the same modus operandi of way of thinking, as it were, right? Spoken into existence, acoustic sound, hydrogen and helium. We are but dirt and ash. So atoms crashing together using acoustic sound. God spoke into existence. Again, it's just it's philosophical rip-off of a philosophical rip-off, and then just re-upholstered or re-put into a different media.
So it's just basic second grade word games. Make sure it's just define what you're talking about, right? What anyone says, and take a critical look at it. Just a slight due diligence or scrutiny will reveal all these things to you. That would be my advice. Be careful of the words people use.
Yeah, totally. I guess I still have a lot to learn because it is a second language.
Don't we all?
Well,
Well, it's also it's
your
interesting.
language.
Go ahead.
No, you go
I
ahead.
was just going to say it's interesting to consider also. If you read back through the history of philosophy of the Western world, there were a few concepts that were sort of obvious to the intelligentsia of the time that have become somewhat obscured or obfuscated to us nowadays. One of them is teleology. Aristotle coined that term. And to him, one of the most primary epistemological facets that any entity could contain would be what its ultimate result was. Hence the term teleology, which is Greek for knowledge of the goal. And so when you look at the world, you have a pretty large number of options of what you could do at any position, right? Do you take one step forward, one step back? Do you chop the grass? Do you leave the grass grow, etc.? I mean, you could build infinite variations on that theme. And so you have to also wonder what seems to be the goal of the heliocentric model.
And probably one of the main sort of magnetic attractions I've had to coming to understand the truth of flat Earth is that people who focus their imagination and their attention on outer space demonstrably spend less time figuring out how it is that they could make, like literally physically make, the things that they want in their lives and the types of experiences they want in their lives.
Yep. Cool. Hey, at 21 minutes after the hour, let me go into just one last thing I want to speak to Oblivious about concerning how they switched it up, right? They say they always juxtapose what they call science versus religion. What they're saying is pseudoscience versus Christianity, essentially, is what they're saying, right? Let's take a look at this for atheists at 21 minutes after the hour. I put this together many years ago. This is what the atheists, if you're an atheist and say no God, they don't even know how to define their term, but I digress. This is what they must believe. Ink, paper, and glue molecules can author technical instruction manuals and blueprints, that's DNA, then construct protein robots. The laws of thermodynamics, it's the pillars of science, are falsified. The laws of physics and chemistry contain symbolic logic functions. Quantum mechanics just got bludgeoned and left for dead. The law of cause and effect is falsified. Something can come from nothing naturally. The law of biogenesis is falsified. Life really does come from non-life. Dozens of constants and parameters arrange themselves within 120 to 10 to the 10th to the 123rd decimal place power by chance for life to exist. And giraffes really do come from bacteria if given enough time. They're supposed to be scientists. That's what they must believe. End of statement.
I like those odds there. Pretty low.
I know. Look at that.
Oh, I'm glad you got that out. Yeah, I was going to go there.
Yeah, I'm definitely not an atheist. I never have been, I'd say, but I'm definitely agnostic.
Well, that may be changing here shortly.
It may, but okay, I will say that if I...
There's no such thing as agnostic.
You can't be.
Well, there's no such thing. There's no such thing as an atheist either. So
yeah. Well, they don't even know what it is.
How is there no such thing as an agnostic?
No, there ain't. We'll get back to that in a second. You see the second number? I'm sorry. You see the second number right here? The 10 to the 10th time 133 decimal places. I've been waiting for somebody to challenge. No one would challenge me on that. Even if I was just a passerby and I looked at this list and I said, yeah. I got down to this. I'm going to have to call. Nobody will do it. Nobody will do it. Okay.
Well, I would have done it, but there's no need for me to do it because I actually know that those numbers are correct.
All right. So back to agnostic, right? Is that what you wanted to go to real quick so we can get off this religious stuff, like they said?
Yeah. Real quick. Yep.
Okay. Agnostic. What does agnostic mean?
From what I know, I don't know if there's a higher being, and I don't care.
It's not that you don't care. Agnostic. So rip apart the word. What does gnosis mean?
Just you don't even have to ask me. I don't know. Just explain.
Gnosis means knowledge, and anytime you have an A in front of the word, it means without. So without knowledge, basically, it's a position standing. It's like an argument from ignorance fallacy position. You can't be agnostic today. Now, maybe I wouldn't say that agnosticism was possible at the first person that observed irreducible complexity or functional sequence specified complexity. We don't have to get into that stuff. I would have to say over the past 300 years, you can't be agnostic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, why's that?
Because of information.
It's too much there.
Well, the modern, I guess, definition of agnosticism is different to what you're describing.
But it can't be. That's the root of the word.
It's supposed to be like completely concrete.
Yes, but doesn't words change with time?
But agnostic hasn't changed. It's A, that means without gnosis or gnostic knowledge. Without knowledge.
I'm sure.
Knowledge. Yep.
I'm sure, but I bet there's other words that have a deeper, an older, deeper meaning that have changed today.
Doesn't that kind of mean I don't know?
Well,
Agnostic? I don't
you're
know.
agnostic, but you can be agnostic about more than one thing.
Oh, goodness. Basically, it means you don't have enough information to make the call.
Right.
Yeah, and that's spot on for what I've
Spot on for you? Okay, I'd like to point your attention to.
Let's talk about some irreducible complexity.
Real quick. I don't want to spend all day on this. We got to get off this subject. Okay, so at 26 minutes after the hour. So at this point, based on our knowledge of information, see DNA quantum mechanics essentially the entire.
I see where you're going already. You're going to give me all the knowledge that I need to be able to make a decisive decision, correct?
Yeah, I'm going to point it out to you real quick.
Okay, sure. Go.
So that position is so preposterously absurd, it's difficult to put into words, but I'll try. So you have three conclusions as to how this sentence and the meaning thereof software, that's information, poofed itself into existence. So, 1, the display pixels conspired with my keyboard. That's an atheist or materialist position. 2, an intelligent agent is responsible. Or 3, you just don't have enough information to make the call. You don't know who constructed this message. So basically, it all revolves around the highlighted term information. Information kills it. It's over. That's it. Thanks.
Yeah, I would agree that the information is out there. But to me personally, I haven't found the information I need to make a decisive decision.
No. You're missing it. The information itself. Information, not any specific information, just information itself kills it. Do you follow?
Not really, if I'm honest.
What do you require in order to have information?
He needs the further breakdown of what information is. That's what he needs.
The communication or reception of knowledge or intelligence. Information is neither matter nor energy. Right there, the atheist is dead because everything in the atheist materialist worldview is either matter or energy. So can you give me the chemical formula or structure, charge, matter, momentum, or spin, or millielectron volts, kcals, or kilojoules for look out, there's a tiger behind you?
No, of course not.
There you go. Atheism's dead right there. So is agnosticism.
Because we have immaterial in the realm that won't fit in the material.
Boy, that was easy, wasn't it? All those atheist YouTube channels and all their shows and stuff, I can dismantle them in less than 15 seconds. 20 seconds with interruptions.
But one of you said
you've never seen creation without a creator or information without an informer, to be even more simple.
Is that your new single?
Hell yeah.
Nice.
Hey, it might as well be.
Well,
yeah, that's great. That's great. Yeah, I mean, QE rap.
Informa. You know, something. Never mind.
Information without an informer? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Tell me you know the song.
Remember mom now.
All right, I'll shut up.
Creation without a creator. Jim Carrey. Yeah.
Because he did the. What's that? Not
he said he got to be up at 10 in the
show.
morning. This kid's got to go to bed though. He said he got to be up at 10 in the morning.
I'm really impressed. He's been sticking around for a while.
Well, even if he tries to go to bed now, he's probably not going to be able to sleep.
Yeah, sorry about that, Oblivious. Because you're on a flat plane.
Rest in peace to sleep.
You've been flat so hard, like you didn't get knocked out. It's like you've been knocked awake. Like fuck.
I'm not gonna say I'm convinced. I'm still skeptical.
It just gets better.
So check this out.
Of course you're gonna be skeptical, bro. Listen, we're not asking you to listen. This isn't about us trying to get you to a point. We don't care about the point that you get to. It's about us giving you the information that you need in order for you to logically look at everything that is in front of your face, the information of it, right? The information itself, and for you to be able to have the correct way of thinking in order that you can actually derive, choices, come to decisions and understandings based on the information that you look at in the future. It's that simple. We're not here to be like, right.
And this is exactly what they don't want. They don't want you to be able to make an informed decision on fucking anything that matters. So they give you all this bullshit to distract you.
I guess I'm a bit afraid that that I actually might end up coming to the conclusion that I believe that the Earth is flat.
Scary as fuck.
Yeah. To me, that would be scary because I feel like I'd end up, in any situation that's not digital with online people, where I'm like with people in the real world, so to speak. I'd be afraid to talk about it, and you'd probably have this urge to talk about it, like my father has.
Until you're not. Yeah, you might until you're not afraid to talk about it.
Yeah, that's true.
What do you do that's different? I'm 27 years old. I'm 27 years old, dude. A little bit older than you, but we're closest to age probably here, right? I talk about it, okay? But I did not speak about it until I was, no longer ignorant of how to do so. So the moment you're able to talk about this stuff, guess what? It won't matter when you talk about it because people will not be able to argue with irrefutable logic. Do you think that people in real life call any of us fucking stupid? Any of us guys in here? Do you think people turn around to us and say, you're stupid? Of course they don't.
They probably say that the belief is stupid. That's probably what they'd say. But saying that any one of you individuals are stupid would be in itself stupid.
It's not a belief.
It's also.
No, sorry. Yeah, you get what I meant. But yes, it's not a belief.
Yeah. Right. So again, the point is that I understand that you're worried about slipping into the position your father's in, where you see him as ignorant, and you can see the way the rest of the world will look at him from his, let's say, inability to speak about it in the correct way, and maybe have spoken too soon before he is able to express his views correctly. That won't happen to you. I can assure you of that because of the due diligence you're currently taking.
Yeah, you won't allow it.
Are neither here nor there. Those worries are not an issue for yourself. They might be for your dad, but not for you, because you're doing this due diligence right now. You're currently in that process.
You also have access to the server, so you have people to talk to this about, so it doesn't become a thing that builds up.
That's very true.
My whole family, for instance, I converted into flat earthers just by showing them things. I didn't mean to in the beginning. I was just discovering all this stuff for myself. And then my sisters, for instance, they don't talk about this much outside the home, but because we talk about it at home, it's not a problem. They don't need to. They don't feel the need to tell everyone because I'm here telling people and I'm online telling everyone. And they tell the people that they think can handle it, and it slowly spreads.
Yep. Yeah, tune in tomorrow or whenever you've downloaded all this information, and I'll fuck up the moon for you.
Sounds good. Well, I do have an exam period starting tomorrow, going 5 days, which I got to focus on. And I really didn't imagine staying here for this long. I just wanted to pop in and have a laugh, if I'm honest. But I'm not laughing now.
Well, that's good. Okay, that's cool. It's good to have you on board. Yeah, come back.
Yeah, I think I will.
It's been a pleasure.
In any case, even though, let's say I end up believing the opposite of what you do, I still think there's a great amount of knowledge to be gained in this voice chat. There's a lot of very wise and intelligent people here.
There is.
You can believe whatever you want. We don't have a belief. But yep.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna hit the sack, if that's the correct term. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Go to bed.
So leave you with this. When you lay down tonight, notice that you are horizontal. And then check yourself before you fall asleep. You're not spinning. You actually know you're not spinning.
Yes, you cannot detect spinning. I fully agree.
There's no way. You would know it for sure. That's what I'm telling you.
He's just saying that, yeah.
You trust your own senses. That's the logical thing to do.
Yeah, I agree. That's the logical thing to do.
How could you trust
Have a good night. Have a good night on the flat earth. Enjoy.
Nice to meet you, mate. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you all, guys. Good conversation.
Yeah. It was great. It was great.
Peace out, man.
Productive.
Goodbye.
Yeah. Very well. That was a great conversation.
Yeah, man, that was good. Very well done, guys. Indeed. Appreciate the cordiality.
Yeah, it was all really well.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that you know, you got it as well. Don't tell him sax wrong. Hit the sax correct.
Yeah, but what sack is he gonna hit? You know, that could hurt.
Oh, not yours, so don't worry. So I'm gonna do in a minute, brother.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing, but I smell smoke, so I'm alert now.
I would go bum down informer. Mate, I wanted to just go mad when he said that.
I thought about whipping out the song, but
Yeah.
you know, I had to cut that off real quick.
Yeah, I'm glad it didn't go too because I would have
Drace. That little dance.
That's copyrighted.
They should animate that with the little red pill for the gun.
Dre stole that off me.
Yeah, I remember QE posting that, in fact. I'll back you up on that, QE.
Yeah, but where's your work?
Fuck you. My work speaks for itself, bro. So worthy, so valuable, I hide it.
I'm glad how I totally kept my cool when I thought Crack was stepping on my toes again. I'm sorry, Crack Villain. I have to apologize. I didn't mean to do that the other night either, man. Like I got a little bit.
No, I don't. Whenever I do that, I'm not doing it to take it away if you're in a point that's very.
I know. See, the thing is, here's the way I feel about it, because like I'm a little older, so sometimes it takes me a little while to formulate, what I'm going to say, and I have a second part of my, what I'm talking about. It's a little bit longer range,
bro. I know.
And so like you're doing now, you're jumping
like
right
doing it right now.
I'm doing it on purpose. No, yeah. So no, yeah, but I get it. Listen. I get it because you're gonna have to go back 2 chain links to go forward 5.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah, and then it feels like I'm never gonna and sometimes I never do get to the end of what I was actually about to say.
You guys just need a safe word.
A safe word.
Well, it's just
That's
sometimes a bit, listen, sometimes it's gonna be like a conflation where he was talking, he was talking and then he stopped, and because it was like a breach in the part, I could slip something in there very quickly, but it's more like a keyword for you to. It's more like a key. Oh my god! It's more like a keyword, or a safe word. A keyword. Slipping the keyword. A safe.
It's like Crack was trying to play double dutch, and he just busted his ass trying to jump into the ropes all over Sonny. That's what it was.
On the gimp suit next.
I love you, brother.
But yeah, it was more to slip a keyword. It was more to slip a keyword to you quickly, right? So that you could pick up on it. Because all I was going to say quickly was this. I was going to go, Sonny, try and work out what the equation would be maybe for an equilibrium of, centrifugal force plus gravity for there to be an equilibrium state.
No thanks. I gave it up. Never touched the stuff. That's funny. Holy crap. Wow.
Yeah. I'm purposely funny. Funny. Where's Bong? Bong missed out on this convo. It probably would have went completely different if Bong was here, to be fair, let's face it.
Yeah, probably so.
Bong's one of those motherfuckers. He's like polite and soft spoken, but he can piss a motherfucker off. I've noticed.
I know. I know.
Can anyone imagine like Bong being? Could anyone imagine being Bong being like this 6'6", like 400-pound dude, just like tonk as fuck, just like bam, like just there, like
You'd be like, oh shit.
killer.
What the
You
hell?
can't imagine him in that way, innit? He's like Bolo Young. We know he's Polynesian Chinese or whatever. Like, well,
Yeah, that guy's a total Tonka truck. Tonka truck. You don't mess with Bong.
that's what I mean. I it's hard to imagine him like that, but I've got a weird feeling he might be like that.
Chocolate, you gotta stop me.
Oh, like that. Yeah. Oh,
That's crack. Boom.
He's like, I got it. Oh, I got it.
Nah, I keep the fall going longer than that, bro.
Oh man. Oh shit, you guys are funny. Gosh dang it.
50 points to Gryffindor.
Yeah.
Mic check.
Checking good.
Checking right.
Gracias.
Cardinal Moss.
Check.
That's another hilarious.
Thought you were about to drop some bars just now. Came in with a mic check and shit.
Hit it.
That's another show.
One.
That's another show.
Another show. One, 2, 3, 4. Go.
No, I can't drop it like crack, man. He's oh, you know what? Chocolate, do a freestyle.
Nah, I don't freestyle.
Yeah, do it. I knew it, bro. How did I know that?
Maybe because I've said it before. I don't know.
Nah, you were putting out that vibe. Did you hear that?
I put out a vibe. What do you mean?
Did you not hear that when it tickled QE? And like Nathan Thompson coming, he's like, "Yeah, man, we're out here. We're putting out the vibe." And QE was like, "What? Putting out the vibe?"
The vibe.
It was so good, man. QE just stuck on it for about 40 minutes.
That's hilarious.
I love it when Q likes things to be concise. But like when something he finds interesting and tickles him, he's like, 40 minutes on this, putting out the vibe.
No, you know what that is, Drace? That's somebody that comes in here that doesn't have a dog in the race. Boom. Boom.
Yeah, I've seen horses do shit like that, like so many times. They do on purpose as well. People don't realize.
No, it's like the Globers that come in. They don't have a horse in the race. You know, they come and say they don't have a horse in the race. They do.
Man, I've seen like literally like a bull do that before over like a 12-foot high fence. Like just run at it and it just like jumped so high so its hips like hit it and it just like boom, front flip over, right, landed on a deck chair, like table side.
Oh shoot.
Seriously, bro. Like, and then like three other ones followed straight afterwards.
What?
Yep. One of them does it, bro. Then the other ones just like get like that, herd mentality. Like, boop, 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 and it's like, next thing- uh-huh.
That's wild.
Spiral,
So how did the horses get the crack? Crack?
It was bullocks, or whatever you call it, like young bulls. That did this.
Bulls. I'm sorry. Bulls.
Yeah. Like, one did it, and then like 3 followed, and they're, like all on top of each other and shit. Like literally, like so fucking stupid, bro. And it's like, how did they do that? Like it's like a 12-foot high fence.
We need to have somebody that can come in and do like from the news desk, you know. What are those little noises?
From the news desk today, broadcasting live in Minneapolis, Minnesota. We bring you 2 reports from Flat Earth.
Yep.
QE, go. What's the first report?
QE isn't here, is he?
Yo, guys, by the way, Helio, whoever is capable of clipping clips, we need to clip out that conversation because we don't always need numpty clips. That is a good introductory video for anyone who actually wants to hear how a reasonable conversation should go. Please clip that conversation out. Who's there that can confirm that they heard me? That can actually do that.
Yup, it can be done. I can take the.
I hear you.
I can take the time stamps right now, and it can be done.
Greg.
Are you talking about the conversation tonight or the one the situation earlier? Oh, yeah.
Because we only have like embarrassing or coming like this one was actually a good conversation. So it can be an introductory video to the server.
Really?
It's because I moderated the whole thing from the beginning to end.
Yeah, it was done very well. Everybody maintained, so it was good.
I'm gonna take all the credit.
Crack almost maintained most of the time. He did. From the news desk. Still no curvature ever found.
Well, sometimes the first bit of conversation is important, right? The very first bit.
From the news desk, modern day people in 2021 still go to sticks and shadows, Stone Age tech to prove the curvature of the Earth. Stay tuned for
Not
updates.
realizing it's a presupposition reposition that could be explained on both a
This
flat
just
and
in.
a
A new way to measure Earth.
Hello?
The new way. 2021 tape measure. Check it out.
Mate, Demo. I've got to get Demo to do like this thing. Like, honestly, we're gonna go through the whole. It'd be so good to do that Demo. That thing we watched.
No, Demok needs to do in a world. That's it. That's all.
Yeah, that will be in there. That will be in there.
Okay,
good.
In a
It will
world,
start off like
one man, one tape measure.
one man, 2 tape measures. 3
See, you could get really intricate. You could get really intricate with all of this. See, so like this news desk thing could be like really cool. We could go through the 3 points like in a quick little news flash kind of format. Like
I already got a script.
It would be impactful.
I've been working on this Flat Earth mainstream movie for a long time.
What was that? What was that screaming?
Some Glober.
I'm telling you, man, disembodied voices. I knew I heard that before. So yeah, you could do from the news desk. We discovered that modern day people are still not relying on their own senses and believe they're spinning at 488 meters per second. Stay tuned for updates. See right there? Works great.
I can tell it was your dream to be a newscaster when you were a kid, right?
No. Rock star.
Yeah, there, right. You should have said
Famous guitar player. I think that's it.
All right, Jimmy. All right, little Jimmy.
Wait, is 800? You said 488 meters per second. Is that real?
Yes. That's just. I gave them 39 miles per hour, so I only use 1,000 miles per hour. Just break it down.
That's crazy fast. Like,
yeah,
I never thought about it, but
I know. Isn't that crazy?
The speed of sound is only about like 700 miles per hour or something like that.
To put it in perspective of how much land would be moving by in a single second, 4.8. 4.8
actually
4.8 football fields per second. Think about that.
Wait, how many feet is a football field?
100 yards.
How many feet is that?
300 feet.
300.
Okay. Yeah, 2 feet, brother.
So then it is 15,000 feet a minute. Okay, that's the one I got to.
Yeah. I just.
But that's 4.4.5 football fields in a
4.88 football fields. Almost 5 football fields per second.
Per second. That's crazy. That's like
ridiculous.
so dumb.
Ridiculous.
And so when someone says you wouldn't feel it, I'm like, you put it in terms like that. Are you crazy? You wouldn't.
Are
feel
you
it.
sure about that?
Yeah. Even if
you want to try that again?
You're never going to get used to that. And then, like I said, change the angle of the body 90 degrees, and there's 90 degrees of difference in the semicircular canals. It's over.
Where is that coming
What
from?
is that? I don't know.
Please stop.
Don't you think you guys are being a little harsh? I mean, you guys are being a little hard on the globe, don't you think?
A little
What
hard.
What globe? What globe is that again?
Let it fight back a little bit. Stop beating
There's a
it.
globe.
Step back. Step back. Stop hitting it.
Elijah,
Dead already, man. Let's go.
I can't
Elijah,
do
you see
something
my
that doesn't
comment?
exist.
Who said that? Choco?
2.0.
Oh, Choco said it. Only a booty can be redunkless, bro. Stop. Stop. You know the rules on the
Who's in the house?
Yeah, I mean. You know what's up.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what's poppin'.
What up, turn up? What's good?
We're all on the move. Oh, hey, only a booty can be redunkless, eh?
You guys fucking taking on the globe. I was just wanting to join in on the picking on the globe fun. Fuck.
Hey, Ward, eh? Don't you think you're being a little too hard on the beaver?
Hey?
Eh?
What was that beer
Leave
they?
my egg leave alone.
Some kind of Canadian beer up there. And like, let's go on top of the house and pick some cherries, eh?
I can't believe nobody said it. Well, golly gee, Wally, the globe is just so redunkless. You guys ain't got no cracker in you. What the fuck?
Yeah, shut up, Cracker. Hey, Battlemod.
Leave it to Beaver, damn it.
Battlemod, do a news desk. Can you do a news desk announcement? Like flat?
Well, hey, in like Canadian, eh?
Yeah, you can go to try it. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Meanwhile, back at the news desk.
Globe spins at 1,500 foot per minute, eh? Imagine the Coriolis you would experience while short distance shooting. 1 second. Listen, apply that to long distance sniper with Coriolis. So, long distance, 2 miles, 5-second shot. 1,500 foot per second. 6,000 foot of deviation for a moving target. So a 1 second play at maybe 800 yards, 1,500 foot. Come on. It doesn't happen. Nobody adjusts for 1,500 foot of fucking rotation or movement. That means a deer would rotate away from me. So imagine if I seen a deer refracted over a hill. Refracted, mind you, it's a mirage.
Is it switching to the deer lease? You flat smack?
This is my physical platform.
Oh, hey, we smack it on the deer hunting, because everybody here deer hunts, so I had to bring it down to earth. The language, they can understand. So your deer is refracted over the hill, and you have to account for where it will be, not where it is.
Sorry, eh? I thought it was a
Well,
girl.
you do it with the
Somehow,
right? Somehow,
right? From a refracted image, eh?
Into the bullet, eh?
Or you won't be eating moose. Oh my
I
god.
get my bow and arrow because I can't afford a gun.
That's not
Oh
a
my
deer.
god, I'm off.
No, but we can make the deer
Yeah.
into the bullet.
Yeah, there you go, Omega.
That's not a deer. It's a mirage.
It's a meese.
I seen a deer on the horizon, eh? And it was running so fast, and I shot it like 1,500 foot in front of it, but it was a mirage, so I missed it.
Your bullet hit an
It's only worth $1.
I shot my ex-wife, eh? On accident.
They're shooting
Oops,
imaginary.
did I say that?
They're shooting imaginary deers out there all the time. They're shooting the imaginary deers.
I said that out loud. Oh, she's not in the compost pile, eh? That's a joke. Don't get nervous,
She's
guys.
in the old ashtray, eh? She's in the ashtray, eh?
Oh, hey, you want some corn?
Eh?
Are you hungry? Eh?
Flapping heads.
You could be a Yooper or a Minnesotian, eh? A
Boy,
Minnesotian, eh?
this took an extreme left turn.
Hey guys, what the fuck?
I know. Everybody got nervous. Like, wait, did Mike get divorced or did she just get lost in the compost pile?
Where you rumpusing me when I'm talking about ops for? Eh?
Oh, because I can't, eh? I'm the lead mod. I win.
Well, lead mod don't fucking win when it comes down to the A or E.
I slap you with a moose rump roast, eh?
You don't know about the fucking A or E.
Yeah, I give you a nice cup of tapioca afterwards.
Not those
You betcha.
separatist fuckers, us, man. We're unionists, republicanists, are in factions. Greatest faction. Man's
Or-
attractions.
Or are you from
Attracted to
Essex?
men, are you? We don't like days around these parts.
Essex, eh? Oh, hell no, buddy.
Because we need the fucking money.
The fucking money.
Have to give you the Essex treatment. Crack
Give
will give
him
you
a cup of concrete, eh?
Crack will give you the Essex
Hey.
treatment.
So you guys down there, eh? You just sound like Canadians with a different dialect, eh? Got drunk and started with all the fuckings, eh?
With the multiple fuckings? Hmm?
In the concrete and in the cup and shit.
Infinite fucking plus one.
Got lost on the
fuckings
rainbow
sides of the
looking for
line.
your gold.
Multiple fuckings on sides of lines of roads. Multiple fucking penny farthings. Farthings.
You better have your lucky coin, eh?
We see things that fall too farting. We see things that are too far, you see.
No, think about that though. You know, they're basically telling you a deer at 300 yards can be refracted over a hill, and you can shoot it while 1,500 foot per second is moving.
Oh no.
You know, most people don't understand that a bullet's in flight at 100 yards for a second. That's 1,500 foot.
That's
movement.
It's not rotating.
But Coriolis doesn't apply to short distance shooting because it's minuscule.
Well, I want to see it.
First time I broke those equations down, so hold up. So at, every longitudinal and latitudinal point, you have a different amount of land being moved at a different time. So would this ring true, this equation, on the equator, bro, or towards, the 80th parallel?
Nope. The equation would not be able to be a static equation whatsoever. The equation has to be fluctuational in its values.
Exactly. So each person would, each sniper would have a scale for their longitude and latitudinal position. And then it would either be, 500 foot per second, which is still dude, you're talking about to shoot the deer on my property, I got to aim towards my neighbor's house.
Yep. And you got to have him motherfucking rotate into it, bro.
You gotta calculate for that deer rotation.
Well, listen,
While the bullet curves, because let's not, don't forget
In
that
the legal
bullet,
defense team, you
hold
would
up.
need.
Yeah. Listen, let's not forget that the bullet curves either right or left, depending on the rotation or the rifling of the barrel. If it's a left-hand rifle, then it'll spin to the left and create drag on the left, so your bullet will curve to the left and come back in. It's the same on the right.
Serious problem.
So there'd be so many fucking vectors, man. A redneck like me I'd never eat no fucking deer.
Okay, who's the next contestant on the Flat Earth news desk? Who wants to try? Luluka, why don't you do it? Could you do a news report, Luluka?
Yeah, what? No, I'm driving right now.
You're driving. Don't try to do
Traffic reports. I can give you a traffic report.
Okay.
Good morning. It's Luca driving on the flat plane with the traffic report. Coriolis affected the off-ramp to E60 bound today. We had a pile up.
Back at the news desk, we have Leluca giving us
Glover's bodies.
Go.
We have a pile up of Glover's bodies on aisle radius.
Correct. It's your name, Leluca.
Yep. Cardinal Moss right now, bro. So I don't know who you addressing, brother.
Cardinal.
Yeah, I don't think.
Welcome
I don't
to
think
the
the woman has anything to do with crack.
Welcome to the Crazed Commando News Desk. This just in, scientists have discovered gas pressure existing without a container. We go to Tina with the details. Tina?
There was a big boom, and then all kinds of pressure.
Leluca, pretend you're Tina, and then say that they actually news update that they actually have never found gas pressure without a container. There you go.
Hello.
This just
Tina
in.
reporting.
Wait
Excuse me. Hey. You can't cut me off in the middle of my report.
Don't
Tina reporting.
Okay,
From the 57 going on to the 91. We are accounting for the Coriolis at 400 meters per second, and it is getting crazy over here, guys.
Oh no! Oh, we hope she's okay.
We're experiencing electrical difficulty due to Coriolis.
Coriolis is spun just like the stuff just spun out of control, I think, or something. I don't know.
Technical ellipsoid issues.
Back to you at the home office, Sonny.
Back to you over the curve, guys.
Back at the home office. Still no. Okay,
back to you over the curb.
It sounds like
yeah, over the curb.
Sounds like we've got Tina back now.
Beyond the rotation, Sonny.
After some technical difficulty, we have Tina back. I think. Are you okay there, Tina?
I'm doing great. Thank
you come
so
over
much.
the side to tell?
I forgot your name. Oh my gosh. Sunny.
You get sideswiped by Coriolis.
The newscaster.
This has been CNN, and the only spin on this network is the spin of the Earth. Good night.
Your Coriolis News Broadcasting Center.
Tina, could you step over the side?
Where shit just spins every day out of control.
Who else wants to try it? This is great, man. Chocolate at the back at the news desk. We have Chocolate here with a report from wherever he is.
New York.
Tejas. There we go.
No angular distance and Chocolate. I can't pretend to be you, bro.
I guess
That was supposed to be Chocolate. Oh my god, that's
Crack villain.
We've lost the.
This just in.
Chocolate is not there.
Crack villain comments on the Rumpus effect.
Yeah.
And how it applies to gravitational anomalies on the globe.
How the Rumpus effect is one of the best proofs of flat Earth. Go.
And near next to refraction.
Crack villain. Tell us how
refraction.
Tell us how Jet Pandas is the number one flat Earth proofs.
Welcome to CNN. A new report has shown that we do see the curve. No, we don't see the geometric horizon. We do. Stay tuned for more.
Just in. There is no geometric horizon.
This is coming in.
We never claimed that.
Beautiful, man.
This coming in, guys. This coming in from our resident Glover.
Other people have already done it over water. Doing it over and over and over again.
He doesn't understand that you would get.
You're just hand-waving. You're just hand-waving my evidence. Over water.
Everyone stop!
Wait.
Everyone stop! Everyone stop!
Wait.
What's going on?
Wait.
Stop!
Wait.
Stop!
No.
Everyone stop!
Mute him.
There is
It's
no curvature.
It's the bot. Crack film.
You and Jem were arguing then.
Only Mod's Rumpus here.
He went off the reservation, man.
That was the rumpus effect. I thought it was asked for. I provided said citation. Back to you over the club.
How does Coriolis affect the rumpus effect? And gravity, does it bend the rumpus?
Only upside down.
Find the breaking sci-fi program later, not for this.
Breaking news from down under. Breaking news from down under.
Breaking news from Japan.
Australians have discovered that gravity doesn't exist. Gravity doesn't exist, and now people are falling from the bottom of the earth. Breaking news.
Oh,
gravity doesn't exist. And now people are falling from the
Gravitational anomalies were gravitational anomalies were so high today. Jin CBR rumpused himself through refraction.
Wow. That Jin CBR one you just heard was a mirage.
I think that's called standard refraction.
This is in the majority of the Einsteinian non-force certainly exists. So gravity superseded Newton, and that certainly means that all of a sudden gas is evacuated into space, and it's happening as we speak.
In other news, join us for bombshell evidence that dog bones are clocks.
Boom!
In other news, people are looking at the Foucault pendulum and now wondering why aeroplanes don't rotate. The Earth doesn't rotate under aeroplanes, helicopters, and hot air balloons. Everyone's confused.
Hummingbird.
I gotta point out that dude said people. Hey, I gotta point out that dude said people have already done it over water. Man, people have done it all over God's green
earth. Water. Above the water, below the water, no doubt. Yeah.
Guys, check out my new
I was the only one that took some sexually explicit content from that comment.
Nope. I took it too, bro. Oh shit, I didn't take shit. What am I on about? That sounds so
I was like, oh my god, he said they did it.
He took it too? I said I took it too. That sounds so bad, bro. You took it and I took it? Right. Where's Bone come from?
Where's the missing Radwin? Where's the missing Radwin lately? I haven't heard Radwin. Just wondering. Not the news desk, looking for the missing Radwin. Anybody seen the missing Radwin? Notify the Earth 24 Discord desk. Thank you.
Or if you do not know
he's been refracted beyond the curve. He's waiting for conditions to change to come back.
If you don't know him by Radwin, then you may know him by Radwenel or Radwin
second.
Radwin.
Yeah, look at my new meme, guys. I created it.
Radwenel, Rahel.
Please look at my new meme. I created it today.
No, take that down.
Sorry, I'm driving. Can't.
No, it's copyrighted. I copyrighted Radwin.
My God.
Look at it.
I turn on the radio, pull a little closer, but she still says no.
Can you see it? Batman, can you see
it? Dinner time music. We have Michigan Radio.
Battle Mod has a priority speaker.
Yeah, I know he does.
The Battle Mod evening radio show.
Nope, I don't have it
over everyone. Like you don't have priority speaker. That doesn't prove you have no priority.
No, I don't. I don't have priority speaker on, bro. I don't. I can invoke it if you want.
No,
it's just a good connection.
Look,
I broke out the hotspot again.
It's still.
All I see is this little crap foreign car.
Bro, look at the meme though.
Get a meme with some American steel on it, damn it.
Look, can you not see the meme, the joke? Can you no one see the joke in that meme?
This is not a shoe.
How to get behind on the meme.
Yeah, I see that. I just don't do shoe science, bro. I'm ignorant to shoe science.
Well, I just edited the billboard to say this is not a shoe.
I am aware of engineering control and improvement processes.
What about your prosthetic legs? I don't know.
Prosthetic leg. I'll show you my third leg. Jump to my DMs.
Okay.
Okay, my third foot. My bad.
Already in your DMs, bro.
Careful, we might pay for that flight too.
No. No homo. But Cracky can't come hang out.
Battle Mod with the Michigander perspective. Tell us how perspective.
I'd wait perspective. So we were in a traffic jam the other day, and two dudes refracted into mutual combat.
Oh.
See, I bring Crack over so when somebody pisses me off the road, I can tell them get out and just say mutual combat. Just tell them mutual combat, bro. Get out. I got your back from the driver's seat. Get out, bro. Refract his ass. But nobody's going to jail. Just don't hit him when he's down. Goes if you hit a downed opponent, it goes from mutual combat to assault. Assault is when somebody's unable to defend themselves in Michigan. If you can still defend yourself, well, I can still beat on you. You know,
Say, uncle, say, uncle, you mofo.
That's why. Listen, that's why we got very few turnabouts in Michigan. Because you get stuck in the turnabout and somebody gets pissed off, it's a fight. Doors are open.
That's a bummer.
Yeah, everybody wanting to get in the turnabout is just like, okay, a fight. Hold on, well, give me my phone. Hand me my phone. Let's record this. You find Michigan fight videos all over.
Wow.
Turnabouts.
I took my kid to the park to go sledding the other day. It's called Cascades. And two dads started bucking, and their kids was talking about quit fighting. And I was like, I ought to go over there and teach them a lesson. And then my daughter was like, but then there'd be three dumb dads fighting. I was like,
got a point. Definitely has a point.
The kid is wise.
Wow, look at that elk, or what is a moose? Wow. Hello?
I let the women break it up because I'll tell you what, some Michigan women are tough.
Someone just said hello. I don't know who that was.
Yeah, I heard that too. That's why I said hello.
Is there anybody out there?
Oh, that was you saying hello. Oh, I see. Okay.
Me? No, I heard somebody said, hey, you guys, or something.
Oh, really?
Mandela.
I've heard some strange things on the server with no lights blinking and voices coming out with no lights blinking. That's pretty weird.
Yeah, it didn't really happen, bro. You only remember it that way. They really said goodbye.
Really?
Really?
Are we talking about
somebody did?
Are we talking about the
Mandela, bro? Mandela. I did hear somebody say hello though. Mm-hmm. I reckon I like them. Janelle.
Janelle. Yeah. Janelle. Hey, Janelle.
Oh, welcome back. I think that's him then that said, that is him. He said, hey, you guys. I did hear him.
I just want a flat earther roll. I'm a flat earther.
It hasn't been a week yet, Janelle. I told you wait a week and then talk to me and I'll give you the interview. You got to be here a week before we can do that.
That's no problem.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. But I'm not kidding. Just it's been 6 days now. Holler at me tomorrow. I got you.
Right on, Janelle. Welcome.
Okay, sir.
Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
I recognize your voice.
I'd have interviewed you that day if the rules here allowed me to.
Probably tomorrow where he's at. Wait a minute.
Okay, tomorrow I will ask for an interview.
Well, just message tomorrow and ask me if I'm ready. I'll jump in. I got it. I won't forget.
Yeah, Battle Mod, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, can you do me a favor and remove that pathetic role called Japanese nationalist? I think someone was having a joke there, but there's...
Sure. Hey, did you get my DM?
No, I didn't get your DM. No, not.
Did I? I must have sent it to the wrong profile.
Yeah, he's got three different,
Give me a minute.
or at least three different profiles that I know of.
Yeah, please. Yeah, 7975 is the one I'm on at the moment. Please. Japanese nationalist. Having a laugh.
That's how you know you're over the target, Jin. They shut you down.
Well, if you don't have haters, bro, you're not doing anything right. That's my opinion.
Yeah, fine. I understand. But let's get rid of that role anyway.
I did.
Japanese nationalist.
Yeah, nonstop clowning of the Glovers. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do here. Nonstop clowning.
Hey, Battlemod. Battlemod, do you mind if me and my friend interview you for our speech project?
Speech, yes, I do. There's some kind of under-implying implication there.
Oh, it's for my speech class. I need to write a paper and I need to interview someone. It's a partner project with Bo the Penguin here.
But how does my speech apply?
I just need to interview someone because I have to write a paper.
You know when I talk like a redneck, I'm joking, right? By God, I'm a fucking Yankee.
What?
Translation. He said
exactly.
He said he's a fucking Yankee.
That's
exactly. That's area out of me. When I talk like a redneck, I'm just joking.
I can translate for you.
Okay. That's good.
Are you going to interview him on live stream? Because I'd like to listen.
No.
Yeah, I can.
Feel free to do Leluca, though. For an interview. For an interview. Let me be specific for you dirty-minded mofos.
That sounded inappropriate.
It did. I had to correct that.
I'm actually, believe it or not, I'm partnered with Bo the Penguin for this because we're in the same speech class. With Alec.
Speech class.
Yeah. But he's muted.
So, what's the topic? I know it's speech, but dialect?
Yeah, I just have to interview someone about like an interesting topic.
Direct communication skills?
Interesting topic.
What
topic are you going to choose?
Well, I'm doing flat Earth.
Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's a horse of a different color.
Mm-hmm.
You gonna spin it, or are you gonna like portray it the way it he writes it?
No, I'm just getting the information and putting it in.
Is it the exact reason why I don't do interviews?
Is it going to be a pro or anti-flat Earth?
I'm not supposed to be picking sides. It's weird.
So it's supposed to be pros and cons.
Yeah.
For and against.
Well,
those are the type of papers I actually like.
Yeah, it's mainly pro flat Earth, but
you could put globe proof on one side and flat Earth proof on the other.
In a proper paper, when you cover a topic, you state the evidence or facts for and also the same against.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it's not a collegiate thesis or a valid paper.
That's true. Has to be.
I know in high school or university, maybe you're not conform to that rigorous standard, but that's how proper paper is done. For and against, pros and cons.
Yeah.
That actually promotes critical thinking, but we don't do that much anymore.
Mm-hmm.
We ask for a one-sided opinion. I've seen a lot of my daughter's curriculum or requirements for her papers, and really I'm against them. I make her do a pro and con paper, and if the teacher don't accept it, I tell her to take the failed grade. Fuck them. Because we're homeschool, but there's certain required classes, which I actually listen on in Zoom, and if there's stuff I totally disagree with, that it's because it's non-factual, it's just an opinion, I argue with the teacher that it should be taught as an opinion, not fact. And where, okay, it's like this. We have a parent-teacher conference, committee, and all that when it comes to a physical school system. So Zoom kind of takes us away. I'd like to know what platform on the internet I go to bitch about their curriculum.
Yeah.
Because not enough parents do this. So, I've been on the committee, so the parent faculty committee, and not enough people are active in that either. They got to work, or they don't care, or they just assume, well, they got it. We only teach facts, and this isn't true. We go with the mainstream opinion. An opinion isn't science, neither is consensus. Agreement. None of that shit is science. Agreement isn't a demonstration of cause and effect or fact. It's just a group opinion, that's it. Or we could call it a mass hallucination. But I'm one of those active parents. I don't just, I got time with this one, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I focused my time. I directed on that. That's why I homeschool. Kind of over all this crap. I got a bachelor's. I don't need a public educational system. I teach my child better than the school system. Associate's degree public educators. Screw them.
Yeah.
I mean, where does the arts and liberal arts degree qualify you to teach anybody anything other than opinion anyway? Most of it's philosophical bullcrap.
I agree.
He's probably doing his damn paper right now, damn it.
That might not be enough to finish it. Alec is partnered with me for the project, believe it or not.
Well, part of that liberal craps is communication and speech. You know that. That's how speech got added to grammar. Bunch of liberals.
Did you vote for Trump, Battle Mod?
I didn't vote. I don't believe in a two-party system being a choice. Politicians, okay, so take a group of politicians, tell me they don't work together. But all mechanics work together to advance auto mechanics. All bankers do work together. You're telling me all politicians don't work together? Find that hard to believe. They all cover the same topics, don't they?
Mm-hmm.
Just counterpoints on each topic are their running policy. or assertions because most of them never even cover what they run on. And if you look at history, what they do is they take turns blaming it on the last generation. They tell each generation the last generation screwed you, but they're not specific about that. The last generation's a politician. Because if our nation was a bus, then who's driving the bus? And who's been driving the bus for multiple generations? Politicians. Well, the bus is now parked in the middle of a cesspool. Whose fault is it? The people on the bus or the driver? Would be the driver's fault. So the politician's been driving force behind the nation. So all our problems aren't from the last generation. They're from the last group of politicians who keep doing the same crap over and over again and selling the same lies. And when we've caught them lying so much, why would we ever ask the question, why would they lie? The fact that they do says, why wouldn't they lie? The fact they've been caught says, why wouldn't they lie? And in other countries, it's apparent. They don't even have to be caught. They tell you have a right to an opinion and it's a democracy, but then in the end, they do whatever the hell they want, regardless of your vote. I have no faith in politicians. They're just men.
Yeah.
A lot of people want to believe men are good at heart, but that's just not the truth. They may be born that way, but once money comes into the equation, then all men are corrupted. And power. Give them money and power. Power corrupts, absolutely. Add money to it.
Well, I feel like I feel like a failure because I just went into voice chat too and tried to talk with Shadow something or other 5 and explain to him how movement of the stars did not any way pertain to the shape of the earth. And I feel like I failed because he got all triggered and angry. So if he's still down there in voice chat too, someone with a better grasp of the situation might want to just
I don't know if he got triggered. That would imply to me that he did hear what you're saying. You did make valid points, and he's now in the stages of grief. One being denial.
Ridicule. Yeah, I listened to it. I was there listening to you. I thought you did a really nice job, but he got really angry very quickly, which I thought was odd. When you were pressing what's your own experience, he cursed you almost immediately. So yeah, I think that's right. I think he's going through his grief.
Well, yeah, I mean the main thing that I was trying to point out was that he kept talking about how his Starlink or Star whatever software like accurately predicted things that happened. I said, did you ever go outside with a telescope and see if those predictions came true? Like, isn't that the sort of basic requirement of predictions that someone sees them come true? And he kind of dipped.
Yeah, he started out by saying I'm really smart, and I know that the Earth is round because of the behavior of the stars. So right there, that's a fallacy. We don't point at the sky to look at to describe the shape of the floor.
Right. I mean, that's not technically a fallacy, but it is incorrect.
That's true.
Anyway,
that's incorrect. That's right. Yep.
Well, that's too bad though. Like, I figured I was maybe just too rough on him, and somebody else could. Because we had such a good discussion earlier with that Oblivion guy.
Oblivion was in a way different frame of mind, though. He was able to sort of put his own opinion to one side while he played with the different point of view. This other individual was not able to do that.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna suck for him.
Yeah.
Hey, Battle Mod. Alec wants you to unmute him. He says he has something to talk about.
Oh boy.
Yeah, me and Alec are doing the project together, so we need to interview you.
So if you could unmute Alec, that'd be cool. Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. Alec got half the questions and I got half the questions, so we can't do it unless he's unmuted.
This has got to be a 100 IQ troll.
Battle Mod. Do you want us to fail?
Battle Mod, mate. Come on.
It seems he stepped away from the Discord. He might be back any moment, so just hold your horses.
All right.
Can you send a screenshot of your assignment for school?
Do you really want me to?
Make sure you're not doing a 100 IQ troll.
It's not a 100 IQ troll. I actually need to interview him. Me and Alec, I already have like a 20 in speech, and Alec has like a 7.
Yeah, that's trolling. School assigners, like, there's no syllabus that's based on fucking Bethesda software skill building. So, like, just be honest about what it is you're trying to learn.
Yeah, I need to interview someone about us on a topic. Like, it's supposed to be like a unique topic.
Okay, this isn't a unique topic, so just specifically ask your research question.
Okay, I'm gonna wait for Alec because we're
But you can literally ask, like, Alec can DM you his questions, and then you can ask them. He doesn't need to be unmuted. You know that, right?
But that's cheating,
bruh. Your IQ just went down by 20 points with that troll.
It's been there.
What would you guys rate the IQ of this troll?
60.
Okay.
Lame.
Lower?
Said lame.
I know you guys don't think it's an interesting topic, but I asked my teacher and she's like, yeah, that would be great.
The fact that your teacher is a lady proves that you haven't gotten a good education, friend.
Like, all teachers are great ladies. Most of them.
Yeah, so you probably got, what you needed, but you didn't get an education. Put it that way.
I mean, I think I got an education. Did you go to college?
Sure did.
What'd you get a degree in?
Substance abuse counseling.
Interesting. I don't know what that means, but it sounds cool.
It just means that people who don't have addiction problems try to teach people with addiction problems how not to have addiction problems.
Bo Mamba's actually addicted to Adderall.
Who is?
Bo Mamba in here. So, Bo Mamba, if you want to go and unmute yourself. He doesn't like to talk about it.
Well, that sounds very much unlike someone who's addicted to Adderall, so you're a liar.
He's addicted to painkillers, too.
Nah, you're just a liar and a retard.
Okay.
I was gonna say they started the lie and it just keeps going.
I can't
The bad
believe
hammer.
there's not even a Bible study. Sorry, not Bible study.
Well, if Bo Mamba would unmute, he could explain, but...
We all know you're trolling. There is no school.
Okay, but there is a drug problem. I'm actually serious about that.
All right, give me your teacher's email.
I'm not giving you my teacher's email, you freak.
And
Exhibit A.
there's no
guys.
problem.
Exhibit A.
You think I'm gonna give you my teacher's email? Are you serious?
Sorry, we like to deal with evidence-based claims here.
I know.
Wait, how young are you people? Like 12?
Who?
At least.
And y'all talking about teachers. It's crazy. What's going on in the other windows, pal?
Other what?
Windows open in your internet browser. What's going on in those other windows?
I have one incognito window open and it's blank.
That's a weird fetish. I never heard of that before.
Oh, well, I just always have it ready in case you guys ask me some weird question that I need to Google.
Why would it need to be incognito, though?
Because I don't want it in my search history.
Why not?
Because I don't want to get ads about flat Earth.
There are no ads about flat Earth.
Or I don't want I don't want to get ads about weird things.
If you want to talk about silver linings, once you accept the truth of flat Earth, you never get advertised to again.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
How does that work?
Well, basically, once it is impossible to convince you of the foolishness sphere Earth, it's impossible to convince you that Rocket Mortgage has your best interest in mind, or that Pepsi Cola is a good thing to drink, and so on and so on. Tell me, you're obviously under 25. Do you think that playing video games is going to increase or decrease your evolutionary advantage?
My evolutionary advantage?
Yep.
Well, I think some kids it's gonna be easier for them to get like computer degrees and stuff.
Yeah, but what about you?
Yeah, I think it can help me.
So you know how to use Visual Basic or Python or any of those type of computer languages?
No. Or actually,
so
I wrote like one JavaScript code for a class.
Cool.
Mm.
And suppose that you became an expert in one or another of these computer languages. Do you think that would increase or decrease your chances of sitting in the exact same fetid diaper requiring situation that you're in now?
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where food comes from, son?
Farms?
Yeah. So, given that, do you think that you have a more or less secure food network the further or closer you are to farm.
Closer.
Yeah. So how does your computer science education put you closer to food?
Well, I don't think it does.
Okay, so what the fuck are you doing right now, bro?
What do you mean, what am I doing right now?
Well, I can hear you typing frantically, but...
I'm taking notes about this. This is...
No, you're not.
I am.
Read your last note.
Talking about your food connection to gaming.
Okay, and so you've taken a note, and what does that note mean to you?
It's for my speech class.
I took a speech class in 2011.
Mm-hmm.
And
In
what
high
I
school?
learned, no, that was in my college years. Sadly, I never was offered such a class in high school. But what I've learned about speech in life, the school of life, if you'll consider such a cliched metaphor as being realistic, is that there is no substitute for truth. You writing this down, kid?
Yep. No substitute for truth.
Precisely. So it doesn't matter what techniques one learns to convey truth. If one doesn't have it at the outset, one can never speak truth, and thus the available audience one has is always diminished by lies. In other words, if you cannot speak truth and can only speak lies, you can only convince liars of whatever it is you're trying to say. And if you're unsure about the pain and havoc that such a methodology can wreak on a populace, I merely ask you, have you ever looked at the spotty, moist, brown interior of your fucking face mask? That's all I gotta ask.
I have not.
Well, that's because you're ignorant. You have no curiosity. You're a mere copyist.
I've looked inside my face mask.
Oh yeah? Is it brown and spotty and moist, or isn't it?
It's gross. It's sweaty.
Yeah.
And it stinks really bad.
So how does that make you reflect on how you evaluate authority?
I'm not sure.
Well, that's good. Agnosticism is better than dogged, zealous authoritarianism. So I think you'll be all right. All I'm saying is, if you think that the horizon is Earth curve, you have to contend with the black swan argument. And if you can't deal with that, that's your own mountain to climb.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know any of the arguments? Go ahead.
To build the bridge of why, bro. No offense, but it'd be helpful to build the bridge of why and actually talk to the guy instead of at him.
Oh, thanks, Battlemod.
No offense. You're welcome.
Battlemod, can we interview you?
No, man. I'm eating leftover fried chicken. Not right now, bro.
I can put that down on the side notes.
I'm hungry.
He likes fried chicken.
Should I write that down?
Flat earthers like
Graham? No, write this down. When he's hungry, he's hungry. When he's hungry, he's hungry. Put that down, Graham.
Okay.
Well, flat earthers work hard.
Yes. Battle mod.
I do like his point about food, though.
Okay, when he's hungry,
That's an easy one to grasp without somebody building a bridge of why it's so bad.
Question.
Battlemod, are you religious?
People put value in what you're saying. You have to build the value. No, not in my belief in flat Earth.
Are you religious, like, besides flat Earth?
I would say flat Earth's an observation.
I know, but are you, like, Christian?
Not a belief. I don't cover. No, I don't adhere to doctrine. No, doctrines are religion. A lot of people have a lot of different definitions of what religion in here, but to me, religious is a doctrinal belief. It has nothing to do with a creator.
Panama, do you think that the puffer fish in the ocean know that the Earth is flat?
I don't know. How come if it's a sphere, how come they don't all get slammed together in that moving fishbowl and end up puffing up and fighting each other until they're death, and then there's no more puffer fish?
Yeah, do not be mean.
You know you can't have more than one in the tank, right?
Of pufferfish?
Yeah, because they'll blow up and they'll be like little big balls.
They'll pop each other?
Yeah.
Is that true?
Death.
Oh, they're fighters. That's right.
You know what? But we don't take Einstein's theory.
Battlemod, have you ever been in a fight? In your high school days?
I'm an ex-Marine, bro. I'll just leave it at that.
Leave it at what?
Yeah. I'm an ex-Marine. But yeah, I was a wrestler in college. I've done full contact martial arts my entire life. Yeah.
Were you infantry and Marine as a Marine? Or were you like a state?
Everybody starts as infantry unless you come in out of academy and become an officer right in the door. But yeah, I started E1 just like everybody else.
Did you watch anybody die?
Nope.
What was the highest rank you got to?
Young kids always ask the wrong question.
Oh.
No, Gabe, he's not talking about your question. He's talking about mine.
I was demoted from the highest rank.
You were a general?
No, I never said that.
Oh. I thought general was the highest rank.
I said before I left, I was demoted from my highest rank for failure to follow direct order.
Well, Battlemod, I do have a lot of respect for the military.
Me same. Not as much as for NASA, though.
Hey,
what?
Girl-sounding kid. I don't know either of your names, but one of you sounds a lot like a girl.
Talking to you, Alec.
Hey, what's that got to do with flat Earth, bro?
Yeah,
well, hold on a second. It has a lot to do with flat Earth.
Sounds like you're trying to take a position of authority based on.
He's being mean to me.
Man's voice.
And Alec.
Yeah, exactly. Crazy, who do you think you are?
These two are still trolling you guys?
I'm only 1 week on T.
King is somehow being frustrated, but the sound of a person's voice is no valid reason to get frustrated.
Here, I want to hear what he's going to say.
These guys should get an award for having the longest lasting troll.
We're not trolling. We've been here for like a week.
Yeah, the longest lasting.
Can we get QE? In
Alec has been here for 3 years.
I do get frustrated though when people just interrupt a valid conversation for all that input that's non sequitur.
Exactly. Chris Commando, you're very ignorant. You need to address that, my friend.
Well, we don't need to add, That's why they call you troll. They're just young kids, guy. How many of you are fathers?
Lamentably,
what's the attention span or concentration span of a teenager?
Battlemod, I have ADHD and
they tell all kids at. I don't buy into that shit. You're just a kid.
I was
Get over
diagnosed
that
at 7, and I have
shit.
processing
It's a label
issues.
you shouldn't
You ain't got none of
accept. That's a label you shouldn't accept. You're just a child. Children are hyper, and it's hard for them to focus.
Wait, you don't
I have
believe in
processing issues.
No, I don't. Let's not fucking change the debate.
Okay.
Take that ADHD crap and get the hell on with it. Attention deficit disorder because the person is hyperactive? It's moronic.
I find that very offensive.
So no offense, but if you have to ask me if I believe in something, then that implies you have no science to make it a fact. So take your beliefs and step with them.
Exactly.
No. Okay. Do you accept ADHD since you?
No, I don't. I said it twice. Do you have comprehension skill problems?
Hold on a second, everybody. Let's calm down a second.
I was diagnosed with ADHD, and it's bullshit.
I was too. If you took Ritalin and now you're
you don't have the bad part.
I took Ritalin.
There's good parts. I'm glad I got that.
You took medication for a label you got doesn't make that a true illness or ailment or mental ailment.
So sick of labels.
Well, Battlemite, it's kind of hard
comes
for me.
from lazy fucking teachers who don't want to deal with other people's hyper children.
Exactly, Graham. Stop adjusting yourself on a label and just be a kid.
Wait, you are a kid. So
Crazed Commando, do you ever shut up?
No. What we're gonna do is we're gonna hold on a second, everybody.
No, shut up. Don't tell me to hold on, dude. You're not the moderator. Get over that crap.
Be a kid.
I'm not the one.
Thank you, Battlemod. I appreciate it.
Ask anybody any question you want to finish your paper, dude. Ones that make it into some dumb game, man, I'll mute.
Let's write it for him. What do you
You don't
got?
have respect for children. You're not a valid man in my book. How about that premise? Prove me wrong.
Hell yeah, I'm with you.
All right, do you guys want to hear what I have so far?
Sure.
Okay, so Alec told me to write. When he is hungry, he is hungry. I don't know why he told me to write. Okay.
So Alec wants you to do all the work because Alec's a little lazy at his age?
No,
Yeah, he is very lazy. He makes me do everything.
No.
He made me write the last 2 papers.
Okay, so what's the prompt?
I've got when he is hungry, he is hungry.
That's it?
No. I've got you're not religious. I got pufferfish. Okay. Oh god, I did not take very good notes.
I'm glad I didn't decide to be an English teacher.
And then I've got Bennett fights, wrestler, martial arts, ADHD hater, and child lover. I did not take very good notes. I'm realizing.
Child lover.
Child lover.
I'm just a parent.
Yeah, I think that's where I was going.
It's child lover and hardworking.
Hold on, guys.
How do I
Adam,
get pufferfish?
If you DM me again, you'll be begging somebody to come back to our server, okay, Adam? I'm not the one, bro. I'm not going to keep saying it twice because you're slow or obtuse.
Yes, Battlemod, put your foot down. Let's go.
Yeah, and I also put in the side note that you're eating fried chicken at the same time.
I had a piece of watermelon too. Flat earthers do fried chicken and watermelon.
Okay, I will write that too.
I got some muskmelon too. You need that?
Wait, what is that?
Hey, Battlemod,
Honeydew.
this is the decider if I'm going to be your friend or not. Do you put salt on your watermelon?
I have on occasion.
No way. You're lying.
You don't like sweet and sour? I put salt on apple slices. What?
I mean, I've tried I don't know. A lot of the Mexican people do it, and they put, I think it's like tahini.
That's racist, Alex.
No.
Yeah.
What do you mean by Mexican people?
Yeah.
Alec, what was that?
A little racist.
Oh.
Alec.
Little help, guys.
Sorry. But you know, a lot of.
All right, guys.
Yeah, let's stop talking.
Listen, you're gonna frustrate everybody in the lobby, and they're gonna be crying for me to mute you.
Oh God.
Okay, Graham, go finish the report. I'll talk to you
I'm still working. Can you go into detail about the child
I'm not
welfare part?
Adam, I'm a Yankee. I'm not from the South. I'm from the North, man. Get a brain.
From.
He's talking to Adam.
You can sit there and talk.
Oh, yeah, I'm still gonna write that
all day
down.
long, but it's not gonna make somebody second guess what they did.
You guys should choose better fake names next time.
Fucking morons around here. They think everything's a debate.
Me and my better fake names.
Yeah, your name ain't Graham.
Who said my name is Graham?
Can you rewrite that in English, Adam?
Oh, I can talk now?
That is neither a coherent or cohesive sentence.
I don't think you can spell either. Fuck you, ban me, I don't care.
Yeah.
Battle mod. When's the last time you filled up your car with gas, and how much did it cost?
What's that got to do with shit?
I know your car has a big engine, and I'm a big fan of it, and I know it takes up a lot of gas. This doesn't have to do with the paper, just a random question.
It has to be specific about what car. Yeah, I know, man. Like,
I know what kind of car you have. You sent a picture.
That's just one, dude. You don't know much.
You have more than the Challenger.
We all know Battle Mod drives a truck.
Yeah, my everyday driver is a work truck. I'm a working man.
Oh, but do you also have the Scat Pack, or is that like your Challenger?
Yeah, I do.
I love your Challenger.
Challenger Scat Pack. I bought my son one. I drove it, and I said, "Fuck that! I gotta have one too."
Wait, what year?
Excuse me.
Christ, let's move
Excuse me.
You've been excused.
Is this a fucking family Zoom call, or is this the 24/7 flat Earth Discord server?
Hold on.
It's for school.
Hold up, guys. Shut up. Let me answer that. Who built the platform? You or me, bro?
Not me. I'm just saying.
There you
what's
go.
the topic?
So quit telling us where we're supposed to be at.
All right, but thanks for confirming my suspicions.
I've already asked the kids to move on. I don't care about your fucking suspicions or your implications. Don't be a little childish bitch, and I won't be. I'm over all that crap, dude. Just so if you don't agree with the conversation, doesn't mean squat. Don't call me a kid. Get the hell up. So look, guys, we're moving on before I have to ban one of these loud mouths. They seem to think they can bully people on their own damn platforms. Sonny, one of you guys, Crypto, Jen, any of you guys want to take over the lobby and shut this dude up? I'm tired of Secret Keem thinking he can run crap here at BC Verified.
Hey, what's the shape of the Earth, everybody?
I don't think you want to get arguing with Alec. He has a major in physics.
The Earth is flat.
Yeah.
Boys,
the Earth is square.
in your head, yes.
Yes.
Yes, in your head.
Jin, let's be honest. You really want to get going with me right now? I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, I'm ready if you're ready.
He has a major in physics.
Oh, Jin, I'm just getting ready, Jin.
Okay.
You two are gonna have a yokai battle right now.
Oh yes, Jin, I'm getting ready.
Get yourself ready, boy.
Yes, Jin.
Ready.
Hey, Alec, you want to have a barking competition? We'll do that later. We'll do that later.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that later.
Not in live stream.
Jin, have you ever met a flat earther who's also a furry?
Say that again?
Have you ever met a flat earther who is also a furry?
No.
Cow.
I'm a furry.
Are you?
Oh, are you?
No, I'm not.
Okay.
You see, the person in Alex's profile picture is actually Bo Mamba in his fursuit. Believe it or not.
It is. It is. But Mamba does love his fursuit.
Let me ask you a question, boys. How do you know that the Earth is a spinning ball in space?
I never said that it was.
You know it?
I'm not saying it is.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I'm an open-minded fellow.
No, you know what? I'm never okay. Oh, and he got muted. Okay. Question.
Yeah.
No more talking from you guys. You guys shut up. Next.
The guys need to get a knuckle sandwich.
Yes, come on. Where's your question?
But he's majoring in physics in high school. He might have something to tell Neil deGrasse Tyson.
Yeah. You want to send him an email?
All right, I see a lot of people muted. It's not good. Not looking good here.
Yeah, we had a lot of bozos.
Yeah, it looks like it. Same bozos from the other night. Apparently, Mike likes to play with his food. All right, so I'm going to be playing a movie in the other room called The Game from 1997, starring Michael Douglas. It was made by Propaganda Films. It's literally the name of the production company, so it's pretty interesting.
My bad, guys. I apologize.
No worries, man.
I'm sorry for interrupting. Just a public notice. In the other room.
No, you're good. What are you watching?
The Game from 1997, Michael Douglas.
Cool.
Yeah.
I have to watch.
You might have to watch it. Exactly. All right.
Yeah, that's a good one, man.
I'm going to start in the next 10
It's a good
minutes or so.
That's a good film, that one. It's a great film.
Well, it gets better. The more you learn about the real propaganda,
Yeah, okay, I'm going to get down there now, man. That's
and flat Earth and everything, like it makes more sense.
Popcorn.
I just lost the game.
Oops.
If anyone gets it, I don't know.
It's a David Fincher movie. That's why it's so good.
Yeah. All right, I'm going down to cinema.
Try War Games.
Oh.
What do you guys think would happen to the price of gold if the world found out that the amount of land that we've surveyed is actually just a fraction of what's out there?
What? The world? Can you repeat that?
What do you guys think of the price of...
Oh, the price of gold. Oh, right.
Yeah, the price of gold, or like, for example, any prices of commodities are... The whole Keynesian economic system is based on, or the study of economics is based on this, on scarcity. And so now if you remove the scarcity and then you replace that with abundance, because beyond the South Pole, which is not a South Pole, but beyond the South region, there's a whole new North America times 1,000.
Because Admiral Byrd said so.
To come up with some other bullshit to create an artificial scarcity. Kidding me?
Yeah, I mean, they're creating.
You underestimated their criminals. Did you forget that part?
Sorry?
I said they're criminals. Did you forget that part? That they're criminals? Like they'll just do some dirty shit. They don't care.
Well, they're psychopathic, so they're criminals. That's the secondary effect of.
Well, they'll say it's like covered with radiation or something, or they'll come up with some lie why nobody can actually go there.
I know, but we're gonna have to go there. That's the thing. Like, if you know how there was the Trump flotillas, they were crazy, thousands and thousands of boats. Well, imagine the Antarctic flotilla that goes and says, "Screw this BS debt-based serfdom system," and we're busting through the Antarctic wall.
Can I offer a piece of advice to everybody?
Yeah, unsolicited advice. How much does it cost?
$0.
Awesome. If it's free, it's for me. Go.
Yeah. So until you're able to figure out how to make a pencil, don't worry about what's going on in Antarctica, except that the Antarctic Treaty proves that the Earth is flat. But otherwise, if you don't know how to make a pair of pants, or if you don't know how to turn corn kernel
Yeah, I don't think that's good advice at all. I think it's very poor advice, and
Pretty easy to make those
you don't
things.
need to have the answers to everything, all scientific matter, in order to still explore territory. Look how they were using sailboats made out of wood, and they didn't use fiberglass or rocket engines to get to where we are right now. Well, in North America. So I think if Antarctic is just a stone's throw away anyway, like what's there to lose? There's a lot more to gain.
And making pencils is easy. You just take them, make a fire, and then in the coals you have charred materials, and you can use that charcoal to write all kinds of things.
It's just like we can have all the proofs and all the websites and everything, but we need to go there.
I've never bought that we got to go to Antarctica. It wouldn't prove anything.
Well, yeah, I mean, we go there. I'm going to go there, regardless of if you guys want to stay here on Earth with your serfdom under the Federal Reserve and the Queen and all that stuff. But this is their land. Like, they have already claimed all the land. Unless you have an army to undo that, I think it's pretty clear that they own all the elections. And I mean, I don't see an alternative. And I don't see why you wouldn't want to explore, other than just laziness.
You act like it's trivial. It's far from trivial. Southern Ocean is hazardous. Antarctica is hazardous.
Yeah, but you don't have to go by boat. You can. I mean, there's right now you could develop your own drone. They did this expedition.
No drone flies over 600 miles, dude.
No, I'm saying you could.
You're reminding me of Hollywood right now.
No, I'm just
I
saying
don't
you
even
can
know how
design
many
your
times
own
I
drone.
banned him for this
right?
Antarctica bullshit.
Okay, well, that's your opinion, and I respect it. So I'm just saying I disagree respectfully and it's possible to fly, and you could definitely not. You don't have to do it all in one trip either. You could fly, land, and then if you're able to produce your own fuel, you can generate your hydrogen fuel, continue on for the next trajectory. Who knows?
Lot of if. How do you know if there's resources there to make your own fuel? Or can we just pull natural flammables out of nowhere if they're not there?
No, you
combustible
water,
material.
It's called electrolysis, so that's how you create
Oh,
hydrogen. And
I know what electrolysis is, bro. How do you know there's water?
Well, there's water, there's ice, it rains, it's earth. It's beyond. It's just another extension of Earth's atmosphere, right?
So let me get this right. You're going to use energy to thaw the ice into water,
To me,
and then
that-
you're going to use electrolysis of water to create hydrogen. To do what? Like, you realize
saying
there's no 100% efficiency, right? You're not going to get more than you put in.
Right.
Well, no, that's not the question. The question was, I mean, how do you go long distances? And if
It's got to be sustainable. It is a question.
Fuel using hydrogen and
Sustainable.
solar panels or another form of energy, which you can use wind or anything. You can use that to melt and create your hydrogen. That's it. That's basic physics. It's not.
Well, get on your boat and ride, bro. Do it. You're talking about laziness, but
Do you know how much it takes to produce a
this
windmill?
requires more education than probably you contain.
What are you
Wouldn't just
talking
be
about?
lazy.
Dude, one drone is going to carry
It
a
wouldn't be
windmill to
just-
Antarctica anyway.
Yeah, it wouldn't be just laziness. It's most people couldn't do the electrolysis,
Yeah, but I'm not.
and then the ones that could, of them, 9 out of 10 would blow themselves the fuck up.
I know, but that's already happening right now.
I know, but I say it's just lazy. You guys are just lazy.
Listen,
You're not worried about
acting like-
sustainability.
You're acting like this is a trivial adventure, right? You're talking
I'm not
about a
acting-
major
anyway.
engineering project that costs millions of dollars.
Yeah.
Like,
No, that's
yeah,
like an
you're buying.
interpretation.
Look, have you actually
It
ever
doesn't
built
cost
anything or
millions of
done anything
dollars
in your
to
life?
go to
Like,
Antarctica.
seriously, I have to ask a serious question because it's hard to
Go
take you
ahead.
seriously, thinking that this is a non-trivial. This is just a trivial thing.
People go. There's a guy who went there with his sailboat, and then his sailmates were all killed.
And they,
he
yeah,
wanted to go back and they
and he
jailed
got
him, right?
arrested.
Yeah,
No,
exactly.
he got jailed twice.
Wow, that guy must be super smart, genius, right, and rich too.
Actually, he was pretty rich. I mean, he sailed all over the world
that's-
too.
Yes, people go there all the time for vacation. They don't need a million. You might need 100,000. You know,
Well, you know,
100,000 is not a lot of money.
if you're holding up a
For
guy
like
that had
business.
people die and was arrested twice as an example, I'll pass.
Yeah, exactly. So why would people want to go, right? So that's
not
what I'm
a lot
saying.
if you're
You
a
need to
millionaire.
go there now
Because people
clear.
died and he was arrested twice. That's why.
Yeah, well, that's for people that are scared of the them.
Dying and being arrested? Yeah.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
me.
That's probably you probably wear a COVID mask too, because
Like-
that's what people they fear, so they stay at home and they want to be prisoners like the lion in the cage.
And I don't need to go to Antarctica to know that the people in charge are lying to us.
And I also don't need to go to Antarctica to know the Earth is flat.
That's not the point. The point is to go beyond, just like the other people did before our forefathers
Beyond
did before
what?
them. They didn't stick around for the Bank of England to take everything away from them. They said, "We're leaving."
First of all, the Bank of England didn't even exist when the Pilgrims came over here, dude.
The reason America was founded is because they were escaping permanent debt serfdom. This is why they wanted gold and silver. You know your history, man. Come on, I'll give you a lesson.
Yeah, I know. So tell me when the Bank of England was founded. What year?
Doesn't matter when it's founded.
Well, they didn't leave.
It's
They
the-
didn't leave
the
England
debt
because of the
serfdom
Bank
that
of
has
England,
not
dude.
gone
That's
away
just
since
bullshit.
Babylon, dude. Hello, same system. Babylon's been around for a long time. It's just a different iteration, like software 1.2 with a new branding. Like it's not gonna go away. Like this. The only
Why
way
did
for-
we?
for
Why
us
did
to
we
go
leave
somewhere
England?
else.
Why did we leave England? Explain for us.
What? What's the question?
He's questioning you. I'm asking him, why did we leave England?
Well, that's probably a case by case basis. Some people left so they could start their little new religious cult. Some people left for better monetary opportunities. Some left because they were criminals and probably wanted
freedom.
You know,
They wanted freedom. That's the ultimate. That's the ultimate thing you want. You don't want anything else. Those other things are nice to haves. If you're a prisoner under a financial system that
they weren't free when they came
you,
here.
if you don't come up with the labor to keep
You know
yourself
anything
alive,
about
like
the history of
Egypt,
America?
under
Like
the
really?
pharaohs, that's the same system. Come on, man. Like, anyways, that's why Antarctica exploration would make sense, because you could get out from under this thing. Because it doesn't seem like electing people and voting with electronic voting machines is going to do anything anytime soon.
Listen, you can just opt out and stay here. You can just opt out. No one makes you use birth certificates, social security cards, get employment.
Yeah, wait until they grab you in the neck with the next vaccine, which is version 15, and then you need version 17 to go to the store, and then you're going to need 15 bracelets to go for a pee, and that's coming, man. These people are psychopaths. They think they made a flat place into a globe, and they teach it to children at the age of 8. Like, it's not going to be good.
They teach it much sooner than that.
Yeah.
Well, that's my niece.
I learned at 7 in first grade. I had to remember all the planets.
They sell mobiles to hang over your child's crib. You earn it at like 18 months.
Anyways, they're freaking crazy people, man. I'm telling you, and they outgunned. They're gonna take all the guns. You're not gonna be able to do anything. You post on the internet, they're gonna come to your house China style, man.
That's okay. Arm yourself. Get self-sufficient. There you go.
Right. That's gonna work. That worked for the Chinese and the Venezuelans and the Cubans and the Iranians and the Syrians.
We have guns. They didn't.
Yeah.
There's more guns in America than any other country combined. Than all the other countries combined. Owned by citizens.
You can't vote yourself out of the
Listen, bro. If what you're saying is true, you know what?
Like, seriously, you're ignorant. I feel like you're like 16 years old or something. You have these weird notions, man, like you've never done anything in your life.
Okay, that's very astute of you, because like that would make me
astute. Deep thinking and paying attention to the detail like you do when you can't even not interrupt a person in the middle of their sentence, but you call it a conversation.
We just back and forth there. If I didn't think that we're gonna have a British etiquette here. I think...
Well, hey, interrupting people isn't back and forth.
Okay, so they'll put a little check mark and go ahead. Anybody want to say anything? Like I didn't. I think the points we're getting across.
Well, it'd been nice if you just let him finish. I know your opinion,
I appreciate it. Thanks, bud.
A conversation is talking and listening.
I do that all the time, man.
It requires both. Otherwise, there's no established communication.
Okay, some people speak very slowly and takes them a lot of time to. So then other people.
So that's the excuse you use interruptible.
No, I'm just saying sometimes when you're doing type of.
You just said it.
It happens.
You talk too slow for me.
When you're doing delayed chat, it can actually happen without you intentionally wanting.
I know what lag is, guy. Who do you think you're talking to? A 5-year-old?
I don't know. You guys have this thing with age, right? Like, this is not an age thing. I'm just saying. I understand your point.
It is experience. You're talking to people like they're unaware of the shit you're talking about, and then you interrupt them when they're making their point.
Okay, I respectfully disagree, and I see your point of view, and I accept it. That's the best I could do there.
I just want to hear him finish one premise. That's it. He hasn't got to finish one. Now you got me rumpus it.
Well, dude, like, with all due respect, man, you're like Diet Woke, man. I knew about the Bank of England and the Crown Corporation 3 decades ago. And you're coming in here talking to us like we don't know anything. I know all about it. I know all about the financial system in infinite detail. So, I mean, seriously, in infinite detail. Ask these guys. You want to know about money? I got the answer. Okay? The history of money going back to the Babylonians. So, I mean, you're not, like, educating us. You have, like, a little bit of knowledge and you're trying to spread it, like, but you're telling us stuff that's That ground's been tread over about 1 billion times in this chat. Did I lose everybody? Did I drop a mic or something?
Oh, they finally let you finish, bro. Rock on.
Well, dude, Antarctica is not the answer, and if you want to be free and out of the slave system, opt out. No one's making you do it, man. You're a volunteer. So stop going to work with your social security number. Stop using your birth certificate. Anything that associates you with the government, just stop using it. Just opt out. No one's making you do it. You choose to do it out of convenience. Find some land, find a sharp axe, start chopping shit up, make a house. Till the land. If you don't want government benefits, dude, you got to do it yourself. Do it yourself. Don't think you're going to just march to Antarctica and just like, boom, a city's going to appear. You can actually get more than you can get better. You can just go to the Amazon rainforest. There's places in West Virginia where people have never set their feet.
Yeah, Michigan too. Top half of our state is national forest.
Yeah, where no human has ever tread or even gawked their eyes at. You don't have to go to Antarctica to get away. You can get away right here.
Then you go to the upper peninsula, and there's even more national forest that is restricted. The lower parts of the state, there's certain areas where you're allowed to hunt, camp, and most people don't know state land. You can go to any state land you want. You can camp out as long as you want, as long as you don't build a permanent residence, and you can leave the land the way you found it. You can live on state land for free. They don't want you to know that, but it's the truth. All you got to do is say, I'm camping. It's your resource. You own it.
That's right. Don't build a foundation. Real simple.
Yeah, that's good. I don't know what's beyond. I mean, there's the assumption that maybe it is a big just chunk of ice. That's one perspective. But maybe it's just like another Fiji, if you go far enough. So I'm willing to go for it, and you guys can go to your national parks. That's all good.
Listen, the uncertainty of what it is what makes recreating your own fuel, using solar energy, all that shit is an uncertainty. Which puts a monkey wrench in all that. Educated people do consider every factor. Well, it's just not a viable factor or choice.
Well, I'm just saying.
If you can send a drone over there and show me that there's actually adequate sunlight to acquire solar power from for electrolysis, we're going to need heat to exchange ice to water to hydrogen, and then containment processes, which will all take energy too. That's a lot of energy.
Materials and getting it there, and manpower and labor.
Yeah, but it's the same thing. Like look.
And the way you stated,
here I got
all on one tank of gas.
Yeah, well, I got a question for you. Anyway. Why do you believe the map anyway? Why do you think if you go, there is a place for Antarctica to go to and hang out?
All right, so it starts like this. I think that the creator is basically created infinity, and I don't think he limited his creation to a certain amount of kilometers and a certain like a certain shape, right? I think it might be a circle, but I just don't know how big the circle is. So I'm willing to go beyond. That's it. Like, I can make it happen, and anything is possible. Anybody who says it's not possible, like, come on, I'll take your bet.
What I'm saying is, why do you believe the map? Why do you believe that the map, the gold map? Why do you believe that is like
what?
I don't believe what they say is below the so-called southern hemisphere. I don't believe any of that shit is where they say it is.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, there is apparently, I haven't done it, but apparently, and people who have gone to the south, they say there's ice and floating icebergs and stuff like this. Okay, fine, but going beyond that is a mystery. I don't know. I'm just willing to try. I'm willing to die for it, because I don't have anything to lose here. It's just a banking system based on a gun at the on your temple.
You willing to die for it?
Now you hit
Hey
the
man,
main point.
can we do some like third-party life insurance? Can I be a beneficiary?
I got stuff to lose here, don't you, Indio? Like a family, children.
Yeah, but I mean that is okay. So that is if you're thinking you're not going to make it back. But you could, if you're smart,
Not
so you don't want
like you said, anything is possible. Failure is possible. The possibility that I may not be able to see my kids grow into adults. That's a possibility because anything is possible, such as failure. I don't have blind faith. You have.
And why do you want to come back, man? I thought you wanted to stay there. What are you talking about? Come back.
So blind. I don't know if it's blind faith. I just think that it's trust, right? So if you trust in life itself, then you don't have anything to worry about. Only your mind comes in and starts doubting, all this stuff. But yeah, I mean, I think it's possible, and I think all great inventors, Tesla and all those people, if you read their text, they thought the same. They thought, do the impossible.
They didn't leave all the resources,
no,
all the security to do what you're implying. They took a leap of blind faith, but they did it where they knew they could get a meal, they knew they could get heat, and they knew damn well they would be all right.
Yeah, I mean, the concept would not be to go there with just a pair of shorts. I think you have to go like prepared. Like you're probably not coming back because you don't want any of the people from.
Yeah, resources aren't infinite, and you go into uncertainty. Listen, we covered that with uncertainty. How do we go to uncertainty prepared?
If you're just trying to get away, there's lots of islands spread out all over the oceans, in the Pacific, South Pacific, whatever.
Pacific.
Yeah.
That's where shit's all messed up. That's where the map is whacked right there. Go to the South Pacific.
South Pacific that nobody has ever set foot on these islands. If you want to start, you can start there. And guess what? It's not all frozen. You have and they probably have, there's vegetation and, you might be able to grow food and like I don't know why you think you can go to Antarctica, a frozen wasteland, and you're just going to find some oasis and retire there.
No, I wouldn't go to it. Like, I think beyond it would be the objective, but not like you have to scout it. You'd have to, and I love the idea of the Pacific Islands, but again, these guys, these psychopaths, they're coming after us with the little jabber, man. They're going to jab everybody with something. They're going to RNA, DNA, and micro nanoparticle or the heck out of us, and 5G, 6G, it's never going to end, these G's.
Well, my suggestion is just catch AIDS and then you're immunocompromised and they won't give you any vaccines.
Man, this is one of those stop talking about it and be about it type moments.
Yeah, word. I'll donate $5. I got $5, bro.
I want to say that there was this explorer, probably had a lot of balls, Robert Falcon Scott, who went down to the Antarctic, and they probably killed him. I don't know what happened, but he didn't make it back. His whole team.
People die down there all the time. You know what they die from? Dehydration. Yeah, there's no running water, dude. There's no running water, and there's an extreme low humidity. We're talking about 20% to 30% relative humidity. You will dehydrate and turn into a piece of beef jerky before you know it.
Yeah, apparently it starts with a flat plain, and it mountains up really high and really cold.
Yeah, well, that's why I think scouting is important, and looking at those old maps, like I'm thinking it's like a bubble. You got to kind of poke at the outside of the envelope and find, is there a way? And like that.
Listen, oh God, dude. Okay, so check this out. You want to navigate. So there's this dude, Colin Brady, right? So he says he walked across Antarctica. So let me tell you, like he told a complete bullshit story. But let me tell you what you're going to experience. Now imagine you're on a vast sheet of ice in every direction. You just see a white plain with no features that are discernible. Now, it's daylight all the time, so you can't see any stars, and your compass is sitting there spinning in a circle. Now, what do? What way are you going? You have no sense of direction, right? You have zero sense of direction. You don't know which way to go or how to get there. It's freezing cold. There's 50-mile-an-hour winds, and you're dragging a dog sled, right? So, in a random direction where you don't even know where the end is, like you don't even know where to go. I mean, you're not being very realistic. You don't have you done any research on what is experienced in Antarctica? A compass spins, dude. A compass just sits there and spins and spins and spins and spins.
I know, but that's the whole beauty of it. Like, why? And let's go.
You're LARPing, dude. The beauty of dying. You're just LARPing. I'm muting you.
Man,
dude, you're LARPing, bro. You're LARPing. You're LARPing. Yeah,
Dude, he's an explorer. He's an explorer. Just get to it. Send us an email.
Fucking LARP. Dude, I can't stand the Antarctica LARP, dude. I hate it.
The beauty of space.
The beauty of my spinning compass when I'm on a frozen wasteland and it's negative 30 out, 50-mile-an-hour wind. Oh, look at that compass spin. I want to die. Shut up.
It's like George Clooney floating away from the Earth. It's so beautiful. So beautiful.
Dude, space would be like a dream vacation compared to Antarctica. Without a spacesuit in the vacuum. Like, the sun will burn you up a little bit.
At least I know now. I can die happy, right?
Yeah, at least, yeah.
It was all worth it. Bye, family. You were not a loss.
He's like, what do you mean? You think you're not going to come back to your family? This dude, you said you wanted to stay there. Remember? I think Shangri-La's in Antarctica, and then he's going to like cross the ice and a big city of, crystals going to appear up out of the mountains. Where's Hollywood? I want to have Hollywood debate him. I want to have both those two like fantasize about going to Antarctica.
Yeah, I was like, this guy's suffering from the same thing Hollywood is.
Dude, he was on that for like a year and a half, man. Like,
I know, man. On and off, like angry as about it. Like,
that
we gotta go.
That might be the only way. That might be the only way to get one of the two of them to start speaking sense, is if they have to argue with each other, because then one of them is going to have to take like an alternative standpoint and and actually come back to reality a little bit.
Yeah, I don't believe any of their maps in the South Pacific. Is Samoa in the South Pacific, or are you closer to the so-called equator? South, is it like way south, or is it like just a little?
It's
south?
near. It's in between New Zealand and Papua New Guinea and all that. Those fragment of islands.
It's halfway. It's halfway to say from the equator to Australia. Hawaii is close.
Yeah. So it's not that far south.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There are many islands there.
Like, if you're serious about it, I suggest you go down to New Zealand, the South Island, all the way at the end. Talk to people there, because there's a history, of them going down there. Okay, like there's legends, there's stories. So, I mean, that's the closest you're gonna get to it. You can go to Tasmania or Africa, but I think the South Island, New Zealand, they were sailors back in the old days, so they've got stories.
Oh yeah,
say
the Maori, right?
Right, the Maoris.
Yeah, the Maoris, yeah. Who look like the Hawaiians, by the way.
There's some blonde Maoris. Have you heard that? Have you seen that?
Yeah.
Blonde hair,
blue eyes. Yeah, they're everywhere. They're freaking everywhere, man.
Them Irish, they get around, right? They're just like running around, slutting it up.
That's what I was trying to say. Right?
Fucking Irish. They're like redheaded Maori. Like, there's redheaded people in North America they found. There's like redheaded people, and they're all like They all came from Ireland.
Green.
Like,
Green eyes. Yeah, with
Yeah.
green eyes.
You guys heard the story about the Iron Legion? Is that a bullshit story?
Iron Legion. No. It's that Roman Empire.
I might be saying it wrong, but there's supposedly an establishment of people on the other side of the pole, South Pole.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I tend not to believe that stuff. So the one thing, like, if you like look into it sufficiently, you find out that the gold model is not actually symmetric, right? So, like, what's supposed to be south of the equator is not mirrored north of the equator at all, like even remotely. So something like south of the equator has like 11% of the amount of the number of species and like 11% of the amount of people. And like, there's nothing like, it's not symmetric at all. It's nowhere near symmetric. It's way off. Almost everything, almost everything, all the humans, all the plants, all the animals are above the so-called equator, or north of it. And all the deserts, like the driest deserts in the world, the Atacama Desert, Antarctica, what they call Antarctica, the driest desert, like, you know, all that stuff is, you know, there's Australia, which is a desert, like, which makes no sense, right? Because most of the water is supposed to be south of the equator too. So you got most of the water in most of the deserts. Like, how does that make any sense, right? So the map, and then you got like these crazy, like the magnetic declination is like east and west in the South Pacific. There's a bunch of crap that don't make sense. Like, just that just does not make sense. It snows in Tasmania in like January, which is like the equivalent of it snowing in Detroit in July. I mean, think of that. Think of it snowed in Detroit in July. Like, people would be like, what the hell is going on? And it happens like nearly every year in Tasmania. So there's a bunch of stuff that it does not make any, like, as far as Earth's a ball, it doesn't make sense in that sense. So I don't believe their maps, period. I don't believe them.
Can I ask you a question? Do you know if Australia is big like the Azimuthal, or is it like the globe Australia map? I mean size.
They supposedly, didn't they do like a railway across Australia? Anyone in Australia know? They did like some long railway across Australia, and it was supposed to be like, it's like more, it's longer in distance than the actual continent or something.
Yeah, that's right. You're right. Yeah, bang on. And it's so long, the way they put those carriages together. One of the longest trains in the world, I think.
Yeah, but they made like a Trans-Australia like railroad, right? That spans the continent, and it's like what they say, like what they engineered the actual length of the railroad is actually longer than Australia is supposed to be. And then there's another one. Antonio Subarats did a bunch of stuff on this, and then there's another one. Like, there's one that goes from Europe to China. And that one, if you take how long they say it is, and then you actually like put it on the globe, it would like actually end up being like in the south. It would end up being in like the sea of Japan. It was like way too long. It's like way longer than what they said it's supposed to be. It's like almost like 1,000 miles longer.
Well,
there might be
just gets
more
worse
land.
and worse.
No, it just means their map. Like, you look at their maps. Their maps are bullshit. They're just utter bullshit. They're good enough for people to like go around. No one's like, yeah, it's supposed to be a 5J drive. It took 4.5, but you know, I'm reporting it to the U.S. Geological Survey because it took a half a day too long. No, they're just like, I just drove slower. Or, I just drove faster. They just go about their day. If your flight takes a little bit longer, you don't like call the National Guard saying the map is wrong. You just go about your day.
Yeah, you do. Put it down to an adventure and you remember it.
Yeah, we just went a little slower or faster. Or like, you know, it was a little bit off. the variation of like if you take a plane, so the Glober's like the Santiago to Sydney flight, which is actually a rare flight, right? But if you actually look at that flight just the one way varies between 11 hours and 45 minutes to 13 hours and 45 minutes in one direction. But if you go in the other direction, right, if you take it from Santiago to Sydney, that variation is like 16 hours to like 13 hours and a half. So it's like you have one where there's like a range of like 2 hours and 45 minutes, but it's a lot slower or it's a lot faster. And then the other one has a range it's slower, but the range is larger of how long the flight can take. So
yeah, and they said about the trade winds and all that, you know?
Yeah. And who knows if the flight path's the same, and then there's like landing at an airport, right? So not all of them have the same approaches. That approach could take longer to actually land the airplane and a takeoff, and like you got to turn the plane around depending on where the runway is pointed, you know.
Yeah.
Because it's not like they're going 550 miles an hour when they take off, because they have to climb, and then they're at cruising speed, and you know that probably depends on like where they are.
Yeah, wasn't it Max? Was it Max Ingram? He actually did that flight, didn't he? The Australian. He booked it and did it and documented it.
Max Egan, right?
GoBusters or Generism. He did it with them.
Garanism, and he was like filming his compass, and his compass wasn't matching like his heading.
That's right. That's what he said, yeah.
And then he shut it off. He shut off his camera, the piece of shit.
Yeah.
He stopped recording the compass.
Yeah, that's right. He stopped, yeah. He said he was going to... He shut the call down and said he would call back in a couple of hours. Get some Zeds or whatever. Yeah. I found it interesting. But he always casted doubt for me. There's a lot of people who had a lot of confidence in him, but I said he left a little bit of doubt there. He wasn't convincing enough.
I think Max, I like he took that. If he took that flight, right? So I mean, all we know is he got on an airplane. That's all we really know.
Yeah.
But the fact that he stopped recording, right? That to me is suspicious. And he did record the compass being off by something like almost 45 degrees, like the heading.
Yeah, he said that, and he showed it, and he said it, and I said to myself, right, that means those head-up displays that you get in the aircraft, they're just conforming to that map. That's all that is. It doesn't match the compass.
It doesn't match. It doesn't even match where the airplane is. That has nothing to do with where the airplane is. It's basically like a cartoon they're showing you, right? Where we think you should be going, but they're not actually there.
But that's the conclusion I came to after seeing Max Ingram's that video, that upload, that live stream. I said after that, you cannot trust. It's easy for them to say anything with that screen. Yeah.
And have you ever seen the JFK to Moscow one? That video, the airplane flight. It's like a time lapse. So when they take off, the sun. Right? They take off, they start flying. The sun is on the right side of the airplane. And when they land in Moscow, it's on the left side of the airplane.
Right.
It's a direct flight, New York to Moscow. Just like...
That's strange.
Circling above the plane.
Yeah.
That it circled around and came up the other side.
Yeah. So what are we saying? Are we saying that there's a conspiracy with the aviation, what directions we're really flying? Do you reckon? They're keeping that, they're hiding that from us. Because you can't really tell, even in the plane, you know?
I also remember, like, maybe this was 8 months ago, someone showed a video where, or maybe it was just somebody telling us in here, where they took a flight, I think it was, they went to New York, like, somewhere here to Europe, and they said that the heads-up display showed that they were like on one side of Iceland, but Iceland was actually on the other side of the airplane.
Oh, there you go.
So it's supposed to be like on the left side, right side of the airplane, but it was actually on the right side of the airplane.
Right. It's supposed to be on the left side of the airplane, but it was on the right.
Yeah, exactly. For the heads-up display, right? Because they got the flight path or whatever. They even showed a picture of it. They even showed a picture of it. I'm pretty sure. I either saw a video or it was somebody that came in here and showed us. I think it must have been a video or something, because if they came in here and showed us, I would have saved it.
Yeah. I do find that quite fascinating. I'm always looking for some kind of, landmark to guide myself, like coming from England to Japan. The route takes you, according to what they show you, takes you across like Norway, and then you're skating across Russia, and then you come round the back down towards Japan. And that's what it says. When you're looking down through the window, I tell you, you see some really odd features. Frightening. You think, I don't want to crash here. You'd be dead. Nothing. Nothingness. Ugly looking land. Desert and mountain rocks. Nothing that matched what I was looking on the heads-up display. Okay?
Didn't match the satellite photos?
Yeah, again, I'll tell you. Flying from England to Japan. Yeah. Going over what was supposed to be Russia just looked like I was going over the Sahara Desert at times, and heavy rocky mountains. I thought Russia was all snow and ice. I thought. Snow-capped mountains. But it was rough looking. I couldn't tell really. And this is like I said, after watching that Max Ingram thing, I tried to see if I could match what I saw on the heads-up display with what was under the plane from the window, but it's very difficult. And like you said, it's even though it's mountains, it's like it may as well be featureless because you don't know what you're looking at. Really, just don't know where you are. You just don't know where you are.
Where's that fuckwit Alec? Get in here, Alec.
Oh, the little boy.
He DM me. He DM me. Please stop using the second law of thermodynamics when you have no idea what it applies to. First of all, I haven't made a second law of thermodynamics argument in probably, 6 months. Like, what are you talking about? Like,
the cheek of the little upstart.
So, Alec, if you're listening, Percy Bridgman was the head of the philosophy mathematics department at Harvard. He won a Nobel Prize for his work on the second law of thermodynamics. He said, "There's as many models of the second laws of thermodynamics as there have been conversations of it." Okay? So saying stupid shit like it describes energy, it's meaningless nonsense. That is just one model. There's many other models. So shut up, kid. Rant off. Dude just swung at me, man. Swung at me like, don't talk about... Listen, I bet you if I search for me typing in second law of thermodynamics, I haven't said it in 6 months. I haven't even... I don't even have to go there.
Yeah, the most illuminating thing for me about this entire topic of discussion, and I mean broadly speaking, like the Earth, I don't just mean like this specific kind of idea about the Earth, is that those who have the most confidence are normally the most ignorant to anything to do with the actual facts around the arguments.
Dunning-Kruger?
I mean, I guess it's Dunning-Kruger, but I think what I'm saying is a little bit different to that. It's like Dunning-Kruger is the confidence in yourself relative to your own ability, but I'm talking about what they actually know. Like, it seems to be there's an inverse relationship between what you actually know and how confident you are in what you know.
Well, I guess if you you think you know 3 things about something, I guess you're in. But there's so say there's 3 variables, but there's actually 50 variables that decide something. You're like, yes, I really know these 3 variables, but you don't know that you don't know the other 47 of them. So you're really confident that you know these 3, but those aren't the only factor. So,
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I just found it absolutely astounding.
There was after 9/11 happened and they were running around, trying to profile terrorists. Someone did a study on how accurate it was, and it seems what they found out is that the more confident they were, the wronger they were. the less likely they were to be someone that would so they do. I don't think they actually found any terrorists, but people that had the indicators of being they have traveled a lot to Pakistan or made weird financial transactions, and so they had this whole list of criteria, but these people were evaluating whether they're terrorists without that. So when they actually took these people's evaluation and the confidence in their evaluation based upon screening them at airports, then when they actually looked at them, the more confident they were about their ability in detecting potential terrorists was inversely proportional whether they actually had the indicators of being a terrorist. So they'd be like, yes, definitely a terrorist, and they'd be from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, they're Spanish and not freaking Arab, and all these.
Yeah. Well, that there's an interesting thing around that to do with self-reporting of how do I even say this? I guess it's broadly. I don't think terrorist is an identity, right? But broadly speaking, to do with identity, it's the people who want to speak in the most confident terms about identity don't really understand what identity even is. And that might fall more broadly under that sort of phenomena.
Wouldn't you be pretty confident that flat earthers are crazy?
No, I wouldn't.
Well, Brian Cox is pretty confident that we're nuts.
Who cares what he thinks?
Yeah, but I'm pretty confident that he's nuts. So.
Oh, right. Oh, are you a flat earther? I'm sorry, I just popped in. This is Gold.
Yeah, yeah.
Hey, why don't you tell us one paper that Brian Cox has published? Peer-reviewed paper.
Yeah, I'm not going to defend Brian Cox. No way.
Oh, okay.
Well, that's a good start.
Why bring him up?
Oh, well, I spoke too soon. I came in here, running hot because I thought we were talking to a Glober.
Oh, not us.
No.
You mistaken identity. You must be one of these guys that also do those terrorist screenings.
Yeah, I probably qualify for that.
So you're a flatty as well, Mr. Liam?
Oh, yes. Definitely.
Yeah, he's been around a couple of days, gentlemen. He's very sharp, right on point, very articulate. You'll enjoy talking to him. Okay, guys? He's really good. He's looking to become get the flat earther role in a couple of days, but please enjoy. He's really good.
So tell us your little story, how you became a flat earther.
I shared this last night. I have been a skeptic for a long time. It began probably in the late 90s. And it was a slow burn for me. I mean, I hear stories of, a lot of the people I've spoken to here and some others kind of put the pieces together pretty quickly. But I started to become skeptical of the power structures of our governments and so forth, and you can assume that I have been down a bunch of those paths. And I began by being curious about human consciousness. I noticed that people would make particular claims based on the force of their will or their authority, or some supposed text that had held power, and so I had to unravel that, and so I began to listen around the end of 2019 to the Flat Earth Conversation. The first couple of people that I encountered were a couple of I think Christian or religious flat earthers, and so I was a little bit turned off at the beginning because they were just making some theological arguments, but Google was still serving up information at that time, so it was really readily accessible. And in the process of trying to figure out, like, how could these people possibly believe something so different, and being curious about that phenomenon that people seem to display, I started to view long distance observations and various other things, and pretty soon my brain was starting to break, and I realized that that we probably weren't on a spinning ball, and then I just unraveled it bit by bit from there. So thank you. Yeah, once I saw that we see too far, I mean, everything has to, in my view, be subservient to that. Once you know that the globe proposition is false, and provably false, demonstrably false, everywhere you look, all of these hundreds of observations, I mean, it's overwhelming, the evidence. There's really no other rational conclusion that you can come to that the story that's being told is incorrect, and I had to deal with that. Like, I had to go through the cognitive dissonance, largely on my own, just watching videos and working through it. And then I played devil's advocate. I listened to whatever I could find that I thought were the best arguments in favor of the sphere Earth, and it was embarrassing when I listened to them. I mean, absolutely embarrassing to hear the supposed top physicists and NASA employees continually making the sticks and shadows claim, and boats over the horizon, and it didn't take me too terribly long to conclude that that they were lying. So
I wouldn't say they're lying. They're just religious zealots, man. They're just nuts. They're not taking an honest look at what they're looking at. They're just like, they're convinced of something, and they're gonna just whatever, man. I love it when they start like one of their videos with a logical fallacy. That always entertains me. Like, the very first thing, their very first proof is a logical fallacy. All the other planets are round, so the Earth must be round, which is non sequitur. Right? So it does. I love it, man, because like, this guy's got a PhD, like, and he started with a logical fallacy, or they start with like saying something that is like factually wrong. So I heard one. So I don't know if you're aware of Skeptic Magazine and Michael Shermer. So he was interviewing this guy about a book, like Why People Believe Weird Things. And then, like, he's basically like ridiculing flat Earth. And then he says something like, the reason people don't fly over Antarctica is because none of the flight paths between the continent would even go over it. But if you just like look at the globe map, they all go over it. And this guy had written over 200 geology books, right? This guy is a PhD geologist, published 200 papers, and has written textbooks on geography, and fucking doesn't know the map. Right? It's like, the guy never bothered to check. Why?
He claimed that no planes go over what?
Because people say, why are there no flights over Antarctica? What he claimed was because no flights would, like, if I flew from South America to Australia, no flights would actually have to go over there, because if you took a direct flight, it doesn't go over Antarctica.
Oh,
but
brother.
but you could just pull up Google frickin' Earth, right, and just draw a line, and boom, they all go, like if I go from South Africa to they all go cut over Antarctica a little bit. But he said they don't. This guy has published textbooks on geography and geology, and 200 published papers. Right? He's like the top of his field, and this is the best. Like, he never checked. That's the thing. They believe it so much they don't think they have to check.
And all of the arguments are that way. It's, get binoculars, look at a boat, keep watching it. I mean, all of these things are so. I mean, if these were serious scientists, they would have a nuanced explanation. They would be very well informed, but they all present arguments just like the one you were talking about. Same idea. That it's just something you would have to look at for, maybe give it 15, 20 minutes, half an hour if you needed more time to inform yourself. And all of these things fall apart so incredibly easy. It's really surprising. I mean, the hardest thing for the average person to overcome, I think, is the cognitive dissonance, not the facts. Those are, you can hear those in just almost a moment.
Well, it's the psychological trauma. Because accept that the Earth is flat. You have to accept that TV is just a bunch of bullshit, and that they've been faking space for 60 years, and that's kind of what they can't accept.
Yeah, and most people outsource their thinking. They assume that they can't think, that someone else should be doing that for them. And I think that's one of the most powerful aspects of becoming a flat earther, is the sacrifice you have to make to think for yourself. Really requires you to, take control of your own life, think it through, make some decisions, be an adult about it. And as it turns out, that's pretty hard work. And people aren't used to doing that.
Yeah, so check out this paradox, right? They outsource, like you said, but because only really smart people, Einstein, Newton, only really smart people can figure out it's a globe. But if you don't believe it, you're stupid, right? You have to be super smart to understand it, but to not believe it, you have to be stupid. Right. Talk about a contradiction, right? That's a total contradiction.
Yes. Yeah, it is. It is a contradiction. And of course, Einstein and any of the others, they tell you that it's flat. I mean, they reveal that it's flat. And again, all you have to do is look. I mean, read the first 500 words of Einstein's, some of Einstein's papers. And he tells you that he created the theory of relativity to explain away an empirical examination of the motion of the supposed sphere Earth, which provided a null result. The Earth is not moving. There's no movement. If anything's moving, it's above. And they knew that. All of them knew that. I mean, all the quotes, just quote after quote from the physicists of the 20th century, show you that they knew. I mean, they had an awareness at some level that they had to reject what a scientific examination told them about non-rotation. Just kind of a mind bender.
Yeah, didn't Einstein remove the ether in one of his explanations? Just totally did away with the ether.
Yeah, there's a pretty well-known quote out of a kind of a reflective piece that he did. Like, I think it's called something like "How I Created the Theory of Relativity" or something like that.
Yeah, that's the one I'm talking about, the special relativity. And because Michelson and Morley were with the ether proving that the Earth wasn't moving, he decided to remove the ether in his explanation.
He reflected on it, and it was quite a problem for him until he arrived at his theory of relativity. And then with just a quick, swift move of his magic wand, he declared it gone.
Yeah, that's it. That's the. When I heard that, I was just at a gasp. That he could get away with doing that.
He did it though, and everybody buys it. Not us, but a lot of people just say, like you were saying, he must be smart. So
I think it's funny what's written on Einstein's tombstone. It says imagination is more important than knowledge. Knowledge is limited, whereas imagination embraces the whole world. Kind of makes you think, maybe he was making the whole thing up.
Wow.
Well, that's what he's saying. He's saying to everyone, don't think too long on the reality of things. Dive into the fantasy world. That's where it's all happening. See?
Yep.
Yeah,
I mean, these guys' tombstones tell everything.
Yeah.
Right, von Braun.
Von Braun was a good one, yeah.
Yep.
And so that was on Einstein's tombstone?
Yes, it says Albert Einstein, 1879 to 1959, E equals MC squared, 1905. And then he made that quote in 1929. I'll take a picture, but it's got Getty image covering up some of the writing.
Yeah, I'd like to look at that.
Also, Einstein was in the Thelma cult, the same one started by the Vril Society, Madame Blavatsky and all that shit.
Oh, right. Yeah, I heard about that, but didn't really look into that much.
Yeah, I posted it in the live stream voice chat or voice text.
I'm looking at that. I got it.
See if you can find a better photo of it without the watermark.
Yeah. No, that's good.
Yeah.
I know that this idea gets thrown around that like people are that they're somehow telling. This is not something you can know. So it's as if they're telling you what they're doing. It's as if they're kind of easing their conscience a little bit. One, you can't know that for sure, but
Deathbed confession.
It kind of is,
I want to look up Parsons. Is Jack Parsons still alive?
I don't know if he is. I don't know.
I think he might be gone.
No, Jack Parsons is not alive.
What society was Einstein a part of that you just
Thelma?
Thelma.
Yeah, Thelma. I'm getting a bunch of pictures of Tombstone, Arizona with Jack Parsons. What the hell? My God.
It seems much clearer to me now. I found out the Earth was flat, but it took me months to and I probably am still in process with that, but it took me months to feel comfortable, knowing that the Earth is flat. It's like, 40 plus years of my life, I just was cruising along.
Yeah.
Not even aware that the question was being asked. Not even, and it's kind of like you get a little whiplash trying to settle into it.
Yeah. For me, it was like I said earlier. It was easy for me to come to that understanding quickly because I'd come the long way around. I'd never ever divorced myself from nature, so I always had it in the forefront of my life. Something that's precious precious to keep pristine, right? And conservation and that's always been there for me. So to actually be for the flat earth to be brought to my attention, and then for me to, like, within 5 minutes in realization, all I had in my head then was the image of the whole earth leveled, and I thought, what a design. I instantly wanted to fly over it. Do you understand?
Yeah.
That's how I felt. I just wanted to fly over the whole thing.
Right.
Amazing. How could somebody or something make that level? It seemed better than the ball. You see what I mean? For me.
Oh yeah. Well, it seems to resonate with it. It resonates with me. It doesn't seem to resonate. It does resonate with me, and it resonates with what is. I mean, it took me much longer. I was deeply indoctrinated. I was very asleep. Each of these things, like I hear, you or others say how they woke up almost instantaneously, like they understood it. I think I heard Nathan Oakley say that he got it in 5 minutes, that he understood it. That was not my process. It took me much longer, much longer with that and many other things. And, of course, as probably a lot of people feel, I'm surrounded by people who are kind of asleep. It's not like a natural thing for people to even question what they're thinking. So it took me much longer.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. Even though I said I understood it in 5 minutes, I couldn't articulate it properly for anyone to understand me. And if I met up with any of the professors and scientists, they could easily have me fooled. Still, even though I did understand that it wasn't a ball, I could easily lose the argument. And coming to this server after 4 years of following other content makers and looking into the flat earth, I learned a lot. And then this server would be like the capping stone, as if to say it's the university, if you will. Yeah. Because all the great minds out there have come here, and I've been able to pick their brains, and they've been able to download their knowledge, and I'm uploading it all the time. And one of the best ones is, like, you've got India, who you were talking to just now. There's Crypto, it's just gone. I think you might still be there. Then you've got what's his name? Quantum Eraser. And when he comes in, wow, he's definitely like he'll do any professor anytime, any day of the week. And with that level of knowledge, man, it's unbelievable. And there are others I haven't mentioned, because there's quite a lot.
Oh, there's so many, and I still feel quite out of my depth. I mean, the level of understanding here is, and the level, and it's illustrated by how comfortable people are in articulating these ideas. Like, it's one thing to know it, but then to be able to share it and to communicate it with hostile people, that's not something I feel that I'm comfortable with, even though, if given the chance, I can, put forth a pretty good summary of the ideas. So
yes, I know I can do that now. But like when India was saying that, you can have individuals who come to the server and they know 3 good points and they know it's solid, but then there's the other 49 other variables that they need to know that they don't know. You see what I mean? So, and then that doesn't make you that strong then, you see. So yeah, but I do believe that I can put a good presentation that there's no way that whoever I'm debating with will be embarrassed, for sure, because it's not only going to be the actual Earth itself, but that space and the things that are in there that they're not talking about. There's too many angles now. Like they said, the variables are very important, and that's what I've been able to pick up from being on this server. And there are times when I can articulate that when necessary.
Yeah, well, and the average person, whoever that is, it is not very well informed. They don't know their own model. They just assume that it's correct, and lucky for them, most people around them don't have any idea of what's going on. So, I think anyone who's floating around here and has a general understanding of these ideas, like, has an advantage over most most people, although, like I'll hear a lot of people that come in real hot to this server, and there's a lot of, well, it really requires a thorough understanding of the ideas. And also, I noticed, moderators, you have to moderate, you have to, kind of, the people are watching the trolls, and then people will shotgun questions. You have to draw people back constantly. So yeah, it's quite a project.
Yeah, the trolls come in to try and undermine, but because it's going out live, basically those with the honest integrity, and intellectual honesty are just going to see them as embarrassing because they don't know their model and they can't even prove the model. And, flat Earth just rolls over them like a steamroller at the end of the day, because it is the truth, for want of a better word. We do roll up, steamroll them at the end of the day when they get silly like that, they get their asses spanked and then they have to go back and sit down and think. The fact is, they've been given the facts, and wherever they are in their lives, they know for sure they're in a fantasy. They know that. We tell them that, you see. And that's never, they're never going to forget that. So it doesn't matter where they go. And they're never going to forget the flat Earth. They'll look at the horizon and think flat Earth instantly. But it's level. You see what I mean? That's the beauty of this thing. Yeah.
Well, it is the truth. The truth is on our side. And whether, again, the objective is not to make someone believe something or even convince them, but to tell the truth and to be clear about your definitions, be clear about what's going on. And as you say, that's gonna stick with somebody. I mean, there's no getting around that, because once you know that there's no curvature, I mean, that's, once you understand that someone's told you cannot find the curvature, and well, the next time that they're next to the ocean, they're going to start looking, and for a percentage of people, that's going to reveal the truth, because you can't get away from it. That's the way it is.
That's right. And then they're going to start looking around at everybody on the beach that doesn't know that the Earth is flat still now. Now they're going to start to think, this is when the courage comes in. Do I accept it that it's truth? And then now that I know, I'm going to have to do the research, and then I'm going to have to start to tell everybody, because that's how I felt. Instantly, it was on the board. What is the shape of the Earth? Because I teach English here. So my students, 2016, January 5th, it began. The adult students thought I'd lost my mind. Do you know that? At first. But when I asked them tentatively, can you prove it? Because I'm telling you now, I'm not lying to you. Think about what you're saying. You can't prove it, you said. Right. Why can't you prove it? I don't think that's odd. You should be able to prove it like this. Easy. But you can't. Right. And all your experiences have just been level. When I said that to them, level. I didn't have the Gleason's map or anything, so I had to use my mobile phone to show them the images. And then the questions were flooding in. Tsunami with questions, I lost, in 2016, I lost 10% of my clientele. The children, the parents moved their children out of school. Teaching flat Earth.
Right, the crazy flat Earth English teacher, right?
Yeah, right, yeah. Because it was the Earth comes up in the textbook, so it's perfect time to teach it, you see. And of course, the kids are going home amazed at what they've learned, telling parents, and they think, no, it's a ball, of course. So they're in cog this, but the kids are not. They know. As soon as I showed them the globe with the aeroplane, I said, the aeroplane's going to be like this. Look, isn't it? Look. I mean, it doesn't do that, does it? No. And they laughed. The kids are laughing because the plane would be silly upside down. How is it going to land? How would you have your sukiyaki, I said, in your plane, and your ramen soup? They're cracking up, you know what I mean? So they kind of like knew what I was saying, and they knew they'd been at the beach, they've gone camping, they've been mountaineering, some of these students who are high school and junior high school, and they knew what I was talking about. They connected with that reality. Because I said to them, one, I'm older than you, and I saw the moon landings, and they're not real. It's all a lie. We can't go there. Okay, right? And you, how old are you? 13. How old are you? 12. Okay, I'm like 50 something, 53, 54, 55. I've been around long. I'm going to have more knowledge, yeah? Then am I not? You're going to know more than me in that short time? Are you going to learn more than me in that short 12 years, 16 years? You're going to learn more than me. Are you? Okay. And I'm not going to lie to you, am I, as a teacher? So what I want you to do is, this is your homework, you know. Yeah, man. I see them on the streets, and I ask them, is it flat? It's flat, Jin. And then they do the flat arm. They do it instinctively, you know, because that's what it is. It's flat, isn't it? You know, it's not that they're copying anybody else. It's just their natural reaction. It's flat, Jin. I said, you know it. Yeah. Thank you, they said. You know, Jin Sensei, you are great. You know, they're really thankful. And then the adults have come to realize that their government and the JAXA have lied to them. So, you know, because they really trust their astronauts. I said, they're not up there. Okay? You know that. It's not possible for them to go up there and be on the moon. We can't. You know? And I told them about the radio. Go on.
Pardon me for interrupting. Are there, you know, in the United States now, things are very fluid. A lot more people are questioning. Well, I mean, if masks are any indication, maybe that's not true. But I think that more people are questioning authority. Is that true in Japan right now?
Yeah, the students nowadays are rebelling against the system a little bit. Yeah. I mean, they've had heated debates at the University of Science and Technology over this flat Earth. One professor got sacked. He went on to another university, got sacked there recently, maybe 3-4 months ago, lost his job, okay, because of flat Earth, right? So yeah, they're questioning. This is it's not everywhere, but they're questioning. And I haven't been everywhere to really know as such, but I do know at the University of Science and Physics and Technology, they had heated debates, and I was lucky that I was part of that, in the sense that they would Skype me at 1 a.m, 2 a.m, you know, and then in the afternoons I'll be talking to their professor in their canteen, in their cafeteria, discussing and asking questions, and then posting the images. We had some of them come to the Hangouts server to speak to some of the people on the Hangouts, you know. Never quite got the professor there. Each time he was supposed to appear, he had something else to do, you know, which was a shame. But he was invited several occasions, but he didn't quite make it to the server. You know, yeah, I did want him on, but we had the students. His students made it. Yeah, and you could see that they were very smart, because they were having to translate on the fly and then give back the explanation on the fly. And I was in the middle, of course, trying to translate this, learning the new terminologies to flat and spheroid and orbiting and everything else. But it was pretty good. You know, it was a good experience. But
the flat is spreading over the.
Yeah, it's spreading. Oh, it's definitely spreading. I did some flat smacking live whilst I was hiking on the mountains, you know, 20 minutes talking to a couple and talking to another couple who owned a souvenir shop at the summit, you know, live. And people in the Hangouts were impressed with my level of communication with the Japanese, but it's their reaction that was the thing, their reaction. You know, the first thing they always say is the moon landings. When you say the Earth is a flat plane, it's not a ball. But what about the moon landings? The first thing. But they only know of the first moon landing, the Apollo 11. They didn't know about the 12, the 13, 15, 16, and 17. They didn't know about those. Do you know that? That's another thing that surprises me.
All duds, all lemons.
Yeah, all bad, yeah. So, yeah, you know. It is definitely spreading. There's a wicked amount of flat earthers in Yokohama area. I know someone down there who's doing a lot of flat smacking. Flat Earth Banjo, who floats from America to Japan all the time. He has a following here in Japan.
Yeah, he's really prolific. He puts out a bunch of information. He's
Yeah, he
obviously
does.
using his travel to, to create content.
Yes, he does. He does. And it's concise, you know? I mean, we don't have a model, okay? We don't have a model, okay? But you know what I like about what he did, yeah? He did make a little kind of like demonstration model of the azimuthal equidistant map with boats circumnavigating the Earth and an aeroplane flying above the Earth, right? And you know what he said? I challenge any of you heliocentric globeheads to make a model of your Earth spinning with water cascading around it as well. No one took up the challenge, and that was brilliant. You know, he said the flat Earth model, even though we don't have one, destroys the globe forever, or something like that. Was the title of the video. You know?
Yeah, well, look at this. Like, we're just now. Well, this has been around for as long as people have been around. People have known the Earth is flat, but it's a little bit like a pioneering enterprise. I mean, you don't understand everything at the beginning. All you know is that certain things are true, and if certain things that are true refute a whole model, why then so be it, and then you build from there. I mean, if there was more curiosity, if it was more of a widespread movement, more of a mainstream thing, which probably, who knows, will it ever be? I don't know. Certainly not if the controllers, continue on this path. But if there was more widespread acceptance, there would be exploration. That we would be building more of a model. But that's not true, And so you go with what you have, and what we have is certainly sufficient. It's enough to know that we don't live on this spinning ball. It's enough to know the Earth is flat, and we know that axial rotation. That's clear. Second law. It's all in place. Like, there's enough there as a starting point. That's a far better foundation, because it's a true foundation for understanding our universe, or understanding the world. As it is.
Yeah, and the other thing that I like to say to the globeheads is that it's leveling up to sustain our lives. That's the first thing you got to remember. On a ball, you can't live on that. So don't even go there, yeah? Don't even go there, folks. You can't live on a ball, but the Earth as a flat plane can sustain us, and it has done all your lives. So right up until today. You get your food, you get your vegetables, you get your water, you're living on it. It's just been hijacked by the powers that shouldn't be.
So you've been into flat Earth since when?
2015.
2015, and you found out. You said 2002 was your moon landing realization, or was that someone
That's correct. Yeah. I looked into it. Yeah, my second son was about to be born when I looked into it. I was using my wife's computer. Basically, this is what happened. 2001 happened. Yeah. So for 1 year, it was bothering me that I don't believe the Muslims could have done that. They're not that organized. Okay, we're not. Muslims are not that organized. I mean, every year people die in Mecca at a point where they have to cast a stone at the devil, the evil, the devil, right? It's a point where you go to and you throw the stone to it, and that's where people get trampled underfoot. Every year there's an accident. So many people die. So I'm thinking, how could it be that the Muslims, we don't have that kind of finance, can organize 4 planes hijacking? It didn't sit with me for 1 year. Then I spoke to a Greek friend of mine in London, and I said, "What do you think about all this 9/11?" Because I hadn't realised it was a controlled demolition yet. It was just bugging me for a year. So I said to him, "What do you think about all this?" So he sent me a link, and I looked at it, and it didn't make any sense. You know when the cogniz just kicks in?
Yeah.
It just kicked in. What I was watching wouldn't enter my brain as much as I wanted it to enter my brain, because I trusted my friend. He's not going to send me rubbish. So I'm thinking, oh, okay, let me stop watching this. Let me type it myself. So I typed in 911, and the very first thing that came up was Porsche 911s. I said, no. 911, who benefited? I typed in, and it came the tsunami of information. And I watched, the first one was Loose Chain. And I was awake. I thought, of course the Muslims couldn't have done that. That's right, man. And then after watching a few videos of 9/11, I decided to do the moon landings. I thought, let's check these moon landings now, because that guy was trying to tell me back in 1995. And Lord and behold, 10 years of study. You know, interesting. I still study it now. So that's what happened. Okay? Then
Yeah.
the flat earth right. Yeah.
Yeah, and
That's basically
there are folks on the server who've been into this for several years anyway.
Yeah, most of the people have been here at least 5 years to 6 years with the flat earth thing. This particular server is young. There was one before that a few years back and it got lost, of course. It was taken down. But those who organize it have been in this thing a long time. The owners of the server and the creators of it. Yeah, they're the ones
Yeah.
that are really particular. Battle mod and the
Well,
like.
I feel like I'm pretty late to the game. I mean, it was only a year ago or thereabouts, that I got into it. But then I hear a lot of people describe 2015 as a huge year for flat Earth. I was completely unaware of that. I mean, maybe I heard it at the fringes, but it was something I was largely unaware of.
It was actually 2014 because I ignored it for about half a year, 9-10 months, ignoring it because it was being suggested to me through the suggestion bar, flat up. And you know what I thought? I thought I was being hacked. I said, what idiot is sending this crap? I'm upstairs, I'm upstairs on my wife's computer. And I thought, who's sending this crap? The bloody flat man. Ignore. Like 10 months. And then it got towards the end of 2015. I thought, okay, let me click this for a laugh. I got to the end of the moon landing research. I'd finished. I'd done with it now. I thought, okay, let me click on this flat earth for a bit of entertainment. You got to tell me. And you know what? I was not laughing from the first 20 seconds. I just wasn't laughing. Right? And I had the little chill come over me as if to say, shut up and chill up and pay attention. And 5 minutes, I was smacking my head. It's flat. Of course it is, man. Pacing up and down here. Fuck. This is how they've lied. They have lied, man. Wow. It's flat all this time. Shit.
Right.
That was my reaction. That was my first reaction. That was
and
my
who
reflex.
Who did you listen to? Do you remember who you
Yeah, the first one was Mark Sargent. That was the first video. 5 minutes.
That's right. You said that.
Only 5 minutes. Only 5 minutes. That's all. Of the Mark Sargent. And I was pacing
his
up and
subject
down.
matter experts videos are excellent. He has all sorts of people, pilots and people involved in the armed forces, and people would have some information. That stuff is solid. I really appreciate watching a bunch of those.
Yeah, I actually talk to him on Skype, so I always thank him and I always remind him that I do use your material, so don't take it down. If you're gonna, don't even think about taking it down. Don't change the format. It's perfect because I'm using it in the Flat Earth Discord because there are heliocentrists who come in and asking, I can give you the testimony, I can give you the submariners, I can give you the land surveyors. So I'm the one that's actually pushing that material to them for them to click on and look at it. This is the facts. Okay.
Yeah.
They don't take the consideration at all. So so I watched him. Then I watched Generism. Then I watched Dave Murphy. I watched Eric Dubay, ODD, and that was like 6 hours of viewing, and Celebrate Truth as well. Okay?
Yeah.
So I did a good block sitting down, and then I went upstairs and said, "Okay, boys, sit down. Listen. What shape is the Earth?" And I just done it to them right instantly. I said, "How do you know?" I saw it in the book. Okay, show me the book you've got. You got it? That picture is not real. That's a CGI. So I had to sit there and explain to them, and this is at the age where Daddy wasn't Daddy. Daddy was their friend. Okay, so they could take it on board. Okay, they believe Daddy now, and they know the Earth is flat. I took them to watch the Matt Damon film, The Martian on Mars. Yeah.
Yeah.
They wanted to see it with their friends. So I took my children and their friends to the cinema, sat down, we watched the movie. When it finishes and the credit was coming up, they were about to get up. I said, no, sit down, wait a minute. And I asked them, can we go to Mars? Because the movie makes it convincing that we can go there and start living and grow vegetables and survive. So I said, can we go to Mars? No. Is Mars a planet we can drive and walk on? No. Right. Can we grow vegetables on Mars? They said no. Okay, so it's a fantasy, yeah, that is, yeah. It's never going to happen. Okay, let's go home. Do you know what I mean? Before we left the cinema. I don't want them having any ideas, yeah.
Yeah, well, that's my kids joke with me, you know, every time we watch, you know, some movie with space in it or something. Hey, well, there you go, Dad. There's your proof, you know, that that you know, the flat Earth is not a thing. But yeah, that is really something. Hey, I was going to ask, one of the things that sort of like stayed in my mind as a little fragment was Eric Dubay in his 200 proofs in his video. He talks about horizontal datum lines as as I don't know if he regards it as a proof, but I guess he says it's a proof of flat of the Earth being flat. However, I've been trying to research that here and there, bits and pieces. At first, I took it at face value that a horizontal datum line was perfectly flat. Now, I have no issue with the Earth being curved. This is not a question of curvature itself, but of the datum line. Do you have
the time zones on that?
Yeah. Do you happen to know if a datum line is an indication of flatness, or is that just something that helps? Now, of course, the Earth is flat, but do you know about datum lines?
Not really. No. I mean, all I can honestly say is that they match what we experience on the Earth. Remember, it's a man-made concept, isn't it? This time and clock and the datum line. Yeah, we made that, didn't we? Did we not, man?
Yes,
man created it. Yeah. So all I say is that it matches perfectly what the life we live. It doesn't work on the globe. Actually, when you see the map with the funny kind of curvy blue, that doesn't really purport to the way we live. You know? Do you know what I mean?
Yes, I think I do.
Yeah, you know what you see the map of the world, which is the Mercator map on the wall, you know, the Peterson's projection map, and then they've got that kind of curve with the day and the daytime and the nighttime thing. It doesn't seem to match what we live, but the flat Earth datum line does.
Right, and I think in this case he used a datum line of the sort that an engineer would use over long distances on a bridge that's you know, many miles, or say in the case of the Suez Canal, or maybe the Panama Canal. I don't remember exactly. I think it might have been the Suez that he talked about, but it was presented as some kind of a proof of flatness. I just didn't know.
Yeah, that Suez Canal. That was the Suez Canal. Yeah.
Yeah. So. I don't want to be, you know, whenever I bring up flat Earth, I don't want to be using a horizontal datum line as proof of flatness if it does not indeed measure flatness.
Yeah, it's not really necessary anyway at the end of the day.
No, it's not. No, you're right.
No, so we don't have to go there. That's the thing. We've got more ample material than that, really, yeah. So, yeah, you know, and, you know, there are some Christians who come here and on the server. So I always like to introduce them to the Celebrate Truth. I think you said you watched some Christians and there was a little bit religious. I think that might have been the Celebrate Truth gang, but they've got some really good material, right? You know, outside of the religious side of things. Some of their content's really good. And I saved some of it and I pass it on to them when they come in, you know.
I've watched Celebrate Truth. I've seen some of their stuff, and yes, it is good. I'll have to go back and look at their channel to see if it was them. I've been curious about who it was, but it was so early in the process. I have no recollection of who it was I listened to.
Yeah. So Celebrate Truth gang, they're pretty good. What I was going to say was, it's never too late to learn anyway. So you said you came in late, but you've hit the ground running. You've done a lot of research on your own, so you're up to speed almost. I'll have to say, you know.
No, yeah. I mean, I've dedicated hundreds of hours to this, and I've been pretty hard on myself. Like, you know, if I come upon something that I think is true, then I have to say, like, all right, you know, you have to look at it from, you know, other vantage point, and I play devil's advocate. I try to break the thing that I think is true, and I there's no end of proof. It's like if everybody here was just looking at one aspect of the earth and making claims about the shape of the earth based on like a very small set of indicators, that would be one thing. But it's everywhere you look. Everything that is put forth as a proof of the globe.
The ocean isn't that small.
Oh my God, yeah, for sure. I heard somebody
large
say that.
part.
Well, that's 70+% of the earth.
71%. Yeah, 71%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That is not you're right. That is not a small thing.
The fact that you've been hard on yourself has paid dividends, because you can tell by the way you are articulating your experiences and the knowledge you've gained it's paid dividends. Okay, so it's definitely been worthwhile for yourself. So well done on that point. Well done on that.
Yeah. Thank you. We're all doing the best we can.
Yeah. Yeah.
In a world that is presenting, something that is so off the wall.
Yeah. But I really do enjoy. I enjoyed doing the research, and then I also enjoyed explaining it to my students, my family and friends, even if some of them are not receptive to it, and then going out on the streets. I loved it. I'm still doing it wherever I go. It doesn't matter where I go. I will be talking flat Earth. Doesn't matter where I am.
It's the best. It's the best puzzle. Like it's almost pure entertainment. Like it's the most fun because it's this intricate puzzle, and it involves the motivations of certain people who would propagate such an idea. It involves the moon landing, space travel, NASA. And then hard science, real serious hard science about the nature of the world, and a strict discipline in really understanding what is it that I'm seeing. Am I being honest about what it is I'm viewing? And man, there's so much of a person that has to die in the process of waking up to flat Earth. You have to shed so much indoctrination and all of the implications of that. I mean, it really requires a kind of a unique perspective to be able to handle it. I mean, do
you know what? As somebody who's actually delivering the flat Earth truth, you've got to be like a counselor, a doctor, because you might have to handle some of this this. Sometimes I use a strict posture when they're being rude and insulting. But when they're being, throwing up excuses after excuses after excuses, I can see that they're spiraling out of control. We use here, so I've got to be careful there, because I don't want to lose them. You see what I mean, right? So I tried to say to them, but you agreed before that couldn't happen. So you realize that's just another baseless fallacy, isn't it? Yeah. Okay. What we're trying to do is to get you to look at it honestly. Okay. But I understand what you're saying, but that's not true, is it? So you've got to be a doctor, or a counselor at least, with some of these people.
Yeah. That's true. Well, and I thought that was a good example earlier tonight. There was the Norwegian young man who came in. And with all of his questions, and I thought he did a pretty good job of if because he said at the end there that he came in to have a laugh, but then all of a sudden he meets like the firing line. I mean, that's like a bunch of heavy hitters, man. All in one place.
Actually, that episode is going to go down as one of the service best ones, actually, as you mentioned it. So they're going to clip that, and they want to offer that up as a standard, as it were, as how it could go. Yeah. So that's pretty good, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, that was absolutely excellent. And I enjoy those, and from a pure entertainment standpoint, I enjoy that as much as anything. And it doesn't matter to me if the person goes away saying, I think you guys are right. It's just working with the truth of it, and then seeing someone explore this new space and kind of say, like, oh yeah, no pun intended. Though I can see I can see your point there, and if they can just like handle it hypothetically, that he's going to walk away and he'll be thinking about this for a long time, and whatever happens,
Right.
And of course, I think it makes it difficult when you have, like in his case, his father is very outspoken and and then maybe not as well informed as he could be, and then of course hearing something from your parents anyway is can be a little bit of work.
Yeah.
So
But I did remind him that his father looked at a picture and came to the conclusion: is he wrong? He's not wrong, is he? He's right. The earth is indeed flat. So he's intelligent, and you've got to listen to what he's got to say, really. Even though he may not have all the answers, he has come to that conclusion through one picture. Yeah, that means he's put a lot together. Okay?
No doubt about it.
Credit than you think. Yeah.
Yeah.
Then
And
a
to
few
take
hours before that. Yeah, go on. And to take, go ahead.
And to take the risk, his father to take the risk to say, yeah, this has merit. I'm going to give this some thought. I mean, yes, that's absolutely true. He did it. I mean, and he's not wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, he is correct. His father
No.
is correct. Whatever his relationship is, like his
Yeah.
dad is right about it. There's no question.
Yeah.
So
That's what
give
I
him
was
some
trying to
props.
say. So give your dad some credit. Yeah, give your dad some credit, basically. And then a few hours before that, about 5 hours before that, I was in the bathroom doing the laundry, and a young man came in. Didn't seem to be kind of like caring about the earth, whether it's a ball or a globe or whatever. So I came in and I said, what is the meaning of your life? What are you living for? Come on, just like that. And I fired him up. Do you know what I mean? And then there was a good discussion being had just from those opening lines. You know?
Yeah, and
The
was
guy-
that this was not here in the live stream? Was it at?
It was a
in
live
real
stream.
life?
It was on the live stream. The guy's name was Tangible. No,
Oh,
not
I see.
Tangible. No, not Tangible. Negligible. That's it. That was his name, Negligible. And I said to him, Negligible, that's not, it means you're not quite getting there. You don't want to go there. It's not quite it. That's your name. No wonder you have this persona and this stance. I said, you want to change your name? And he admitted it himself. Oh, I think I'd have to change my name. I said, I think you should, because you're not going in any direction with that kind of name.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't understand that. Now, this is probably not what you're referring to, but I don't understand the attitude that I often observe, which is, oh, who cares? Like, who cares if it doesn't change my life at all? I mean, I cannot
Right.
understand that. Something as big as well, the whole universe shrinking from this far-flung, ever-expanding, unprovable monstrosity to the Earth and the Earth only, with whatever it is above our heads. I mean, that somebody can say it doesn't matter is kind of like like giving up. It's like this are you that defeated? You don't have no fight in you that you don't want to figure it out? I mean, you have no curiosity. I mean, maybe that's coupled with contempt or something. I'm not sure, but
Yeah, I asked him directly, don't you want to know what this earth is either way for sure? I mean, what is the point of your life? What are you living for? I mean, come on. Like that. And that's enough to get someone fired up, you know what I mean?
yeah.
That
That sounds like
that sometimes works.
Yeah. That sounded like it worked with him. Now there was somebody over in the live stream too,
Right.
who was extremely combative. Maybe you heard some of that too, but and he was saying he came in hot, saying he was super intelligent, and he knew that the Earth was a sphere because he had been looking at this this app that mapped the stars.
Oh, right. I wasn't
But
there for that.
he didn't stick around long enough to really get anywhere. And I forget the fellow who was in there with him. He was doing I think a fine job with the conversation, but if it becomes combative, then you're not gonna make any headway.
Yeah, and that often happens. And the latest kind of a situation that we've been under is people coming in for a psychological evaluation of the server, like monkeys in the zoo. You know, they're coming in for a psychological evaluation of the members of the flat Earth. That's what they're coming in. They don't care about the shape or the curvature. I want to know the psychological. What makes you think it's flat? Do you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah. And well, you know, to be honest with you, that's kind of how I came to the flat Earth was that question, like, what's up here? Well, how can these people believe this? I wasn't interviewing anyone, but I was listening, and it just took me listening for, I mean, not very long. I mean, it was like you said, I had to kind of sober up pretty quick too, because once I got past the, you know, some of these more unprovable claims, you know, there's some serious arguments there. So yeah, but I can see that. Now I was going to ask you, what's like the ebb and flow? Do you have a lot of is it a feast or famine as far as Globers coming in?
Say that again. Feast for famine, did you say?
No. Do you have is it feast or famine? Do you have a lot of
it comes in dribs and drabs. We can get inundated one time. It's a nice steady flow. That's what I say of late, and it's been good. It's been good. You know, even down to the type of people who wanted to look at us psychologically as well. So we're getting all sorts. It's been entertaining, and it's been good to sit back and listen to what's going on and watch the experts articulated. And yeah, it's been good. It's a steady flow. You'll find out the longer you stay here, when you come in, you'll see there are times when it's quiet, and then we'll talk about all kinds of subjects. Eating of whale, eating of shark, for example, you know, or the what do we got? We got the veganism and vegetarianism, all sorts.
Oh, wait, we're going to go back to the whale thing?
No, we're not.
I think it was the goose teeth thing, man.
I'll take some whale blubber, yo. We'll make some perfume out of it.
Right, yeah. So, you know,
cook some noodles in the grease.
Yeah. We might get on each other's nerves from time to time, but the point is true. When each individual is allowed to articulate and get their point out or discuss with the heliocentrists, the model, and that, it's great. It's just great.
Yeah, because then you get the best of them. That's the environment we're trying to get back to. We understand it's going to get a little worse before it gets better, because people don't want to be restricted. There's certain groups of people who don't want to be moderated, but they need to understand we've switched and we're now going for quality over quantity again. Be weary.
Yeah. So some of us who are not adept at getting the message out properly need to step back and let the experts obviously articulate it.
Yeah. And then, listen, bro, when we first started this, man, it was a given. We were trying to give the best image we could. And those of us that started it together would say, hey, man, I'm going to go ahead and let you talk to this guy if he was in the VC, because he can articulate it better. Or he's
I do like it when the moderators. Hello, Dave.
Or you're a little annoying, and Battlemod gets frustrated and bans annoying people, so I'll let somebody who's got a little more patience to you. We used to do that.
Yeah. So that's the answer. That's the answer to your question, Golden Lima. You know, we get a nice steady flow coming through, and it's enjoyable. Really is.
Trying to get back there, bro. Give us
everybody's got to take a breather too. You know, like it's hard work. I would think it's hard work. Meeting these people and challenging their ideas, and so people jump in and out, and got to be necessary.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and it's good. I'm thoroughly enjoying it without a doubt.
And Battlemod, you're trying to keep out the riffraff. You're trying to keep, but what is it you're trying to improve here lately?
Well, the quality of treatment of the people we built this server for. This is for our community. So many of us know that when we go out in public and we talk about this, we're not accepted. We're categorized and demoralized. So that we're not going to accept from each other anymore. Disrespect, not having respect for other people, other living beings, and their feelings. This used to be such a welcoming environment that even globe earthers who disagreed with us would come all the time and hang out just because it was the best place for civil, intellectual conversation. And that's what we want. More than people have got so much on the we got to be debating that people come in here and they can't just sit here and enjoy themselves. Somebody's got to challenge them. We really don't want that. It shouldn't be a challenge. It's more of an opportunity. If you want to debate, you have the opportunity to speak. If you don't, that's fine. When it's a casual conversation, like Jim said, feel free to put in. But we've got people here that want to restrict people from that, and that's really not what we're about.
Right, and that's a much better way to teach people anyway. Like if you're having more of a conversation, I know that's really difficult.
Yeah, it's inviting. Listen, it's like self-respect and respect. Respect can't be earned; it has to be given. But before you give respect, you absolutely have to have respect for yourself, because that's why you give respect. I'm a self-respected person. I understand that I respect you because I respect myself, and I don't want to be seen as an uncouth person, a moral degenerate, So it's out of self-respect that I give respect, and it should be an unbroken chain.
Yeah, I'm the same like that. That's it. It doesn't cost anything, and it helps to lubricate the conversation and keep things on an amicable level.
Right, and as flat earthers, there's no way we should just center people out for a disagreement on something that's speculation. We're speculating, and we're going to go for each other's throat. When this is one of the things that we like to, how can we point out that Globers can't have a civil conversation and go outside the norm when flat earthers can't allow each other to do that?
Right.
So it's leadership by example,
Yep.
And believe me, I'm not trying to set the example. My job is to get rid of the bullshit.
Right. Yeah.
So the way I act isn't the example of how to act. I act this way so my friends in my community don't have to be pointed at as an asshole. They can point me out. I'll be the asshole so the rest of us can enjoy a welcoming environment. That's my sacrifice for you.
Right. Well, you have to have moderation. Like you cannot get away with something as emotional as flat Earth, without having moderation. Like you have to set the tone. That's there's no question about that. That cannot be compromised, or you can't have the kind of conversation you're talking about. So
right, we can't say society divides you, individualizes you, labels you, and attacks you, and then turn around, individualize people, label them, and attack them. It just can't be done.
I can honestly say it's time well spent, though, because if you've got the confidence to go out and meet others and pass on the news, then that's the server's done a great service, and that's the key there. What is this server doing? So it's not just that they're helping people who come here. Others like me, and there are others out there, they're going out to meet the public and discuss, and that's great. I enjoy that as well.
Yeah. Well, I have so little experience talking to other people. I mean, just a few conversations with family, and now some conversations here. It is challenging, because it's like it's like evangelism. It's like you have to tread lightly, and I certainly don't feel like. It's kind of, if you think you have a funny joke and you just insert it in some awkward situation, everyone looks at you like, okay, well, thanks, so it's got to kind of, fit the flow and all the rest. So, but I know, like, if you learn this, like, you're passionate. I am super passionate about it. And sometimes it's all they want to talk about. And you have to be wise about all that. So,
I agree. But I always remind myself that with every person that I'm talking to outside, some of them have never heard it before. So it's okay. It's okay to talk about it all the time, especially if you're meeting new people. And if I'm in the server going over, remember, indoctrination works in the way they did it. They kept on reinforcing it. So now I want to rinse my brain out with flat Earth. So I want it to permeate my brain, all my soul. Yeah. So that's going to take hours. Great. Here we go. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
I'm
Oh,
going
yeah.
to immerse myself in flat Earth. Thank you. The real Earth.
Yep.
Yeah. So sometimes, where if I meet groups of people, I'll play the fool and, like you say, drop that joke. Like I always make a point when I've travelled since I've been a flat earther to engage the pilots and tell them that it's flat and you know it. Do you know what I mean? You know, like you're leaving, yes. I'm letting my kids go first. I said that was a nice level flight, wasn't it, kids? Nice and level across that up, wasn't it? Level. And then the reaction is they laugh, like they try and laugh it off. I said, no, it's flat, isn't it? The Earth. Flat. You know what I mean? Put it in their faces. Said, yeah, isn't it flat, boys? Yes, it's flat, Daddy. Let's go. Flat
Well,
Earth.
they of all people could know that if they, if they started looking.
Yeah. Yeah, they know it. They know it. You know why? Because they try to laugh it off. And you can tell when someone's laughing, not a real laugh. A laugh like, okay, shut up, don't say anything, kind of thing. But I don't shut up. I just say, yeah, it's level. No, stop laughing. It's level, yeah? That was a leveled flight, dead level. They know what I mean there. And they still carry on laughing,
Yeah.
But I do make it a point.
Well, it is. It is level. Yeah.
Yeah. Make it a point for them so they never forget. Put them, it's good to put them, and if they know that it's level and they're not telling everyone, let's put them in that compromising position to let them know that we know now. It's coming out. You see what I mean? And if they don't know, then yeah, they're going to pick up the mantle and go and check it out. Yeah. Point.
Yep.
Because they should know.
Yeah, of all people, they ought to know. It's in their FAA manual. It's something they're looking at all day, almost every day.
Yeah.
So they could know. They could know it.
Yeah, they should know it. They should know it.
No, we all should.
Yeah. No, the pilots should know it. Pilots should know it, man. And when it comes to the understanding of the flat Earth, I often say engineers, electricians, carpenters, builders, they should get this like that. Just like how they got 9/11 being a controlled demolition, that easy. They should understand the flat Earth like that. Yeah.
Oh yeah. Should. I mean, most people are largely asleep. I mean, it's easy for me. Like I could say right now, gosh, I should have known this. I can't imagine myself in, say 1995 having any awareness that the Earth was flat, other than as a curiosity of history.
Yeah.
But now, I mean, it's much easier for me to be cavalier about, I mean, I can't believe that I didn't know this. I mean, it's so obvious.
That it's my forever embarrassment. This flat Earth. I'm telling you, it's a ball and chain. The embarrassment of being proud and boastful that I can live in the bush, I can handle it, and I've seen the horizon and not made the connection that it's flat. Not make that connection is my forever embarrassment. You see. So no, I'm always mindful of those who come in because I was like them without a doubt. I never divorced myself from that reminder. Just like I never divorced myself from nature, I never divorced myself from I was a globe head beforehand. Yeah, and it took someone else to actually bring it to my attention. So I'll be forever grateful for everybody on the server and all the other content makers that I learnt from. Plus my own experiences helped me to come to the understanding quickly. Yeah.
So I need to. Maybe I'll say this just as a promise to myself that that I'll look at it. But I'm fairly familiar with the research on cults and thought reform or mind control or brainwashing.
Yeah.
You've heard a bunch of terms. Robert Robert J. Lifton wrote a book, and in it, it's one of the later chapters where he discusses. His book has a really weird title. It's Thought Reform and the Psychology of Totalism, and he's talking about how people in, I think it was the Chinese government who took people and re-educated them, and Lifton did this, groundbreaking research on on the mechanism that what happens in a person is being indoctrinated and forced to believe certain things, and what a cult is, and I think this needs to be applied to this idea of flat versus globe, because I'm confident that there's going to be something there that to learn about why a person, because it's not, very frequently it's not the issue of, it's not the facts itself. Like when you're presented with the facts, like if you were just, they say you're not a thinking creature that feels, you're a feeling creature that thinks. And so, thinking is typically harder for most people.
Yeah.
And by that, I mean rational thought. I mean, really thinking through something. No one's purely objective. Nobody.
No.
Some people are more objective than others, as is evidenced by the people in this Discord. But most of the time, people are more or less inside that fuzzy world of their own understanding. And I'll have a look at that and see what I could learn.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that the flat earth has any cultish flavor in any way whatsoever for myself, because every person in this server is an individual that has their own life. They're married, they've got kids. Some of them are working, and they come in and it's like coming to the bar, the flat earth bar, if you will, and meet up with your pals, your colleagues.
To the contrary, though, I was thinking of globers as the ones. I mean, because the Earth is flat. This is not. We're not. You and I aren't debating this. We know it. We know that the Earth is flat.
We know it. Yeah.
So the globe is a cult. I mean, it's self-evident.
That's right. That's right.
It is not. So that's what I had in mind. This is the pub, as you say, and the fact is, it is flat. So who's in the cult?
Yeah. Yes, and the bear is not flat, but the earth is flat.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so no, the globe is the cult, absolutely, and the indoctrination. So when people say, how can you believe, you have to quickly remind them instantly that it's not a belief. It's not something that I believe in. When you believe something, it means you don't quite know it yet. Knowing is better than believing, yeah? Okay.
Yeah, Belief is the enemy of knowing. Crow 777. Yep.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, so there you go.
Yeah. Well, cool, man. Hey, it's great talking with you, Jen.
It's great talking to you as well, Golden Lima.
Really enjoy this.
Yeah, therapeutic to say the least.
Big time. Yeah, it's just nice to talk about it. Nice to talk to somebody who gets it. No doubt about it. So.
Yeah, you too.
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna pack it in. It's almost time to go to bed over here. So.
Okay, yeah. Well, enjoy yourself and have a good rest.
Hey, thanks so much. We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, keep it flat.
You bet, man. You too.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, and that was Golden Lima, newcomer to the server. Diligently worked by himself to come to the conclusion that the Earth is a flat plane. He battled with the cognitive dissonance himself, and it's come through the other side okay. So new member to the server, and welcome. Long may he stay. He's going to go places. I feel he's one of those. All right. Anybody else at home? FE Batman, you there hiding in your cave?
I'm always here, Gin, always listening.
Yeah, nice to hear your voice, mate. What have you been up to today?
Nice to hear yours too, mate. Yeah, every time I manage to get on Discord, I can hear Gin.
Yeah, cheers. Thanks.
Driving, and all I can see 30 kilometres away is the city of Melbourne, flat as a tack.
Right. Beautiful.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Hey,
do you know the...
Don't be embarrassed about thinking that it was a globe, Gin, because here's the thing.
Yeah.
Nobody told you that the Earth is so small. They told you that the Earth is so big.
Yeah.
And as it being so big, you would have thought automatically that we are like a tiny ant on a big ball.
Right.
Whereas when you really think about it,
Mm.
the Earth, according to the globe model, only has a radius of 4,000 miles. Just 4,000 miles.
I know. It's nothing.
Nothing.
Yeah. It's nothing.
Everybody thinks it's huge, but when you do the mathematics and you look at the geometry, you see that 8 inches per mile squared adds up very quickly.
Yeah, look, I've travelled the world by motorbike, ship, and plane. Just haven't walked it yet, but travelled some of the world. So I do understand the size. I got that. My embarrassment is that, I saw the horizon, but I didn't connect. I flew, I didn't connect. On a ship, and I didn't connect. In the military, and I didn't connect it. All those experiences and clues abound, and I didn't connect. Yeah?
I know. It's right there. It's right there in our face, isn't it?
Yeah. In plain sight. In plain sight. I mean that. Look at that. In plain sight. Eyes wide shut.
Yep. You're 100% correct, Gin, on this one, mate. It's in plain sight. And yet most people are still asleep. Even when you show them the evidence, they still refuse to see it. I do a fair bit of driving, and when I drive, all you can see is a flat plain with, bumps and humps and lakes all around you.
Yeah.
That's all you can see.
Yeah.
You can see the mountains from miles away. Sometimes they're hidden by the fog and the mist and the pollution. Other times they're clear as day.
Yeah. I know.
It's in plain sight. They just
it's in plain sight, man.
See it.
Yeah.
I don't even argue with people anymore. As soon as someone says something to me, I say to myself, this guy's stupid. Don't even bother.
Yeah.
If they're willing to listen, if they're willing to listen and not argue, no problems.
Yeah.
I'll sit there and I'll explain it to them for hours. But as soon as they use the word flathead, idiot, stupid, I've lost brain cells, I just turn off. I just say, mate, you're the idiot, you're the dumb one, you're the blind one. I don't have time for you. Go away. I'll use my valuable time for someone that's prepared to listen.
Yeah. I always say to them, but you can't say you weren't told, all right? Bye. Do you know what I mean? You can never say you weren't told, because that's another thing, you know what I mean? I like to leave that kind of like a psychological scratch on their brain. You can never say you were never told. You know what I mean? Because they're going to find that.
I'm a little bit lucky because the position that I hold in my club, people respect me and they know that I'm very intelligent, run clubs, run my own businesses. So very rarely do they argue with me.
Right. Right. Yeah.
Literally, my whole family believes it now.
Well, that's really good. I mean, I can't say exactly that. I mean, I'm in a position where, you know, I'm able to teach and the students take it on board. But if I go into my community of friends, let's say in England now, and I explain it to them, it's like they don't care, is what I'm getting. They don't care, man.
A lot of people saying, how does it affect me?
Yeah.
If
Yeah.
they only knew how much of an effect it has on them, maybe they would have
Yeah.
second thoughts. If they can
Yeah.
lie to you about the place that you're living in, then they can lie to you about anything.
Anything and everything, man.
That's
Ah.
correct.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah. So this is it. This is my situation. I have my youngest brother who knows full well that the moon landings were a hoax. He knows they're not on Mars, but he cannot get the flat Earth into his head.
That's unbelievable.
Stone. It's granite. Granite personified.
I still have friends that believe they landed on the moon.
Yeah.
I'm bamboozled. I still have friends that believe that, you know, aeroplanes took down the towers. I'm just astounded at the stupidity.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. The disconnect. The disconnect. It's just a disconnect because, you know, my brother's intelligent. He understands that moon landing very well, and you know, it was a great source of conversation over the 10 years because we laughed our heads off when we discovered that the door opened inwards, and the size of the LEM was the size of 2 public telephone boxes. That's no room at all, and the door's coming in. So, and then the narrator's saying, now, where does the person go? Where did the other astronaut pack himself into when this door's coming in? What a schoolboy error. And we just cracked up. And he's in London. I'm here in Japan, right? And we're cracking up over the Skype, you know? We were watching the documentary together on that. Yeah, cracking up in fits of laughter because that is embarrassing, isn't it?
Do you know what, Jin, right? I build a lot of things, okay? I'm not a builder, but I've built my own house and I've built my own cars and I've built my own computers. And, you know, if something can be built and I can do it myself, I'll do it myself, okay? I've been doing it since I was a young boy. I can tell you there's no hope that lunar lander would last a kilometre on a road.
Yeah.
Falling apart.
Yeah. Absolutely. I totally agree. I understand that. I fully understand that.
Here's the other thing.
Fragile.
Here's the other thing, right? They say the lunar lander was launched off the rocket, okay?
Yeah.
Now, how did the rocket slow down? Or did it keep orbiting the moon? And if it did orbit the moon, how did it slingshot and actually slow down to be able to land on the moon?
Right.
And the moon's still traveling at 2,200 miles per hour.
Exactly.
You know? And when they left the Earth, it's traveling at 66,000 miles an hour. How did they slow down? Did they slow down? Did they speed up? Can you see what I mean? It's all a little fairy tale. And it's a bad fairy tale.
Yeah. It's a very bad lie. But, you know, people normally, you know, you're not thinking on those things. You're not thinking about that. They've gone to the moon. Oh, that's it. They found an Earth-like planet in Andromeda zone. Oh, all right. You know? And you take it in, don't you? You think, oh, right, okay. Just goes right over your head, doesn't it?
I laugh at all these things now.
Yeah, me too. I laugh.
A space hotel.
Yeah,
What about
I
the
know.
Space Hotel?
Yes, yes, I know. It's supposed to be happening in 2026, but they pushed it back. It's already been pushed back because the Orion shielding for the Van Allen radiation belt is causing them a problem. So it's going to delay them somewhat. So that hotel's not happening anytime soon. You know.
What ridiculous. I mean, just the thought of bodies just flying through an empty void. That's that's
Yeah.
ridiculous. What? With bullets flying through an empty void. Come on.
Yeah. Come on. How did you go to the toilet? Please tell me.
Oh, yeah,
Come on.
yeah.
You know?
It floated back up. That's what happened. It floated back up. Yeah.
How
I want
go to the toilet?
I want to know how they keep their gastric juices in their stomach. You know?
Yes, exactly. In zero G. In zero G.
Yeah.
You know, and they've got to
zero
change the
G, but the hair still floats in zero G. You know what I mean?
Look, they've got to change their diaper. They've got to change it. So where's your changing room in that small compartment? Really? You know, and you're in zero G, floating around, trying to get your nappy on, and you're rolling around. You know, can you do it?
Gin, my late mother, who's passed away now.
God
The
bless
last
her soul.
few months of her life, she needed an oxygen bottle to breathe. Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, a small oxygen bottle would last 3 hours.
Right.
One little old lady, not doing any exercise, needed a small oxygen bottle every 3 hours.
Yeah, hours. Yeah.
Now, how long have they been up there?
8 days. 8-day journey. 8-day journey.
Right. 8-day journey. Right.
Yeah.
And these are grown men that need lots and lots of oxygen. And you know that when you compress oxygen, the bottles are very, very heavy. I'm telling you, a little bottle is very, very heavy. And
I know. I used to be an oxygen and acetylene welder, so I know. Yeah.
Yes. Well, you can't even pick them up easily, can you?
No, it requires you got to roll them. You got to roll them, mate.
Yeah, and you know, one of those big bottles would probably only last an average adult a day.
Yeah. Yeah.
A day.
If you're lucky, yeah. That's 24 hours. Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
So, you know, these people, they're just crazy. They've just got no idea about what things really are in life. You know?
Yeah.
We cannot survive unless we have lots and lots of oxygen.
The oxygen, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Very, very true.
yeah.
Can you imagine that? And you know, and then the thing can actually float in space, traveling at 5 miles a second. Yeah.
5 miles a second.
What's keeping it up there? What's keeping it?
5 miles a second. That's just such an unbelievable speed. You know, that's warp speed. That's just crazy to think that humans can do that type of speed.
Yeah, that's right. It can go up as fast as 8 miles a second. Okay, those are the speeds.
Do you know what, Gin? Right. So here's the thing. Now I know Crack was talking about, you know, how many G's a person can survive in and all that sort of stuff. But when we watch those test pilots doing the G tests, okay, and they literally they go from being awake to, you know, falling asleep.
Yeah, unconscious. It's called G-lock. It's called G-lock.
Yeah.
They go.
Now, they're unconscious when they reach a certain G rating. Okay.
Yeah.
As soon as they drop below that G rating, they come back awake.
Yes.
Right.
Yes. They revive them.
what I'm saying is that these people are in the ISS orbiting at 17,000 miles per hour, 17,500 miles per hour.
Yeah.
They should be flinged against the walls of the ISS.
Yes, that's right. This is Mark 23. Mark 23, man. 23 times the speed of sound. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's right.
Yep.
They
Right.
should be.
Yeah, and it's just nothing. There's nothing in the globe model that works. There's absolutely nothing. It starts from the curvature and it continues.
Yeah.
You know, when someone says, "Oh, but we have a model," but you got no model. Your model just falls apart. Oh, but we can take estimates and assumptions as to, you know, when the sun's going to rise. I go, no, you can't. That's just all happened in the past. Okay, you've just recorded what happens from year to year. You've written it down in books. From the books, you've put it into computers, right? From the computers, you've written programs that just tell you what's happened the previous year or for the previous 10 years.
That's right. It's all reverse engineering.
That's exactly what it is. Yeah.
Yeah. Epi, someone's just come in. Hang on, Epi. Hang on a second. Someone's just entered. Who's that speaking, please? I can hear you in the background. Hello. Can you announce yourself, please? Because I can hear you in the background. Okay, carry on, Epi. Sorry about that. Someone was making noise whilst you were talking. Sorry, Epi, mate.
No, don't apologies here, mate. Right, everyone's welcome to join in.
Yeah.
We want to hear your views. I want to put your views through my supercomputer. I want to see what your views turn out. Do they turn out like a pile of shit, or do they come out correctly? I reckon it's a pile of shit.
Yeah, very quiet. So keep on listening anyway. Whoever for now, don't know who it was that was making the grunting noise, but there you go. Never mind.
Is this is this the after hours discussion? We talk about other stuff now.
Yeah, if you like. Yeah, of course. What do you want to talk about? Do you have anything to talk about?
Well, I don't want to talk about it specifically. I just want to talk about my situation, right? So, in Texas,
what's your situation?
Yeah, so in Texas, next week they're getting rid of a certain ban of a certain human malware. Put it that way.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So, but they're giving us like, I don't know, 7 or 8 days notice. So it seems like a trap. And they're saying that everyone can kind of choose their position, so companies can still require a tire, right?
Oh, right.
So they can also deny service. So they're what they're going to try to do is get everyone to fight against each other. They're pinning the population against each other at this point. Starting next week, it's going to go down. So, like, I think
deny service to who?
I think we're going to have to. Well, no, in Texas, there's an option to deny service for any reason. So, I think I think this is the warning of like a civil war, like a real one.
We used to reserve the right to refuse service based on any means, but they took that away.
Well, they still have it in Texas.
Well, you know, if it came to America, it'd mean that, you know, certain religious people wouldn't have to make cakes for other people for their wedding. Here.
I'm not sure that would apply in Texas, but also I think that was a federal case, right?
To refuse service?
So you think there's going to be civil war breaking out?
Well, I think what's going to happen is, okay, so I'm looking at all the people in my city, and I've been asking all the shop owners or the people working there as I'm going in or passing by, like, so what do you think about this new thing? Next week they're gonna open everything up 100%, and they're gonna get rid of the of the coverings.
They're going to be overjoyed. I think.
Well, it's optional. That's the thing. Like, there's going to be people who are celebrating, and then there's people who are scared, right? And they're going to be mixed together, and that's civil war, right? So all the prices are going to go up because some places you can go to, some you can't, and you know there's going to be capitalists involved.
Yeah.
And it's going to be causing more division than solutions because the decision was divided between science and, you know, conspiracy theorist Republicans, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
now power has been restored. Yeah. What about those people who had busted pipes and all that? I mean,
well, they're still dealing with it. They haven't even had a chance to respond, and already they're pushing the next narrative, right?
Wow, what's going on, man?
So I think this story between Texas and Mississippi, I think, are the two that are opening up the same, 100%. And they're right next to each other. And I think this is just another narrative. They're going to roll with it.
Yeah, I mean well, I'm glad to hear that they're going to stop the stupid, accessory on the base. But yeah, well, let's see what happens. But interesting development for sure.
Well, I'm going to be stocking up on everything I possibly can between now and next week because I don't know how bad it's going to get.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. You might want to get a lot of soups. Soups go down well.
I got a bunch of gallon jugs, glass ones, dry food. I got my distiller. I need to go get a generator, but other than that, I'm pretty good.
Yeah. I don't know. Here in Japan, right, they do some really nice dried soups, and they're not salty at all. Over, in England or Europe, those packaged soups are very salty. That's the problem. But here in Japan, no. You get that nice miso flavor, and the vegetables, it's like they're fresh, even though they've been freeze-dried, yeah? Mm-hmm. Wicked, man. Yeah, so that's what I have. Collect a whole load of those. Go a long way with them.
My grandmother makes miso soup like every day.
Oh, you're lucky. Yeah.
Yeah, well, she was born over there. So was my mom.
Yeah.
The firstborn.
It's a staple, that miso soup. It's a staple, man. With the leaves.
And then when she eats that natto, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
I don't know how they can eat that natto and mochi.
My kids love it. I hate it. My kids love it, though. And you know what they say? They said, Daddy, you've got to eat it because you know it's good for you. So come on, and I have to eat it.
Yeah, it's got vitamin K in it, that's for sure.
Yeah, vitamin kill me off. Yeah, so I have to down it. But I down it with some herbs and spices. I mix it up a little bit. But boy, it takes a lot to get it down. Wow. Fermented soya beans.
Oh, well,
no.
The way I heard is like the more you mix it, the more sticky it gets or slimy.
What it
snotty.
Does. Yeah.
That's what she said joke? Or?
Yeah. When I explain to my students why I don't like natto, I said I get very messy. It never stops stretching this stuff. It gets everywhere. Help! One little carton and big mess at the end. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's supposed to be super healthy, but I go for the tofu, which is the same nutrition value, but it's much better. Tofu is lovely, man.
From what I gather, natto's the only thing that still has that you can eat that has vitamin K in it without having to go to a petrochemical to get the vitamin. Because the petrochemical you get is vitamin K2, right? Well, this one's it's like a different form of K2. It's like a bioavailable form.
Yeah,
it's fermented soybeans. It's real slimy. Yeah, we call it snotty beans. Ugh.
Slimy. I call it slimy beans. You know what I mean? Slimy beans, mate. But I eat it occasionally. But my kids love it. It's every other day they're eating it. So yeah, I have it occasionally. Maybe once a month. It might reach my mouth. Oh, terror. Terrible,
I guess I make some pretty good yakisoba.
Yeah, yaki. Yeah, that's yakisoba. Sorry.
Yeah. I do it round eye style.
Yeah, I had that today. Yakisoba. Again, that's quite nice. And I don't like. What I like is the frozen dry one. I don't like the fresh one. Don't like it at all. Too much sauce in that. But the one that you heat up, you pour water in, leave it for 3 minutes, pour out the water, add the sauce, which is nice, the mustard, the seasoning, and a little bit of Italian mixed herbs. Ha ha! I'm away.
Yeah.
See that?
I sit there and I take some carrot and onion and napa cabbage, and I throw that in the frying pan, like a big ass frying pan. Get that going, nice and happy. Throw some soy oil, sesame oil in it, and then throw the noodles on top of that, and then get that all jazzed and happy, and then add in some of the seasoning, and then put the water in.
And then the sauce, and then you're laughing, man. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, homemade is good. Homemade is better than what they do at the festivals. I don't really go for that in the festivals and that. Ugh.
Yeah.
Homemade, I'm happy. Yeah, the Japanese food is pretty good, man. And then I'm going to have sashimi tonight, you see, because my son went out to the shops and bought some. He says, Daddy, tonight is sashimi again. Okay. We'll have some of that then, yeah. So I prepare it. Everyone loves it in the house. Even the youngest boy comes and goes, yeah, me too, you know. Yeah, okay, go and get your fork then, or your chopsticks. Yeah, and then we're downing it. 3 packets of salmon. Yeah, it goes down well.
Oh, with that salmon, be careful. I found out that farm salmon is really unhealthy to eat.
Yeah, they don't do farm salmon in Japan.
Yeah.
This is all caught fresh. Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. They're not doing the farming type as such.
My grandmother, she loves smoked salmon, so I tell her just get the salmon and I'll smoke it, you know. But she likes getting that preserved stuff, and I'm just like, that's not good for you.
Nope.
Yeah. Now, mind you, though, hang on. Mind you, there are some places that do rainbow trout and trout farming. They do, and that tastes good as well. They cook it on site.
I still smoke fish the old way. I got an old stump out back, 3 of them actually that are hollowed out for the old way of smoking fish. I do the salmon runs every year. Go north and catch salmon. It's called Tip Up Town. It's a Pure Marquette, Tippy Dam.
There are some places that do some salmon trout, but you know, the Japs are very finicky with that kind of thing. They like it.
You can get a rainbow brook trout up north.
Yeah.
The trout are in the rivers, so they absolutely get crossbred with the salmon.
Yeah.
Every year.
In the US, I understand that they give them corn, don't they? GMO corn they're eating over there.
All corn's GMO.
The salmon?
Yeah.
We have salmon refineries up north, but we don't feed them corn.
Yeah, there are places that they do that. I watched it through Monsanto and that, and they're giving out corn to the salmon, and they grow really big. In fact, they were going to ship it here to Japan, right? And then the people were in uproar. No, we don't want that fine salmon to come to Japan.
Salmon have always been humongous. I don't think it's a corn. I've caught 6-foot salmon since I was 12.
The last salmon I went and caught, this was in 2003. I didn't have tags for it, but caught a steelhead and I had to put it back.
Wow. Oh yeah.
Yeah, because if you get one of those species that you're not supposed to have in the fishing game, find it, you're in trouble.
Yeah, of course. But
where at?
It's accidental.
Oregon.
Oregon.
Only a certain time of year for steelhead in Oregon.
Yep.
Same way, Michigan.
Fall run.
Yep. Only during the runs.
I think it was around about 2013, 2012, where the FDA okayed feeding GMO corn to the salmon. The FDA approved it. Could have been
Yeah, but
2014 as well.
all the salmon that I catch are right out of the ocean, going to Yaquina
Yeah,
Bay,
exactly.
Newport.
Yeah, this was going to be specially farmed. But you know what they're saying? They were going to release it into the wild as well, this GMO salmon. But
Yeah, I'm wondering where they feed these salmon, the GMOs. Our Michigan DNR don't do that, and we've got more salmon refineries and hatcheries than any other state. We populate the damn ocean through the Great Lakes.
yeah. But I love the salmon. That's a beautiful, beautiful
We
fish.
give them
that.
natural food supplies.
Yeah, beautiful
Such
fish.
as
That.
crayfish.
I watched the John West factory in operation on a documentary. Wicked, man. From
The
the
John
sea
West
to the can. From the sea to the can. It's what an operation, man. John West. I used to eat that in London back in the 60s, 70s, and 80s, man. Yeah. Yeah.
Where's their
Very popular
cannery
brand.
at?
Can you believe that? Very popular band in England, you know, John West.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the number one.
Where's their cannery at?
I don't know. I'm not sure where it's at. I'm not sure of that. I'll have to look at the documentary again to find out exactly. But yeah.
Yeah, Norwegian salmon, I guess. They feed it those pellets, those fish pellets.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
the only thing that's wrong with that is they add a chemical into it that they're not supposed to add to stop any mold growth. And that's
Right.
what's causing the toxicity of that specific hatcheries. The Norwegian salmon.
Yeah. No,
You know,
John West salmon.
You know there's GMO salmon, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But we don't. We take salmon from the natural. We take eggs and semen during the runs and fill our hatcheries.
Yeah, of course. I mean, you native Indians are going to do it properly in harmony. You don't want to know about GMO.
Well, no, that's the Michigan DNR, Department of Natural Resources.
Ah, right. Sorry.
I know because I donate to them, so I get their weekly report magazine.
Yeah.
But I'm big on the wildlife in Michigan.
Yeah.
You know, I care.
It was well documented because it was going to be sold through Costco. You see, Costco was going to ship it. They were going to be shipping it to all the Costco's in Japan and that, together with the GMO papayas.
Yeah, we
Massive.
don't have Costco's in Michigan. That's a southern thing.
Yeah. The GMO papayas were coming from Hawaii, which turns out to be the world's GMO laboratory. Hawaii was, the Hawaiian Islands. Who knew? Who knew? You know? But the Hawaiians have since won against Monsanto, Syngenta and alike, and have pushed them off the island now. They no longer do that there anymore. And they destroyed all the papaya GMO fruits and stalks and everything. So it's all gone. Pretty ugly sight where they were, though. Now, it's like a desert at the moment. Nothing's being grown there. I went there in 2013, you see, and I saw the aftermath. It looked pretty ugly. But yeah, genetically modified. Well, Japan imports GMO corn from America, very small amount, not much. And the Americans want Japan to import more, but it's meeting with a lot of resistance here. And they use it in, obviously, the children's soft drinks and snacks. And they also feed it to the Wagyu beef, the cows, most expensive beef you can buy in the world, Wagyu. They're getting a little bit in their food mix. But, you know.
Don't they feed those cows beer and like give them massages and stuff?
You got it. You got it. They do. They even massage them with sake on a brush, and they brush the sake into the hide. Can you believe that?
Makes
Yeah,
it for a
man.
delicious cow.
Yeah, and they're doing that all to music. They're playing the music and everything, the highest world standard. Mind you, in Britain they used to do that back in the day, back in the 60s. I remember farmers playing music to their cows. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. I was born in 61, so 66, 67, 70s. Yeah, the British farmers used to play music to their flowers and their cows and all that. I thought, wow. Come to Japan and they're doing it here. I thought, wow, they don't do that in England anymore, but they do it in Japan, in Hokkaido. Yeah, massage the cows, give them the best food, music. What a life!
Yeah, see, my grandmother was born in Kyushu. And she was
Yeah,
born on the side of the mountain, and like her family, like the last name's Fukuda. And
yeah,
from what
Fukuda.
we can gather, that's like good luck in rice paddy,
Yes, very
like
good.
good harvest, something like that.
Mm. Yeah, Kyushu's a beautiful place. Very clean, very fresh. Got some volcanic. Got some volcanic volcanoes that are active there. One, I think. And it's just beautiful. I haven't been there yet. Been to Okinawa. Been to Hiroshima twice.
There are
Been
some
to
places
Osaka.
that I think is just some of the prettiest places on the planet, or plane,
Yeah,
or
yeah, plane.
some of
Yeah.
the prettiest places I've ever seen. It's they're called water parks or water
Yeah.
gardens. It's like a whole
Yeah.
way that the villages are set up. There's a stream that runs through like everyone's house,
Yeah.
and like they have gobies and they keep koi, and the koi is kept where the where you do the dishes. So like the koi
Yeah.
keeps the rice balls and all that stuff, and
That's
any
right,
of
yeah.
the stuff that flows downstream, the goby will eat. So you have spring
Beautiful
water
fish,
that
that
comes
koi.
in the house.
The carp.
Yeah.
Yeah. Koi. Yeah, koi, man. Beautiful fish. Beautiful. Every year they have the koi festival. Okay, it's called Konobori, where you've got these carp streamers like kites. It's Children's Day basically, May 5th. So the 5th month, the 5th day, Children's Day, and you see all these carp streamers. I set it up for my kids as well. Set it up on the veranda, so it looks good. Yeah. Basically, it's like a fishing line with all the carps hanging up, but they catch the wind and they kind of like fly in the wind. They catch the wind really nice and it's good. Cool. Yeah. Koinobori for the children. All over Japan that happens.
Yeah.
Carp. Beautiful.
And there it is. I have this. Yep. I have this exact. I have two of them actually. Hang on, let me post it. These
Yeah, go
old
on.
lanterns, right? But they have it
Yeah.
retrofitted to have like an electric light inside of it.
Oh, right. How did you come by them?
Grandmother drug them all the way from Japan.
Wow. She had to take that carefully to bring it back. Bring it all the way to where you are, Oregon.
Well, no, now I'm in the desert. We're down here in
Oh, you're in
Arizona.
Texas, aren't you? Yeah, sorry, yeah.
No, Arizona.
Oh, Arizona. Oh, right.
Wyatt Earp stomping ground.
Yep. I liked Wide Up. That was a good movie. Clint Eastwood. That was a good movie, that was.
Wider.
I like the one with Val Kilmer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
About Holiday.
The newer one.
Oh, you like the new one? I like the Clint Eastwood one, man. That was really good.
Wider is tied into a lot of stories of the Old West or how the West was won.
Yeah.
But the Earp, you're talking about Val Kilmer, the Earp, Wyatt.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. That's a good one. That
Another film
covers.
that I like was Josie Wales. Was it Josie Wales? Kingsman?
Yeah, the outlaw Josie Wales.
Yeah, that was good.
And then
It
hang
was.
on, I got a real treat here.
I like Josie Wales.
I just took a picture of it.
I come here. I bring words of death so that you might in turn know that my words of life are true. We may either live together or die together.
Yeah, that was the Indian. That was the Indian man.
This is my word. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I find your words of death are true. It's there in your pistols and on your rifle. So I find again that your words of life are true also.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can see the writing that's on that photo.
Yeah, you've got their license for
prostitution.
Prostitution.
Yes, sir. His family ran a cat house.
That was the oldest trade in the world. The oldest job in the world, that is, I think, isn't it?
Well, it was legal at one time. It was considered work.
Yeah.
And this was signed by Marshall Wyatt Earp.
Okay.
Wow. It says that there. Yeah, there it is.
It's number 41 ever issued in Dodge County, Kansas.
Wow, I'm gonna copy this.
Dodge City.
Copy. Yeah, license for prostitution.
Poor Juanita.
Yeah. Me Maceo.
So now you know why in those movies they were always calling them brothers pimps. Yeah, that's the movie.
Yep. Oh, I know.
Kurt Russell and Val Kilmer.
Oh, I remember this movie.
It shows there's a little bit of fallacy because he actually murdered Curly. They say that, well, in that movie that it was a fair fight in the river. It wasn't a fair fight.
Yeah.
He ambushed Curly and murdered his ass.
Right. So there was some skullduggeries going on, underhandedness.
No.
And then he went out to California and named all the counties, and then named the biggest county after his big ass St. Bernard, San Bernardino County. That was in California.
Yeah, there's the scene, and it's considered the best scene by a lot of people. From Josie Wales. That's a good movie. I grew up, every time that came on, I knew I'd get to spend time with my father. I could sit down and watch it.
Yeah, I like Josie Wells, man. I can watch that anytime. Good film, definitely. You know, they made good films back then, not today. I don't like the way they do it today. Anyone can be an actor today, anyone.
More family orientated.
Yeah, the moral fiber was in there, you know? You know that moral fiber? Yeah?
Yeah, that men have been shot for less moral fiber. Hell yeah.
Yeah, yeah. That was the one thing I could say that the Westerns were full of. A lot of moral fiber. That's what I liked about it.
You like Clint Eastwood? You ever watch Hang 'em High?
Yeah, of course. Of course I watched that one. One of my favorites.
Next time you hang a man, I suggest you take a good look at his face first.
Face. Yeah. You hang him properly, man. Yeah, man. He was saved. And the technique, he pulled him by the belt, and then he started breathing. Yeah? Pulled him by the belt, the guy who saved his ass. Chopped him down. Pulled him by the belt. Waist. Got him breathing again. Yeah. Wow, man. That was another good story. And the one, you know, the hangman's noose here, they put him around the neck, and they pull that key, and they all just drop, bang, all at once. Shit. 5 in a row.
Yeah, you can actually get one of those old school cowboy guns for fairly cheap at Cabela's and walk out the store with it that day. No waiting period, no nothing, because it's a black powder gun, cap and ball, right?
Are you talking about Colt 45 type guns? Yeah.
Yeah, or
Right.
Colt Navy. I got a 35, or I think it's 36. I can't remember. It's an old ass cap and ball gun. I think it's a 36. Hang on.
Yeah, I was into guns, and well, I was in the cadets at first, so I was well into guns.
It's a 36.
Yeah.
Black
One of
powder.
those Colt 45 pistol. They're really nice looking. I was always felt nice in the hand. Yeah.
Well, it's just like an average J frame. Yeah, I don't know if I'm allowed to post it or not.
Yeah. What the gun? I
Yeah.
think we can see that. It's been posted before. People have posted guns and bullets, no problem, man.
Okay.
It's not advocating violence here. We're looking at the design.
Oh, this is an antique, anyways.
Right. So it's going to be even of more interest. Look at that. Yeah. That is a nice looking pistol.
It's got one of those plungers and all that stuff. So
Yeah, I'm looking at the plunger now as you spoke. I was looking at it, yeah.
And
This
you
is what
have-
Josie Wells had.
yeah,
Split like that. Yeah. And you remove the barrel. You can take the barrel out.
and when you look down, like if you go to aim, you have to, with the hammer cocked back, where the hammer is
Yeah.
the rear side.
Yeah. Yeah. What's the section? I've forgotten what the section that holds the bullets. What's that called? Come on. Not the
Cylinder.
magazine. The cylinder. Okay. Yeah, the cylinder then, yeah. So you can dismantle this the way it all comes apart. The main point about these guns is that you've got to keep them lubricated. I remember in one movie where Clint Eastwood's got the brush and he puts it in, he pulls it out, and a whole heap of came out of it. Like it had never been cleaned in years.
Well,
You know?
for me, the
That's
main
black
thing is to make sure you grease in between chambers so that they don't
Exactly.
all go off at once.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
you definitely have to maintain them. Black powder clogs a weapon constantly.
Exactly. You got to clean it out and you got to lubricate with the gun oil. Smells nice, doesn't it? The gun oil,
Yeah.
doesn't it?
Yeah.
Now, see, with this one, it's a
It smells machine
360.
gun oil.
It's a 360 ball, but you got to put like a 362 ball in it.
Oh, that's
You
not a
shave
na-
the lead
Oh,
down.
Navy-
look at that.
that's not a Navy Colt 45 then.
No, it's Navy Arms, and it's a remake,
Yeah.
but it's a
No, I-
36.
Yeah, I own original Navy Colt. I got a
Nice.
45 or a 44 also with a 9-inch barrel. That motherfucker's a beast. My dad was,
Nice.
yeah, my father was really, it's not something I picked out in my life or I would. My father was avid in black powder. He was a hoarder.
Yeah.
Man would go to the state
I-
auctions and buy boxes. We get 100 boxes of shit. We didn't know what was in it. It was only $4 a box, boy.
Yeah, my dad used to do that as well in London.
Hey, I'll tell you what, though, it is kind of addictive going through them boxes and seeing box by box what you got for $4.
Yeah.
It's like rolling the roulette wheel.
Yeah. It's like a little lottery going on. You're right.
That's still a nice weapon, though, bro. Don't get me wrong.
I
Yeah,
like
that's a
this
nice pistol
too.
you got there, Joshua. Nice
Yeah,
pistol,
I like
man.
this one too.
Yeah, so in the old school, 36 and 32 was the average on a black powder. Most people had that. They didn't have a 45.
Oh, I have a 45. 1911.
Desert Eagle, baby. I got the same. Mine was core issued, though.
Yeah, this one was from. I did some research on it since there's only 3 numbers on the serial.
Right.
Really?
It was issued to the Argentine Navy. Yeah.
So yours is. Yeah, so yours is within the first 1,000 production. Damn. That's a valuable weapon. You know this, right?
Yeah. Somebody's like, "Oh, well, how much you want for it?" You can't pay me for it.
Yeah, I was just gonna ask that, bro.
He's even got a samurai sword. Look.
Fuck the sword. I want to know how much for the three-digit serial number Desert Eagle, bro.
It's
What
it's
he
not a
already
deagle.
said.
It's not a deagle. It's a.
Yeah, I'm with you. It's not a Desert Eagle. It's a first in the productions of the 1911. Desert Eagle came later. I'm with you. Oh, it's nice too. Those pearl grips.
Mm-hmm. They're aftermarket, of course, but I like putting them on.
Oh, yeah, of course. It would be wood grain if it was original. And those grips that you took off.
I only have one of those original wood grain scales left. I lost the other one somehow. I think the dog fucking got it.
Well, still that one is valuable. Did you know that? You could sell it on the internet, so somebody needs just one. That's what I was going to tell you. You could probably get more out of the wood grains you took off than you paid for the pearl.
Well, I got the pearls for free. Like, the gun came together in like a box with a whole bunch of different parts. And somebody's like, I can't figure out how to put this thing back together. I took it apart 2 years ago. I go, well, let me see it. Okay, well, you're missing the strut and you're missing the damn.
I love a buy like that, bro. I'm with you.
And then I put it back together and I was like, dude, this thing's sweet. And then I did some research and I go, are you sure you wanted to sell it to me for $500?
Right. You was like, you're just missing some of the assembly here, boy.
But shit, he was happy and I'm happy. Yeah, it's a matching barrel too.
So you got a barrel from the same era.
Yeah, it's the same number too.
419. What's this pistol called? This one I'm looking at.
That's a Colt. It's originally Colt 1911, but
1911,
this one says Century Arms, Buck Durbin. Sent to the Argentine Navy, and then they failed, and Che Guevara took over.
Oh, really? It's that old, yeah?
Yeah.
Again, you can see the nice design on it. Killing machine, but they look nice, don't they, as well?
Yeah, I like them old military issues. I got a M16 from the French Revolutionary War. I hear you.
Nice. I got a French Lebel too.
Nice.
Let's see, where's it at?
Yeah, I could make all this. I could make this pistol if I had the machinery. I could make this. Yeah, definitely.
I mean, this motherfucker. I don't even know what chamber it takes.
Yeah, you could measure that though as well. That can be measured easily enough.
Yeah, but this gun, it's like.
Did you say it's Czech Republic?
French Lebel, I believe.
Mm.
It's got because there's only one rifle that has that pull back and push forward bolt racker.
Oh yeah, the reciprocating rifle.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Oh, this is
Did you
gorgeous.
post Oh yeah, yeah. Yep.
It's got a little box mag.
Savage Arms used to make those too, but on the military, yeah. There's only so many reciprocating rifles.
Oh, great! We got somebody with a foot fetish, huh?
So, that's Chris. He's gay. It's cool. This too shall pass. Oh, that's a nice example.
Yeah, this is nice.
What
isn't it?
caliber?
I don't know. It's not 308. It's not 30-06. I'm not sure.
Nice.
And then I got a nice family heirloom too.
It's a lapel rifle.
Yeah. I've only been able to see something like that from Forgotten Weapons.
Yeah. Forgotten Weapons. That's a program, isn't it?
Yeah, it's one of those YouTube shows.
Yeah. I've seen them. I've seen the Forgotten Weapons. Yeah. Very, very good program. That good historical value of the things they put on.
Ooh, Mercury Magnum 10 gauge.
I felt sorry for the Red Indians, Native Indians, when the Gatling gun was made. Yeah, they just took them out.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now it's progressed to the helicopter. Brrr, so many hundred per second. What a joke.
I need to get this stock fixed or replaced. I don't think
Call it
fixed
a
can
saw.
do anything. It's pinned everywhere. I mean, it's a
Right.
10 gauge.
10 gauge. Okay.
The thing's heavy too.
Oh yeah. 10 gauge double barrel. Yeah.
Look at that.
How long is the barrel?
I mean, look at the workmanship on that. Can you see
Hold
the
on.
workmanship on that?
Yeah. How long is the barrel on that? The barrels. 30, 40 inches.
I don't know. Let me grab a tape measure.
My 10 gauge. It's a double barrel. It's like fucking 5-foot barrels.
It's a Mercury. I'm looking at here. Can you see the carvings on that on this thing?
Oh yeah, it's got some nice inlays.
Yeah.
People put more workmanship into what they did. Somebody probably had that done, added after they bought it.
Beautiful, isn't it?
People used to customize
32 inch.
Damn, I bet that motherfucker kicks.
Full choke.
Have you ever shot it?
No, I'm afraid to. The fucking stock is in like 8 pieces with pins going through it, and the pins aren't even glass bedded. So, yeah, I think somebody fucking had to knock out a wolf or something and snap the. I don't know. My uncle Mark did something.
You don't see these anymore, man. You don't see these anymore.
The Mercury gun.
Yeah.
Now that Mercury used to make cars too.
They used to make what?
Automobiles.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm aware of that. Yeah, cars.
Ford, Lincoln, Mercury.
Yeah. Now I'm looking at this where it's got the Mercury embossed. What is that? An increment, an adjustment for what?
Huh?
Battle mod. Can you see that?
No, that's
the breech lever.
Yeah, that's to open the tubes.
Yeah, that's the breech lever. It's a breech loading double barrel 10 gauge Mercury.
Okay, so you open that and you cock it down and you load it and then snap it back.
Right.
Okay,
Right.
I'm with you now. Right.
And it's probably got a double set trigger system.
Yeah. It is good, though, isn't it? It is. The craftsmanship is nice. Yeah, don't you think?
Yeah, I've seen those before. So in your stock, it goes from real thick to
Yeah.
skinny, right? And it's broken where it gets skinny.
Hmm.
I've seen a Mercury before, but I mean, I'm an avid gun collector. There's certain guns you buy when you build a collection. This would be another one, unless you're choosing a different version of the 10 gauge, or if you're the guy that loves 10 gauge so much, you absolutely have to have every version. I'm not that guy. Shotguns aren't my thing. I'm into military integrity, firearm. This be something I make riot style. Plus, I like the over-under when it comes to a double barrel, but 10 gauge is...
What's that movie called?
10 gauge is a fucking beast, bro.
Oh, Locksmith and 10 Smoking Barrels. Do you remember that movie?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Actually, yes, I do.
Classic comedy. Yeah, that was a good film. Lots of rough and tumble, but there was a comedy element to that as well.
Yeah, I like the... Man, if you get the real older one of that, it's got the real ornate hammers on it, dual hammers. This is a somewhat newer one with the inset firing pins.
Yeah.
So, is it around like 1750s?
Does look good, doesn't it?
1700, 1720.
I have no idea.
It's looking,
And then
yeah,
I
it's
got
looking like that.
this
It
one
looks
that I
like that.
can't find any rounds for.
Well, around 1730, they use a double hammer setup. So
yeah, you could probably get it. You could
I've
probably
never
get
even
the rounds.
heard of this.
Oh, look
that
at
gun? You've never heard
Yeah, I've
of
never
a-
heard of this chamber. 375 Winchester.
Oh, yeah, that's just it. That's
Oh,
popular.
yeah.
What do you mean? You've never heard of that? That's a
This is the main one.
375 winning. Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
everybody wants.
I can't find the rounds anywhere, and the guy in the
this is the main one.
Are you
This is-
serious?
And even a kid could buy this thing. Even a child could use this.
Well,
It's that-
I can go get the 375 rounds right at any ammo station right here in town.
Right, man. The Winchester.
But I don't buy
never been fired.
I don't buy mass-produced ammunition. I normally go to somebody who buys mass-produced and then makes it custom, close to it. It's called Perfect Match.
Now,
I like
Battle Mod.
Perfect
Battle Mod,
Match
you know,
ammunition.
I'm looking at the Winchester, yeah? Looking at the trigger guard, and then we got this kind of like a hatch that's closed. Is that where we're loading the bullets in, yeah? The rounds are going.
Yeah, and the
That's
winnies
loaded
depends on what side you're talking about. But one side is the outlet, one side's the inlet. Yeah, on the lever action
This looks like the
Winchester.
inlay. This looks like the inlay because there's a groove there. It's grooved so you can push it in. Can you
Yeah,
see it?
that's
where the
That's
the
all-
magazine hole.
Yep,
Now,
all the
tube magazine.
Oh yeah, right there you can see that's where you load it. Yeah, look, there's
Yeah.
under the barrel is a tube magazine, just like you said, it's spring loaded.
Yeah.
But all the lever actions work off that, or the repeaters. 32,
Yeah.
35, 30.
You cock it.
You can get a
cock
brown
it.
best. Yeah, you can get a brown best.
And eject at the same time.
45, 90, 45, 70,
Carefully, yeah. Cock
50
and
cal.
I said I got to choose my words carefully.
I actually own one of those rifles, just like that 375 Winchester lever action. I got a 4590, a 4570. These are big game rifles.
Yeah.
We go up north so we can hunt with them.
Yeah, I did
Or
like the
to the-
Winchester. I like
to
the
the
Winchester because
further
it was
north.
user friendly and you could easily hit your targets. That was
Yeah, the repeaters, the lever action repeaters, yeah, they're nice.
Yeah.
I like this one. This is my 308, and it's box mod or box.
Ooh, the 308s. Let's
Not
have a look
box
at
mod.
that.
It's a M88 box magazine.
All right, yeah, you got a right little.
That's nice.
He's got an armory going here. This guy.
What the hell? That's
Yeah.
not the right one.
My 308's a bolt action. and semi-auto. I got them in both bolt and semi-auto.
Okay, I just posted the box mag, and somehow it shows up the shotgun again. Then I click on it, and the box mag's there. It's
And
weird.
I have a 30-06 pump too. That's Remington. That's a rare one. Remington.
Remington, yeah. Remington, man, they've been around a long time.
Yeah, I like 308 and 30-06. I got a lot of guns in that. A lot of Antec. A lot of military Antec guns are 30-aught or 308.
Oh.
It's,
This one's quite nice as well.
before NATO, those were the assumed rounds, calibers, war. M1, 308, and 30-06.
So this particular rifle, the 38 one, this one is a magazine that loads from underneath, yeah? Is it?
Yeah, it's a 308 though, not a 38.
Oh, 308, sorry, yeah. 308, that's what I meant.
So that's in your 300 or 30 caliber range.
Right.
But they're comparable, just there's a difference. It's semantics, but there's a difference.
And again, you have to. Is this a cock action one again, or what? I mean, I'm looking, or is that just a handle there, just for your hands to be comfortable? What's going on? Can you see what I mean? The trigger. Does that all move, or is that fixed?
No, that's a lever action.
It's a what?
So you would operate that lever to rack a new round into the chamber.
Okay, right.
Yeah, that's
right.
another.
As opposed to something like this. I can get it to stand up so I can take a picture of it.
He's got an armory there, huh?
Yeah, here. This is my 308. My preferred 308. Yes, those are my deck shoes too.
This is nothing special. This is just a 35 Remington. But it's a pump action.
Oh, it looks good, man.
Yeah, I like them pump action rifles.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Right here.
I got an old 22 pump that's small as a BB gun, but it's a rifle.
Why does it?
That's a shotgun, yeah. Remy pump.
Well, it's not a shotgun. It's a regular center fire, but it's still a pump.
Center fire. That's a rifle.
Yeah. It's 35 Remington. I only have like 2 rounds for it, but it's missing parts, and I don't want to use it until I get this thing put back together.
I mean,
the magazine tube's all loose.
Yeah.
Now, on the second one, do you see the lever action again, or is it a different one? Because on my screen, it's
no, I see the.
Yeah, I can see the lever one. Yeah.
Okay. If you click on that picture, it'll show you a different picture, where it's the gun's leaning up against the wall, and it looks like a shotgun.
Okay. Yeah. I'm looking at it. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the one that popped up for me.
Wow.
Leaning up against the wall, it does look like just looks like an old Remington shotgun. But when you look at the
really nice, that
the one above it, you can see
pump
it is
action, man.
35.
Is this what the police would be using? Did the police ever use this type of weapon?
No, that's a rifle. Police use Ithaca. The police use the Ithaca pump shotgun.
Ah, okay.
At least our police force does. Ithaca standard issue for a ride-along shotty. Yeah, I get a 375 H&H, some H&H Magnum rounds. And I take them, if my boy don't have them, I take them to my boy, because sometimes you got to find the ammo for him or order it. but then he does he'll tear it all down and do perfect match, which is where the casings are the exact same length, the leads weigh the exact same weight or as close to each other as you can get, and then weight match powder load with a better firing cap. So, and it's so that if the ammunition's not the same, then each shot is not the same shot. You
Right.
to have a tighter grouping, you want to shoot the exact same shell over and over and over again. You get a lot of these from your parents, from your dad, uncles, shit like that.
Yeah, they were my grandfathers.
Wow, man.
Yeah, see, well, a lot of people don't have a diverse collection. It sees that he had a niche for specialty guns. And I can notice that because I inherited my father's collection, which was also his father's collection. And brothers' guns and other things were given to the collection too. So I got uncles, great uncles, stuff like that. But they're all antiquity, and if I set them all out, you know, and I say these were my Uncle Harold's, these were my great Uncle John's, you can see each one of them what they had a niche for. You know what I mean?
Right.
It seems your grandfather had a niche for the strange or the not so common. He liked every form of lever action and pump that he could get. That's a rare rifle. Most people don't have pump rifles, pump action rifles.
At first, I was like, "What is this? Is this a 410 or what?" No.
Yeah, they're either pump. Yeah, pumpers. Well, they're either bolt or semi-action for most people. Most people wouldn't know what to do with your lever action. They'd be like, "What the fuck is this?"
Most people wouldn't know what to do with my 50 cal either.
This is true. Most people can't shoot a
Especially when they go,
45-70.
When they go, where do you put the bullet in? I go, first you got to put the powder in, then you got to ram the ball in, ram it home.
Yeah,
then you
got to
put
ram
the
it
cap on
home.
Oh, most people can't. If you're talking 50 cal black powder, yeah, most people can't even use that shit.
Oh, I got some really cool ammunition for it too. It's they're jacketed bullets, and they're like shaped like the with a sabot. So
yeah,
pretty cool.
New custom rounds, loads. A lot of people just they got the homemade ones where you can make your own lead round. I'll buy those though when you can put newer projectiles in an older black powder. They make a lot of them.
When you fire those kind of rifles where you've got to put the gunpowder in, the ball, roll it, ram it home and that, you appreciate the modern mechanical rifles even more, you know?
Yeah.
A better appreciation, a better understanding of what you really got.
Yeah, I like all of them. But like he said, dude, you can get Teflon high penetration fucking slugs for black powder. That 50 cal is a bad motherfucker with some newer shit.
Okay, gentlemen, please look at my collection now, right? Here it comes. My collection of weaponry now, and tell me what you think, okay?
A BB gun and some knives?
When I haven't sent it to you yet. When I showed it to my brother, right? Showed this collection to my brother, it alarmed him. He says, "Don't send this stuff through the Skype."
I got kicked out.
I couldn't stop laughing, right?
You use the Sabot rounds, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are high penetration, dude.
In
High
fact, they
impact,
look exactly
high
like them.
penetration. Yeah.
Hang on a second.
Well, I'm hip, dude. I'm avid with black powder also.
TC's Big Shot Subo offer the Hunter a larger and heavier bullet for maximum downrange thermal energy.
Yep.
The hollow point design on the XTP Magnum bullet delivers tremendous controlled expansion and maximum weight retention.
Oh, no shit, Jen?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, boys. What do you think now, eh?
Nice.
The gangster.
Hey, you want,
Classic, but nice.
hold up, gangster. You want to compare it to an antique military commission? I got swords too, bro. Look.
Should I pull out like all 31?
This isn't, dude. I got a couple rooms full of rifles. It should be noted that my father and my grandfather were militant militiamen, and collecting and hoarding guns and ammunition was top of their priority list. That's just a portion of them.
Wow, look at that.
I couldn't fit my entire gun collection in one photograph. It never happened.
Look at that.
Not to mention, I have the
Jimmy
machinery.
Gangster. Okay,
I
can you see my gangster collection?
I can go in my garage and in my barn and flute my own barrels, do my own machining. Polish,
You got a
polish
couple
my
of
own
nice genres there, man.
Yeah, and I sent that image to my brother. Okay, from here, right in this very classroom. Right, that's the classroom. You can see the tables. You can see the chairs. Right? That's my class.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. What it would. Don't you teach young children? What are you doing?
Is that a
Jeff?
Mauser?
Teach.
Is that a Mauser or a Nagat?
It's a Mauser. You got it. All right, and I said to my brother, look at the weapons collection. He goes, don't ever send that stuff through this type ever again. You know?
That's
Started
funny.
cracking up. Yeah.
That is. I sent my brother. Hey, I got the same thing. I sent my brother a picture of my suppressed 300 Magnum, and he was like, "Hey, man, don't send me that shit. FBI's watching."
Yeah.
Hey, before I ever, it's a single shot breech load. Before I ever finished it, dude, I had a fucking cut down pool stick for part of the tripod because I was making the other arm, and he picked on me. Look, I'll show you the image.
Yeah.
I built the other tripod arm.
Have you ever had a BB hit you in your nose, right in between the two nostrils, right where your mush meets your nose? He got me right there through my motorbike helmet, right? Because one
with a shotgun or a BB gun?
With a BB gun, of course, right?
Well, we used to shoot at each
I
other with
decided to be the
shotguns.
bad guy.
I got hit right between the eyes.
Listen. Right? So I decided to be the bad guy, the bad man, so they could have a target to hit. So I put on my motorcycle gloves, of course, and the helmet, okay? And then I started chasing them around the neighborhood. And of course, I'd be the perfect target. You know, they could hit me. I had a leather jacket on, so I wouldn't feel it too much. Yeah? And it was a great day. And just as we'd finished, right, we're having a rest moment, sort of like a quiet period. The youngest one came up, aimed his gun and shot me through my helmet and hit me on the nose. My eyes didn't stop watering for ages, man. And he was laughing his head off.
I could do this for days, dude. I could just keep posting pictures all day long.
Yeah, I can believe it. Yeah, looks nice, man.
My father.
You're not allowed to have weapons. You're not allowed to. You can't own a gun in Japan, just like in England, you know.
This is the kind of stuff I buy. So my father got old stuff.
Unless
I
you're
like my Hecklers and Cooch, my Harrelsons and Davids. I like my AR platforms. I got a M16.
Oh, it's a nice looking rifle there. Look at that. I like this one I'm looking at here now. That's lovely. Look at that. Yes.
I got a core issue M16 also. I got this in a 22 version. This is a 30-06. I got it in a 22 training edition also. Came in 22 caliber. But that's for training.
Collection of yours. It's at home.
Huh?
Oh, Balmont, you got at home, yeah? Yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking hell, are you sure? You got all these weapons at home? My word.
There was a time when my farmhouse, there's like 7 bedrooms upstairs. each one of my
Yeah.
family members, when they moved out, my sisters, my siblings, they left their rooms the way they were, and I started breaking out my dad's collection. I ended up having 5 rooms full of guns. My old lady's like, hey, if you don't build a room on the barn and put that shit in it, or a bunker or something, or started threatening divorce. I had them everywhere. Like, literally, those were my washroom guns, the one I just showed. They were in them with the washer and dryer.
Is that a
Like,
30?
A 30.
Nice.
A 30.
Which one? No, that's a M16 30-06.
Okay, well,
Yeah,
I
I'm
see,
looking,
what I
I'm
see is
looking
I
at
see
that
a
M16
pistol.
now. Wicked,
See
wicked,
what?
man.
Oh, the
I
pistol.
see it. Yeah. Is it one of these 30 carbine?
No, one's a 300 mag, the other's a 357.
Oh.
The 300
I got
mag
one of those
wasn't
30
cheap.
carbines.
Yeah, that's
Yeah, my brother gave me a big laugh that day when I sent him that image. Don't ever send that through the Skype ever again, he said. I couldn't stop laughing, you know.
Hey, my brother
Yes.
told me not to send him no more images with the silencers and shit. And then he sent me a picture of him with an AK-47, original Klashnikov, not SKS, not some Israeli bullshit.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, okay, bro.
And when he saw it, because as you can see, they're neatly laid out, yeah? I laid them out neatly. And he said, cool, why did you send me this?
Yeah, the only thing I got close to a 30 carbine is probably a 32 Savage from the 70s.
That 30 carbine's louder than the fucking 357.
Yeah, but I don't think it hits as hard.
Probably not. I know that little silhouette don't like either of them.
Yeah. Man.
I still have yet to penetrate it. It's probably a good thing. And it's not even AR 500 plate. It's like just hard pan.
Yeah, I remember when I taught them how to shoot the rifles properly using the sight, and I used the whiteboard to show them what they should be seeing when they look through the sight. When you look through the sight, this is what you should be seeing. Now, when you can see that, you put that at the target and just squeeze it gently and you'll hit it. After that, they were fucking winning lots of prizes at the festivals and at the circus, you know? Bringing back presents, more guns. That's what they like to, you know, they like the BB guns, so they're winning more BB guns. I thought, well done, boys. So I taught you good. We used to practice shooting at Lego blocks sideways, side on, not face on, but side on. You know, and I used to set them up at the back of the SUV. You know, so they're shooting into the SUV because sometimes I'm at the laundrette. And I used to bring the kids along with me, and I thought, how can I entertain them? Yeah, let's practice with the BBs, you know. You know, just for the fun of it. So we used to shoot our BBs in the car park, lift up the tailgate, open up, set the targets up. Yeah, go on, and having fun, you know, whilst I'm busy doing the laundry. That would be one time. Another time, picnic. We used to play in the parks. And in the neighbourhood park, I made sure we collect all the BBs that we could find and put them back in the bottle and bring them back and use them again. So we didn't like litter the place with it, yeah? Because that was the other thing.
Oh,
pick them all up again.
It's illegal as fuck in Israel. Airsoft guns. Airsoft guns. Illegal.
Yeah,
as hell.
aerosol guns, yes. They're legal in Britain as well, but you still got to have a license for it, though.
Yeah, you have. If you have one, you have to have a good reason for having it, and second of all, you have to have a license. And basically, they'll say you're better off having a real gun.
Yeah, Yeah, I suppose.
Because
But
if
yeah,
you think about it, you walk up to somebody because like they've been having people just walk up into people's yards and
Yeah.
murking them and robbing them and all that. You don't know if it's a real gun or not. If you know you're not used
No,
to
you
it and you're in an area where guns are banned, somebody shows up with an airsoft gun.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's sad that people have to do that shit.
Yeah, it is. I mean, shooting for sports,
Nice.
targets, not animals, targets is great. I used what I done when we went to Hawaii. We went into a shooting range with the kids. I took them in, so we had a nice time shooting. I haggled my way down. I haggled that price down. I said, I got 4 boys here. Sorry, 3 boys here. Can you not do me a deal? Look at them. Yeah, and me included. That would have been 4 of us. Managed to get a nice price, and we had a good time. And then I got some free targets from them. Right, brought them back to Japan. Photocopied the targets, like 20 sheets. And then the next time we went hiking, we took the BBs, and I set the targets, and I had to find the target, hit the targets, and then find me in the bush, just to give them something to think about, and entertain them again. Yeah, military training, as I knew it myself. So that was really good fun. Mountain bike trekking and target practice.
I
All
teach
in one.
my children the same way, Jen. Even the girls. Combat readiness.
Yeah. Love it.
Handling weapons. Accuracy in shooting. Grouping. My daughter's she does competition. She's number 2 in her division for the state.
Wow, that's amazing.
Well, she was always my youngest. She likes to outdo me. I don't care if it's racing, working on automotives, or shooting. And she was so good at shooting. I was like, I'm gonna put you in this. And it was like putting a fish back in water, dude. She's just fucking good at it. So
Yeah,
so I
like in
promoted
England we say, like she took to it like a duck to water. I see.
Yeah, exactly. So, whatever it took to, and the racing too. We did mini sprinters. We started with go-kart racing. So I just promote that. I just want to see all my kids be the best they can be. I'm sure
Yeah.
it's the same way.
I was the same because when they had the guns, right, BB guns, these are shooting them, they weren't hitting the target. So I put them downstairs in the classroom here and explained to them what they should be looking for whilst they're looking down the sight. And I obviously drew the image and blew it up. And then my eldest son, instant improvement, instant hitting the targets, bang, bang, bang. I said, okay, good. Now let's turn these things sideways. Hit it, and he hit them. He was the one that did the best, and the other 2 boys came along a few weeks later. They got improved and they started hitting the targets properly.
And I'm sure you know the same thing. The more we show them as children that they find out they're good at, they start to realize they can do anything.
Anything, yeah.
And the more they do it, the better they'll be at it. They can make their entire life into a competition.
Yeah, in fact, I had to control it. They're buying all the BB bat and they're going out without me. They're going out without me. That's not bad. That's bad.
Yeah.
That's supervised. I said, nope, you can't be going out with this and that. Terrorizing the neighborhood. No, sorry.
Well, I had the same problem, dude. I got 300 acres, so my daughter was disappearing with a 22 rifle all the time when she first started. Now, now I don't worry about it because I don't let her just wander through the woods and shoot at shit, especially not with a 22 because it can ricochet back and hurt you.
Right.
But she has to stick to the target range. I got an area that's a target range, and I got skeet launchers and stuff. So if you take a gun to do something, that's the area you stick to. But I had to create that area just for her, because she fucking wandered around. And with a 22 rifle, that can be dangerous. Trees can ricochet your 22 shells.
Yeah, you're right. So you've got to, they've got to know all the dangers. Keep your goggles on. Keep the rifle pointed downwards, downrange, Put your rifle down when you go and pick up your hits. Right.
Whatever you're trying to master, you got to be smarter than that thing. Yep.
Yeah. I mean, I got pictures of them all lined up in a row and bam, shooting up. I thought, yeah, they look good, man. Look like gangsters, little kids.
Yeah, I like to do that. I get pictures of my daughter. They do pistols, rifles, and shotguns in the competition. It's a 3-stage competition. They wear shooter goggles and protective stuff. So she's got an outfit. She's got her own little flavor.
And the ear muffs to cover your ears as well. Yeah, it was pretty. Yeah, they had a great.
And at 16, we'll put armor plating on them or bulletproof vests. You know.
Yeah.
When they do the competitions, it's called a sporting vest. You can put plates.
Yeah, I know the thing. I know it. Yeah.
Yep. Cover vital areas. Yep.
Yeah. My son, who is the second eldest one, black belt in judo, he was well into this military stuff. I had to take him to the army surplus so he could get military fatigues, and he wanted the whole lot. Yep. I got it for him.
I know.
So I got it for him as well.
Dude, my daughter was the same way. We need all this survival shit, Dad. I was like, we got 90% of this shit hoarded in a barn at home. All you got to do is start looking through the hoarder barn.
Yeah, there you go.
Dad got the stuff. Your dad got the stuff.
Yeah, you should take him down there and buy the stuff.
That's when she was 14, she got all the survival crap out and made a survival camp in the back. I literally didn't see her for 12 hours one day, and I was like, "Where the hell's the kid at?" You know, I text her on her phone, and she wasn't answering me. She wanted me to come find her. She was being competitive, so I got in the quad, drove around until I found her. You know, and I was like, "Damn, set up a home base and all." I ain't coming home for a week, Dad. I was like, I said, well, whatever.
When I'm going camping, I always make it a habit of taking the tents to the park, and we set the tents up in the park. Much to everyone's surprise, thinking we're going to be. I said, no, I'm just cleaning the tent out and giving it an air. But what I'm actually doing is checking that the boys still remember how to set it up. Yeah. Set it up properly, everything. Yeah, we do it together.
My daughter was talking about, I got the bow, Dad. I'll live on turkey and duck eggs and turkey eggs and squirrels. I was like, no, you can't be killing all our lives. We don't need it, so we're not going to take it from the wilderness. We're not going to take the duck egg.
The main reason I used to do the practice, the two main reasons was, one, they could get practice and make sure that they could set it up. Two, you're checking for defects, things that could embarrass you on camp when you're setting up, I don't want any embarrassing when I'm setting up. I want to look professional. I want to know that it looks good when I'm finished. So if there's anything ripped up or something missing.
I'm same way.
Yeah, exactly.
My kids don't like setting up campsites. They're like, you're always so picky, Dad. I'm like, hey, motherfuckers look at our shit and they're jealous.
Yeah, this is it. You
do it. And I'm if you're gonna half-ass it, just don't do it. That's the kind of guy I am.
I will be the only black guy on camp. It's always the case. And then my wife and my children are half black, half white. So yes, we're on show. They're going to be watching. Can they do it? We do it better. In fact, more often.
You'd love Michigan.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd start setting your shit up in Boston, your kids around, some other black guy'd come up and offer you a beer at the campsite. It's not that way in Michigan.
Yeah. So, no, I will be the only black guy on camp because the rest of the Japanese.
It's really, a lot of people think with Detroit and all them that it's real racist in Michigan, but it's not. Those gang things, they're not racist. They don't run. The Crips and Bloods aren't out just to kill white people. They kill each other too. So, but
yeah.
For the most part, there was freedom in the North. They know Yankees helped freedom. They still remember we weren't racist people when it came to the Civil War. So, for the most part, we can just get along and treat each other like human beings, like we should.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. I knew I was accepted in a way because the children would play with the other kids, and then when they smelled the cooking now, you're getting those kids that my children just made friends with. They're bringing their chicken for me to cook. Can you believe that?
Yeah.
They're bringing their mum's chicken.
I know.
To cook for them.
I noticed that too. When children are not racist, they all come around looking.
Yeah, come around,
Hey,
spin around, man.
White guy, what you cooking?
Yeah,
I've been told I didn't think white guys cooked. Where's your wife? I'm like, no. I shot this thing, man. This is a wild turkey. Come on, boy. Now you got to taste it, damn it. You know, challenge me. Sit down. Get you a paper plate. Be about 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's it.
But, I mean, I like camping.
Yeah, I love it.
And I like the type of people that go camping, too. That's the thing.
They're down to earth. Down to earth people. And you know what I'm doing? What am I doing? I'm flat smacking. That's the perfect time to flat smack. And I do it there as well. Start having, over the fire, start talking to them. No, it's not a ball, no.
I got divorced. I took my daughter camping last year on 4th of July. She kept trying to pimp me out to every single mom in the place. I had to tell her, look, let your dad, look, love is best when it just happens, kid. We're trying to set it up. But I'll be all right even if I'm alone. But you're ruining my camping thing. Let that girl dig on me just because she's digging on me. Don't try to sell me. Kid out there, slightly used, single, hard-working man here. In need a partner. I was like, what the hell are you doing? Well, I want them to come get some of your barbecue, Dad. They'll be hooked. Oh my God. Just, kid, quit. just quit. All right, checking your old man out anyway. Quit.
Yeah, these hogs get wrecked.
Yeah, she means well. She's just young.
Yeah.
Young.
Free-spirited. They're free-spirited when they're young.
Yeah. Young kids can't fathom somebody that's been married for 16 years being okay with being single. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
I think it's got to do something to your brain, and it's like, kid, I'm straight. Don't worry about
you think I want to go back into the lion's den so soon?
I don't want to tell her that. I don't want to make her mom out to be the lion, but that's the thought.
Yeah. So let me have some freedom.
Right, that's the thought. I don't want to tell her mom was a lion, and I was a steak.
Yeah.
She's swift, man. I taught her to pay attention to details. So any implication, man, I'm getting cracked on. Now, Dad, that's not nice. Anybody that's got daughters know it's, I'm a single parent now. The youngest lives with me. She's a girl, and it's like still having a wife. Minus all the husbandly duties that go with it. I still got a boss, okay? It's that.
Imagine that now. Yeah.
I still got a boss. That reminds me of every pearl of wisdom I ever dropped on her. It starts out with a wise man once said. She even got the delivery down pat, bro, so I can't argue with it. Whose words are those, Dad? Oh, she kills me with that one. I'm thankful for it, though. It's a blessing. But, I can't be a hypocrite, that's all. Not once. I can't get away with that with my daughter. We gotta strive for perfection, Nobody's perfect, Dad, but that doesn't mean we can't try. He's a good kid.
Good.
I know. Hog control.
Yeah, it was 7 pounds of tannerite. Yeah, if you're squeamish, I suggest not watching. Parental guidance. Parental guidance.
Okay, message.
That sounds like a beaver.
Did that leave any ham hocks or pork chops, man? What the hell? What good is it if you don't get no bacon?
It says 9 dead, the rest were deaf.
Is that because they didn't yell when he didn't run when he yelled? That's fucking crazy, man. This is fucking redneck here.
That's one of the reasons why it's so heavily controlled now.
Tannerite, yeah.
Hell, I seen this one dude sitting there in a helicopter with a Dillon minigun, just going after them. Just, I was like, what? Why? It's $1,000 wasted for 1 second burst. Done.
Well, I have spent some thousands on blowing shit up and shooting shit, so if you don't
Some
know,
people like that money, you know.
Yeah, if you don't know, I can't build the bridge for you. You'll have to come out here and blow some shit up with me. I got a salvage yard, so we like to blow up cars, bro.
I like to blow up rock and get the dust out of it and crush up the rock and mill it and
My
get
brother's
the gold out
old.
of it.
Yeah. My brother's the old Army pyrotech, so he likes to try to make them big ass old cars I got do flips. He literally launched a '60s suicide door Lincoln. Couldn't believe it. This thing took flight and turned sideways. I was like, God, bro, you kill us. We should have moved back another 100 yards. You better get your equations down, bro. My ears hurt from that. And I was wearing ear protection.
Like, see, this area that I found the last time there was an assay there was in, I think, 43, 44. After the Strategic Metal Act, they kind of shut it down. But the last assay that they had that came out of there was out of 1 ton was 0.4 grams of silver and 2.4 ounces of gold per ton. So it's very rich in gold.
Yeah, it's per ton of soil move.
Well, no, per ton of rock. It's hard rock mine. So it's like not all the rock that you get out of there is gold bearing. Just the ore is gold bearing. So you have a bunch of country rock you have to drill through or blast through. But yeah. And then my other buddy, he's got the whole other side of the mountain patented out. And he don't know what he's doing, and he keeps wanting me to go over there and work his mine for him. And I'm like, I'm not going to work your mine for you. What's the percentage? Oh, 50-50, 50-50, and I'm the one doing all the risk. I'm the one going in there, and I'm the one blasting the rounds and shit and mucking it out. Because you're not going to do it. You're too old to do it. And I was like, why don't we work something out to where your equipment and my equipment can be used on both locations, because mine's far richer than yours is, and I think yours is pretty much all tapped out without pushing new drift. So Arizona's awesome, man. Hot, but it's awesome. Like right now, this time of year, I bet you up there where you're at, it's like frozen.
Oh, it is.
Yeah.
You don't have to bet it. This is wintertime in Michigan.
Yeah, wintertime out here is dirt bike weather.
Damn.
Yeah, you would like it. It was what? I think it got up to like 76 degrees today.
We're in the 60s. At the highest point during the day.
Yeah, in fact, a lot of people come down here and they do the snowbird thing because there's a lot of resorts. Because I'm in, like, it's the Geritol Gypsy capital, right? So another way for Geritol Gypsy is snowbird, right? Like snow geese from Canada. They fly south for the winter.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's the same thing here, but they come down here and they fill up the areas. So the place goes from about 500 people to 1,700 people.
Yeah, right now it's probably about 30, 33 outside. I'd have to look, but it's somewhere around there. It's been the average
like
for the last week.
52. It's like
So,
52.
Yeah, and that's honestly our high would be somewhere around 52, 55 for the last week during the day. And that's only momentarily, and it goes right back down.
Damn.
I enjoy this weather. I ride snowmobiles, ride quads, sled, ice fish.
Yeah, but
I
you
mean,
said snow.
yeah, snow. Hell yeah. I missed that shit when I was in the Marine Corps. So I grew up on the farm with grandma and grandpa, mom and dad. You know, went to the Corps and then came back home to the farm. So this is the only place I've ever lived except for in service. Service, I seen the world, but I've only had one address in my entire life. A lot of people can't say that, and I know that's a blessing that a lot of people don't have. But this is my own. I wouldn't give that up for the world. I'd go visit Arizona, and I'd hit you with the same thing I'd hit Florida with. It's a nice place to visit.
You wouldn't want to be down here during the summer, though.
No, it's hot. It's
120 in the shade.
I'm a Michigander. I actually like the cold weather.
See, the last person I knew from Michigan was from the UP.
Oh,
And,
hey, Uper, eh?
Yeah, and she was she was awesome.
Oh, they're nice people.
But then she went and gave baby daddy another shot, so she kind of lost touch. I'm like, yeah, bye.
They're as close to a Canadian as you can get here in Michigan. But yeah, that's sad. Baby daddy got a shot while she was dating you, ain't that's a bitch.
Well, I was around and he wasn't, so.
Yeah.
And then I guess he came back, and like they had gotten into a fight.
Well, she's a
Before he left.
Michigander. Was baby daddy in prison?
No, she was in the army, and so was he.
Hmm.
But they had split up, and she went and moved back with her mom and dad, and then they moved down to Arizona. So then I had to sit there and go all the way to Texas with her and meet the dude.
What?
He was a nice dude. Yeah, he was a cool dude.
To
He
take
was
the
all right
kid
with it.
there? Were you taking
No,
the kid?
to clean out the storage because he was tired of paying for her shit in storage. And then, of course, the car broke down, so I had to sit there and work on the car in the Texas heat and give him back his Jeep. You know, it's only right. Then after that, she went and got back with him. I was like, all right, well, bye. Make it
Should've
work
kept
with
the
him.
Jeep.
It didn't. It didn't work out. She went and got with some other dude out of the Navy. But still, it's just like, you know.
Oh well, it sounds like she was the problem, not you or him.
No, yeah. That's why I was just like, yeah, go for it, you know, fuck it. If it's gonna make you happy, be happy.
I worry about that shit being in the dating game now.
Yeah.
16 years of marriage kind of makes you, a one-trick pony. Or a one-woman man. You know what I mean? Not one trick. I got more than one trick, but I prefer one woman. I don't like that love triangle shit.
Yeah, well, the way I figure it is there's someone meant for everyone, right? The creator made someone for you. Now it's up to the creator to provide it to you, right? And it could be just as simple as not being in the same area, you know, getting out of your comfort zone and meeting somebody from somewhere else, you know?
Well, if that's true, then he would motivate you to get out of there.
Oh, shit.
If you're not
where else
motivated,
do I have to go?
well, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're not motivated to leave your area, I'm just saying that might not be.
But I mean, like, where else do I have to go? I mean, shit, I went 4 different states, still striking out. So I'm just like, yeah, I'm going to wait until,
Ah, man, I met the worst women when I was worried about it, bro. And when I quit worrying about it, I met more deals. Can't force a good thing.
yeah.
It's just, you know, I'm finding that's the truth. When you try to force it, you end up in places you don't want to be or didn't want to be.
The way I see it is it's got to be like a natural type thing. Kind of like when I found my dog, you know?
Yeah.
Dog saw me and came to me and stuck by me, you know? Fuck it. And I walked off and the dog followed me. And it's like, all right, well, I guess you're mine.
Yeah, I'm kind of like that too. I went to my buddy's house and I wasn't even going to get a puppy, but he was showing me the groups of puppies, and one just came up to me and liked me, picked it up and started petting it, and then I just didn't want to put it down no more. And I was like, well, I think I'll pick this one. And he said, no, I think that one picked you, Mike. But hey, if you want to take the baby, you know, you can. That was one of the best dogs I ever had, too. She was a female, and he raised thoroughbreds, Worcestershire Labrador Retrievers, Golden Labs, and Staffordshire Bull Terriers. They mixed, so he couldn't sell the puppy. So he didn't even want no money for that one. He's like, I just could take the whole litter if you want. I didn't, but it was one of the smartest dogs I ever had, most loving too.
Yeah, see, the one I have, Samson, his mom was a red-nosed pit, and his dad was one of those Australian healers, one of those Australian cow dogs.
Yeah, was it a good mix?
Yeah, his dad hopped the damn fence and got with Kelly, and this guy came about, and he's one of these dogs to where, you know, he's crazy. He's a fucking crazy dog. He just misunderstood, but he's crazy, right? Like, he'll sit there, and he's in the backyard. That's his territory. And cause see, down here we got these things called tweakers, fucking meth heads, and they'll come around and they'll like snoop around and like pilfer just stupid shit out of your yard, right? Well, things stopped disappearing when Sam was in the backyard. I mean, this dog will just sit there and like hide like next to the fence, next to something that's sitting next to the fence, right? So they don't see that he's there, right? And he's quiet.
He's a smart son bitch.
He's quiet
until after he bit him.
Yeah.
Hey, that's the Staffy in him. A red-nosed pit bull is pretty much a Staffordshire Bull Terrier. It's a trait of the Staffy is red nose.
Yeah. Yeah.
So and they're like that. Staffies are like that. They won't let you know, and unless they don't want to bite you and they just want you to get the hell on, then they'll get real loud and run you off. But if like their owner's upset about it, then they're like, oh, I'm gonna put an end to this. They'll do some sneaky shit like that. They won't even let you know they're there until you get bit.
And these guys are all like, they get pissed off. And they tell me, you need to get rid of your dog. You motherfucking dog bit me. How did the dog bite you? Because he didn't get out. Well, fucking, I was in the backyard. What the fuck are you doing in the backyard? You're lucky the dog found you and I didn't find you because I'd put a hole in you.
Right. You know damn well the guy's tweaking because he's telling you, I was in your backyard and your dog bit me before I could get the lawnmower, man. You need to do something with that there dog.
I was like, what are you trying to do? Borrow my lawnmower? You ain't got no lawn.
Right. You want to mow your homeless shelter?
You want to mow your fucking your gravel?
Right. Dude, I got 300. I listen. I'm a farmer. I got anhydrous, you know, so I know what you deal with. I had some guys before I was really hip to this. They found out I didn't guard my annie well, you know, so they would come steal 5-gallon buckets, and then eventually they just said fuck it and put a camp up out by the Kalamazoo River behind me, and they didn't realize my property goes all the way to the edge of that. So eventually I'm going to know that they set up tweaker base on my property, you know. So one day my kid comes in, she's like, hey, guys are out there with your fertilizer, Dad, in the back field, and all I can smell is that anhydrous. It's like when in spring when you put it on the field. I was like, oh, hey. And I wasn't hip at the time. I was like, well, let's go see, you know. These guys were all spazzed out. My kid's strapped. She's wanting to shoot every one of them. I'm serious. And I'm like, well, no, we're not going to shoot them. I said, well, okay, it's cool. Just, you know, stay off my property, stay away from my shit, and I'll let you camp here. These idiots were like, we camp wherever the fuck we want. I'm like, dude, I just told you this is my property. So finally I just went to the fucking house, called the county sheriff. You know, and they're like, oh, yep, sounds like them meth heads. We'll be out there in a minute. And this motherfucker, when he figured out, the county sheriff, once they got him, figured out how naive I was, they educated me, you know. Oh, no, man, you gotta have a barn for that shit. You're supposed to have that shit under lock and key. I said, man, that's probably one.
You're supposed to have that shit in a magazine, dude.
Fuck, man.
Like a powder mag.
I was going through a divorce and I just didn't fucking read a piece of mail, and it was a new regulation. So I basically had to build a barn for it, have some type of security on it, and lock it in the barn. These guys would break into the cattle barn and steal horse tranquilizers and shit too, man. I ended that shit though. I got cameras, 3 bull terriers now, so.
Something else we got out here, right? We got wild donkeys, we got javelina, and then we got this cows that, because it's open range, so we got cows that just wander on the fucking highway and shit.
Really? Is that the javelina?
No, it's just cows, cattle, bovine.
What's a javelina?
Javelina is like a swine.
Oh,
it's like a pig.
What? So feral hog.
Oh, it kind of. It's different than a pig. It's related to the pig, but it's more aggressive, I think.
Okay. Yeah.
Have a look.
I'm looking on the internet.
Javelina.
Yeah, javelina. Yeah, it's a H. I'm with you. Oh, hey, that's
even Joe Rogan's like, yeah, dude, don't fuck with those things.
Javelina. That's a Mexican hog, eh?
Yeah.
They got a crazy look to them. They look like a overgrown field rat. Or an anteater.
Dude, they got like some weird ass canine teeth.
You see that? These things are pretty vicious then, huh?
Yeah. I mean, if like they're a lot bigger than a pig too. Like if you were to come across it in a sedan, and like it's happened a couple times by Buckskin Mountain, people will run into them with their fucking car, and it'll take out, like, if anybody was sitting in the passenger side, they would be dead instantly. Because they go up and over the hood and just right through the windshields.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking. Shit, I just found the same image Joe showing.
Yeah, dude.
Damn near same image, ain't it?
I think it is.
Damn. That's fun.
It's just mirrored.
Yeah, that's one thing.
It's the same image, same twigs.
Yeah, I'm happy we don't have a lot of feral hogs here in Michigan.
Oh, we don't have a lot of these things. We take care of them. However, up at Bill Williams River, it's open hunt because those are actual hogs that got out from somebody's farm.
Yeah, we do have coyotes though, and some large cats.
Oh, speaking of coyote, there's this one mangy coyote. I'm starting to think he's rabid. I keep seeing him like in the yard, and the dog will like go off, and I look, and I'm shit. So I grab the fucking pellet gun, and it's 1,300 feet per second pellet gun. It'll do some damage if I hit it in the right spot, in the eye or something.
Oh.
And every time I go to grab that rifle, I see just the coyote like bouncing off, and I was like, okay, well, he's not sticking around. So, but he keeps like seeing his ass. I know I'm gonna have to put him down one of
My
these days.
staffies, I can't shoot the coyotes because my staffies will be right there by the time I seen them. They're already on their way to them. My staffies don't like coyotes. My one Kilo, he'll fucking fight 3 of them by himself. He don't care. But we got cattle and horses and goats, and these dogs. Staffordshires are good farm dogs. They get the feeling, I think it's my dog, but the dog thinks everything here is his and his responsibility. The horses, them's his horses. He'll go in there when I got him out in the runway, and they'll all love on him. He goes out to the cows, all the heifers lick all over him, He's the boy. These are his animals, and he's not playing it. Coyotes killed all the chickens one day, and I went out there. We went out to clean stalls for horses, and I seen it, and I was like, motherfucker. I mended the fence, and I didn't notice the dog disappeared. Like 4 hours later, I come out of the barn, and there's 2 dead coyotes laying there, and the dogs. I'm like, where the fuck these come from? And then about 15 minutes later, here come the dog dragging another one. Like, look, I got them all, Dad. And we fucking with our chickens again. It's like, damn, we really don't like them. But they don't we don't have real large coyotes in my baby boy, he's like 60 pounds staff. He's a good sized boy.
Yeah, I'll take my dog to the wash. I'll walk him to the wash, or walk him in the wash and take him down to the river in the summertime and shit, and let him swim around. And I'll like take a fishing pole with me. And like every time before we get to the water's edge, there's a road we have to cross, right? And my dog will always just sit there and dart off across the fucking road, and I'm always yelling at him, Samson, stop! He just keeps going.
He loves the water.
What? Yeah, and I'm like, what the hell is he going after? Because usually he'll stop, right? But sometimes he don't listen to me, and he just goes. And as he takes off, I see 2 coyotes follow after his ass, and there's another one in front, and I was like, oh, great, he's going to go get fucked. And next thing you know, I hear the coyotes yipping and yelling and screaming.
He's kicking the shit out of him.
Fuck yeah, he is. And he comes back, he's like, you see what I did?
Yeah, your fucking bull mix, man, he's equipped for it. Her dogs know how to get rid of a predator, dude. Don't think they don't. And add Staffy to that, they were bred on a farm, Queen, they were farm dogs. shit, they'd let the Staffordshire protect their children. Plus, they were like a small mule. They'd haul around small carts, so they're strong. Staffy just got strong in their blood. They're strong
Yeah,
as
my
shit.
dog didn't do shit. My dog, if you put like you put the harness on him, he likes the harness and all that, but you hook the yoke up and he'll just sit there and be like, "What? I ain't going nowhere." So it's kind of a good thing if you have the leash on him and you drop the leash, he'll just stop there and be like, "What? I'm not going anywhere. You have to move me."
Yeah, I only put the harness on my dog when I'm using it to seatbelt him into the truck. I got a safety sitter harness. But if I put it on him at the farm just to mess with him, that boy thinks it's a tug of war contest. But I mean, I got enough property that I don't chain my animals. My neighbors don't either. I see their dogs, they see mine. Our dogs, we let them out during the day and they'll run around four farms, and they're like the police, you know what I mean? So, and none of us, we like it. We know what they're doing. They all protect their livestock and their property. So they're grouped up like, come on, man, help me check my perimeter. I'll help you check yours. So why would we? But we don't mess with that. We don't get large groups of feral dogs bedding on our property. We don't get coyotes bedding on our property. It's because our dogs, you know, for fun, they get together and go chase that shit off our property.
Speaking of, I just remembered. It's past. I think the donkeys are the fucked out of here now, so I can put the trash out. Yeah, nothing sucks worse than waking up to having to pick up a bunch of trash because the trash guy just drove by.
Yeah, I gotta fight the damn raccoons with my trash. I heard. If I put it out the wrong time, or if I take it out and don't burn it, coons spread it everywhere. Because I just burn my trash.
Democrats wonder why I don't like Democrats. I go, because y'all's mascot's the donkey. Just like Democrats, donkeys just come in and crash the party and just trash it and ruin it. Leave shit everywhere.
That's one way to look at it. There's a jackass in every area.
But then again, you know, I'm also not a Republican. They're like, well, what are you? And I go, well, first off, I'm fucking human. And second off, independent constitutionalist. And they're like, so what does that mean? Does that mean you're right wing? Nope. Left wing? Nope. I'm not the left fasce or the right fasce. In fact,
either.
I'm the tip of the spear. Tip of the spear. What does that mean? That means you commit treason, turn your ass in, you know? There we go. And then, of course, they don't like that. Because everyone out here on the reservation is a damn Democrat, it seems. Simply, you just tell them, it's one coin. So you seal. You're either on one side of the coin or the other side of the coin. Still one face. That, or you're on the other side of the coin, which means you're a Mason. In either way, you're establishment. So Did my phone pull a Samsung?
No. I still hear you. I was just looking at something.
You know, I wish I could sleep at night.
Yeah. I'm finishing a project me and my daughter started. You want to see it?
Sure.
So, teaching my daughter about bridges.
Oh, this sounds fun.
So we're building bridges.
Toothpicks or matchsticks?
Toothpick, mostly.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. Teaching support.
Yeah.
Something she wanted to get into, and she can get a credit score. You know. Take a picture of it. And that Zoom class for one of her classes, take a picture, focus it, do a report on a skill. You know.
You know what they're really doing is they're testing you, right? That Zoom class.
Yeah, they're wondering how much I'm paying attention to my child.
Yeah,
Yeah, I've already thought of that.
it's all the CPS bullshit. That's why I was like, you know, this whole what was the name of that tracker? What 6,666 HR bill? That's all to invade parents' privacies. The whole contact tracing. But anyway, what's with the hole in the center?
Oh, a support goes there. It's not finished. So connecting for cross beam support for the suspended part of it in the center. So cross beam under truss.
Hey,
structural integrity is the. I don't really care if it's a functioning type of a bridge. What I'm teaching her is structural integrity right now.
I wonder if using a piece of asphalt shingle for the road deck would be appropriate.
Like some 90 weight roll off or something, cut a strip and just strip it.
Yeah, and paint a yellow line down the center.
Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. Actually, I like that.
And then you could even like put some cement down and all that, and be like, you know, this is what Dad does, you know, and teacher. Not that she's gonna run a steamroller or anything, but you never know.
Yeah, we don't really use steamrollers no more. We use shakers and tumblers, and you fill it with water and it shakes, and it's a weight roll and compacting by weight. We don't really use steamrollers anymore.
Okay, I've used to do some patches. I've had to use jumping jack, and that thing sucked.
Jumping jack. So
yeah, it's a little motor that sits there and vibrates, and it jumps.
A compactor. A compact.
Yeah.
Gas powered.
You got a compacting plate and then a jumping jack, and it's just like the jumping jack moves up and down.
Yeah, it's just a compactor, but yeah, I'm with you. A lot of people.
I call it a jumping jack because it jumps.
Well, it does. It more hops, but yeah, it's a compactor.
And then you got the vibrating plate.
Those are one of the better ones.
Yeah, I had to use the vibrating plate on the apron, and every time I went to turn it at the edge, it chewed up the old asphalt, and I was like, "Fuck, never
You
gonna get
use
done with this."
so well you do asphalt work?
No, I used to work for a resort, and every
Parking lot
time it would
maintenance?
rain, yeah, every time it would rain, there'd be this big ass fucking potholes and shit.
Yeah, that's one thing I offer, pothole repair. But we do it in a manner where you don't need the compactor. I got a big infrared red heat truck that I designed myself. You bring it in, drop down a 10 by 10 square. It's propane. You ignite it, heat the asphalt back up to the working temperature for 400 degrees, like 5 minutes. Then you rake it all and add new asphalt to where the pothole was in a perfect symmetrical square. Then you just use a roller and roll it off.
Nice. Yeah, see
So,
the people that
if
the
I'm
people that
doing
did the
if
resort.
I'm doing
Sorry.
quite a few patches on your parking lot, I'll do them for $100 a patch. But they're going right for 2 or 3 is $150 a patch.
See, when they hired the guy to do the road, he pretty much just put it right on top of dirt. Didn't even do any road bed preparation or anything to make a way, because there was no ways to get there. And then after they put that in, we had to drive dump trucks back and forth to the fucking pickleball court to make sure that the sand was put in for the fucking all the other bullshit for the old timers to play the horseshoe pits
Yeah,
and all that
see,
shit.
I got these old school infrared heat patch carts. Just a cart you had to trailer it in and everything. But I designed a truck to do this, and then somebody that worked for an equipment company came to I was buying certain equipment, so I had a repair guy come there, and he seen my truck, and the diesel mechanic in the garage let him look it all over, and the dude stole my design. Now they sell the trucks for $150,000 a truck, and you can literally build one for like 30, 25, depending on the quality of the truck that you buy to build it on. But I was going to patent that shit myself, because it used to be that you had to buy these carts that you put in and propane tanks go on them, and you could only do so many because you could only hold so many propane tanks. I designed a truck that holds 100-pound propane tank, and it carries a bigger thing around, and you just drop it down with a hydraulic winch. Now they're selling these things all over. I'm kind of pissed off about it, but yeah, I was busy doing my work. You know what I'm saying? Maintaining my company. Plus, I wanted to build 2 more of these trucks for my thing. And then when they patented it, dude, they tried to come in and tell me I had to take my trucks apart. And we went to court. I proved I built these trucks before they ever patented their shit, and showed the chain of custody where, they could have possibly stole it for me. And I said, I won't argue in the court, but I'm not tearing my shit down, and you're not taking away my right to. Can't tell me I can't manufacture this, because you built a truck exactly like mine, bitch.
In fact, I'm countersuing that company and the patent office and the clerk office of this county because you want to pull your bullshit.
Yeah, no, I just told them I wouldn't do all that if they just got the fuck out of my face. I'll take the loss, but I build equipment to make my job easier all the time. It's fabrication, and those are my skills. I'm not going to quit doing it. If I find another thing that I can do they tried to tell me I couldn't manufacture any equipment because they sell it. I don't give a fuck if you sell this shit.
You should have been like, you want to sell it?
That's like telling me I
steal
can't.
my design, then sell it behind my back, and then try to cut my balls off to where I have to buy from you?
Yeah, that's like telling me I can't make my old heavy tractor into a bulldozer because somebody sells bulldozers. Go fuck yourself.
Yeah.
put any attachment I want on my damn tractor or my truck. It's a work truck. That's what they're for. Putting attachments on. Utility boxes, sealer tanks, whatever the hell you're going to mount to a truck. They don't put limits on what you can mount to them because they sell all the attachments. They don't say you have to buy our attachments. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, man, just go fuck yourself. I literally, I'm not going to lie, in open court, I threatened to whoop this dude's ass quite a few times. I was like, dude, I'll tell you what. Talking about suing people, bitch, I'll give you $100,000 to meet me in the parking lot right now. I'll go to the bank and get that shit cash. It's your fucking ass, motherfucker. The judge just laughed and put his head in his hand because he knew I was right. You know, I'd already proved I didn't steal their ideal, they stole mine. And here this prick's still trying to be pompous because I said I wasn't going to battle back. And I said, well, you know, dude, I haven't signed anything yet that says I'm not going to sue you for stealing my design. You came on my property to repair equipment that was under warranty, and your bitch ass stole my design and sold it to your fucking company.
Yep.
Fuck,
Once
that's a
again, it's
lawsuit
all
from
about
hell.
greed. Once again, it's
It
all
is.
about greed.
It is. Truth be told, I've built about 15 of these trucks. I sell them to my buddies that do the same shit I do for cheap, so that they can't. They would have bought these $150,000 trucks, but I'll make $10,000 building it for you. I don't give a fuck. I like to build shit. You know, I like to build shit. That's what I do. That's my love. Building stuff. You tell me I can't build it, dude. I'm gonna build it. It's that simple. Prove you wrong. I don't care if I have to research for 5 years. I'm gonna do the shit you say I can't. That's it. You know, and now that I got my son taking over most of the businesses, I got time to do whatever the hell I want. I'm loving it. I'm wondering why I didn't do this 5 years ago when I was comfortable. I'd have had 2 less back surgeries. Shit. But I mean, there's a price to be paid for, I guess, honest work, you know. I never was a businessman. I like physical labor. I was just born in the business part of it, you know.
Yeah.
I prefer to work with the crew rather than manage the crew. I let the secretaries come out and bitch at the guys. Then I joke with the guys about the secretary being a bitch.
Why is she such a bitch? Well, that's what I pay her for.
If she knows your job position. They know. They know. So, I pay the woman to do the bitching because most of my guys, they're big, burly guys, but they're family guys, and none of them are going to say a crossword one to the secretary. She's a female. Not going to do it. They're good guys. They just look rough. Most contractors do. Most look crew. You work on a crew laborer, you know. You're hanging out with a bunch of guys all day. You end up being chummy guy, you know. But that doesn't mean you lose your morals or value. Just means as soon as the secretary leaves, then we go back to all the jokes. You know.
Yeah.
That's
It's like, oh, lady's here. Oh shit. All right, she's gone. All right, let's get back to talking about what we were talking about.
right. Plus, they love their jobs. You know, I take care of them. We get a big job. I'm like, hey, man, I projected it for this amount of time. And they already get a profit sharing. But usually I'll tell them they can get 3% more if they get it done within a certain amount of time, or 5 cents if we get it done quicker, 5% of a big job is a decent check. You get $6,500 paycheck at the end of a job where you're still getting your weekly paycheck. You just got a $6,500 bonus check. That helps out, especially when you're a crew worker who likes to drive nice trucks, but still you got to buy your old lady the nice car. Family car got to be the nice. A lot of my guys are type people. They'll drive a '80s pickup truck so their old lady can drive a Mercedes Benz.
Yeah.
I offer them that too. Like, I got a salvage yard. You can come pick a piece of shit out of here anytime you want. We can do whatever you want to it. Put a price tag on it at the end of it and take it out of your check every week. Even when we're seasonal, I'll give them no interest loans, all that shit. And when you're on your off season or you're on unemployment, you don't have to make your payments. Make them during your week, your work schedule, work season. You don't pay me when you're collecting unemployment. That'd just be taken from them. Trying to give them a no interest loan and benefit them, because you get loyalty. A guy spends a lifetime working for you. You ought to be his friend, not just his boss. That's just my opinion.
Yeah. Let's see. I got probably tomorrow. I got to go over and figure out what all tools I need. Probably don't need much, just a pry bar. I know he don't have no pry bar. My dealer buddy, he's got a Volkswagen that he rolled. It's one of the Volkswagen pickups, right? Not a van, but it's a pickup. He rolled this bastard and he's rebuilt it, right? And he doesn't know what he's doing when it comes to working on engines. He's never has, so he's always had me to work on it, right? So I told him, if you can get a transaxle, I'll put the transaxle in for you and I'll stab the motor in. And he goes, you know how to do all that? And I go, yeah, it's a Volkswagen. It's not fucking rocket science. So
I do.
He goes, okay, well, we could do this and I'll pay you good. And I go, oh, I know you'll pay me good. You always pay me good. You always pay me more than you should. But, that's besides the point. The thing is we got to get this motherfucker back on the goddamn road. This is a piece of history, I mean, shit, you've always known about that 30-mile-an-hour corner, about hitting it at 60. It wasn't a good idea.
What year truck? Are we talking one of them little ones from the 80s?
No, this is shit. It's like a 74. It's got a 1800 in it. It looks like a microbus that's been modified.
Yeah.
But it's not. It's just.
I'm with you.
It's a
combi.
Vehicle. Yeah.
It's a Volkswagen combi. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's a utility bus that they made out of the same minivan.
Yeah. Same front end.
Minibus, minivan. Yep. I'm with you. It's worthy of keeping on the road, especially if you're using the damn thing for work.
Yeah, it's a good thing for hauling drywall. And that's what I've been doing is
they got a good sized bed on them, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I've usually do is construction, but by trade, my trade's being a mechanic. I just don't like working on other people's shit.
Yeah, I 100%.
Yeah, mainly because it's poorly maintained, isn't it? Poorly maintained.
Yeah.
That's why. Fuck.
Yeah, and then they bring it by like you'll work on something.
Listen, they want you to fix it. They want you to do the least amount of work. You tell them they need a new part. They want to. Can you rebuild that part? No. No part of fixing shit is taking fucked up parts out and putting new ones in.
Yeah.
You can't
like
rebuild
this one dude.
every part.
he would have me work on his fucking Jeep. There's 1 month he had me working on it like at least 4 times, at least once a week, right? And I was like,
Yeah.
what's going on with this thing? How come I got to keep putting fucking fuel pumps in it?
Yeah.
Brand new fuel pump. Why do I got to keep putting fuel pumps in? Oh, I ran out of fuel. I ran out of gas. And I go, fill the fucking tank up instead of putting $5 in it.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, you got to give them stuff like that all the time, you know.
That was my younger brother, bro. That
Yeah.
motherfucker always ran on an empty tank and wondered why he always needed a new fuel pump. Like, you got a high volume, you like the Mustangs, you got a high volume fuel pump, but you can't keep gassing. You know, when that shit, if you keep it under fluid, the seals don't dry out. But the minute it's empty, the seals in the fuel pump dry out.
They dry out, exactly.
Yeah, they crack.
Yeah, that's it.
It's not like the 70s when you had a mechanical pump and you're all good. So it's empty, so what?
And then this dude, like, right after, like, the last time I changed the fuel pump, 3 days later, he comes by and he goes, okay, I got that radiator and all this other stuff. So I swapped out his radiator, thermostat, hoses, all of that, did a
Yeah.
flush, got it to where it's good. And then he took it that night and went over to his girlfriend's house, got drunk, and then went to drive home and fucking took out somebody's chain link fence and crashed into their little gazebo.
Fucking stacked you. What a bastard, eh? I'll tell you, you get those people, don't they, you know? Just run the car ragged, you know? Doesn't matter
Some
what you do.
people don't know how to have good shit, bro. Some
They should
people
never
don't.
have a. They should never have a vehicle. They should never have
No.
one. Stick to push bike, mate.
Man, I've walked home from town to the country.
Was it your car that he did that?
Like 12 miles from the bar.
No, it was his.
I didn't want to drive drunk.
Yeah, yeah.
I've walked 12 miles. Fuck it. I'm drunk. I'm walking.
I walked.
I just don't get drunk, so that's
I
it. We
walked
can drink
12
some drinks.
miles
That's enough.
Well, I don't no more, but when I was younger. Nowadays, I'll sip. Every now and then I'll feel like sipping, but that's every now and then. And I normally don't get so drunk I slur.
Yeah.
One time I spent $85 on taxi fare to come home from the fucking Roadrunner bar.
All right. Yeah, no, I never get drunk. If I'm riding that motorbike, I'm not, 2 drinks, that's
And
enough.
that's only because it was like 2:30 in the morning, and I didn't want to wake anybody up for a ride.
Yeah, of course.
$85 for fucking 20 miles.
No, that's a lot of money, isn't it? Yeah.
I'm the same way, Jen. I used to ride that Heritage to the bar just so I knew I wouldn't drink.
You got shafted.
Or drive the GSXR because I'm just not going to drink on the bike unless I find a ride home before I start drinking.
Do you know?
I gave him a $50 tip, but still.
Okay. Do you have this service in the States whereby you go out for a drink and something to eat? Let's say you're over the drinking limit, and there's a company that'll pick you up and they drive your car back for you. Do they do that there in the US?
Sometimes.
Yeah, they have that here in Japan.
We offer that. We offer that New Year's Eve and some other holiday. New Year's. But I think that would be a year-round service that would make money.
Yeah, they're doing it. They do it year round here in Japan. Okay,
We'll
been
take
around for like 10 years now.
Yeah, you and your car home. That's a good service off.
Yeah. So what happens is you get one guy drives your car home, and then the other guy picks you up in the car. And,
Hell, I just come in a flatbed, and you'd have to ride in a flatbed. But hey,
yeah.
If it was me, that's what I do for my son when he calls me 3 a.m. Dad, I'm drunk. I'm in the bar parking lot. I pull up in the flatbed.
Yeah.
Or come with the car hauler.
No, you ask the kids. My kids says, "Have you ever seen your dad drunk?" No. Does he go to the pub? No. You know what I mean? Don't do any of that. No need.
Yeah, my kids haven't seen me drunk that often.
Yeah, they've never seen me drunk. They've never seen me drunk. Don't get drunk. I can have a good drink, but I'm not getting drunk.
Yeah, not when they were
That's-
younger.
You know,
That's two
drinking two
things
bottles.
I don't really deal with is drinking and having kids.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll admit, when his sister was born and he was 14, my son had to come out and say, "Dad, get off the tractor. You've been drinking too much. Damn it." You're gonna get hurt. I was like, "Man, I'm having fun." He's like, "I ain't gonna argue with you. I have to whoop my ass." I was like, "Well, kids are a good thing." I parked in the field. Well, I got the mud truck stuck. I needed the tractor. So neither one was a good idea at the time, but it was me and my drunk ass brother. So the kid shut us down.
Yeah, I can have 2 bottles of wine, no problem. But I'm eating. I'm not just drinking. You know, I'm enjoying some nice nosh with the wine. You know, kids are there having a laugh. If it's summertime, maybe I'll do a shandy for the kids, little ginger ale shandy or lemonade shandy, and yeah, you know, 50-50.
My brother laughed that shit off. My brother's like, "Your son just shut us down." I was like, "Hey, we didn't do it. Pass me that drink, rack them balls. Shut up." We should have been out there playing pool any day. I can't let my brother ride the vintage bicycle when he gets drunk. He gets hurt.
Ah, right. That would be painful.
Yeah, he got on my Schwinn Stingray and rode face first into my pool table. I'm like, "Dude, what the fuck are you doing?"
Oh god.
First thing I do is look around to make sure none of the wife, the kids ain't looking in the windows. No, nobody's seen that, bro. Get up, brush it off, hurry up.
Yeah.
That's about the only time I actually drink. When my brother comes over and wants to. When I was a drinker, I used to go to the bar with my brother a lot. He doesn't drink that much anymore, and since I got a bar on the side of my barn, when he gets that feeling, he comes out here and presses me. Because he can park. He goes sleep in his room. Still got his stuff there from when he moved out when he was 19. Look at his baseball card collection. He actually came and got his comics and his baseball cards the other day. He's gonna put them he's got a route, like a Route 60. He's got his own little town on his property. It's like a Route 66. He puts cars and he's got a forge, old gas station. You know, he puts stuff in there to make it look nostalgic. The baseball cards are going in there in the his little gas station. In the comic books on racks and shit. He done made all the racks. Got his shit looking like a 60s fucking gas station. It's cool. But you know, his kids, like he said, it's all organized. So when I get old and I pass, my kids can just come out here and organize, categorize, and sell the shit.
Man cave.
Yeah, with 12 buildings, antique log cabins and shit. We're kind of weird in the stuff we like. My brother moved 3 log cabins to his property so far. I can't figure out if he's trying to make an old 60s town or some how the West was won shit with classic automotives. I'm confused sometimes, but hey, if it makes him happy when he plays with his toys, I leave it like this. It's a big Hot Wheels town. It's just Hot Wheels set,
Yeah.
But the stuff he collects, man, his kids be able to get some cash out of it. That's a guarantee.
You talking about the kid that runs your business? That one?
No. Oh yeah, that's my oldest son.
Is that who you're talking about?
When I said he told me to get off the tractor, yeah. He's a first degree black belt in Taekwondo too, so we don't argue. I'm not trying to whoop my son's ass anyway. When he says he ain't having it, stop doing some shit. I leave it at that. I figure I'm doing too drunk. Right? Because I don't get drunk that often, man. When I do, I get drunk.
Well, you're at home. Right?
Yeah, at home. Yeah, I do it at home. I'm just a lightweight, that's what I mean. Yeah, I don't go to town, man. I don't do all that crap in town. That's just ass trouble. Most of the time when my friends come out here, they drink. I'll be their bartender, and I'm not even buying the drinks, making them, serving them, and I'm not even getting them. But I get people to play pool with. So I like to play pool.
Yeah, me too.
I like darts too.
I used to be really good at pool. I could go to a bar and hold the table all night long.
Yeah, that's what I like to do too, bro.
Yep.
Nowadays, I've learned to miss here and there, so I let people think they had a chance to win, and so that they keep on wanting to play. I almost won that time. I'm winning next time. Really, when they got a strategic leave that I knew they were never going to make shit out of anyway. But they got a shot, so they felt like, oh, you might miss twice this time. I didn't miss. I gave you a shot. I think pool's a game you play against yourself. My opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, my favorite line is charity.
Yeah. There you go. There's your only charity.
How's that for a lead?
I forgot that. That's right, charity. I forgot that. That was brilliant.
I'd like to say 5 rails off that ball in the corner. I like my rail shots. I give them a no-look rail. No-lick 3 rails. People hate to they hate to lose to the no-look bank shot, bro.
Oh, I thought you said no lick, like no, you didn't, no tongue involved in the calculation.
No look. You get down there, you stroke it up, and then you turn and look at them when you shoot it. Smile, give them a little nod. How you like that, motherfucker?
Yeah, see, I'm not good at trigonometry.
No, I can do that though. Lick my thumb and put a little wet spot on the table and tell you that's where the cue ball will be after this shot. I can do that. I'm real good at pool.
Leave is the best attribute. You can leave the ball where you want it. That's the key.
Yeah, it boils down to ball control. Because you can't lead properly without ball control. You should only shoot a shot just hard enough to make it and just hard enough to place.
Set up for your next shot.
Yeah, but dude,
cue ball where you need it.
I was playing when I had to carry a footstool around the table. My dad was a state champion, and I used to watch him play and never miss. And I was like, man, I'm gonna do that. So it just got to where if it was me and the old man playing, it was not a question of who's going to win. Whoever missed, lost. If he didn't make something on the break, I was going to win. Period. I didn't like to lose to my old man. I know that's where my daughter gets it from, so And I turned out good. It's good to be competitive against people who are good, and it makes you better than them.
Yeah, that's right.
And that's all I want. I don't want my kids to be good people. I want them to be better people than me. Make none of the mistakes I made. You know, Jen. I know you do. I listen to you talk about your kids. You know
Yeah,
exactly
cheers.
what I mean.
Yeah, oh yeah. I'm looking at my kids' old photographs as we're talking right now. Actually, yeah.
Yeah, I got a bunch of albums too.
Yeah.
Everybody's going digital, bro, but I like them old photos.
Yeah, me too. I like the old photos. But I'm actually currently looking on my mobile phone because I've got them all loaded up here as well.
Yeah,
Very
but
nice.
you with the old photo albums, bro, you can make a family thing out of it.
Yeah.
You can show
That's
them
what I do.
their entire life that they don't remember.
Yeah. That's it. And I put them, they're on the wall so they can actually see it. See how they're growing up, you see.
Like my youngest, I got this photo of her. She's covered with mud. She played in the mud. I got another one when she was really young in the diaper, and you know, some kids play in their feces when they're younger because they don't want it on their butt. They get in there and start digging it out. And I got a picture of this kid. Man, it was like 2 minutes I wasn't paying attention, and this kid had feces in her hair all over. Was on the couch, and you know I took photos. I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get this kid with this one. She's 18. I'm gonna
Good
show
ammo
her
for prom day.
Yeah, I'm gonna show her prom day. Look, the first poop photo. This is Taylor Tater Tot. I gotta call her Tater Tot too to embarrass her. That's her nickname. Look, Tater Tot's first I covered myself with poop photo. And the boy, you know, for his girlfriend, we got the first time on the potty chair with the little wanker sticking out and stuff. And he cried because we got one of them potty chairs that talk to you when you poop.
Yeah.
He didn't like it talking. I swear the kid got his wiffle ball bat and beat up on it. He hated it. It talks. It talks. No, he didn't like that shit. It was the funniest shit, man. I died laughing. I figured he liked the potty chair that said, yay, we went potty, yay. He did not like his face as soon as it started talking. He was like, what the hell is that?
It's alive.
Yeah, I was like, oh my God.
That's alive. That's a good one.
I laughed about that for weeks. I didn't get no photos of that. I was too busy laughing. I did him like that too, his first girlfriend. I was like, look, here's his first time on the potty chair. He's like, no, Dad, no. You know, his little date was like,
you was getting lucky tonight, didn't you?
She said, look at that cute little wanky. I'm like, yeah, you see it, yeah.
There you go, boy.
I had to thank her. I gave her
my camp chow. Can you see?
Yeah. I gave the girl $100 to spend at prom. I said, here, I waited 16 years, 17 years to show that photo. Thanks for making it so enjoyable.
Can you see the picture I just posted? Camp food, look. There you go.
Yeah, that's home amenities on the campground, bro. You ain't doing it in the raw, are you? Damn.
No, this is table, plates. This is my camp set you're looking at there.
That's a good looking meal, bro.
It's right. That's it.
Now,
I see you do it. You're eating Japanese. You got 5 courses and shit.
Yeah. No, but that's all. That's beef that I made. And, you know, tomatoes, cucumbers, tofu, mushrooms. It's all good, man. Watermelon in the middle.
I know. I know the Orientals like to eat 5 or 6 courses, not just fill up on one thing.
Yeah, that's right.
But I don't see any kufi.
No, it's not there. Kufi, no. No. I'm using other sauce, like bulldog sauce. I'm using, and
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's
spices.
just pretty good
This
too.
was just a quick, that was just a snack. That was just a snack. That was.
I bet.
No, the
Let's see.
Woolrich brand. Yeah.
When I go camping, there's usually a picnic bench at the camp spot, and
Yeah.
that's pretty much it. Like for chairs, you might be lucky if you have like a log or something to sit on, but pretty much like if it's not there, then there ain't enough room to haul it there, because otherwise you're just gonna have your truck loaded down with everything. I mean, you got
Well, that's my
food,
truck.
you already got
My
the
truck is
tents
loaded
and
down
all
with
that.
everything.
I
My
got
truck.
tons of camping pictures. I hear you.
Yeah, man, my truck was loaded down with everything. This would be the dining tent. What you're looking at here. This is the dining tent, and then we have 2 sleeping quarters, 2 other tents that we sleep. Because when we went, we still had the young one was still like a baby kind of thing. So my wife was breastfeeding, so we had 2 tents and the dining tent. So we have to set up 3 tents.
Here, I'm gonna show you something. I'm gonna show you something close to my heart. I got this picture.
go on.
I got this picture on my pool room wall. My dad, his car broke down on the way to play a state championship one time, and one of the
Alright.
photographers noticed that my dad was in a uniform and greasy hands, like he worked. It looked like he worked right up until he got there. And he's a big guy. His hands are big as hell. So they took a picture of his greasy hands while he was racking the balls, and they ran it in the newspaper. See how big my dad's hands are.
Damn.
Yeah, my dad was almost 6'2". He'd average around 300, 280, 300, solid muscle. He won that championship too, but this is a guy who could fill the rack up with only, 2 grabs. That's how big his hands were.
But
Is he missing fingers on his right hand?
No, he's just gripping balls.
yeah, no. His hands are like sausages. Sausage fingers.
Yeah. That's a big Native American man, and my dad made people shake in their boots when he was upset. I was looking for my camping
I'm clicking on it
photos.
now. I just
That's the
clicked on
first
it
one
now.
that I was looking for my camping photos, and that's one of the first photos that pops up in that album. I was like, Lord, I got
Oh,
I put family photos up around my pool table. My uncle was a snooker champion. He was
yeah.
a national snooker champion. He played snooker, which is another form of billiards,
Boy,
but it's all on rails.
You got to be good.
Yeah, I know. We know. Yeah.
You got
It's
to be
the,
good.
it's the #1 game in Britain when it comes to ball.
Yeah,
It's called
you
snooker.
gotta be good to play in snooker leagues and then to be a national champion.
Boy, I'll say.
Yep, I got pictures of him on my wall too.
Now, see out here in Arizona,
Yeah.
when you go camping either out, like, it's called boondocking. Pretty much that's where people go to go dry camp with, like, motorhomes and all that stuff. But I prefer just going down by the river.
Hey, so Arizona, you do that Habisack shit?
The what?
Is Lake Habisack, is that Arizona?
Like Havasu? Yeah, I'm like an hour south of you.
Yeah, Havasu. Yeah, you know what I mean.
You're a Havasack? I'm like, Havasack, what?
Well, I seen it on TV, bro.
Yeah, Lake Havasu City. I'm less than an hour from there. So that's the kind of area. So like it's right here on the Colorado River. So I can walk to the Colorado River in like 10 minutes.
Yeah, take my brother-in-law camping with me a lot. He likes him. He likes
Nice campsite. This one is. This campsite's not too far from an American military base. In
My
Sagamihara.
brother-in-law, crazy old Pollock.
And where's Zalma?
He grew a
No, this-
15-foot pot plant this year. He was
Oh,
proud of it.
Nice.
He lives in the city, though. I was like, dude, your neighbors don't see that shit? You got two 12-footers.
I don't think they care.
No. His neighbors are alright. I don't want to share his pictures all over. He got that Grizzly Adams look, though.
You can see my cooker in the dining tent. Can you see that? Little gas hobs. So you get some real nice nosh going. All the same colour. That was accidental.
That there a Ford truck? Toyota.
Ah, yeah. Toyota. Top trucks. Well,
I figured it was. Toyotas get that Ford look going to them, though. A lot.
yeah. Well, they were made for the American market. You see.
Yeah.
You get what they copied, and they wanted to appeal to the Americans, so they copied the lines, of course.
Yep.
Toyotas are good trucks, man. They last a long time.
Yeah, the BBC TV tried to destroy one, the Toyota Hilux, right? They set it on fire. They threw it in the sea. They dropped a caravan on top of it. They put it on top of I think 20 to 25 story building, and they demolished the building with a controlled demolition, essence of 9/11, and the thing still started up. They put it on a plinth. They couldn't destroy it. It's called BBC. It's called killing a Toyota Hilux, and they never killed it. Yeah, brilliant.
Wow.
Yeah, they're really robust. I'm not joking. It's in 3 parts. Each part's like 5 or 6 minutes. 3 parts video there, right? They tried to kill this Hilux and they couldn't. They set it on fire. The thing's engulfed. And then the mechanic, he only had limited tools. He was only allowed a certain amount of tools. They tied it to an estuary, and the lines broke, and it went out to sea. And then when the tide went out, they went out and got it, dragged it back in, flushed the engine out a little bit, and they got it started. Yeah, man. Unbelievable car, the Toyota. And then they took one to the North Pole. BBC Top Gear. Top Gear. I think you might know that program, don't you? Top Gear.
Toyota Land Rover. What is that?
See, when I go camping, I use a setup like this, bro. I use a tripod cooker and a fire pit.
Have a
Take
look.
my
Yeah, go on.
mobile fire pit with me.
Yeah, I'm cooking for 6, so I'm using the Woolrich twin hob cooker. Really good, man.
Over an open fire.
Yeah.
I got some cookers you put the coals into. Dig the coals out and put them in the cooker.
Yeah, this is good. You got the grill high up anyway, so you got some control on that heat.
Yep.
It was windy, wasn't it, that day when you took it? Bloody hell.
It
was some fucking wind.
That was a starter log too. We cored the center of that out, so it's like a mobile oven.
Whoever shot that truck got lucky. That piece of shrapnel just barely missed it.
I know.
Wow.
That could beat my brother easily. He always puts too much shit.
Holy shit.
Fucking hell, really?
I gotta critique everything he does now. Like, no, you gotta move. You gotta be further back. Last time you blew it 100 yards away.
That piece of shrapnel could have cut him in half.
Yeah.
I think that's that one guy who goes, shit, what's his name? Where he's like, it's me, crazy the Russian hacker.
Yeah, I think I'll copy that and send it to my brother. This is you, punk. It
that
is.
door
man.
almost took your ass out.
I know. It's crazy, isn't it? Damn. It's like divine intervention. It was coming for him and it curved.
Boy,
That's God saying, "No, stupid, not today."
talk about
He said, "Oh, look out, you dumbass!"
This
If
is
it
what.
hadn't hit the ground right when it did, it would have hit him, dude. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
The thing is,
This
reaction is a bit slow though. His reaction was well slow. Look at it.
Yeah.
I know everything was already gone, and then he flinched.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
man.
see, this is tannerite, which means it's ammonium nitrate based. You can see the orange that's in the cloud from the ammonium nitrate, from the ammonium
Okay,
nitrate.
yeah.
The
Yeah, I can
nitrous
see the
oxide.
Right.
It's dangerous shit.
that was a lucky motherfucker right there.
Yeah. Ain't that
Hell. Why did he do that anyway?
He shit, I don't know how much he used in there. I think he used about 20 pounds of tannerite.
Fuck.
20 pounds of tannerite is like 60 pounds of dynamite.
Yeah. Well, it looks like fucking lucky bastard. He didn't get killed there.
Yep.
He should have been behind a fucking concrete barrier.
Oh yeah, this is Battle Mod's truck. Nice, isn't it? This one.
Or better yet, just sit there and run a blasting cap to it.
Oh no, that's not my truck. I got no.
I thought it was
It looks
that
like an
one.
S10.
I've seen this one.
No, that's a 90s Ford F-150, bro. Easy. I'm on that. Probably, let me see. 96, probably, I'd guess, by the headlights. Could be as old as the 91, though. But I've had a few of them, yeah. Good work trucks. It's a 306 edition. These things are hard to destroy. The motors, anyway.
This guy didn't have much of a problem.
The trucks, they actually rot away in 10, 15 years with the damn motors would still be running.
Little V6 in him.
I don't
No
know if
one
you've
in the
ever-
VC.
Yeah, I don't like them V6 ones. That one there is probably a 306, though.
Now, see, when you set tannerite off, the first thing you see is the smoke, then you feel it, and then you hear it.
You're talking about the like 97 where they use that V6 Edsel motor and with the new fuel injection system, and they had the shortened front end. My brother-in-law actually drives one of them right now. He bought it brand new, and I've rebuilt the motor twice. They're good motors, though, the V6.
What are they? Like 2.9 liter? Something like that?
Some
Three
actually,
slow.
I think some of them are 3 something.
The 3 slow. The 3-point slow. I had one that caught fire. That was a F100. 79.
Oh yeah, the 306.
Man.
Yeah, I think the one we're talking about is like a 3.7 Edsel motor, the V6 Durtex. The one they had the audacity to call it a 737 Cyclone engine.
All right. I'm going to call it a night. Let me see if I can't toss and turn a couple more hours until the sun comes up. All right. Talk to you later.
.6, that's like a Ford Ranger. Guns for sale, never. Mike don't sell guns. I'll buy one if you saying you got guns for sale. I buy guns. I don't
Well, you can always use a gun, can you?
Oh yeah, you can never have too many guns.
That's the one. You can never have too many guns.
Ever. I might not own one like that. I won't say how I plan on keeping them because the federal government might be listening to me.
Yeah, let them listen. It's only more headache for themselves anyway.
And if they are, they can have them when they pry them from my cold dead fingers.
Exactly. It's only more trouble for them anyway. Do you know what I mean? You know, they want to have some. Yeah, that's it. Let them listen. They need to be listening because one day it's gonna kick off. It's gonna kick off, man.
It is one day.
Yeah, and then there's gonna be a reckoning, man. Big one. You know, it's gotta happen one day soon. They keep pushing those buttons, don't they? The people are still asleep. Once they fucking wake up, that's it. It will be all over.
Always happens. You go looking for a photo and you tap into an album that takes you way back.
Yeah. Yeah.
You end up forgetting what. Well, I do. I forget what I was looking for, and I end up looking at all my children's old photos.
Yeah, I'm like that all the time, man. I look for this, but then I say, yeah, I remember this. Yes.
In the middle of the date, I went back at my kid's fucking 5th birthday.
Yeah, my son's birthday tomorrow. He will be 16, I think. Yeah, 16.
Cool.
Yeah. Birthday tomorrow, man. 16. We had one last month. He became 12. Right? And then we got one.
You know the good thing about the boy's 16th birthday? It's not a sweet 16. They're not really pressed.
Yeah.
Since that sweet 16 thing, girls have been wanting the most expensive present they're ever going to get on their 16th birthday.
Yeah, they are 16th birthday, yeah. These are boys anyway, I'm lucky. I haven't got that. Yeah, they get what they're given and shut up.
camping your ass off, Jen. Damn. I just now looked at some other photos. You got shelves and racks and cookers, and I tried to do it on bare bones.
Yeah, well, you got 6 kids, you got 6-member family. The wife likes it nice. You know, it's okay.
Yeah,
I don't mind.
you're cooking for more people than me. I take my gas grill. I take propane grill. Got to cook at least one good meal a day when you're camping. I like to cook breakfast.
I'm doing breakfast, dinner, lunch, supper, the lot, mate. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
my old lady
always nice. Go on.
Yeah, my old lady always liked camping because of that too. I do all the cooking, all of it.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do all of the cooking.
While we're
I
camping.
don't touch it at all. I don't want to touch that camp equipment at all. In control.
No. Excuse me, you just touch my grill, touch my cooker. Better have a wash rag in your hand next time you do it.
Don't even look at it. Don't even look at it, man. Don't even look.
Don't wire brush it like that, damn it. Do it the other way.
There's no wire brushing. There is no wire brushing, you know? I clean, because the oil is there, I just wipe it down.
Yeah.
The oil acts as a preservative.
I used to do my old lady like that, and she's like, damn it, you always bitch when I'm just trying to. And I'm like, look, it's camping. Everybody's supposed to get a break this week but me. Damn it. Go read a book on the beach, woman.
I want it. Yeah, I want it to last. So you're going to sit down, and it's coming. And you know it's going to be tasting good, so don't worry.
About the only thing I let them cook is a hot dog over the open fire or some marshmallows.
Yeah, right. Yeah, that's right. Ramen soup, pasta extravaganza. Also, I'm cooking now.
I got some of those racks where you put meat in the racks. You clamp them together, and they got big long handles on them. I like to cook burgers like that too. But I'm not gonna lie.
Chicken.
Yeah, I got
corn, mushroom.
I got a pan, a big square pan that I take coals out of the fire and put it in the pan and then cook over the pan.
Yeah. Yeah, I've got my wife's friends' kids bringing their meat. Can you cook this for me the same way you cook? Yeah, okay, sit down. Watch. Is this how you do it? Chop it up, season it up a little bit, and then just slow heat. No panic. I don't want any panic cooking. I think fucking high up eating. You're having to rush around.
That's one thing I notice a lot of people don't take camping, barbecue sauces and seasons. How the hell do you do that? I can't do that. I got a couple coolers full of just that. Salt, pepper, seasonings, chicken seasonings, burger seasonings, barbecue sauces. You can't use the same barbecue sauce on every barbecue.
No way, man. That's boring. I
know. I see people over there like just rolling up burgers and cooking them on a frying pan on the fire. I'm like, dude.
Yeah. They don't take up that much for them anyway.
No. I'm like you. I have quite a few containers, Ziploc boxes, the plastic seal box full of crap.
Yeah. And what I've got there, that's the bare essentials. I could bring more. I just brought that just the right amount. Just right. And the dog food. And the dog's there as well,
So you
dog food as well, mate.
Do you do tents or do you do a trailer?
Yeah. No. We're doing 3 tents.
Yeah, I got an RV.
We don't have a trailer. I don't have a trailer, mate.
Yeah, I got an RV that we use for out of town jobs, and every time I go camping, the family's always like, "Let's take the RV," and I'm like, "No, the tent is part of it."
Yeah, man, the tent is the one. I mean, don't get me wrong. I like the RV as well. I think it's a good life. You know, it's a good life, no doubt about it. You can't knock it. Not knocking it at all. It's fantastic. But I do like the tent, though. I like the setting up and getting the airbeds ready and the sleeping bags and all that.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
everybody's got to be quiet because you're in the tent right next.
That's all right.
If you're over there doing dilly dally and making hell, I'm going to hear you.
Yeah, we're playing games as well. Card games. Yeah.
You do card games, board games, sing-alongs. I like.
Yeah.
I like to make it a total family thing too.
Yeah, and then you got the people. Like I said, you got that people walking by. What's that? What's that smell? They're asking me, you know, and then you have a discussion on, you know, how to use it and that where it's sold, and then you ask them. Yeah, they said I see it on the shelf, but I've never touched it. They say, you know, never thought to pick it up, but that's what it is, man. Ah, they learn
I
something.
start fishing. Hey, I start fishing the minute we get there because I'm always collecting enough fish to where I can have a fish fry. And invite the people next to us camping if they want, you know.
Yeah.
But I'm competitive. I got to be the best fisherman too.
You know, sometimes you're setting up, right, and then you're about to make a fire, and then they come around and help you do the fire. You see, they're like the next door. They've already started and that. So you end up cooking, and then you give them a meal. You say, yeah, no, thanks for your help. Take it, man. You sure? Yeah. Smells good. I said, yeah, go on, try it. Gaijin style. Foreigner style. Go on. What do you think?
No, I'm like that
very
too.
good, man.
Jen's a competitive camping cooker. He likes to give the guy next door a burger. So at night he's thinking, I wish I had another one of them guys' burgers.
Yeah, no, I always bring it up to last. And if we run short, it's not too far to go and get some more anyway, you know?
Yeah.
Not too far. You know what I mean, you know?
We got a lot of campsites in Michigan. You'd absolutely love Michigan, Jen, if that's the kind of shit you do. We got places you can take your kids, take them on hike trails.
Well, that's it.
There's like Tequananum Falls. There's a campsite where you can. There's a general trail where you can just go park. There's a public access. You can park and walk up the trail to these falls and enjoy the nature trail and, you know, labeled stuff along the way. And the falls are awesome, you know. Or you can go to the campsite and then they have an adjacent trail that hooks to the trail. And you can't get lost because the trail's got directions on it all the way around. It'll tell you if you're from this campsite, continue on this path. So
right.
So you can't get lost. And then
no, you should. You should be getting lost.
In Michigan, it doesn't matter if there's Islamic people or black people or Oriental people. They're all going to have fun camping together because it's a certain type of people, and I'm sure you already know that. That's why you enjoy camping.
Exactly. I've had that taste from the cadet days and the military days in the Royal Engineers.
Most people who go camping are into enjoying life.
Yeah.
You know,
enjoying the simple life, né?
Yeah, you don't meet too many miserable people camping. Have you ever noticed that?
No. It's all the people who go camping want to go camping because they love it. That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah, and they're enjoying life. That's why I like the kind of people that are at campground. Occasionally, you get that guy that's down and out and he's living at the campground because that's all he can afford. But.
Yeah, but that's fine. That's a good life anyway. No overheads. No overheads, you know? No bills coming on the letterbox. Unwanted fucking guests. You know?
Yep. There's a place like 5 miles from me called the Oak. And they got a couple ponds and water access to the river. But people camp out there, and some people just will do it for a summer home. They'll go stay at the Oaks and put a trailer out there. But it's a decent community. They'll have a bunch of events like hay rides, barbecue, or bonfire stories. They do bonfire stories, so I would take my kids out there because I enjoy what they do. You know, they entertain their guests a lot.
Yeah, it's not. It's an easy life, you know. You can get some biodegradable soap and you can clean out all your clothes and put it on a clothesline, dry naturally. You know. Yeah, no, man, it's easy. It really is nice. Totally.
I like those communities though, because even if they are partying, they try to keep it away from the kids.
Yeah, but then, like I said, and then the nature's spilling out all the clues, but I never picked them up. That was the thing. Just never picked up those clues to the flat Earth. Yeah, never picked it up at all. And that just really shows you how easy it is to be indoctrinated without realizing. You know, in plain sight, eyes wide shut. Bloody idiot. But you could see that even though I was living a flat earther's life. A flat earther's life anyway. Flat earther's life. For sure. Looks interesting. Who's pots and pans are they? Ah, yeah, I know what that is. Little Tommy Cooker kind of thing. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right. I thought I'd gone.
Nope. Oh yeah, that's a cool cook. This is one of the parks we go to on a regular.
Yeah, it looks nice. It's the right colour, right scenery. Got the lake there. Yeah, that's my kind of place. That's my kind of place. Straight off the bat.
Clark Lake Campground.
Yeah, straight off the bat. I'm well at home there.
It's a nice facility. They got a park there too, like a basketball court, little track, but it's still mostly nature.
Yeah.
I don't really like the park. We take our kids to the park in town. We don't need it.
Yeah.
You know, that's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, but no, but I mean, it's something for them to do. I mean, I took the mountain bike in there, chuck it in the back, so at least they can cycle around and have a look around at what's going on.
Look, this is the place I was talking about down the road for me. It's called the Oak, but they got like 1,000 acres of property that you're not even seeing. You go to the right there,
okay.
And there's a large. It was a rock quarry, and then it filled up with water, so it's a large man-made lake.
Oh, right. Okay.
Deep, cold, and it's spring-fed, so it's real clean water.
I was just going to ask that. I was just going to ask how to keep the water clean, but it's spring-fed. Yeah, that's fine.
This picture was taken in the fall, but during the summer while you're camping, you'll be camping in the country environment. They got crops they grow. I mean, these people will... they'll barbecue for you, give you watermelon, honeydew muskmelon. They just give this stuff away. It's not cheap camp here, though, but you get a lot for it. Dude, they have bingo for the old people and campfire stories for the kids. They'll project movies onto a large movie screen that's like a drive-in, but it's more a walk-in, sit on your towel type thing. Blanket.
Yeah.
It's a decent place. I know they make good money doing it too, but you can also take your RVs, or you can take your camper, or you can take your ORV, your quads, mini bikes, dirt bikes, let your kids ride around. They got like 2,000 acres out here. It's a hell of a place. And only maybe 200 acres is used for the camping area. So you're free to wander 1,500 acres.
Yeah, that sounds like a nice place.
Yeah, I like to go out there and bird watch. I've seen a few species of birds out there that I normally don't see in Michigan. I'm a bird hunter. I take pictures. A lot of this lady, she had a failing farm, and this is how she decided to save all her property and pay the taxes on, her 2,000 acres.
Yeah. Yeah, looks like a nice, appealing place. Would love to be there.
They got a
Bring out the kayaks.
Yep.
And, yeehaw.
They got a dining hall and all that, dude. It's a decent place.
Yeah, it looks it. It looks it.
Decent community.
It looks
Last time-
inviting anyway. Looks
Yeah,
inviting.
Last time I was out there, they even had a square dance.
If it's in the summer, you set your tent up in the shade so it stays cool, you don't get too hot and that, yeah. Nice, man. Blast your music out there as well. Yeah.
Yep.
Flat Earth music. It's flat, folks. We're living on a flat Earth.
I thought it was smart though that the girl grew up on a farm, and they just she wasn't. Her parents didn't teach her enough how to do economic farming, so
Right.
so they turned their farm into a resort instead of a bed and breakfast. They do the bed and breakfast too. They got a large farmhouse. Most people
Right.
would consider it a mansion. So you can get a room in the resort, or you can park a trailer out there. They try to improve it every year.
Yeah. No, I've seen these documentaries, where people have retired and they're in their RVs and they're just, living the life. Sold the house, the kids have grown up, so they sell the property into an RV and they're just enjoying it,
Yep.
Yeah.
In this place, you can live there year round if you got an RV and a propane tank. You got a propane tank that supplies you heat all year long. You can live there.
Yeah, I mean, you just keep changing your location, do a month here, do a month over there, a month over there. 12 locations, a year's gone already,
You got to pay your rent.
Yeah, how much is the rent then? How much is the rent, would you say, for a month?
Well, it depends. If if you're in the bed and breakfast, you pay $300 a month, $50 a month.
Right, but if you're just doing your RV and you're doing your own cooking yourself,
like $250 a month.
Still a lot.
And that includes power and water. But I mean, they also offer internet and cable TVs. You get all that.
Okay.
So there are retirees that live out here. $300-400 a month. They got cable TV, internet.
Yeah, I suppose
Well,
it works out cheaper in the long run, anyway, for sure.
Yeah, these people got a because it's in a rural area. They got a backup generator system that's large enough to power the whole camp if the power to resort goes down. Because we lose power out here in this area quite often. A backup generator is a must.
Right. Looks like a nice spot, for sure. Very inviting, I must say.
Look, I took care of a fawn once that broke its leg. Got hit by a car. There's a picture of her.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
She was a little cutie. She broke her leg, and I heard her out in the yard whining, for her mama. And her mama was wandering away. So I took her and put her in the barn, and the mom followed me in there. I give her a horse tranquilizer. And then the next day,
very cute looking.
Yeah, the next day I had the veteran fucking take care of the veterinarian.
Oh, right.
Tend her leg, cast her up, and all that. No, she lived in my barn for the winter, And her mom wouldn't leave either. Her mom would follow her.
What did you give them? What did you feed them?
Corn and melons and everything I could from the garden.
Right.
I store a lot of that shit. And we jar it too, carrots, all that shit. But hey, this was the funnest time of my life, but also one of the scariest times. Because it wasn't just mom and baby, and I found this out after about 30 days. I was out there in the barn, and I got pellets, feed pellets.
Right.
And I was feeding them by hand. And there's barn owls in the barn. During the winter, they're just chilling in there, you know. So the barn owls were hooting, and I thought they were just making noise, you know, happy to see the damn deer eating and stuff. Plus, they caught mice. There were dead mice everywhere because the mice.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and the mice came out and tried to eat the pellets, you know, because I was feeding them pellets. And I turned and look, and here come Dad, fucking big 8-point buck, just wandered in the barn. And that's scary as hell, dude. They're big and intimidating. You got a big wide rack. I thought for a while that he was going to challenge me, but he went up and sniffed the doe, and I was petting the doe or the fawn. And then he went like he was going to walk towards me, and the doe got in between me and him. So he sniffed his doe, and then he walked over and laid down in the corner. So I said, well, fuck it, he's not going to do nothing. I give him a big pan of pellets and a bushel of apples. And like after that, it's like he knew. He was real weary about waving his horns around by me, so he wouldn't do that. He'd just sit in the corner. So they all three lived in my barn, but I used to get nervous when I'd go in there and he's just sitting there looking at me, breathing heavy, you know.
Yeah.
But after a minute, I got comfortable. I was like, yeah, I'd bring in bushels of apples that I had stored in the mill, and he'd stand up, but he wouldn't come near me. He'd just wait for me to give him his bushel.
Right.
My daughter thought that was crazy. She's like, "You're the animal whisperer, Dad. Not gonna call you the deer whisperer. You got rags."
Animal whisperer.
Yeah, because I got coons. I found coons out here that their mom got hit by a car, so I nursed the babies. And then they started tearing up the house and beating up the cats, so when they got bigger, so I built them a doghouse out back and put a heated mat in there. So I got coons that are my buddies that hang out in my backyard.
Wow.
I got squirrels that beg me for nuts. Now I got a fawn, a doe, and a buck that wander around and just stare at me all the time like they're saying hi.
So this Bambi there that had the legs injured, how long before it recovered fully? 1 year?
No, dude, like 2 months. Her leg was, after 2 months, the veterinarian was like, we can cut the cast off. So we doped it up and cut the cast off. But the fawn wouldn't leave the damn barn until the summer.
Right.
It got to be spring and the fawn left, but the mom and the dad wouldn't frickin' leave. I think they had to, if the deer was hurt and they figured it was going to die, they would have just left it to die. That's nature, but I think they just knew that, he's going to make her all right, so they just hung the hell out.
Yeah.
When spring come, it was getting close to spring, I started leaving the doors open, like, hey, I put the bushels of the food down outside the barn,
Yeah.
They got out of the barn, it wandered away for a while. It was only like 4 hours the first time. It kept coming back for food, but I got an apple orchard, dude. So eventually they're part of the property now. I see them. I know which ones they are. Bucky's like a 12-point now. They come hide on my property every hunting season, bro, because they don't hunt on my property. I grow a certain amount of feed corn just to give to my turkeys. I dump out wheelbarrows every day, and the turkeys come eat them because So I got a large population of turkeys that hang out on my property. Plus, when we run the cider mill, when you pulp an apple to make cider, you end up with a byproduct, which is just a pile of smashed apples. You know,
Right.
I throw that stuff out on a tarp so that they can eat it. So, and then there's certain crops I leave in the field. I don't harvest everything I grow. Some stuff I just leave in the field for the animals.
And then what about drink? What about drink? What do you do for them drinking?
I got a
buckets
in the barn, dude. I just gave them a horse trough.
Ah, right.
But just keep the horse trough full. Yeah, I got water in the barns. I just fill a horse.
Animals are amazing, aren't they?
Yeah, but I got a river on one side of the property and a river in the back, dude. I swear, I don't think those three leave far from my property. I think they just said, "Fuck it, they're home."
Yeah.
But there's no feeling of, you know how when animals are scared, when you're scared, you put off a certain pheromone.
Yeah. Yeah.
And those pheromones will be embedded in the area, and animals will smell them. There's no fear of pheromones on my property from animals, except the coyotes. Because, you know, and that's another reason the deer like my property and the turkeys. The dog don't mess with the turkeys, won't chase the deer. But if a goddamn coyote does it, my dog's on it. I got 3 bulls. I got 3 male bulls and a female.
They were protected by the coyotes, or protecting them. Ah.
Well, yeah, the dogs protect them from the coyotes, and we got a lot of coyotes.
That's what I meant.
Yeah. The coyotes will chase the turkeys. They'll come through and kill a bunch of turkeys and not even eat them. They'll chase the deer all night long. Coyotes are like the fucking jackass of the woods.
Yeah, they're the pests.
They are. My dogs, they fucking hate them, you know. And bull terriers, I'd be wrong if I said they don't have some aggression in them. I mean, they're not the most aggressive breed. All dogs have a want to hunt.
Yeah.
All dogs have a natural need to hunt. So my dogs fulfill that by hunting coyotes.
Right.
Fucking coyote hunters. They don't play that bullshit.
Right, Badamon. Nice talking with you, mate. I'm going to go and get something to eat now. Some sashimi. It's time. Hungry.
Hey.
What's sashimi? Sashimi? Some food?
Sashimi. Yep.
Go get it, Jen.
It's going to be... How you doing, my friend?
Go get it, man. Yeah, I'm feeling great.
Okay, cheers.
Is it dashimi?
No, S-A. Sashimi.
Sashimi?
Yeah.
That's food? That's food?
It's raw fish. It's going to be raw fish tonight. Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were saying I'm going to get me some food in Japanese, but you're saying a certain kind of food.
Yeah, I'm getting sashimi. That's what I'm going to have tonight, yeah.
I need to speak to a moderator whenever.
Do we call it sushi?
Sushi comes with rice. Sashimi is just a fish with horseradish and soy sauce. That's it.
What's up?
I've got a little bit of herbs on mine, but yeah. So sushi comes with rice. Okay, combination together. It sits on top of the rice. Yeah. Okay, you got the raw fish.
Tasty.
Or even, yeah, it's nice. Yeah, I'm not too keen on the rice fish combination. I like the fish on it. I'm a purist. I like the fish on its own. Really nice, man.
Hey, you wanna go to another lobby, Riggs, or can we cover?
No, it's here. I'm just being facetious. I'm about to do. I'm just collecting materials. I'm going to do a deep dive into GPS triangulation and all the different languages and assumptions put into it. The range of basically how it functions. I just want to understand it completely, or at least to the best of my ability. And the one objection they always bring up, which I kind of feel like is supposed to dismiss people from doing the due diligence that I want to do is they say stuff like, well, without relativity, then the clocks themselves wouldn't work. It seems more of like a hand wave dismissal rather than, well, if there are holes, let me find the poke.
Yeah, I don't know how they don't understand that we actually had clocks before we had the ideal of relativity.
Well, if space-time itself were a consistent concept, then okay, so like if I took what are those, the sand timers, right?
Yeah, and
If I took a sand timer up to the top of a mountain, it would be off just as much as a digital clock.
So an hourglass would show time dilation the same as a regular clock.
Right. So I feel like a lot of these assertions are inconsistent. So rather than using that as a dismissal, I'd rather just understand their system completely and poke holes in it.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is it's only an atomic clock that shows time dilation, and it's only on airplanes that they show that. And the funny thing is that an atomic clock is really sensitive, and the vibrations from an airplane can throw it off.
Oh yeah, anything could throw it off.
Or the change in barometric pressure. Yeah.
So this is why I don't understand why they're so confident in that reading.
I know, I don't think it proved shit. Nobody proved to me that vibration or barometric pressure didn't affect the most sensitive of clocks, an atomic clock. Why it had to be time that did it. There's no correlation between cause and effect and no elimination of variables.
Well, if it's not time, it's space. So you just get more massiveness. Which also doesn't make sense.
Right. They say clocks wouldn't work when it was only supposedly an atomic clock that was affected by relative ideals.
They will have no time travel if they ever try to prove that atmosphere can influence the workings of a clock or barometric pressure.
A mechanical clock, barometric pressure absolutely affects metals. We know that they expand and contract under different barometric pressure.
Temperature, yeah.
Yeah.
And time travel is a worship.
And that's
it's
a mechanical
religion
clock
for them.
It is. You'll never achieve time travel. It is fucking crap.
Time travel is impossible.
Time's a concept. How do you travel to a concept?
Exactly, yeah. It is actually, by nature, it is forbidden. No man has ever managed to time travel. Because if we could do this, then we could become the father of our grandfather,
Yeah.
You give birth to yourself.
If you talk to these idiots that believe in that shit, they say you travel in time from the day you're born all the way to your death.
Yeah.
I'd say, well, forward.
You become the father of your father. That's
time is
lunacy.
the conceptual measurement of the passing of that.
That's why I say this is a religious worship, the time travel for them. They push it in every movie and so many books, and even in school, my school teacher was saying that physics does not forbid time travel,
Yet time keeps on slipping into the future.
Yeah.
Time keeps on slipping.
They loved inducing the children into this kind of mental state of dreaming impossible things.
Well, yeah, if we get you stuck on dreaming on impossibilities, you'll never realize reality.
Yeah.
You live in the twilight zone.
what they are actually doing is inducing hallucinations, you know, because dreaming of impossible things is a true hallucination.
Well, anyways, I was just trying to look for I don't know, like a leading argument or a concrete argument against. I mean, the one I brought up with like the like a physical timekeeping rather than a I don't know, what are they using? Quartz or what do they use?
Those sand clocks, yeah, I've seen those quartz sand being very advertised as being very good, but if you really use a very precise clock and measure the time it takes to empty, you will find that there is, you know, every time you count it, you will get a slight difference of time. Sometimes it takes faster, sometimes it takes longer for that sand clock to empty, you know. They are not very precise. They have a margin of error, like very big, in couple of seconds even, you know, 1, 2, 3 seconds.
Right. Which is a huge error
yeah.
in comparison. Yeah.
Yeah, you see, all those sand particles, they don't have a
they're not uniform.
shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the way they move between each other and fall, it's always given by, you know, chance.
Well, what if okay, so I find it really curious how they use a vacuum chamber to assert like a dominance in space. Like they use this concept, which is a very like nobody can recreate this stuff for themselves. And I don't see that it's impossible or even unscientific to compress the results with like let's say instead of dropping something in a vacuum chamber, drop it in a controlled situation with oil. Like if you filled a container with oil and you dropped a certain size of an element, you could make another object the same exact size for the same kind of drag characteristics and everything. You can try different liquids, different elements as well. I think you could compress the results, though. I don't see why that's not valid.
Well, if you want to see how easily it is to affect one of these hourglass, just bring a electrostatically charged balloon next to it, and you will see that those falling sand particles, some of them are attracted towards the balloon, and on the other side you will see some particles being deflected away, like repelled. And this happens only with sand. If you try this with water, water will always be attracted to electrostatic charge objects and never repelled, no matter what the charge is, positive or negative, you know.
And that's because of its dielectric nature, right?
Uh, sort of. Yeah. Yeah. Water is dielectric, so it might be. It's also, the magnetic properties and conductivity. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But the sand does have this behavior. It is also repelled. Some of the
Well,
particles.
I'm trying to get away from
particles-
sand. I literally just brought that up as a cursory example of like,
yeah.
yeah.
And when in the presence of this electrostatic charge object, that hourglass will have a much better falling rate. It helps falling those, so the time will shorten. They fall much better, much faster, and it's practically impossible to perfectly isolate something from
Absolutely.
electrostatic charges. Yeah.
Well, everything has charge. So
Yeah.
it's like a pipe
has,
dream.
Yeah. Everything that is matter, gas, or whatever, it has electrostatic conductibility. It's a property of matter, you know. And it's not just this that they have. They have also magnetic, ferromagnetic, diamagnetic, paramagnetic, and these are different kind of properties, behavior. So with the clocks, I think it must be the same, If you hold the clock near a very highly charged electrostatic object, it will influence how that timekeeper tool will be functioning. It will affect it.
Well, back to what I was saying about the vacuum chamber. I'm wondering if that's something that could be found as acceptable. Like if you could control it enough with just as much stringent nature as a vacuum, which I think would be even more. I just don't see why it wouldn't or couldn't be valid.
Well,
like if I drop something for like a quarter mile down a shaft of oil filled with oil,
yeah,
like not just any oil, but like maybe one that doesn't that doesn't mess up the observation, rather. Like when I worked in the oil field, we had to be very careful because the oil that came out of the well was radioactive. So you can't just pick any oil. You're gonna have to be very careful with how you do it, and what materials are used and whatnot. I don't think any of this is impossible. So I just don't know why. I think people are dissuaded because they're told, we do this in a vacuum chamber and this is the highest form of accuracy. I think you need to be more. I think they just need to try harder. Like when they say that the 15 degrees per hour drift, it is consistent with latitudes, what you would expect on a globe, etc. But then if you ask them, okay, well, how are your results at different altitudes, at different places of the Earth, at different times of the day? Because I don't know if you noticed, but the sun moves 15 degrees per hour also. So why is that not in contention? And you can't just remove the sun from your variables. So you have to keep poking and prodding. You can't just pretend like, oh, well, we figured it out already.
Well, you see, when we talk about the celestial bodies, I think the scientists it's not that I think of this, but I'm certain. The scientists with this science, they have taken the life from the celestial body with science. They made these objects in the sky to be lifeless. In ancient writings, mankind's knowledge, they were often described as a living body. I'm not saying 100% this is true or that I
It could be.
truly believe it. I cannot prove this, That's what I'm saying. But if
Well, what
mankind,
define living?
They revolve every day and night in the sky in a circular path at very precise intervals, just like a man is sleeping, waking up, going to work, eating, sleeping again, and repeat.
Okay, that's a great example. So what I've used in the past is, okay, your dad wakes up at 7 every day, and then he goes to work at 9, and he comes home at around 5:36, depending on traffic. Now, if your dad goes to work every day at 5, I mean 5 times a day, Monday through Friday, you're assuming he's going to work because all you know is that he got up early, left early, and got home.
Exactly. Yes.
So, I think that's where the argument for the quantum world kind of exists, where like it doesn't exist until you observe it. But that's kind of also like the back end of an argument. It's not really an argument. It's a lack of an argument, kind of, and saying it's evidence.
In these texts, we also have statements which say that these beings they have listened to God, to God's word. They have been given this task, and they never mess it with it. They keep doing it, and it does also speak about some of these bodies, entities which have came out of this estate, and they fallen. They didn't respect it, and now they cannot come back to this state. And we see the wandering stars in the sky. They don't revolve like all other stars and bodies, celestial bodies. All the celestial bodies, they revolve around the North Star, except those wandering stars, which we call them planets. And this is also a different kind of view, but it is highly ignored today, And this means that sometimes a star can be a little late or too early, and they actually correct themselves. Even the sun. We have accounts when the sun has stopped in the sky, didn't move, and
in the middle of the day or at the end of the day?
Yeah, in the middle of the day.
In the middle of the day.
And
Okay.
It wasn't a short period of time, like a few minutes or 1 hour. It took so long that people saw that the sun is sitting still in the sky until night. It was supposed to be nighttime, and the moon came, and then the moon met with the sun in the sky. And this is the story about the first time when the sun and the moon have met in the sky. It is described in the story of King Aeetes, a very ancient Greek mythology story. But
Well, it's all got to start somewhere.
yeah, but the ancient Greeks were writing about this, and even for them, this story was so old that they only have very, very poor sources about this story, and they just put it down on the paper, and this is how we get to know about this story today. Plus, all the fact that so much has been corrupted about Greek mythology, has been paganized, has been through a lot of procedures. So I wouldn't know how to precisely measure everyday length of time so that we can compare the days, like, hey, this year, this day had so much time of flight, and next year I can observe some difference. But if we could do this, then yeah, I guess we could say, hey, the sun is correcting himself. And when they speak about this dance in the sky, which these bodies are doing, when we say the word dance, it means that there is a music and they are keeping a rhythm, you know. That means they are doing something very precisely.
I'm still here, just doing other things, listening.
Yeah. So about that vacuum pipe or chamber, what?
Yeah, I think
question.
Well, I think maybe not answers, but hints or understanding could be acquired from throwing some curveballs at the different ways that they claim this, that, or whatever. So instead of using a vacuum, use something really dense. Use different elements. Use like
Yeah,
I just think it's totally possible.
oils or yeah. Well, I know for sure that things do not fall at the same rate in vacuum. These clowns, they keep showing us like dropping a needle and a feather, and yeah, there is a big difference of weight and volume ratio there. And when you drop these in a vacuum chamber, it looks like they fall at the same rate. But
you have to have such a huge sample size. I mean, they could literally claim anything between. Well, not only that, right? So with a vacuum comes a change in electrical conductivity, and I think that's something that isn't looked at enough.
When you create a vacuum, then it means that atmospheric friction is not. You see, when these objects fall, they fall at a rate according to their weight and volume. and different elements, they have a different volume and weight, you know. Some metals are heavy metals, some metals are lighter metals, so that one which is lighter, you will need a bigger volume of that metal to achieve the same weight with a heavy metal, you know. But when you increase the volume, then you increase the friction drag with the air, and that will affect the fall rate. But what I found interesting is that when you glue opposing magnets together and another two which they decides which they attract, and you drop them in a vacuum, those magnets which are repelling each other, they will always fall the last. They fall at a slower rate, even in vacuum chamber. And because what we call gravity is most likely incoherent electrostatic acceleration, then of course magnetism will directly affect this fall rate, you know. Magnet and electricity work in hand. They are related one to another.
Oh man, was I muted the whole time? That sucks. Anyways, I feel like their ideas are not congruent. They're isolated observations or claims, oftentimes unfalsifiable. But then if you're actually strict with the understanding and you try to test it in different ways, they'll say like, "Oh well, it's because of this, because of that." Actually, what if your idea just wasn't thorough? You know, like what if their theory just isn't thorough? And we know this is true because they have many different theories that actually are not consistent within each other, and that they use one theory for one idea and then another theory to complete the idea. Like they'll use quantum mechanics to make a satellite, but then they'll use relativity to actually communicate to the satellite. It's just not. It makes more sense that we're operating in under different terms altogether. Otherwise, you wouldn't have to split it up like that.
Wow, these satellite communications, they are not above us.
I don't know. I just got done talking with some people about satellites, and they say that with certainty because they understand the wavelengths, that it has to be the discrepancies they're expecting and within the range that they're expecting. I can't disprove that because I don't know all the mediums. Like I don't understand if there is a dome or something like that, and it's reflective. Like what does it reflect? What does it absorb? What are the known like millisecond delays with certain distances or anything like that? There's a lot that goes into it, and it's a proprietary system that we have public access to. It's provided by the United States government. It's used all over the world, and it's headquartered by the same military contractors that would control a lie like this.
What you're saying is that you cannot triangulate the position of a satellite?
Well, they're saying that they can within the accuracy of the wavelength, which proves its distance. That there's just so much going on there between, their instrument and
when I talk
Yeah.
about triangulation, is not in 2D triangulation. I'm speaking of 3D triangulation. The exact position in space, altitude and longitude and latitude. This is how we can really triangulate the satellite. And when you start triangulating one of these satellites, you will find that they are ground-based antennas.
Well, I would assume that some of them are.
Yeah.
I mean, I would just on its face because you have to have a ground system for ultimate triangulation, like something that's not moving for sure. And even a geostationary satellite, that's something that it earns using a cross-reference point. It's not something that it earns on its own. So at some point, they're being triangulated by towers or, some other kind of calibrating devices or something.
You see, when they made this internet in the 90s, they made a lot of nodes worldwide, adding together many networks and many kinds of them, linking them together, different technology. So we have all this vast sea of protocols and,
It's convoluted, to say the least.
For me, in my best guess, is that this is what these big centers, most of them, they are called satellites, and through these centers they are owned by the big broadcasters, service providers, and they regulate this. When you want to transmit television, like a television channel, then you get your broadband link with this center, and you have a cable connection. You send a lot of data to this center, and this center will pass all that data to this network of antennas, broadcasting antennas. So you have television transmission through the air, radio. They are not broadcasting directly from the where they have these television buildings. You don't point your antenna to this television building, because you won't catch the signal unless you build a special kind of antenna to uh, if this television building is broadcasting their signal to a center over the air, not over the cable, you can intercept that, and it means that you have some kind of first-hand access. And I can confirm you this, that it is practiced lately today for a couple of years. Hackers in Romania, they made some special modified some antennas, and you intercept this signal, which is transmitted from the television building to the broadcasting station. And what it happens, you receive that live transmission in almost lifetime, like with even 3 minutes delay, you know. And they use this for watching football games and to place bets online, you know, because if you see the game in lifetime, you have the data and you can make the right bet, you know.
Right.
Yeah.
So they actually they laid there was a new fiber connection made, I think, from Europe to New York, maybe 5 years ago or so. The whole point of that fiber connection was to remove just maybe like 20 milliseconds off the round trip time.
Yeah.
And that was enough. That was enough to actually skew the stock market.
Yeah.
But that was why they did it.
Yeah. So
Because a lot of this stock market stuff, betting, crypto, and all that stuff, the people are programming bots to automatically do their trading for them. And so when the bot has information a few milliseconds faster than another bot, they win.
the bot, they don't have feelings, or you know, they react instantly according to the programming, you know, how they've been automated.
But see, none of these things are compelling to me. Like the claims of we know it's this far because the signal travels this far. That's compelling to me. Like, where's the sleight of hand here? To me, this is the big trick, right? Well, it has to be here because it's doing this. I feel like that's something we could easily poke holes into if that's their claim.
In this, you see, when you go and buy, like make a plan for internet to have Wi-Fi at home, they give you this standard ISO made Wi-Fi box, you know, and they use a standard. A lot of everything is a standard inside it, you know, even the plastic is made of. And these antennas, which are originally in these Wi-Fi boxes, they are not very high power, or you know, designed for very long distance. They are by the engineers, they were specially designed, limited to a household surface area, you know. What these hackers were doing, they were designing their own antennas. They have made this electronic circuit board, which is pretty much any Wi-Fi card and so. But the antenna they attached to this device was an antenna powered at your wall socket.
Right.
And it was a little bigger. It's a big antenna which they had to go up on the building block and put the antenna there. And they also need like 20 meters of cable. But that antenna then has the necessary power to intercept this radio transmission, which is 600 kilometers far away from them. With your normal Wi-Fi router, you cannot intercept that signal because your Wi-Fi router is very limited. It has like a 10-meter radius of broadcasting and receiving. If you go outside your house and drive 100 meters away, you lose your signal, your home Wi-Fi signal, and your phone switches to mobile because that's long distance communication. The GSM.
Well, I'm interested in learning more. I mean, there's a lot of stuff I don't understand, and that's okay.
So
I have some good resources.
With these radio transmissions, it's all about the power input.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you hack your own phone and attach a different antenna, you attach an antenna which you make a device. You have an external power source which you supply exclusively for the antenna. Then you walk away 10 kilometers from your home, and that power will be supplying and compensating for all this distance. So you will be able to pick your Wi-Fi signal, your home Wi-Fi signal, from 10 kilometers away. This is the funny thing and trick.
Well, I have okay, so I actually utilize that technology. So we have it's called a WISP network, wireless ISP, and we transmit a 5 gigahertz signal. It's about almost 1.5 miles, 2 miles, so like I don't know, 4 kilometers or so. And that's well within range. I get very, very good broadband, like 250 megabits down. And I guess if I wanted it, 250 or about 100 megabits up.
Mm-hmm.
But they cap us at around 30 just for quality of service.
Yeah, and it's also here is what's involved is also the way you use this cryptography. Cryptography also. This antenna and device is capable of 250 megabits per second downlink. But when you start your computer and start downloading something from the internet, you see that you have 30 megabits. And a lot of this is because the cryptography. How many times your information that you're sending and receiving is being encrypted to receive. By standard, these here are settings in the router which you can change, and you will be increasing your speed a little bit by using or not using cryptography algorithm.
How could you increase it?
You need to choose a lower encryption method, but that means you will be easily vulnerable. Someone
Yeah.
hack you. Yeah.
So a lower encryption method would be like sending a zip file, which if you compress a text file that's like 10 megabytes, you could compress it down to, I don't know, 1.5, something like that. So you're saving on bandwidth and information sent
Actually,
in
you see, when
the
you
language itself.
when you have a file, let's say 10 megabytes file, when you send it, it will get encrypted and it will become a bigger package, like 60 megabit. But you don't see that it is
Right.
that big in your line. And also, when you receive, it comes as a 100 megabit file, and then you see it's 15 megabits or 20. You downloaded a 15 or 20 megabit. But the information is passing through a lot of encryption methods, algorithms to get through you.
Mhm.
So, and all network cards, they have.
Is it possible
inbuilt this
in this
crypto
encryption method that they're simply adding the time delay that they claim to
Yeah.
these satellites?
Maybe it can be. Yeah.
Well, clearly it could be done. I mean, it would be no different than, this computer is gonna output, an extra 3 or 4 zeros to make it seem that much further away.
Well, with IS crypto processors, for example, I use the FPGA board. It's a field programmable gate array. And in this board, I can take the source, the hardware description language of a crypto processor, the IS one, and IS 256 or 512, And when you put it in this board, you download it, then I have the option. I can switch this crypto processor in this device according to my liking. How I want to switch it. So when you put the crypto processor with the input to the output and with the output to the input, and you put it in reverse, and then you give him the encrypted information, on the other side you will be getting the decrypted information. In almost real time, it will decrypt it in like 2 second, 3 second delay. But so this means that, like, if you clone someone's phone or computer, the whole computer, you will be a third party, not third party, you will be like, that computer is twice connected in the internet, and when a message is being sent to that person, you are getting it too, because you are him too, so and you perceive this as live, happening live. And even if you watch him, like, he's using some, let's say, Facebook Messenger, he's talking with someone, when you see the messages going to and from, you can actually write instead of him or instead of that other person, to him. He will see you the way you want, any of them. You can mimic any of these two people in that conversation. There is a little lag, but that's negligible. It's like milliseconds. For us, it's not a big deal, but we don't perceive that. We are not capable to perceive a 20 millisecond difference time delay.
Right. Well, it takes practice, but it can be done. I know what you mean.
Yeah. I mean, you really must be like a very, like in these kids who are playing these games.
Yeah. Yeah. That's really what I meant. Like I deal with people who they deal with in milliseconds like that.
Yeah.
Like a professional gamer will be like 145, 150 milliseconds.
Yeah.
So when you see a green light, you press the button, right? And these guys, they hit it every time, like 145. But the average person, like you, me, anybody, 180, 190, 200.
When you compare this with like, it's one thing playing a game, like having very fast reactions, and it's other thing when you have a conversation on Messenger with someone. You are a little bit relaxed, think what to say, you read what he's writing to you. So these milliseconds are irrelevant in this case. They don't
Good morning.
make a difference.
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
Jimbo? Good morning. I think sometimes we do see what we call time slow down. Like, when you see stories about police or people being shot at, and they can sort of, things slow down in time and they see bullets coming at them in slow motion. I've had experiences that time has been slowed down in these near-death experiences. I actually jumped off a roof one time when I was young because, I wasn't supposed to be there, and, the situation dictated that I freaking jump. And on my way down, boy, when you say you got a flashback and see these little spheres of your past and things go slow motion, they do. But I haven't seen things speed up, per se. And the concept of time for computers, there's not a computer on Earth that knows what time is. There's not a computer on Earth can calculate time. Computers are programmed to count, only count.
Yeah.
And the thing they count and measure time units from are ticks. And ticks are started when your computer is born or baptized, when you're first fired up and you have your first configuration and post-test and, hard drives whiz up. And that's actually when it starts counting ticks and revolutions of your hard drive, etc. But computers have no clue what time is. And when it comes to the electromagnetic forces controlling what they call gravity, there's in chemistry a process called paper chromatography. And when you do this with what are called mixed isomers, there's something very unusual happens, because mixed isomers all have the exact same weight. None of them have any difference in number of hydrogen, carbon, whatever. They all weigh the same and they're mixed into one mixture. Now, when you put a strip of paper and these chemicals climb the paper and separate into horizontal bands. But they all weigh the same thing. They shouldn't separate.
Yeah.
So there's a problem with what we're calling both gravity there, because these all weigh the same and separate anyway, and with the so-called electromagnetics, they all resonate and have a different vibrational frequency. Fine. But that's not necessarily a measure of its magnetic strength. Now, when we talk about statics and static electricity and its strength compared to gravity, there's no comparison. If you can take a balloon that weighs 7 or 8 grams, rub it and get some static charge and stick it to a wall or stick it to the ceiling, the so-called force of gravity that should be pulling it down, well, it's not. And the fact that a balloon can stick to the wall to barely a few millimeters of, static charged rubber, it defies the even reality or notion of gravity in every way, shape, or form. There is no so-called gravity. There never has been.
Yeah.
We get this science taught to us where we take ourselves out of everything. Okay? We pick up a set of keys, we give it potential, we drop it, and then we say, hey, that's gravity. Once it's free from my fingers, what's making it fall? Oh, let's personify this great thing called gravity. And then gravity comes in like Superman every time it's needed.
Yeah. Actually, at MIT, for example, which is not an ordinary school, university in USA, it's very well known. They don't teach gravity as the downforce for the world. They say gravity is exclusive, is something like for astronomy, astrophysics. That's the domain of gravity. They don't accept it. They say they teach incoherent electrostatic acceleration, and they say that the ground is the negative charge, and the atmosphere, the higher you go up, you have higher charge, like 100 volts, 200, 300 volts.
Well, the piezoelectric effect from crystals in the ground give us plasma balls that fly over the Ozarks there, over mountain ridges and stuff. And, well, they're not necessarily positive charged if they're emitting plasma like that. So there are points on the Earth that become negatively charged and other points positively. It's a dielectric plate and plates underneath our feet and around us. So it does flux. You have positive lightning and negative lightning strikes. So there is variation. It's sort of an AC system if you think of it.
Yeah, exactly. It's like something that, like a motor, it's spinning, it's changing.
Rocker action. Like if we're controlled by harmonics and frequencies, two waves can blend together to make a third wave, another frequency. They build on each other.
It will be like if we wouldn't have thunders in the storms, charge of the clouds could be getting so high that they will attract us upwards, But because we have these thunders, the electric discharges, then...
Well, the worst thing, a bad storm will send lightning right through your ass.
Yeah.
There's one lightning strike, I think it was in the Alps somewhere, but I don't know, it killed hundreds of, I don't know if they were reindeer or elk, but it blew them the frick on this mountaintop. The whole herd was blown to bits. Pretty amazing. And India gets lightning strikes and storms sometimes. It'll kill 1,000 people.
Yeah. And it's a person who was once struck by a thunder. He stands higher chance to be struck twice.
Yeah, sometimes it's career, like park rangers. Some of them have been hit 5 and 6 times by lightning. Golfers who are out on golf courses, sports players, athletes, Some people are more prone because of, their ritual or what they do.
Yeah.
Where they go. And there are places that are prone to lightning. There's just no question, like in the Gaspé, there are farmers' fields that you can grow some stuff, but you can't turn out any animals there. It don't matter what's in the field, it'll get whacked by lightning.
Yeah.
And this is near the base of a 2,000-foot tall mountains. It's right at the foothills of a mountain range, and lightning just discharges in this one field and area, like it's home for it. Storm comes.
We have a mountain in Romania, which some history academicians, 19th centuries, they discovered, and they see that matches the mountain which was described in Greek mythology, where Zeus strikes Prometheus, I think, with a lightning, and it burned that whole mountain. And when you go to this mountain, you can see that nothing grows on it. No trees, no grass, no nothing. It's bald, for many, many thousands of years. It's been completely dry, and you can see that rock, that stone from that mountain has been burned, like even moss or these green stuff that grows on wet stones.
Well, under the Dead Sea, there are beds of sulfur and bitumen, and on the land, there are 2 places where literally sulfur and bitumen were propelled onto towns or villages. Burned them, basically.
Yeah.
Towns were like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Yeah. I know they theorize that could be Sodom and Gomorrah.
Well, the thing is, with sulfur and bitumen deposits under the Red Sea or the Dead Sea there, and then these expulsions, it almost seems to follow the storyline that, these cities were attacked or literally firebombed.
Yeah.
It means someone had the knowledge, the weight, and the mean to erupt and activate the tar and the sulfur. Bring it to a point where it expelled or erupted. I guess what I'm saying, if it all worked that way, it was no accident.
No, definitely not. It was a being which obviously knows much more than we do.
I mean, in our history, we have all these great fires. San Francisco, London, you name it. Every damn city was burned out.
Yeah.
Bombed or blew up, like Halifax way back when. If that wasn't intentional, I don't know what is. Just everywhere. Even in India, a lot of the old places in the mountains, they have temples that literally looked like they were breathed on by fire-breathing dragons. Burnt on one side, fire bombed, and just devastated. And it looks like, aerial firebombing. Like dragons did it. And it's funny that, biblically, Daniel tells a king how to kill dragons with, rolled oats and tar.
Yeah.
Beat them oat balls with tar in them. And gets rid of them. I'm not sure if it's Thailand or Vietnam, but one of them had a king who rode unicorns and stuff.
I'm
It's
sure
kind of
there is
funny.
a lot of symbolism in this claim, in this story, but who knows? There might have been.
We have stories of the Cyclops and half horse, half
Oh, the Cyclops.
half man.
Yeah, the
You know?
Cyclops are very well described in prehistoric Dacia. If you get to read that book, you can
So are the
what the Cyclops
Canocephalum.
are. Yeah.
All of the explorers, Vespucci, Columbus, all of them wrote about their encounters with these dog-headed people
Hmm.
that barked and were cultured savagely, but had certain laws they followed and they conducted in trade and stuff. And, well, they were dog-headed people. It's not just one report of them and stuff. We go around and we're told that the pyramids are these greatest structures ever made by man and stuff. Well, if you look at like Russia in St. Petersburg, you've got over 1,000 miles of inlaid canal made from like, what do you call it, granite. Some of it is rose granite with inlay, means
And they have
carvings
also
of
this
flowers and
column.
other stuff.
Yeah, they have a column in Russia, in St. Petersburg, a granite column, a very long granite stone, which they sculpted, and it's one piece of granite. It's a huge sculpture, and they transported this big stone over the Volga River in the winter when it was frozen on ice. Mind blowing.
The architecture in St. Petersburg, you have doorways and entrances that are 60 feet tall.
Yeah.
You have some of them 24 feet, 12, 18 feet. It's like all these accommodations were made for different sizes of giants, literally. You look at some of these arches like
These
La
giants
Chation.
we have in Romania villages where even today, if you go, you meet these old women, but they live very archaic lifestyle. These villages always been in that remote mountain region, and they pass the stories from generation to generation. And these women say, because you find all sort of big stones out there in the wild, in the forest, like thousands of acres of forest, and they say that these stones were actually sculpted, made, used by the ancient Dacians, which were giant men, you know. And
Yeah,
when you go in these villages, these women tell you the story. They say, "Oh, my great grandfather told me," people also we have accounts from like 1600. Um, the Tsar of Russia sent the greatest painter in Romania to make a portrait of a Romanian couple which were 300 years old. The Tsar heard about this couple that they were speaking of times 300 years before, in the 1600, and he sent this painter to make a portrait, and this portrait of these people is today in Russian museum, this the most famous museum. It's very big. It's a palace. I forgot it. There is knowledge about life. We went astray from life. We don't live how we were designed.
We've been lied to and misrepresented in a huge way.
Yeah. Deceived. Yes. Now, after I read the Bible and saw even Greek mythology and country's history, when I hear old ancient stories from an elder, I don't take them as fairy tales.
Well, it's like the
I'm certain
stories
that
of the Medusa, of Brutus and stuff.
Yeah.
And the Medusa, three sisters, the Gorgon sisters, and they were from the Iran area. That's what I kind of think. These other, gods and titans that were walking this earth, there were some up in Serbia. There were things walking around in Serbia that could be seen from Egypt, and they were, transcribed to the walls in the form of graphics and hieroglyphics. When you see that tall guy with that nice ordained dog, those were walking around and are petrified up near Serbia. Like we have the Badlands Guardian here. If he was standing up today, I could see him, and he'd be out in Alberta, and I'm in Quebec in Ontario.
Yeah.
5 Mile Tall giant.
I think, in those times, I think our horizon was much bigger. Like, if a man was getting high enough, he could see the whole world.
Well, my supposition is that at night I can see lights that look like stars for hours to the west of me here, and then they come and land at the airport. So I'm seeing planes coming at 35,000 feet from literally over 1,000 miles away. So, forget 300 miles for vision and seeing a mountain in the daylight shadowed or contrasted on the horizon. At night, some of our potential for vision is extended to thousands of miles. Like I say, these lights, they look like
the
a star
flood,
for
in the Bible, in the time of the flood, God made this covenant with Noah, and he gave the rainbow. And this giving of the rainbow actually meant like taking away the sunlight. It was a light phenomenon which made the sun not to give its full warmth to the world, and also limit our horizon vision. We cannot see the whole garden anymore. We can see 10, 20 miles away, and then
Well, in literally speaking, we're in the Gan Eden, the Eastern Garden, where Adam and Eve were, seated or started. But we're in the Eastern Garden. So there must be a Western, Northern, maybe Southern. But that depends on the definitions of East and West. Mizrim is, and Gan Eden is Garden of Eden.
yeah, and this must be the event that changed the world very dramatically, very, very different. It was very different. The world before the flood and the world today. And we are limited. We cannot see it anymore. The real, how it was before.
Well, it's because it looks like melted wax and stuff.
Yeah, it's like
We go up from the ground and the faces that were 20, 30 feet wide and stone, that we could stand in front of. Well, when you go up, they're mountain-sized faces and bodies, the whole place, the Alps to the Canadian Rockies, to Mexico, to Chile, it don't matter. It's all the same. It's all petrified, just titans and giants and the aftermath of the Armageddon that we're walking on and living on, growing crops off of. It's pretty
I was
amazing.
watching like 2 or 3 weeks ago about documentaries about the Tsar Bomba, the 50 megaton hydrogen bomb. And the Russian released this video in 2019 or something like that, quite recent. In this documentary, they say that this explosion was filmed, recorded, camera from 3 angles. And one camera was at 500 kilometers far away, 600 and 890 kilometers far away. 3 angles camera. And in the explosion.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there.